He hissed and clutched one of his knees. It was bleeding. His eyes were blurry, and the only thing he could hear was a male voice crying beside him. After a minute, when his mind became clear enough to think properly, his eyes darkened as he frantically looked around the familiar hall. Not far away from him were some students lying or sitting while tending to their injuries. A few professors were running here, and they're trying to calm the panicked students. On his left, a gray-haired boy was crying as he mumbled someone's name again and again. A crowd of unharmed students was standing at the hall entrance with solemn expressions. They were whispering and looking at the injured students with complicated expressions. Nine's eyes became moist as he remembered what transpired a while ago. With a groan, he moved his painful body and patted the shoulder of the boy crying beside him. It was one of the twins who stood inside the array with him and the others. As the mention of his friends, his mind raced. His knee was severely injured, but he gritted his teeth and looked around the crowded hall with a panicked expression, trying to find even a single familiar face. His gaze lingered on the faces of the students sitting or lying around him. Soon he saw a familiar face. Lara. He took a deep breath. Her eyes were shut and her clothes were covered with blood, but after sensing her normal breathing, he sighed with relief. After he saw Lara, he looked around but didn't see any other familiar face. His heart trembled as he counted the injured students present in the hall. 717. A total of 18 students were present in the hall. That means from the total 30 students, 12 students, including the blue-robed professor, disappeared within the array. 9 slumped down on the floor with a deadpan expression. He could see almost all the students present in the hall were injured. Does not it mean the ones who disappeared would have suffered injuries as well? The array was broken forcefully. It was almost impossible for the others to escape intact. I knew something was going to happen, yet I let down my guards. He cursed himself inwardly and clenched his fists tightly. No, they will be fine, I am sure. 9 took a deep breath to regulate his ragged breathing. He looked at his knee. It seemed the professor gave him a healing potion when he was unconscious because he could see the injuries recovering, but the speed was too slow. With a thought, the mana within his body swirled before it transferred to his knee. The thin veil of mana spread out gently from his skin and enveloped his knee in a warm embrace. After a minute, the injury around his knee disappeared. He stood up and stopped a nearby professor. Sir, have you seen the vice principal? He tried to be calm, but his voice gave him away because it sounded too impatient. The professor gazed at 9 with a frown, but then he pointed out the hall. They are trying to locate the array coordinates. The professor's sentence was cut short because 9 dashed out from the hall. He bumped into some students standing at the entrance, but he pushed them away roughly and ran straight toward the place where everything happened. The students looked at him with displeased expressions, but then they sighed, thinking maybe he also lost his family member like the gray-haired boy who was crying his heart out in the hall. 9 ran for a while, and after taking a turn, he appeared at the square field. The array circle was broken into many pieces, and many pits can be seen in the field. His eyes darted around when he saw a familiar figure shouting with anger. Damn it, it's been an hour, how can you all not even locate a simple coordinate? Useless. Gerard shouted at Elder Alaise and the professors who were doing their best to locate the coordinates through the broken array. Elder Alaise sighed and looked at George. He could see the frustration and anger present in the latter's face. They have been doing their best to locate the coordinates, but it seemed that the woman planned everything, because the moment the array was destroyed, the coordinates were tangled up into a bundle of mess. The elder looked at the sweating professors who were trembling under George's pressure. He pinched his nose and approached George with a frown. I don't think we can locate the coordinates. We need an array master, he said with a solemn expression. Have the principal picked up your call? George's expression was blank as he shook his head. Not yet. He clenched his fist. Now where should he find an array master? Array masters were rare and not easily available. The other professors in the academy had some knowledge regarding the arrays, but just like him, they only had very basic knowledge, like how to operate and destroy some intermediate-grade arrays. In the end, the people who learned about this profession were always low in numbers. The only array master in the academy was Elder Han, who had left the kingdom 2 months ago. George knew very well he couldn't contact Han after he entered the central continent. The only person who could do it was the principal, but he wasn't picking up his calls. I swear if anything happened to the students, no matter who is it, as long as the person is involved, I will skin them alive. From a corner, 9 looked at the situation. His pupils trembled slightly when he heard the vice principal's words. He staggered and anxiously took out a communication crystal from his storage ring. Gerard had noticed his presence, but he didn't look at him. Within a second, the crystal lit up and 9 talked with someone before walking toward the vice principal with a serious expression. Sir, Gerard finally turned around with a frown. Don't walk around this area, go back. 9 fiddled and looked at the broken array. No, I just want to say something. I know someone proficient in arrays. I hope you can permit the person to enter the academy because we need to find the coordinates as soon as possible. I have already talked to the person. He will arrive within an hour. Jaroj's frown deepened. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the academy. That's why even when Nine's identity was disclosed to him, he didn't let the people following behind Nine enter the academy. In the end, they all stayed outside the academy. I need as much as help possible until I can contact the principal. The more time I waste, the more dangerous it would be for the kids. He gazed at Nine with a serious expression and nodded. All right, I will let the individual in. No matter where one looked, they could only see burning blue flames, but ironically the flames were not hot. Instead, they were cold enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Beautiful, brilliant blue flames gently swirled around his body. Everything in front of Kyle was blurry and hazy. The only thought that resounded inside his blank mind was that he should sleep. It's so peaceful. His body floated, and the dangerous flames touched his skin gently. It was cold, but Kyle felt the flames were a part of his body. A warm, trickling sensation spread around his body, and a thought crept up at the back of his mind. It's time. When it appeared, Kyle frowned with discomfort. He didn't want to sleep, yet he felt like he was forgetting something important. His mind started to become clear as he fought the urge to let the blue flames envelop his body. After a few minutes of struggle, a small memory appeared in his mind. He was clutching a soft thing before everything turned blurry. Wasn't he? He mumbled, and his fingers moved, curling up into a fist. Bia. Kyle waited, but no one replied. His brow knitted into a deep frown as a frost breath came out from his mouth. From his blurry gaze, he could see the flames around him. It felt like a dream. I need to wake up. Meanwhile, inside a dark, damp, underground place, a red-haired, middle-aged man walked between the two rows of prison cells. His eyes were brown, and many scars could be seen on his face. The man wore a mask to hide half of his face. As he moved between the prison cells, he looked at the young individuals tied up inside with a smirk. The place was dark, and the only sounds one could hear were the occasional clicks of the metal chains on the prisoners. After a while, the red-haired man's eyes landed on a blue-haired woman lying unconscious in one of the prison cells. He smacked his lips and looked at the woman with a heated gaze. Tusk, what a beauty. It is a pity I can't touch anyone because they are all specimens who will turn into potions soon. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and looked back at the four men standing behind him. Are all the kids transferred to this place? One of the four men stepped forward and nodded with an evil smile. They all lost consciousness because almost all of them were injured. The array was broken midway, that's why only half of them were teleported at the planned location. The man's smile widened. Don't worry though, the one Master wanted was among the ones who appeared. The red-haired man nodded with satisfaction. They have done their job perfectly, all because of a crazy woman who killed herself to complete the mission. Have you transferred the beast? Yes, we have. The beast was strong, but all of us worked together to put a metal chain around its neck. We even took the kids' storage rings and sent everything to Master. The red-haired man's eyes trailed off to one of the cells, and he grinned. Look, it seems someone has woken up. He walked and looked at the golden-haired, crawling individual who seemed to have woken up due to their voices. As the red-haired man advanced toward the cell, he stopped because the golden-haired youth shot him a deadly glare. His black eyes shone with anger as he shouted at them while clutching the long metal bars in front of him. Who the hell are you all? Where is this place? The red-haired man snickered. Does it matter? Just sleep. Like the others, oh, I almost forgot you are a prince, aren't you? Carcel's eyes darkened when the red-haired man crouched down in front of him while looking at him with disdain. So what? It doesn't matter who you are because no one will save you. If you want a peaceful and painless life, just stay quiet like an obedient puppy. Anyway, it's not like you can do anything with those chains restraining you. One of the men standing behind the red-haired man looked at the Carcel before pointing at someone else lying in a nearby cell. I think that black-haired one is already half dead. His body is freezing like ice. I almost freaked out when I touched him. The red-haired man frowned. Showing displeasure, he stood up. Don't let him die yet. Master is busy with the beast now, but he needs all these youngsters for future experiments, so give him a healing potion. He said with a heavy tone and gestured for one of the men to give the freezing individual a potion. Afterward, all of them moved between the prison cells to confirm that everyone inside the cells was alive. The red-haired man gave Carcel a sidelong glance with a chuckle, and together with the four men following behind him, he left the area. Carcel cursed and tried to pull the metal bars present in front of him, but not even an ounce of mana came out from his body. Damn it, these chains. He wriggled his hands uncomfortably. Both of his wrists were tied with metal chains. After observing the chains, he could mentally deduce the chains were made of some special material that was stopping him from using the mana present within his body. He hissed when he sensed the large gash present on his shoulder. He was too focused on the red-haired man before and didn't notice his injuries. Carcel took a deep breath and stood up with gritted teeth. He saw another person who was tied up inside his cell. It was one of the gray-haired twins. Guys, can anyone hear me? he shouted while banging the metal bars with his bare fists. Soon he heard some groaning sounds and saw a familiar face standing in the opposite prison cell. Trey. Trey panicked when he saw his situation, but after Carcel calmed him down, both of them tried their best to wake up the others. After a few minutes of struggle, everyone was awake except the black-haired youth lying in the last cell. At first, when they opened their eyes in an unfamiliar place, they were shocked and dread clenched their hearts, but after spending a few hours inside the prison cells, they looked a lot calmer now. A few injured students were lying on the cold ground. Carcel and Alec both stood while grabbing the metal bars. Their breath hitched when they saw the blue-robed professor who was chained up in the last cell. The professor shook his head with a grim expression. His name was Oliver. He was one of the oldest and most loyal professors working in the academy. When he was selected to go to the tournament with the vice principal, he was happy beyond means, because he was only S-rank, not like those young, strong professors, but alas, who could have thought something like this would happen? Oliver pointed at the black-haired youth lying opposite him. He winced slightly because the black chains around his wrists were thicker than the kid's. Even though he is in my cell, I can't touch him because he is too far away, and the chains are stopping me from any excess movement. I can sense he is breathing, but no matter how much I call, he isn't waking up. Oliver eyed the few youths who were clinging to the metal bars with frustrated expressions. He sighed. Kids, don't worry, I know I am not useful right now, but I will do my best to protect you all until the academy sends reinforcement. Alex sucked in a cold breath. He gazed at Kyle with narrowed eyes. Why isn't he waking up? He said with a slightly agitated voice and looked at the prison cells. Each cell had 2 people tied up inside with chains. Damn it, Alec cursed and looked at the system notification. It had been 5 hours since he woke up in this place, and the system wasn't useful at all. He used the system appraisal function on the chains but got nothing. The chains were made of a special material called lethril. They were usually used on dangerous criminals to seal their mana and strength, making them the same as any other normal unawakened human. Alec took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Do any of you have any hidden artifacts that can help us? No one replied, but then one of the girls wearing the third-year uniform looked at Alec with a frown. I only had one artifact, and it was in my storage ring. Just like me, the others would have probably put their artifacts in the rings as well. No one would carry them around because it's a hassle. The only thing we can do is wait for the person who imprisoned us here. Maybe we can trick them and escape. Her sentence was cut short when the boy standing inside the cell opposite to her spoke with an anxious voice. Jenny, just how would we trick them? Our mana is sealed. I can't even fight a lower F-rank monster with my current strength. The girl named Jenny gritted her teeth. Her long pink hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her olive-colored eyes were fuming with anger. So what should we do, Lindsay? Should we wait for them to kill us all? Her loud voice resounded everywhere, and Lindsay shut his mouth. He was a silent boy who liked peace. In his whole life, he was carefree, but after hearing that the famous principal would give personal training sessions to the ones who fought in the tournament, he worked hard for the first time in his life, but now he regrets everything. Blaine, who was sitting behind Jenny, pinched his nose. His round glasses were nowhere to be found. Maybe they dropped when the teleportation array was broken. I don't think we should fight with each other in this situation. The academy would probably send reinforcement. We are all the top students. How can they just leave us all to die here in this dark place? He spoke with a calm tone and stood up. Blaine looked at Professor Oliver and opened his mouth to say something, but a small movement behind the professor caught his attention. Kyle is waking up. He mumbled, but almost all the chained students heard him. They all turned around and stared at the black-haired youth who was finally moving after so long. Alec and Carcel looked at each other and sighed with relief. It was fine as long as they were all alive. Mia stood up and walked to the metal bars while dragging the chains tied to her wrists. I hope he is fine. I didn't see Bia, she whispered and gazed outside. She wasn't able to see Kyle, but her gaze lingered around the long road present between the 2 rows of prisons. On the other hand, Kyle opened his eyes with a groan. Everything was foggy, but when he moved his hand to rub his eyes, he felt the weight around his wrists. His expression hardened when the memories of the event that transpired before he disappeared within the array appeared in his mind. Kyle's half-opened eyes widened as he dragged his lower body to sit up straight and looked around. Bia. He forgot to breathe for a second when he saw Professor Oliver chained opposite to him. His emotionless gaze traveled to the metal bars. Gazing outside, he saw many familiar faces. All of them were chained, and from the look of it, he was the last person to wake up. Seeing Kyle's eyes, Carcel shouted with a tinge of worry in his voice. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Kyle didn't reply and closed his eyes for a second. He wanted to arrange his thoughts. When the teleportation array was activated, his mind was a little hazy. He wanted to activate the skill instant teleportation, but he knew his body would have shredded into many pieces the moment he used that skill inside the activated teleportation array. He had been learning about arrays, so he knew very well about the consequences of his actions. Also, even if he succeeded and used the skill to escape, what about Bia and the others? I can only use the teleportation skill on myself. Bia would have disappeared within the array. Kyle took a deep breath and stood up. He gazed outside. Where are we? Does anyone have any idea? With a sigh, Alex shook his head. No, but we are underground. It's been 5 hours, but no one come here to check on us. Kyle yanked the chains around his wrists with frustration. I can't use my mana. He was already angry because even though he could sense Bia through their link, she wasn't replying. Just stay safe for a while. He mumbled inwardly and looked at his empty fingers. Damn, my hard-earned gold coins and thousands of mana stones, those ancient books, and my S-rank sword. Everything is gone. He shouted with frustration. Professor Oliver gazed at Kyle and blinked his eyes. He smiled, thinking maybe Kyle was joking to light up the mood, but then Alec hissed as well. My sword is also gone. It was even more precious than yours. Alec humped and cursed inwardly. He was already poor, but now he was dirt poor, just like a beggar. Kyle shot him a glare. What precious? Your old sword was just a piece of long metal. One of the storage rings on my finger was supreme grade. I'm gonna kill all those bastards who dare to steal from me. Kyle was fuming. It was the first time he suffered such a big loss. He looked at his shirt. The ordinary-looking brooch was still there. Why the hell did they leave it? Wasn't it better to take it as well? His eyes darted to the stairs at the end of the prison cells. He touched the white earring present on his ear. It seemed because of my cold body they didn't focus on me that much. Professor Oliver was stunned, and he wasn't alone who found Kyle's words unbelievable. A supreme-grade ring wasn't something anyone could easily have. Carcel looked at Kyle and Alec and shook his head with a sigh. The atmosphere that was previously too tense and eerie was now relaxed because they bickered. Kyle took a deep breath. The chains tied around his wrists clicked as he approached the metal bars. He looked at Alec and Carcel with an unknown expression. I am dying for a while. Make a ruckus big enough to alert all those people present at the end of those stairs. He whispered slowly with a serious expression. Alec blinked his eyes. How? Kyle waved his hand and lay down on the ground. It doesn't matter. Just do as I say. I am the only person who can fake death due to my special condition. If someone died, they would probably discard the body because it would root. Shout with everything because I don't want to stay in this place even for a second. Also, Bia. Kyle's voice turned into a whisper when he said Bia's name. I can sense she is not far. I need to find her. He closed his eyes. His body was already cold. Coupled with the earring, it wasn't hard for him to act dead. The others looked at Kyle's body. They gazed at each other with serious expressions. It was a big gamble. If they got caught, no one would be able to survive. Lindsay's nervous voice rang out as he gazed at Kyle. Can't we wait for the academy reinforcement? It's too dangerous. Kyle shot open his eyes and looked at Lindsay with a cold gaze. What if they didn't appear on time and we all died? Can you take the responsibility? Lindsay shut his mouth and didn't dare to make eye contact with Kyle, who, with a long breath, Kyle gazed at the ceiling and shut his eyes once again. Alec was the first one who started shouting. He cursed and called the ones who tied them here heartless bastards. Soon, the whole area was in chaos with metal chains bagging here and there while the students cried out their lungs. Carcel yanked the metal bars with force and kicked the nearby wall. You bastards, save him. He is dying. I will kill you all. His voice was thunderous as he shouted again and again. Some of the students were even spotting nonsense because after cursing the kidnappers and their entire generations, they were out of words. Among all of them, there was a person who was chanting the last lecture he heard in the classroom. Jenny looked at Blaine with a speechless expression. She shook her head and started chanting a lecture as well. Meanwhile, outside the underground chamber, two tall black-haired men were standing in front of the stairway leading underground. They looked at each other while holding their ears. One of them cursed. Can these kids fucking shut up for even a second? Man, they have gone crazy. The other replied and then looked at the stairs. Should we check them? The first man shook his head with a frown. No, we aren't allowed. Wait, I will go and inform the boss. He left and after walking for a while, he knocked on a door. A red-haired individual opened the door and stared at him with a yawn. What happened? Boss Larry, the kids are shouting nonstop. They are saying someone died down there. Larry frowned and gestured for the man to follow behind him while calling two more men. He approached the stairs with the four men following behind him. After descending, he grabbed his ears with annoyance because the voices were too loud. What the fuck is wrong with you all? Want to die? Larry shouted with anger, and finally, the individuals in the prison cells turned quiet. Alec grabbed the metal bars and gazed at him with moist eyes. Save my friend, or else I will kill you even if I have to die together with you. His voice sounded emotional. Jenny's acting was even more superb than Alec's as tears welled up in her eyes. Save him, please. I can't. Her voice choked midway as she slumped down on the floor with ragged breathing. Alec was stunned. He gazed at Carcel and the others with a knowing expression. She overdid it. On the other hand, Kyle's eyebrow almost twitched when he heard Jenny's words. He calmed his troubled heart. I am dead, hoo-hoo. Everyone watched as the familiar masked man, Larry, walked up to Kyle's prison cell. He opened the metal bars with a key and stepped inside. Who is this kid? He spit on the ground and kicked Kyle's body, but when his foot touched Kyle's stomach, his eyes widened slightly. So cold. Don't tell me these kids were telling the truth and he is really dead. His head snapped back, eyes glaring at one of the four black-haired men. If I recalled correctly, didn't I fucking ask you to give him a potion? His loud voice resounded in the prison cell. The black-haired man trembled slightly before he anxiously stepped forward. I swear I did give him a potion. It's just it was a low-grade one. Larry clicked his tongue. Potion were expensive even though he had some high-grade ones, but why would he waste them on someone he kidnapped? Leave it. I will speak with the old man about this. I don't think this guy is important, except for the fact that he is the one who bonded with that fire beast. He gazed at Kyle again. This time more seriously. His mana seeped out from his body as he stared at Kyle with a foron, because no matter how much he probed, he couldn't sense even a speck of mana within Kyle's body. Strange. Even if he is dead, why is his body like an empty shell devoid of any energy or force? I can't sense anything. Larry moved his hand and placed two of his fingers beneath Kyle's nose to sense any breathing. Alec's gaze was fixed on Larry's back as he held his breath while grabbing the metal bars tightly. He was continuously praying inwardly for Kyle not to get caught. The other students were not better either, with anxiousness written on their faces. They knew if Kyle got caught, nothing good would happen. Under their intense stares, Larry checked Kyle's breathing. He isn't breathing. He whispered before grabbing Kyle's wrist to check more, but the moment he grabbed Kyle's wrist, he let go of it instantly. Damn, why is his body so cold? At first, when he kicked Kyle's stomach, the coldness was not that severe as he didn't touch him directly, but now after touching Kyle's skin directly, Larry didn't dare to touch him again. This coldness isn't simple. Just with a single touch, it's burned the mana around my palm. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Larry stood up and gazed at the others. I need to report this, so you all stay here and keep an eye on his body until I return. The four black-haired men nodded and watched as Larry's back faded away in the distance. Alec wiped the sweat from his forehead when he saw everything going smoothly. All right. Hope it's work. He gazed at Carcel and they all waited for Larry to come back. On the other hand, Kyle was quietly lying at the same place, but if someone looked closely, he was breathing, albeit very faintly. His face was serene, devoid of any emotions, but inwardly his thoughts were a mess. He is stronger than I expected. After Larry released his aura, Kyle sensed his rank. Larry wasn't weak at all. His aura was restrained, but he was at least A rank. He is strong, but I have to risk it. The more time I wasted, the more dangerous it would be for Bia. I need to leave this place soon. Kyle waited for a long time when he heard the rhythm of footsteps echoing outside the prison cell. He regulated his hushed breathing, and it became quiet once again. Larry stopped outside the prison cell. He glanced at Kyle's body, just like I thought he was not that much important. Pick up his body and throw it inside the second chamber. The black-haired men trembled when they heard about the second chamber. It was a dangerous place where one of the sick head elders working for their big boss experimented on dead bodies. Hurry up. Larry waved his hand, and one of the back-haired men entered Kyle's cell. He opened the black chains present on Kyle's wrists with a strange-looking square-shaped device before dragging his body like a rag. His body is too cold. The man hissed because he felt like he was touching ice, but the ice was 10 times more colder than any normal ice. Larry left the place with the four black-haired individuals following behind him. The one at the last was dragging Kyle's body. All the students watched as Kyle was dragged outside. In normal circumstances, they would have created a fuss about how their friend was killed by those heartless men, but because of the serious matter, they forget to act. Ginny took a deep breath and looked outside. Why do I feel like he won't come back to save us? Alec pinched his nose bridge. He knew why Kyle was so desperate to leave this place. It was because of Bia. He will if he survived out there. Meanwhile, at the academy, George paced around in the square field with a frustrated expression. He looked at the blue-haired old man who was tracking the broken array coordinates. It's already been 5 hours, but there was no progress. 9 was standing a few meters away from him. The person working on the array was one of the men who was following behind him after he left his kingdom. He gazed at the other 2 individuals standing beside him with a sigh. The first one was Gon, one of the gray-haired twins, while the other one was Lara. She had woken up 2 hours ago and was just as shaken as 9. Her cold gaze was locked on the blue-haired man who was fumbling with the array here and there. How much more time do you need? She said while looking at the blue-haired man with knitted brows. She wanted to ask her father for help as he was strong, but the vice principal stopped her. We have already wasted so much time. The blue-haired old man glanced at Lara with an emotionless face, but then he ignored the kids and looked at George. I have found the coordinates. George disappeared from where he was standing and appeared in front of him with a flash. Location. It's quite far from here, almost near the east border, the one connected with the dark forest. George nodded and started floating. In an instant, he disappeared from the academy. Elder Alays gazed at his figure and followed behind him with a grim expression. Nine and Lara looked at each other with frustration. They wanted to follow behind them, but how can they match their speed? The only thing they could do was to wait. Sensing George and Alays' departure, another elder came out from one of the academy buildings and quietly floated above the academy, looking at their fading backs. Unlike the other elders, he looked much more distant from the mortal world. His long black hair swirled behind his back as he gazed around with his sharp, emotionless eyes. Sigh, I wonder who dared to attack us even after knowing the consequences of their actions. He thanked his past self for not cutting his hair because the slightly long hair hid his eyes. He could hear small voices as he was dragged around a long, narrow path. My butt and back, can't they pick me up properly? At least respect the dead. With another turn, Larry left after gesturing to two of the black-haired men to take Kyle's body ahead. Now Kyle was alone with two black-haired men. One was dragging him while the other was just walking beside the first one. Kyle thought about attacking, but discarded the thought because he wasn't sure just how strong his opponents were. His eyes darted around as he sensed Bia's presence everywhere. She is somewhere above. I think this place has a lot of floors. Kyle contemplated inwardly and stayed quiet. While being dragged, he saw a lot of men patrolling here and there. In front of the underground prison where he was chained up with the others, a large array was present, so it was almost impossible for anyone to escape the prison. I can't break that array, but I can tackle with it. He waited for a while before the man dragging him finally stopped in front of a large door. The man looked at his companion with dread. I don't want to go inside. He is too creepy. Just go and deliver the dead body, he won't attack you. All right. The man took a deep breath, and after knocking once, he opened the door and entered inside. Kyle wrinkled his nose the moment the door was opened. Blood. The smell of blood and rotten flesh drifted through his nostrils, and he felt his head spin. He was dragged inside the room, and the smell became heavy. From the corner of his half-opened eyes, he saw what one would call hell. A mountain of mingled and broken bodies. A lot of skeletons in the corner. The room ground was painted red with blood. Dread crept up in his heart. He knew this place wasn't safe at all. His finger grazed at the ground, and he felt a wet sensation below his body. Amidst all this, he stayed calm. His heart was beating wildly inside his chest, but he didn't dare to move or do something reckless. The man dragging him stopped. Kyle didn't know who he was talking to, but the man's body visibly trembled as he let go of Kyle's collar and spoke with a broken and scared voice. Sir, I am sorry, but I am here to deliver this bod. Why? His sentence was cut short as the person he was talking to shot him a glare. Leave it. I will check it later. I am busy right now. The black-haired man nodded frantically, and after tossing Kyle's body nearby, he ran out of the room. Kyle's breath hitched in his throat as he took in the sight of the man standing a few meters away from him. Messy large cyan-color hair and pitch-black eyes, the man's body was filled with blood and he was holding someone's broken flesh. He was wearing a large coat that swept the blood present on the ground. The man's eyes were fixed on a table in front of him. Kyle's eyes froze when he saw the thing present on the table, a dead body of a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. He clenched his fist and held the urge to attack the cyan-haired man. Kyle wasn't a good person. He would never go out of his way to help others, but he felt sick and angry after seeing this room. His gaze lingered on the cyan-haired man back a tad longer. I can't. Not right now. I am not strong enough. With a forced breath, he shut his eyes to calm down. After a few seconds, he focused on the door of the room. The security outside this room wasn't tight. It seemed the man standing in front of him was feared by others. Kyle measured the distance between himself and the door with emotionless eyes. He gave another cold glance to the cyan-haired man and disappeared from the room. Instant teleportation. After Kyle used instant teleportation, the cyan-haired man turned around with a jolt. What was that? I felt a large movement of mana. He looked around with narrowed eyes and didn't see anything. Did I imagine it? Then suddenly he raised his brow while gazing at a specific place. There were clear signs of a body being dragged inside and placed in a corner, but there was no sign of the fresh dead body. Where did the body go? Interesting. Did they get tricked? Hehe. He chuckled and shook his head. A few moments ago, someone sent him a dead body, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Did it just disappear into thin air? A fly is trying to run away. I want to see who it is, but let's play for a while. The person wouldn't have gone far. He removed his bloodied coat, and after wearing a cleaner one, he left the room. On the other hand, after Kyle used instant teleportation, he directly appeared outside the room. Without even waiting for a second, he ran toward the direction he was dragged from. On his way, he saw some guards, but because of the earring, his presence was concealed, which is why he easily avoided them. He walked between the shadows, and after a few turns, he appeared in front of a few rooms, but he didn't enter inside. Instead, he went toward the stairway leading underground. Two back-haired men were standing in front of the stairway. He took a deep breath and gazed at them from behind a wall with squinted eyes. I need that strange square-shaped device they used to open my chains. They were standing slightly far from each other, completely blocking the entrance of the underground stairway. I can't sense their ranks, they're probably stronger than me. He clenched his fists and gazed around with narrowed eyes. After scanning for a few seconds, he noticed a stack of crates placed a few meters away from the underground stairway and formulated a plan. With a swift and precise movement, he approached the crates filled with strange-looking grass and pushed one of the crates to distract the guards. The black-haired guards looked at each other with frowns, and one of them approached the crates to investigate the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Kyle swiftly approached the remaining guard from behind. He summoned a thunder arrow and delivered a swift strike on the back of the guard's neck that rendered him unconscious. Before the guard fainted, he released his aura and Kyle sighed with relief because the latter wasn't as strong as he expected. The guard was D+ rank, only a sub-rank higher than Kyle. Kyle was a little anxious when he didn't sense the guard's auras, but now he felt confident looking at the other black-haired man who was looking through the stack of crates. Kyle looked at the unconscious man lying between his feet and bent down to remove the storage ring on one of his fingers before grabbing the gray steel spear present between one of the guard's hands. He gazed at the spear that wasn't even close to his precious S-rank sword and gave a reluctant nod. This will do for now. Kyle silently tiptoed toward the other guard who was looking around the crates. The guard wanted to turn around when he felt a large palm grabbing his neck from behind. He wanted to shout, but before he could, a jolt of lightning coursed through his entire neck, making his entire body tremble with pain, and he lost consciousness within a few seconds. Kyle rubbed his hands and checked the black-haired man's body for a storage ring, but to his disappointment, he didn't find anything. With a sigh, he silently dragged both of the bodies and carefully hid them behind the stack of crates. He looked through the only storage ring he found, and his disappointment increased. They are so poor. Kyle shook his head silently. First, the storage ring only had a few meters space, and second, it didn't have anything precious. The only things present inside the ring were some clothes, a handful of mana stones, 4 low-grade healing potions, and the square-shaped device he was looking for. He clicked his tongue and made his way toward the array present outside the stairway. The 2 guards didn't have anything related to this array. He was sure if he passed through it without any preparation, the one who made this array would know instantly. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he focused on the mana movement around the stairway. The bright, invisible mana particles moved and swirled around the array gently. With the precise gestures of his fingers, Kyle tapped on the air, touching various parts of the array. After a minute, a hole appeared within the smooth array, and Kyle entered the hole, hurriedly descending the stairway with large strides. On the other hand, inside one of the prison cells, Alec was sitting on the cold ground with a serious expression. He lifted his head and gazed at the others who were silent for a while now. It's been 15 minutes. What do you all think Kyle is doing right now? Blaine perked up his ears with a chuckle. He moved his body and looked at Alec. He was dragged like a rag. Just pray those men don't bury his body 10 feet underground. Mia looked at Alec and showed him her hand. Now it's 16 minutes. Jenny, who was sitting in the same cell as Blaine, looked at them with annoyance. Why are you all fucking counting each second like your life depends on it? She massaged her temples. Even if he somehow got the chance to flee from those men, it would take him a while before he returned. The prison cells turned eerily silent again, with everyone contemplating what to do next, but it's not like they could do anything while being tied up like this. Professor Oliver stood up with a frown. He didn't sense anything, but his eyes were locked on the black shadow descending the stairs. With a serious expression, he pointed at the stairs. Someone's coming. The chains around the students' wrists clicked as they stood up with vigilant expressions, locking their gaze on the approaching shadow. Their eyes widened with shock and disbelief when the shadow owner appeared in their vision. They all looked at each other with a familiar question written on their faces. It's only been 16 minutes and he was back already. Alex suppressed the urge to laugh and called out Kyle's name. Kyle. Kyle waved his hand at them with an emotionless face and hurriedly approached the cells. After witnessing that strange room, he was not in the mood to smile. He took out the square-shaped device from the storage ring and first opened the chains around the professor's wrists. With a click, the chains dropped down and Professor Oliver sighed with relief. How's the situation outside? He spoke to Kyle, who proceeded to enter another prison cell. There are a lot of guards patrolling. A few rooms on this floor, and many stairways leading upward, but I didn't see any exit or window on my way here. Kyle spoke with a serious tone and removed the chains hurriedly. The students were practically beaming with joy as Kyle removed the chains around their wrists. At last, he entered Alec's cell and removed his chains. Alec rubbed his wrists with a hiss, but he stopped and he noticed Kyle's deadly pale face. Hey, are you feeling all right? He stepped forward and wanted to touch Kyle's forehead, but the latter flinched away. I am fine. You all should find the exit and leave with the professor. I am going to find Bia. Are you kidding me? No way you are going alone. It's too dangerous. Let's go together, he said with a deadly serious expression, not wanting to back down even a little. Kyle sighed when he saw Alec's stubborn expression. Okay, then the others should. His sentence was cut short when Carcel, who always stayed quiet, showed him an irritated expression. I will go with you as well. Mia stepped toward the trio with a frown. She was the second closest person to Bia after Kyle. Me too, I won't be able to take it if something happened to Bia. Carcel gazed back at her with a serious expression. It was dangerous, he knew very well, but if she wanted to come along, who was he to stop her? Professor Oliver shook his head looking at them. They were all young and filled with hormones, even though the beast was important, but for him getting the kids out of this place safely was a top priority. Kids, it's better if we leave this place first. After we are in a more safe location, I will contact the academy. They will send someone to save Kyle's bonded companion. Kyle looked back at the professor with a dissatisfied expression, but he kept quiet for a few seconds. He could sense Bia's presence. She was not that far. There was no way he was going to leave her behind because he was having a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. After all, no matter how much he called her name inwardly, she didn't reply. Through their link, Kyle was able to talk to Bia no matter where they were, but now the sudden quietness was making him uneasy. I am leaving, he said with a serious expression and started moving toward the stairway. Alec and Carcel both glared at the professor, who was speechless. We are going to follow him. They instantly followed behind Kyle, with Mia tagging together with them. Ginny looked at Blaine, who shrugged his shoulders. I don't know why, but I think it's a lot better if we followed them, he said, and dashed behind Carcel, fading back. Ginny looked at the professor. Sir, I am gonna follow Blaine. Please make sure to send reinforcement if you find the exit. She didn't wait for an answer and left the bewildered professor, who massaged his temples with a sigh. He looked at the remaining students with a complicated expression. Let's follow them. It's safer if we all stayed together. Professor Oliver staggered toward the stairway, but he stopped when he reached the end because his hair stood up behind his back. There's an array around here. He spoke in a hushed tone, but Kyle, who was waiting outside the array so the others could leave safely, raised his brow. Kyle pointed to the left. Walked out from that place, it's safe. Professor Oliver looked at Kyle's finger. He was anxious because if the array was activated, their escape plan would be busted. But after seeing how Alec, Carcel, Mia, Blaine, and Jenny were standing outside the array, he followed Kyle's finger and stepped out from the left side. The other students quietly followed behind the professor. Kyle looked at the professor, who stood beside him, and blinked his eyes. Oliver stared back at him with a serious expression. He wasn't strong, but he would do his best to protect the kids. What? Stop staring and lead the way before someone arrives at this place. Kyle didn't say anything and nodded. He started walking in the shadows with silent footsteps while everyone followed behind him. After a minute, he stopped because he saw two men patrolling around a few meters away from him. He tightly grabbed the spear in his hand, ready to attack when Oliver moved swiftly and slit their necks within a few seconds. Let's move. Kyle snapped out of his daze and nodded. We need to go up. He pointed at a stairway and started climbing, with the others silently following behind him. They passed through a few more narrow paths and climbed 2 more stairways. While moving, Kyle spotted some more people patrolling around, but Oliver quietly took out everyone without making any noise. After taking out another enemy, Oliver looked back at Kyle with a frown. Is it my imagination, or are we strolling around a dangerous place like it's our backyard? There was no way this eerie place only had these weak bugs Oliver could take care of very easily. He narrowed his eyes and quietly walked beside Kyle, who closed his eyes to sense something and pointed at their left. Alec chuckled slightly when he saw Oliver's complicated expression. Meanwhile, the cyan-haired man Kyle saw in the room filled with dead bodies walked around for a few minutes, but a frustrated expression appeared on his face when he didn't sense or find any other tracks, except for some bloodstains leading toward the dead body, which disappeared from his room. He clenched his brows with a furious expression and moved forward with large strides. After walking around for a while, he arrived in front of the underground prison where the new subjects from the Royal Academy were tied up. His dark facial expression brightens a little. I can't find that fly, but I can play with the new kids. He rubbed his hands with an evil grin but frowned when he didn't see any guard around the stairway. So irresponsible. I know the kids can't run away because they are tied up with mana-restraining metal, but they should place some guards in this place. He spoke angrily and was going to call someone to send a few guards when his eyes narrowed into a slit as he noticed a huge hole within the array present outside the stairway. Shit, he cursed and entered the array. The ring present on his finger shone when the faint mana touched his skin as he easily passed the array. He hurriedly descended the stairway, only to curse once again with a livid expression. Damn it, those kids funking ran away. What the hell is Larry doing? The hall was adorned with intricately carved chairs, plush velvet drapes, and gilded accents, creating an air of majesty and elegance, creating a truly regal atmosphere. The hall door swung open, and a dignified golden-haired middle-aged man walked inside with a few old faces following behind him. The golden-haired man approached the middle chair designed with beautiful patterns and sat down with a serious expression. After him, an old man with a wrinkled forehead proceeded to open up a small device, and instantly afterward, 3 big projections lit up midair. "Your Majesty, the tournament will start within 30 minutes," the old man said in a nonchalant voice before he and the other 3 old individuals sat down on the empty chairs available in the hall. Cedric, the current king of Kingdom Escalante, gazed at the middle projection. It showed a vast expanse of light green bushes. Among the grassy field, a big stage coupled with many small stages was set up in a circular fashion, with rows of audience seats set up in one corner upon one another. The other 2 projections showed many individuals varying from young to old. The young were the students participating in the tournament, while the old individuals were their protectors. Cedric frowned and his eyes narrowed when he didn't see the familiar face of his acquaintance George. No, not just George. No one from the Royal Academy was present in the projections. He tapped the chair's armpit and looked at the old man sitting on his left. "Ratrick, where's your people?" His voice was heavy, but the old man sitting beside him was confused as well. "I don't know. After leaving the forest, I directly arrived here." It was indeed strange. All the participating academies were required to arrive at the platform 5 hours earlier to start the tournament as soon as possible. "Let me check." Ratrick fiddled with one of his communication devices that was linked with the academy, but his frown deepened when he opened the device. It was broken. "Ah, I didn't notice this." He sighed because he was too busy running around and forgot about the broken device. With a swift movement, he took out another device, and after injecting the device with his mana signature, he called George directly. Communication crystal vibrated for a while before it stopped, and an anxious voice resounded in the hall, attracting the attention of everyone. "Sir," Ratrick's expression hardened a little. It was very rare for George to panic. "Yes, it's me. Where are you? The tournament is about to start." There was silence for a second before George's voice resounded as he recounted everything that happened in the academy. Ratrick's face was ashen as he heard everything with clenched fists, an angry vein bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "Who dared to show such audacity and kidnap my people?" His angry voice died down when the king stood up with a dark expression and patted his shoulder. "What about the students? How many were abducted?" The king's voice was calm, but everyone sitting inside the hall could feel the hidden rage in his voice. 12 students, including Professor Oliver, Carcel, Alec, and Kyle included. There was an eerie silence within the hall as Ratrick stood up and clenched his fist with anger. "Tell me the location of the coordinates you find. I am coming there. I will destroy them with my own hands." George didn't waste any time and hurriedly told him the location. Ratrick looked at the king, who was livid, and finally took a deep breath to calm his troubled heart. "Cedric, I am leaving. Please take care of the matter regarding the tournament." The king simply nodded, and Principal Ratrick stormed out of the hall, directly floating toward the east border. After he left, the king ordered someone to link his projection with the place where the tournament was going to be held. Soon, his floating image appeared in front of the hundreds of excited students and old individuals who were waiting for the tournament to start. The crowd cheered with enthusiasm, but the king's next words poured a bucket of cold water off their heads, and their excitement disappeared, replaced with confusion and bewilderment. "For now, the tournament is canceled." The single line resounded in their heads like a bolt of lightning. Some of them wanted to know the reason behind this decision, and some wanted to confirm if they were hearing things, but the projection was abruptly cut off, making them curse inwardly. After making the announcement, the king dismissed everyone present in the hall. When he was alone, his nonchalant expression disappeared, replaced with worry. He clasped his hands together and called out his 2 loyal shadow guards. The 2 shadows appeared out of nowhere, kneeling in front of him with their faces hidden behind black masks. "Do whatever you can to find the culprit behind all this. Also, make sure nothing happened to the young prince." His voice was deep and heavy. The 2 kneeling figures nodded and disappeared from the hall. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dark room, filled with eerie equipment and mysterious contraptions, the room was shrouded in darkness, with flickering lights casting eerie shadows on the walls. A man with deep red eyes and long uncombed black hair was pacing around a table where patches of red blood could be seen. 2 ancient books filled with unreadable text were lying on the table. He laughed historically as he looked at the red vial present in his hand. His deep gaze locked on the steel cage placed at the edge of the table. An injured beast that looked like a red fluffy bird was lying unconscious in the cage with its neck trapped in a circular steel chain. It was Bia. Her feathers were dyed in blood, and a large gash could be seen on her back. "I can't believe it. I just used the beast blood, and within a few hours, I succeeded in making such a potent potion that can extend anyone's life force. Just gulping the content of this single vial, and the person can live a few hundred years more even if he is lying on deathbed. What would happen if I used its heart? Now I am 100% sure I can make a potion that will increase my talent. Ziner, aren't you going to share it with me? He wore a nonchalant expression and turned around to look at the projection floating behind him. Tusk, I do all the hard work and you reap the benefits. Anyway, I will send you some when I am done with my experiments. His voice turned grave for a few seconds. Lily, how many times did I tell you don't call out my name? Call me father or dad. The projection showed a beautiful lady sitting lazily on a small bed. From the projection, one could see the scenery around the lady was extremely ordinary. A simple room containing a square-shaped wardrobe, a single bed, and a study table with a chair. Her long black hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her eyes were arched up with a glint. Nope, Ziner is better, because we both know very well if something happened to one of us, the other will run away without looking back. Also, who was the one who gave you all the information? Now don't be greedy and share some benefits with me. I have some more information for you. That useless Aster won't tell you anything if you don't give him something in return. Ziner raised his brow looking at his daughter. Just like her, he didn't care if she died or not, but she was indeed useful whenever he needed free information regarding the academy. What news? A giggle escaped Lily's mouth as she neared the communication crystal with a grin. They found out the coordinates of the array. George and an elder ran away the moment they knew the location. Ziner nodded and waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if they found the location, it doesn't matter. After the kids were teleported, I changed their location. Lily's smile faltered as she lay down on the bed. Tusk, what a pity you won't die. I am off, I have a class. Make sure to send me some of the potions, or else I will release your exact location to the whole academy. Her eyes were sharp as a knife when she turned off the communication crystal and stood up from the bed. Now that a lot of top students are out of the picture, I can participate in the tournament. There was a reason why she didn't challenge anyone else after 9 kicked her out from the top 10. I can only hope Ziner sent me those potions before getting caught. She tidied up her appearance and left her room with a smile. On the other hand, Ziner clicked his tongue after the projection disappeared. Not even a minute was passed when his communication device trembled again. With an irritated expression, he picked up the device but frowned when he saw the caller's face. A man with messy cyan-colored hair and pitch-black eyes looked at him with a panicked expression. Ziner saw the panicked man and wondered why the latter called him out of nowhere. What happened? Ayaki. Ayaki wiped the sweat present on his forehead. Boss, those kids from the Royal Academy. They ran away. His sentence was like a thunderbolt as Ziner's eyes flew open wide. His pupils shrank slightly. Not believing his ears, he questioned. They what? I just came out from my room. They're all gone. Ziner's expression paled slightly. Damn it, you all can't even take care of some kids. Find them immediately. They can't go far because we are in the middle of a forest. Hurry up, deploy everyone single man. I will check all the passages leading outside. He shouted with a vein bulging on his forehead. If somehow his hidden location was released, he was done for. George and Ratrick would tear him apart. Not just him, they would destroy everything. His name was famous because he was a dark mage who had done many experiments on all types of living things. Still, he was one of the S+ rank individuals of the kingdom. That's why the king overlooked his dark work. But now that he dared to touch the beloved Royal Academy, he knew the risk of his own decision. I can't expose myself. I need to find the kids. With an angry breath, Ziner disappeared from the room, heading straight toward the passages from where the kids could leave. Meanwhile, after climbing another stairway, Kyle stood in front of a large, narrow path. His heartbeat quickened because he could sense Bia was nearby. He walked passing through a few rooms before stopping in front of a black door. With closed eyes, Kyle placed his hand on the room. She is in there. He spoke with a serious expression and looked at the others. Professor Oliver's clothes were filled with blood because a few minutes ago they encountered a strong opponent who was A rank. It took him much more time to take out that man with cautious and minimum noise. Even though the professor won, he suffered a few injuries, and from his ragged breathing, Kyle was sure that Oliver was tired after fighting so many people. Alex stepped forward and touched the door. He was holding a long blue lance. Not just him, almost all the students were holding different weapons. After Oliver killed the enemies, they robed their weapons in storage rings. Alec looked back at everyone with a serious expression. Be ready, I believe someone strong is waiting for us behind this door. Kyle nodded, and with another glance at the professor, he pushed the door open. With a low creak, the door opened, and Kyle's eyes darted around the dimly lit room, looking around for Bia's figure. Without waiting for the professor, he stepped inside hurriedly with everyone else following behind him. Kyle's breath hitched when his eyes landed on the table present at the end of the room. He didn't care about the strange tools and glass containers lying around the room and staggered toward the table with red eyes. Bia, His voice was barely audible as he fixed his gaze on the metal cage. Mia followed behind him with moist eyes. The other students' eyes were saddened when they saw Bia's condition. A sigh escaped Oliver's lips as he looked at Kyle's back. Alec patted Kyle's shoulder with a serious expression. I can sense she is breathing. After hearing Alec's words, Kyle finally released the breath he didn't even know he was holding. He patted Alec's hand with a blank face. Alec's fingers curled up as the cold sensation from Kyle's touch seeped through his hand. What the? He gazed at Kyle back with a frown. Kyle's hand was freezing like ice. Meanwhile, a large breath escaped from Kyle's mouth as he slowly opened his clenched fists. It was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly. Not even Sen, the person he disliked the most, infuriated him so much. After spending so much time together with Bia, she was an important part of his life. They bickered, cursed at each other. Heck, they even hurled various attacks on each other, but they relied on each other the most whenever there was a dangerous situation. With a dazed expression, Kyle approached the cage. His fingertips touched the cold metal bars surrounding the unconscious Bia. Bia, she didn't reply. Kyle grabbed the cage roughly and used so much force that its door was broken. Unbeknownst to him, his palm was bleeding due to the sheer amount of brute force he used to open the cage. The drops of blood trickled down before they were absorbed by the table, directly heading toward a container attached underneath the table where Bia's blood was stored. With a worried gaze, he gently caresses Bia's wings, but when his gaze landed on the metal chain present around her neck, a surge of anger flooded his mind. Kyle hurriedly looked around for the square-shaped device he acquired from the guard, standing outside the underground prison cells. With a swift movement, he placed the device on the chain. A clank sound resounded, and the chain around Bia's neck dropped before Kyle picked up her limp body. He fiddled with the storage ring present on his finger and took out all the low-grade healing potions, sprinkling all of them on the deep, large gash present on Bia's back. A barely audible, painful groan resounded inside his mind, and Kyle finally sighed with relief. Bia, her round, watery eyes opened slightly, and she glanced at Kyle. It's okay, just sleep. I will wake you up when we are in a safe location. Kyle patted her head and looked at the person standing beside him. Ah. She is fine, Mia nodded and gently tugged at Bia's head with relief. At this moment, Oliver sighed and spoke with a serious expression while looking around the room for a map or something related to the place where they were trapped. Let's not waste any more time, we have to leave this place. Kyle nodded and finally gazed around the dimly lit room. Various equipment and rows of glass containers with many monsters' body parts floating inside a strange liquid. His sharp gaze swept through everything before he saw a square-shaped platform hidden behind a U-shaped glass container. With beer in his hands, Kyle approached the platform, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the symbols carved on the platform. The other students were busy looking around the room as they ruffled through each corner when Blaine whispered with excitement. I found a communication crystal. Alex stopped and gazed at Blaine, who was emptying a silver bucket normally used to store water. Not just him, everyone gazed at Blaine with expectations until Ginny slapped him from behind. It's broken. Idiot, you are rummaging through a dustbin. Can't you see the used-up papers and other broken devices inside? Blaine looked at her dumbfounded. What for? The slap was unexpected. Oliver massaged his temples with sweaty hands and looked at the kids who were curiously pacing around the room like they were on a picnic. All right, stop fooling around. I don't think there's anything important in this place except for these strange containers. Let's leave. Oliver gathered everyone ready to leave when he noticed Kyle standing in front of the platform. What are you doing? We need to leave. With a frown, he approached Kyle and gazed at the platform. It's an array. Maybe a trapping array used to trap living beings. Oliver whispered slowly. He was not proficient in arrays, but from the small knowledge he had, he could tell the array was used to trap something, but was broken when the trapped individual used too much force. Kyle gazed at Olive and nodded. It was indeed a trapping array. He looked back at the students before gazing at the blue-haired girl standing beside Carcel. Mia, can you please take care of Bia for a while? Sure. With a nod, Mia stretched out her hands and Kyle placed Bia's body on her hands. She will be fine after some rest. Kyle's eyes traced around the array as he rubbed his cold palm. Professor, I think we can escape through this array. It's not a teleportation array, but I can do some fiddling and add some advanced symbols to form a one-way teleportation array. Though we can't teleport far, and the array will be completely broken after one usage, we can leave this place. A shocked expression appeared on Oliver's face as he looked at Kyle with a deep frown. I know you know arrays, seeing how easily you passed through the array present outside the underground prison, but still, how is it possible for you to make a teleportation array? It's too difficult. Even a single mishap can cause death causalities, and it will take too much time just to design the complicated symbols. Kyle looked at the professor with a serious expression, not backing down even the slightest. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible because something inside him was forcing him to close his eyes and just fall asleep. If not for Bia, he would have succumbed to that feeling a long time ago. I can do it. I have learned it from Elder Han. If I am successful, we can leave this place. His voice came out a little hoarse as he gazed at the professor, who flinched when he heard Elder Han's name. Alec gazed at the room door and hurriedly approached Kyle. All right, instead of running around aimlessly, your idea is a lot better, but how much time will it take? You do know we are in a dangerous place right now. Kyle looked back at Alec with a nod. I know it's dangerous, but I only need 10 minutes. If anyone has another idea, I am willing to follow. For a moment, there was silence. After contemplating for a few seconds, Oliver nodded in agreement because he didn't have any other plan as to how they should leave this place. Also, the more time they wasted, the dangerous it was. The dimly lit room door was closed as Oliver and the students stood in front of it with serious expressions. They were holding weapons, ready to kill any enemy who dared to enter inside. Alec looked at the lance present in his hand with a dissatisfied expression. I miss my sword. I wonder where these jerks placed our storage rings. Not just him, almost everyone was sad at the loss of their precious storage rings. That's why they looked around every corner of this room, but didn't find even a single clue. With a sigh, Alec shook his head. He gazed at the system, expecting some help, only to become disappointed. After we leave, I will ask the vice principal to help me find my sword. I can't let it go, it's too precious. In a corner behind the U-shaped container, Mia and Rio, one of the gray-haired twins, were standing while observing Kyle, who was making symbols on the platform. Mia's eyes were half opened as she gazed at Kyle while sitting on Mia's hands. She was lightheaded due to the injuries, but now she was able to see the situation more clearly while occasionally moving her feathers. Kyle's figure moved on the platform as he used a broken glass shard to carve the symbols on the ground because he didn't have any other thing available. It's so time-consuming. I need to advance my array skills so I can draw array symbols just by using mana. It's too uncomfortable to carve the ground with this piece of glass. He grumbled inwardly as he saw the many symbols. Time trickled by as he moved around the platform. His vision turned hazy for a second, but Kyle bit his tongue to stay conscious. Alec looked at the door and gazed back at Kyle. Kyle, how much more time? He said with a hesitant voice because he could hear faint footsteps outside the door. Professor Oliver tensed up as well and gestured for the kids to stand behind him. Kyle didn't pause in his actions as he dragged the glass shard on the platform. Just 4 more minutes. Meanwhile, a few meters away from the room Kyle and the others were currently present, Larry stomped his foot with anger as he glared at the 10 men standing behind him. His mask was nowhere to be seen, and his condition was disheveled because he had just been beaten up by one of his superiors. Damn it. Just where the fuck did they disappear? There are only 5 floors in this building. Where can they go if not around these floors? He cursed and kicked a nearby man with anger. As he was taking out his anger, another man dressed in formal clothes appeared behind the group of people. Larry stopped lashing out. Zeiner checked the exit passages and didn't find them. He and the other A-ranks are currently outside looking around the forest madly. We need to check each floor thoroughly. Larry glanced at the cyan-colored haired man who just appeared out of nowhere. Ayaki, you said the dead body disappeared from your room. Don't tell it's that dead body who did all this. If only you stopped playing with those creepy bodies and kept an eye on your surroundings, nothing like this would have happened. Ayaki snorted and looked at him with a snicker. Shut up. It's not my fault. You and Bastion were the ones in charge of those kids from the Royal Academy. I just want to applaud for the fact that you were tricked by a single kid. We are both dead if we didn't find those kids. Zeiner is angry enough to explode any time. He massaged his temples and licked his dry lips. I am going to pack my stuff and run away if we can't find the kids on the last 2 floors. Who knows what would happen if those kids somehow found a secure place outside and contacted the academy. Larry paled when he heard the consequences of their actions. It was good as long as they didn't get caught, but now the only thing they could do was to flee for their life. He kicked a nearby wall with anger. A tremble shook the wall, and the row of wooden boxes stacked a few meters away came crashing down with loud sounds. Larry clicked his tongue when he saw the boxes, but his eyes narrowed into a slit when he saw the 2 dark, unconscious figures lying behind the boxes. The fuck? He dashed and threw away the boxes and looked at the figures. A vein bulged on his forehead. After he got beaten up by the superior, he called almost every guard, but a lot of low-rank guards did not answer his calls. So this was a reason they were all dead. Larry's bloodshot eyes gazed at the dead bodies as he looked around the narrow floor filled with rooms. They are still here. Check every room on this floor. Hurry up. The guard standing behind him dashed forward and started opening door after door. Ayaki looked at the dead bodies with a serious expression. What a waste of materials. Larry glared at him. Shut up. We are fucking standing at death door and you want to play with dead bodies. Ayaki shook his head with disdain. Did you lose your brain after getting kicked? If they are really inside the building, there's no way they can run away. Larry calmed down and nodded while carefully folding his sleeves. There was no way the captives could run away from this floor, because except for some experiment tools, nothing precious was available here. He walked around the floor when a muffled cry echoed in his ears. With wide eyes, he gazed at the largest door present in the middle. Two of the guards rushed to the room with their weapons, but they were attacked with a dangerous wind attack. They are hiding inside the boss room. Larry looked at the person standing beside, and both of them rushed toward the room. With a creak, a man clad in black gazed inside with a cautious expression. His eyes widened with visible shock and disbelief when he saw the group of people standing in the room. The man wanted to shout out to alarm the others, but Oliver jumped forward and grabbed the man's mouth with his palm to shut him up. A barely audible muffled sound escaped from the man's throat as he eyed Oliver with horror before his throat was slit with a sharp glass shard. Oliver clenched his jaw. He wanted to take out the enemy as quietly as possible, but alas, when he was busy killing, he didn't notice the other man in black standing outside the door. "They are here." A loud shout echoed throughout the whole floor. Within a second, the other men clad in black stopped what they were doing and dashed toward the room. Oliver heard the approaching footsteps and cursed under his breath. He opened his palm wide and hurled out a wind attack at the fleeting man. With it, the man in black crashed into the wall opposite the room, but it was too late. Their location was exposed as many individuals reached the room in no time. The students standing behind Oliver went stiff. Some tensed when they saw an ominous-looking man with striking cyan hair step in the room. The man's very presence sent shivers down their spines, his aura dripping with the scent of fresh blood. After a second, another person with fiery red hair who looked familiar yet unfamiliar stepped into the room, followed by many men in black. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. Unlike the cyan-haired man who stood quietly, the red-haired man gritted his teeth with anger while throwing a dangerous glare at Oliver and the kids standing opposite him. "Capture them," Larry shouted, and the group of men standing behind him stepped forward only to become scared shitless when Oliver released his aura and looked at them with emotionless eyes. "Damn it, I forget there's a professor among them." With another curse, a chain appeared in Larry's hand as he leaped forward to knock the professor. "I will take care of him," grabbed the kids. Oliver's face hardened when he sensed Larry's rank. He looked at the kids who were ready to fight a life-and-death battle and engaged himself with Larry. Larry's expression didn't change even when he sensed that Oliver was S-rank. He scoffed, and to Oliver's dismay, he was able to parry his attacks very easily. The situation stunned the students because they could see Oliver was being pressured. The clink of chains filled the air as Larry swung them with deadly precision. They clashed, and with gritted teeth, Oliver pushed Larry backward toward a container to not influence the kids. On the other hand, Alec's gaze turned solemn. He silently counted the approaching group of men inwardly. 1 to 8. The 8 men didn't even flinch when the kids glared at them with dark eyes. They immediately pulled out chains to capture them like slaves. Alec gazed at the system window and saw the appraisal result. A cold breath escaped his mouth. 2 of the men were C rank, 1 B rank, and the remaining 5 D rank. Carcel attacked the one on the left. "I will take care of the one in the middle," he shouted and lashed out with incredible agility. The men in black were stunned at the kids' audacity, but they recovered within a second. Carcel and the students followed behind Alec and attacked their respective enemies. Alec grazed the lance he was holding on the floor. Sparks flew out as he blocked the strongest man in black. Even before he decided to battle the man, he knew he was too weak compared to his opponent, but he didn't expect he would stumble many steps backward in their first blood, seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he backflipped and planted his feet on the floor. Carcel gazed at Alec, but he couldn't help because he was overpowered by a C-rank individual Alec asked him to fight. Blaine and Jenny handled the last C-rank together, while the other students got engaged with the remaining D-rank men. All this while, Aoki, the cyan hair man, stood at the door with amused eyes. He didn't release his aura, nor did he attack anyone. His dark eyes followed the drops of blood trickling down from each individual. He rubbed his hands with anticipation. He wanted to see many dead bodies. "Tusk, Larry can handle these kids easily, but I should inform the others so they come back." He silently pushed out a small device from his pocket and pressed on it before looking at the battle again. Alec's eyes darkened when he saw Aoki's figure. He gritted his teeth and blocked another attack from his opponent, only to be flung backward with an even greater force. He wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up again even though his body was in pain. His eyes traced the figure standing between the door, because if that cyan hair man attacked, they were all done for. "If he got involved, we have 0% chance of winning this fight." "Damn it, Kyle, just how much more time do you need?" "Now I am not sure if we will be able to leave this place." Alec didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that he knew the enemy ranks, because too much knowledge was always bad for his heart. System analysis. Name, Aoki Dinazir. Race, demi-human. Rank, A. Talent, S+. Skills. Alec blocked another attack when a large ice boulder was thrown at his opponent from behind. He turned around for a second and saw Mia's figure standing further at the back. She was throwing magical attacks here and there while grasping Bia tightly. Alec's eyes wandered around for a second. Carcel was injured. The other students were having a very hard time as well. Lastly, from the faint reflections, he could tell Oliver's situation wasn't looking good as well. The professor was ruthlessly pushed back as he countered Larry each attack. He clenched his jaw tightly, and with another stroke, he was done with the array. He gazed at the place where Mia was standing a while ago and hurriedly took out all the mana stones present in the storage ring present on his finger. Not enough, Kyle cursed, and his mind raced as he gazed back. Oliver's bloodied figure was flung backward as he blocked the red-haired man's attack. Kyle's breath hitched when he saw a familiar figure standing nonchalantly between the door. It's that man. He shook his head and looked back at the array. Within a second, he made a decision. I need mana. I am not sure if it will work. He bent down and placed both of his palms on the platform. He did read about this method in one of the ancient books he acquired from the tower, but he only comprehended a few lines, so he wasn't sure if it would work. With a deep breath, he threw away the anxiousness eating away at his heart and solely focused on the mana present in his body, circulating it gently around his wrists before injecting the mana within the array symbols. It was a very strange feeling because instead of the natural mana present in the surroundings, he was using his mana as a catalyst to fuel the array. His hand trembled slightly as the mana within his body drained at a visibly fast speed. Within 2 seconds, half of his mana was gone. Kyle's eyes shone slightly as he saw the symbols reacting under his guidance. It's worked. Relief appeared on his pale face as he stood up and looked at the array. It will activate automatically within 5 minutes. Kyle's eyes landed on the battle behind him. He stepped out from behind the glass container and sharply gazed around. The strange mana movement behind the container attracted Aoki's attention as he squinted his eyes to look at the container, but he was distracted due to Kyle's presence. I didn't sense this kid. Where did he come from so suddenly? So many questions appeared in his mind as his curious eyes followed Kyle, who looked around with a deadpan expression. What happened next made his scalp go numb, and he almost stepped forward to grab Kyle's neck. Kyle gazed at every single individual and grabbed a large glass shard in his hand tightly. I am done. We have only 5 minutes, he shouted, and immediately afterward all students knew what he meant. Alec almost cursed. How were they going to free themselves in 5 minutes? The moment this thought flashed through Alec's mind, Kyle's figure flashed as he used instant teleportation to appear behind Alec's opponent. It was too sudden. The man clad in black wasn't able to react properly. Even Alec was stunned. Kyle slashed at the man's neck from behind. The man's hair stood up as he tilted his body out of reflex and avoided the sharp shard from penetrating his neck. Instead, the glass shard pierced through his shoulder, and he cried out in pain. Attack! Kyle shouted, and Alec snapped out before stabbing his opponent with a deadly strike. The B-rank individual was overwhelmed. He wanted to block Alec's attack, but Kyle threw a fireball at his face, and Alec's lance penetrated his abdomen. With a loud shriek, the man dropped down. Alec could sense the man only fainted because he was breathing. He wanted to attack again when a painful cry echoed, and both Kyle and Alec looked at Blaine. Help Carcel! Alec shouted at Kyle and dashed forward to help Blaine. Kyle's eyes landed on Carcel's figure. Instead of moving, a large ice spear appeared above his head. Even though he seemed distracted, he was focused on the cyan-hair man standing between the door. The man didn't move even when Kyle and Alec took out one of their strongest members, but the faint anger on his face wasn't something he could hide. Kyle could feel the man's eyes looking at him from head to toe with intense curiosity, but he didn't gaze back and threw the ice spear at the opponent Carcel was facing. With a flash, the floating ice spear crashed into the unsuspecting enemy, and many ice fragments scattered around, heading straight toward the other men in black. The atmosphere around the room became chilly, and Kyle's gaze flickered for a second. He shook his head. I need to stay conscious. Meanwhile, after Alec saw Kyle's skill, he opened his palm and shouted, Cyclonic Gale. A small tornado appeared in his palm, and within a second it danced around Alec, turning large enough to engulf everything in front of him. Hundreds of wind blades swirled within the tornado, and it almost crushed the opponent fighting Blaine. Large gusts of winds flew around the room, and the ice present on the ground scattered as the tornado finally dissipated after gravely wounding the C-rank man. Aoki merely chuckled, but the vein bulging on his forehead gave him away. He wanted to applaud because, true to its name, the Royal Academy students were very strong. He clicked his tongue and finally stepped forward to stop everything when Kyle turned around and pointed the glass shard at him. With a raised brow, Aoki looked at Kyle with amusement. You want to attack me? Okay, come on, I will give you a chance. His voice was filled with disdain and anger as he pointed his finger at Kyle, who looked at him with a dark expression. Alec gazed at Aoki with gritted teeth. Kyle, he is strong. Don't battle with him. He shouted, but Kyle's eyes were fixed on the cyan-hair man as he replied with a serious expression. We don't have time, so finish them up and step on the platform. Aoki was confused, but Alec and the others knew what he meant. They became aggressive in their attacks and slowly started moving backward toward the platform. The cyan-hair man's gaze followed them when Kyle curled up his finger with a mocking smile. Your opponent is me. Didn't you say you will give me a chance, or are you going to back off now? Aoki scoffed. All right, come on. However, what happened next almost made his blood boil in anger. He counted the duration when the array would activate in his mind, and to everyone's surprise, the glass shard present in his hand dropped with a clink. Within a second, Kyle felt the remaining mana left in his body in Oliver's location. The mana is not enough, but if I endure the pain, then I can do it. A cold chuckle escaped from the cyan-hair man as he looked at Kyle with a fed-up expression. Aoki's gaze lingered on the kids who had killed a few more men clad in black. Now only 2 men were left, but from the look of it, the remaining men would be soon out of the picture, leaving behind only him and Larry. He fixed his eyes on Kyle, ready to release his aura to subdue him if the latter didn't move in the next few seconds. What got cold feet? Why are you not attacking me now? Kyle's gaze subtly moved as he looked at a bloodied sword present on the ground, belonging to one of the enemies. His fingers curled up into a fist as he took a deep breath and looked at the cyan-hair man, who laughed at his minor actions. Aoki raised his brow with disdain when Kyle's figure moved only to grab the sword with one swift movement and dash at him at full speed. With a snort, he opened his fingers. Wisp of mana lingered on his nails as he prepared to stab them in Kyle's neck to satisfy his anger. Under his gaze, Kyle's lips curved upward and his eyes almost popped out because the moment Kyle arrived in front of him, he disappeared. Aoki blinked. He had seen this move before, but he was stunned for a second. How can a person just disappear into thin air? Meanwhile, Kyle's figure appeared behind Larry. He didn't want to use too much mana, that's why he waited until Oliver and Larry neared his position and activated the skill instant teleportation. His grip on his sword tightened, and Oliver's eyes widened when he saw Kyle appearing out of nowhere. Oliver's condition wasn't good. He was bleeding from his mouth, and a large wound could be seen on his arm. Seeing Oliver's distracted eyes, Larry frowned and wanted to distance himself for a second when the cyan-hair man's shout resounded in the room. Watch out! Larry's eyes contracted when he sensed the mana movement behind himself. It was too chaotic enough to make his scalp go numb. Oliver saw Kyle attack. He was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and clawed Larry's neck to stop him from moving from his location. Aoki's eyes turned bloodshot as he disappeared from his place to snap Kyle's neck. How presumptuous. He was tricked by a small fry he could kill with a single slap. Kyle's eyes turned cold. He didn't stop his movement because he knew after this move his mana would be drained. Ethereal Voidbreaker, he mused, and the mana around the room trembled. It danced around the metal sword in a tangled manner. The sword cracked due to the sheer amount of pressure, but Kyle's grasp on it was tight. He imbued every bit of mana present in his body to the sword without caring about the cracks, and before the cyan-hair man could grab him, he unleashed a devastating strike, but this time the sword aura was filled with coldness and tiny beads of ice appeared on its blade. With a swift and precise swing, the blade sliced through the air. Larry panicked. He could sense the attack was devastating enough to cripple him, but Oliver forced him to stay in his place. Amidst the coldness, a rift of light and energy that obliterated anything in its path appeared in front of Kyle. With a resounding, the sword shattered. Larry spurted out a mouthful of blood as his figure was flung in the opposite direction, while Kyle flew backward due to the pressure of his attack. Under Aoki's horrid gaze, everything stopped for a second as he tried to digest the situation. A mere kid who was barely 20 used a move dangerous enough to threaten an A-rank individual. It took him a second to believe this fact. If a few minutes ago someone said this to him, he would just scoff and consider that person an idiot. Kyle didn't care about the blood seeping out from his mouth. He gritted his teeth and propelled himself midair to fly toward the platform. The students were stunned as they all watched Kyle's figure crashing into the container. With a loud, the glass shattered, and the murky liquid present within the container gushed out, splashing everywhere. A groan escaped from Kyle's lips as he clenched his fists to stop himself from crumbling down because of the pain. The moment Kyle's figure crashed with the glass container, Bia's cry rang out in his mind as she saw him with her half-opened eyes. Kyle, she flapped her weak wings frantically to leave Mia's embrace, but Kyle's firm voice replied, "Stay with Mia." Bia's protest echoed in his mind, but Kyle stayed quiet. Alec cursed when he saw Kyle's bloodied figure, and with a dark expression, he took care of the last man clad in black. Kyle shook his head when his eyelids suddenly turned heavy and a barely audible voice escaped through his mouth. Platform. The students knew what he meant. They all rushed backward, while Alec and Carcel rushed toward Kyle to help him up. Ayaki gazed at Kyle's figure, with red veins bulging out on his forehead. His nails dug into his flesh as he dashed forward to kill Kyle. He no longer cared about anything else, he just wanted to kill Kyle with his hands. Oliver blocked Ayaki's path with ragged breathing when he saw his crazed expression. On the side, Larry's condition wasn't good. His clothes were tattered and he lay on the ground with dim breathing. A large pool of blood gushed out from the large gash present on his back. His eyes were hazy and mind blank for a while. It took him a few seconds to snap out of the daze as he moved his trembling body to take out a healing potion from his storage ring. Kyle gazed at Alec and Carcel's approaching figures with hazy eyes. Right now, he just wanted to sleep. His body was screaming, asking him to just close his eyes, but he didn't. With the remaining amount of strength left in his body, he straightened his palms on the ground to stand up, but what happened next left not just him, but almost everyone dumbfounded. Kyle eyed the warm light surrounding his body with confusion, but then his eyes widened in the next second when he saw the broken brooch lying on top of his left thigh. All the pieces of the brooch shone brightly, turning into small particles, and soon they engulfed Kyle's whole body. Kyle cursed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. He felt his body lighten up, and a familiar nauseating sensation crept up in his stomach. "Master, I want to question if this brooch is a life-saving treasure, or did you plot my death secretly?" Kyle eyed the warm light and stopped the urge to curse the old man. "Step on the platform now," he shouted as he knew barely 10 seconds were left and the array would activate itself. Alec and Carcel wanted to step forward to grab his body, but Kyle disappeared from the room with bright light blinding everyone. Everything happened so fast that even Ayaki and Oliver were dumbfounded, but they didn't stop fighting. Bia cried out again, this time with more vigor, but Mia grabbed her firmly. After a second, Kyle's voice resounded in her mind, barely calming her down. "Stay with Mia until I pick you up." After this single line, she didn't hear Kyle's voice again. Her round eyes turned moist with tears when she felt the connection between them becoming dim with each passing second. At the same time, Alec and Carcel dashed to the platform with gritted teeth. They could only wish for Kyle to be safe in their mind. The students were standing on the platform when the mana around them surged upward violently. Ayaki's eyes almost bulged out from the sockets when he sensed the mana movement. His gaze swept past the broken containers as he kicked Oliver with his leg, sending him a few steps backward. "How?" he questioned when he saw the edge of the platform where the kids were standing firmly. How was it possible for a teleportation array to appear in this place? Ayaki wanted to pull his hair with anger. Just what the heck was happening? He couldn't even secure some kids. At this movement, Alex shouted at the top of his lungs. Professor jumped backward. Oliver saw another attack coming his way. Opposite him, the cyan-hair man attacked crazily without even caring about his safety. At the same time, Larry dragged his body and tried his best to stand up, but from his pale face, Oliver was sure it would at least take the latter half a minute to handle the grave injury. Oliver didn't bother blocking the cyan-hair man's attack and jumped backward toward the platform. The blazing attack landed on his chest and a pained expression appeared on his face. His left hand twitched as his body flew back with an unimaginable speed. Alex saw Oliver's figure and shouted again, "Now." Immediately afterward, all the individuals standing on the platform drained every bit of mana present in their bodies, hurling out all the skills present in their arsenal without restraint. Ayaki saw the many attacks aimed at him. He shouted with so much frustration and anger that the ground beneath him cracked. Oliver spit out a mouthful of blood and his body crashed at the edge of the platform. A hand tugged on his shoulder and dragged him inside the platform. Another blinding flash of light appeared in the room, but this time the light was brighter. The ground beneath their feet cracked within a second. Ayaki dashed to stop them, but alas, it was too late. The light engulfed everyone present on the platform, and they all disappeared within the void, leaving behind a trail of their warmth. The cyan-hair man gazed at the lingering white particles, but his soul almost flew out from his body when the remaining mana around the platform trembled so violently that the nearby walls started shaking. A few faint symbols flew in the air. They swelled up with a frightening speed. Ayaki's eyes contracted. He didn't care about anything else and ran in the opposite direction with his tail tucked between his legs. Damn it, those bastards. His protest died down in the next second when a huge force crashed into his body, sending him flying. The ground under the array blasted into many pieces. Dust and debris flew everywhere as one of the room walls crashed down, shaking the whole building. At the same time, with trembling hands, Larry finally managed to stand up straight, but seeing the incoming doom, he almost spit out blood and fainted again. He didn't even know when a large boulder crashed on top of his head, and he lost consciousness while his body was barely grasping a thin thread to stay alive. While all this was happening, Zeiner and the group of men looking around for the escaped individuals returned after receiving a signal from Aoki. Zeiner's floating figure landed in front of the building with a nonchalant expression. The other men quietly followed behind him. He didn't even step inside when he felt a huge tremor shaking the very foundation of his secret base. Zeiner's eyes flew open with shock as he disappeared from his spot, heading directly toward the source of destruction. The group of men following behind him looked at each other with confusion but followed behind him. After a few seconds, Zeiner appeared in front of his room. His vibrant eyes lost their luster when he saw the condition of his room. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. Broken glass containers, the ground was caved in, and one of the walls sustaining the roof was nowhere to be seen. The only table was split into many pieces. Lastly, his eyes landed on the cage that was buried under a large rock. He staggered toward the cage and pushed the rock away. It was empty. The beast was gone. The group of men following behind him stood outside the room with grim expressions when a small groan resounded in the room. Zeiner turned around to look at the place where the voice came from, and then he snapped. "You bastard. What the hell did you do with my room? Where is the legendary beast? You were not even able to take care of some kids." He lashed out at Aoki, who was coughing out blood. Aoki's eyes contracted into a slit when he saw Zeiner approaching fist. Aoki coughed another mouthful of blood as Zeiner's fist collided with his chest. He would have probably perished if not for the other men stopping Zeiner on time. It took Zeiner 10 whopping minutes just to accept the reality with gritted teeth. All the students escaped unscathed. They even took the beast with them. His eyes darted around the room and landed on the broken pieces of the table. A vein bulged out in his forehead as he waved his hand, and all the pieces started hovering. Among the pieces, Zeiner eyed the small, broken, square-shaped container that was used to store the excess blood spilled on the table. He grabbed the container. It was broken, and only a few dribbles of blood were left inside. Zeiner cursed under his breath and put it inside his storage ring. With a loud exhale, he turned around to look at everyone when he sensed a weak breath under the debris. With a frown, Zeiner waved his hand, and the large rocks around the room started floating. His eyes narrowed at the barely alive red-haired man lying under a boulder. Larry. He didn't care if the people working for him died, but Larry was not weak. That's why he gestured for one of the men to give Larry a high-grade healing potion. Aoki eyed Larry's bloodied figure with gritted teeth. He was leaning against a wall and weakly gulped down a healing potion he took out from his storage ring. Anger flashed through his eyes when he recalled what happened a while ago. "I swear I am going to dissect those kids with my own hands. Just once let me get my hands on them." At a side, one of the men who followed behind Zeiner stood in front of the caved-in broken platform with a sweaty forehead. He gazed at Zeiner and shook his head with a serious expression. "There's no way I can track the coordinates of this array. Not just me, even a person well-versed in arrays won't be able to track the coordinates. The one who designed this array made sure nothing was left. It was designed to self-destruct after the first usage." Zeiner clenched his fist. No one informed him that one of the kidnapped students had knowledge regarding arrays, and from the look of it, the student wasn't a beginner in this field. He took a deep breath and waved his hand to gather everyone's attention. "Now that the kidnapped individuals ran away, we can't stay in this place any longer. Sooner or later, the people from the Royal Academy will come for our heads. I am leaving for another kingdom. Just pack every important stuff and things that can expose your identity and leave this place. Go far away and stay low for a while. I will find a new base, and after a few months when the Royal Academy stopped their search and everything calmed down, I will contact you all." Zeiner gazed at the group of men standing opposite him with a solemn expression. Today he lost a lot of manpower. After a few more instructions, he looked around his room, but because everything was broken and destroyed, he gritted his teeth with anger. He shot a deadly glare at Aoki and disappeared from the room without saying anything further. After he left, the other men gave a sidelong glance to the injured cyan-hair man and disappeared as well while dragging the unconscious Larry. Aoki cursed under his breath because he was the only one left. Now he had to clean the whole building. After resting for a few minutes, some of his injuries healed because of the many healing potions he gulped down. He staggered inside the whole building to look for everything of value. When he cleaned the storage room, his eyes darted to some storage rings lying in a corner. He didn't think much and tossed all the rings in a cloth bag. However, this was a grave mistake he would regret soon. After he was done, he left the building heading to an unknown place where no one would disturb him for a while. Meanwhile, inside a village present at the edge of Kingdom Tertia, the village nestled deep within a forest where some old elves couple lived harmoniously. The area was adorned with shimmering treehouses, lush waterfalls, and large green trees, creating a beautiful and serene environment. Two white-haired elves talked about their daily life as they walked around the street present between the various treehouses. After a while, they stopped walking and basked in the sunlight. One of them sighed with a peaceful expression. What a beautiful day. The moment this sentence left his mouth, a lot of individuals dropped from the sky, directly landing in front of the two dumbfounded elves. Og. So heavy, get down, Blaine groaned in pain as he pushed the huge weight that landed on his back. A few more students cried out in pain when their heads banged with a hard surface. The elves' duo finally snapped out of their daze when they smelled blood. Few more old elves stepped out from the treehouses and gathered around the uninvited guests who appeared out of nowhere. Who are you humans? How did you appear in this place? One of the elves wearing white robes questioned with a solemn expression as he could see that the uninvited guests didn't belong to the elf race. He gestured for the other elves to stay calm. Alec rubbed his head with a painful expression. He cursed in his mind because Kyle didn't tell them they would land after they used the array. He gazed at the other students and eyed Oliver's injured figure. Professor Oliver is unconscious. What should I do now? Alec sighed and looked at the individuals standing around him. He blinked his eyes. It took him a while to register that the old individuals standing around him were all elves. He patted his clothes and stood up. Carcel arrived beside him, and the remaining students stood behind the duo. Mia hid Bia's presence as much as possible and stood between all the students. Alec cleared his throat and looked at the elf who questioned them previously. Hello, sir. I am Alec, and these are my friends. We just accidentally stepped in a damaged array and arrived at this place. Could you please be kind enough to help us a little so we can return home? The elves narrowed their eyes at Alec with suspicion. How can so many people step in a damaged array all at once? And on top of that, you are saying you all stepped in the array accidentally. How ridiculous. However, the white-robed elf nodded his head. He could sense the kids' rank. They were no threat to them. Instead of a threat, the kids looked like they were running for life. They were vigilant of the sudden arrivals, but after Oliver regained consciousness, he instantly apologized and politely sought help. He didn't ask for much and just borrowed a communication device for a while to contact the academy. Oliver was glad they landed in a place filled with life instead of a dangerous forest or worse, a desert. In their current condition, there was no way the kids would survive without proper rest, while Oliver was busy contacting the academy. An old elf grandma took the kids into her wooden house. The girls were relieved when they took a warm bath and changed into better clothes provided by the kind grandma. Well, the clothes were basically large white robes, but the robes were 100 times better than their blood-filled clothes. The boys went to a separate place to bathe and change their clothes. After they were clean, the old grandma gave them warm food. She was very kind, but when she dragged Blaine and asked him to be her adopted son, everyone was dumbfounded. Her reason, she missed her grandson who hadn't visited her for a while. In the end, the old grandma's husband intervened and stopped her in time, or else Blaine would have gotten another mother. All this while, Bia stayed quiet as Mia enveloped her in cloth secretly to hide her from the prying eyes, but the thing she didn't know was that Bia's presence was discovered when she was trying her best to hide her. The old elves didn't think much about the small bird Mia was hiding desperately, because they were unaware of many things happening outside the village. So how would they know anything that was happening in another kingdom? After 2 hours of struggle, Oliver finally managed to contact the academy and returned with a smile. He glanced at the kids who were now looking fresh and well-fed with a relieved sigh. They stayed in the village until midnight when a loud sound resounded outside the village. All the elves left their houses and glared at the 3 floating old men who appeared out of nowhere and disturbed their night. Oliver cried out with joy when he saw the floating individuals. He dashed forward with a wide smile. Sir, Ratrick, George, and Elder Allays, the 3 of them gazed at Oliver's figure, and in an instant Ratrick disappeared from his place and grabbed Oliver's shoulder. How about the kids? Oliver was stunned for a second, but he hurriedly told the principal everything, narrating all the things that happened after they disappeared from the academy. The elves present around them eyed them with frowns, and one of them stepped forward to politely ask the intruder to leave their village. Ratrick was not angry. Instead, he thanked them for taking care of the students. Oliver went inside and brought all the students outside. After eyeing the students, George and Ratrick finally sighed with relief, but then a frown appeared on Ratrick's face. Where is Kyle? He said with a serious expression, but Oliver's body slumped when he heard Kyle's name. He was the one who drew the array, but suddenly he just vanished. I don't know the exact details. Ratrick nodded, but he silently looked at George and Allays, and both of them disappeared to look around for Kyle. After they left, Ratrick looked at the kids standing behind Oliver. He nodded at the elves and took out a floating boat from his storage ring. There was no teleportation array in this village, so it was better to float and find a nearby city with a teleportation array. We are leaving. Climb up. Ratrick shouted, and a stairway appeared in front of Oliver and the kids. They jumped at the boat one by one. Some of the kids waved at the old grandma, who almost kidnapped Blaine to make him her adopted son. The The boat started floating and disappeared into the sky. Bia silently gazed at the forest around the village. She could feel Kyle was alive, but his presence was very dim, almost like a thin thread. Also, unlike before, she wasn't able to sense his exact location. No matter how much she called out to Kyle in her mind, he didn't reply. Her breath hitched for a second. She wanted to fly and look around for Kyle, but when she recalled his last words, she quietly stayed with Mia. "Idiot, pick me up soon, or else I am going to beat you up." After traveling for a few hours, the ship landed in the elf's capital. The principal hurriedly found a teleportation array to avoid the many eyes looking at them with curiosity, and they traveled back to Kingdom Escalante. Meanwhile, after the brooch around Kyle's chest shattered, a certain someone who was busy with some old foggies as they studied some ancient symbols suddenly jolted from his seat. "What happened, Hans?" An old man looked at Han with confusion, but Han didn't reply and hurriedly took out a familiar brooch from his storage ring. "What happened to that kid?" Han cursed because this brooch was connected to the one he left for Kyle. If the brooch was broken, that means something bad happened to his disciple. He dashed forward to leave the place, but was stopped by some old individuals. "Han, you can't leave. We are here to complete the task assigned by the king." Elder Han scoffed. He didn't care about the so-called king's order. He was here to help because the principal asked him to. "I don't care. I am leaving. Go tell whoever you want." He shot a glare at the people blocking his path and without saying anything more left. After leaving the area, he bought a communication device from a market because the one he had before was taken away after he arrived in the central continent. With an anxious expression, he called Ratrick, but the latter didn't pick up his call. Then he called George, but after getting no response, he angrily threw the communication device away. What the heck are they doing? After cursing, he took out a small plaque from his storage ring. He looked at the plaque and used his mana to sense the other plaque that he gave to Kyle. After observing the other plaque's location for a while, he cursed again. Damn it. Why is he so far from the kingdom? He groaned and used his palm to sit, but due to the uneven ground, his body slid downward. After sliding down for a few seconds, his body abruptly halted as he crashed into a tree. Kyle hissed and his toe curled up with pain. He took a few large breaths and opened his blurry eyes. He was surrounded by many trees and tall grass. At a distance, a medium-sized building was standing hidden between the rows of trees. Under his gaze, the building shook slightly, sending small waves of vibrations everywhere. A far contrast to his sorry state, Kyle's lips curled upward slightly. The array blasted. He was a little worried about Alec and the others because he didn't expect to just suddenly disappear on them. I can just hope they used the array and left the room on time, because if they didn't... Well, that's a very bad thought. Kyle's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to destroy the room where Bia was caged. That's why he added some destructive symbols between the array. After thinking for a few seconds, Kyle sighed. His condition was too bad. At this moment, how dare he worry about others? Anyway, Oliver was strong and he took care of the red-haired man, so they might have escaped unscathed. Kyle's mind wandered around for a minute. He wanted to stand up and look around for a safe place, but his body didn't listen to him. Soon, his breathing turned even colder, and large wisps of white smoke came out of his mouth. "I don't want to faint here." He fought a mental battle because his location wasn't safe, but after struggling for a while, he gave up because his whole body was aching. It was painful and cold. In his last attempt, he moved his fingers to look inside the storage ring for a healing potion, but then he recalled he used all of them on Bia. With a resigned sigh, Kyle closed his eyes. If Nine saw Kyle now, he would gasp with shock because this scenario was very familiar to the image he saw in his mind. Kyle's bloodied figure clad in tattered clothes, lying between lush grass. In the end, even though Nine saw the image, he wasn't fated to help Kyle. Amidst the headache, Kyle's mind drifted for a while, and he found himself in a familiar place where blue flames lingered around his floating body. This place, a dream again. Even though Kyle could barely see what was happening around him, he sensed something moving inside his body, but instead of pain, he felt a tingling sensation. The blue flames felt extremely cold around his body. They touched him and danced around him. It was like they were pondering or waiting for the right time to enter his body. Kyle didn't know how much time passed as he floated between the flames when suddenly, like a dam, something burst within his body. The moment this sensation appeared within him, the flames burned with more vigor. They immediately jumped with incredible speed and entered his body. His body didn't resist, and the flames traveled inside his whole body freely. Kyle's mind stopped at that moment, and he let his body freely float in that strange place. While all this was happening within his mind, in the original world, memorizing yet dim blue particles emerged out from his chest and enveloped his whole body. The particles traveled around his body like a gentle breeze, and his injuries healed in a frightening speed. Just in a few seconds, all his wounds disappeared, no matter how big or small. After curing his wounds, the particles trembled violently. It was a very strange phenomenon. The trees and grass around Kyle shook slightly. Their leaves rustled with joy because they were witnessing something incredible that was forgotten a long, long time ago. The mana in the atmosphere surged at Kyle with incredible speed. With each passing second, the blue particles become thicker and thicker, forming a round blue blanket around his whole body. Soon, Kyle's body was completely hidden inside the blanket. Subconsciously, his body curled up and a frost-chilling air spread out everywhere. At the same time, when Aoki was done cleaning the building, he came out of the building with a dark expression and cursed the ones who left him behind to do everything alone. He narrowed his eyes with a frown when he felt the surrounding temperature. It was cold, very cold. He rubbed his arms and clicked his tongue. Now what the heck with the weather? Why is it so cold under a scorching sun? He grumbled inwardly and looked around, but after finding nothing, he left the place hurriedly without looking back. The day soon turned into night, and the temperature around the place turned even colder. Kyle's figure was completely hidden between a layer of blue blanket. His presence was hidden due to the earring, and coupled with the dust and debris that flew around with the wind. Soon the blanket turned dusty, making it even harder to locate it between the grassy field and tall trees. A few low-rank monsters and birds around the place sensed the coldness and their bodies shivered. They narrowed their eyes but didn't approach the place for fear of encountering a strong opponent. Next day, a familiar black-haired man appeared in front of the building. It was George. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the building. After a minute, Elder Alaise appeared behind him with a serious expression. I have looked around everywhere. The whole village is surrounded by a forest. This is the only suspicious place, and the old elves have no idea about this building because it's too far away from the village. George nodded and his eyes flashed with anger. He entered the building with Alaise, and after seeing the condition of the building, they were sure it was the same place where the kids were trapped. Not even a single alive person, and I didn't even see anything useful. George left the building and gazed at it one last time. He waved his hand to crush it completely. The building trembled under his might, and with a loud banging sound, it crumbled. Clouds of smoke appeared in front of George, and he waved his hand to clear his vision. Alaise stood behind him with a solemn expression. Should I go even deeper to look around for that kid? George didn't turn around and just nodded. Let's just look around the whole forest. This forest is attached to the outermost area of the dark forest. I am not sure if he is alive, but we should do our best to look for him. Alaise nodded, but then he stared around the building. Strange, why is it so cold here? George's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked around the trees and grass. Cold, the air is it, but I can't sense the reason. This area is indeed colder, he whispered and shook his head. Let's separate. Contact me if you find anything regarding Kyle. With a nod, Alaise disappeared in the opposite direction. George's gaze lingered around the place for a few seconds, but he sighed and disappeared as well. Meanwhile, Elderhan left the central continent and entered the east continent after traveling for 2 days. It took him another day just to reach the border of Kingdom Tercia. While he was standing above the border, his communication device finally trembled. With a serious expression, he hurriedly received the call. Hello. His voice sounded serious, and after a few seconds, a familiar voice replied. Han, where are you? I just got a call from King Cedric that you left your assigned job and disappeared. Ratric's voice sounded tired. He was indeed tired after running around in the dark forest, and he even had to worry about the academy matters. I would have never disappeared if you picked up my call on time. Anyway, leave this matter. Just tell me what happened to Kyle. I left him a life-saving artifact, and it's cracked. That means Kyle's life is in danger. Also, from the tracking plaque I asked him to store in his storage ring, I can sense he is not in the kingdom. I do recall the kids had to attend a tournament, but I am 100% sure the king would never hold the tournament in another kingdom. Ratric stayed quiet for a few seconds, but then a sigh resounded from the communication device. I was too busy, that's why I didn't check the communication crystal. About Kyle, I am not sure where he is because something happened within the academy in my absence. Now that you left the central continent, come back for a while. I need to discuss something with you. Ratric's voice was grim, which is why a frown appeared on Han's face. He massaged his temples and held the plaque in his hands. I will come back, but not now. I just sensed through the plaque the person who had the other plaque is nearby, so I am going to take a look. After a second, Ratric's voice sounded again. All right, inform me if you find anything regarding Kyle. Also, contact George and Alaise, they are looking for Kyle as well. With a hum, Han closed the communication device. His eyes narrowed looking at a distance, and he started floating, heading straight toward the place where he sensed the presence of the other plaque. The air was filled with the aroma of hearty food and the sound of chatter. Among the crowd of many elves, a hooded man sat in a corner quietly sipping on his drink with a nonchalant face. He gazed at the elves with a tipsy expression, and a few strands of cyan hair peeked out from his hoodie. Tusk, I want to experiment on an elf, but I can't stay here. Aoki grumbled inwardly. and while he was sitting without any care, the chatter in the tavern died down, and silence enveloped the place. He frowned and turned to look around for the reason. What happened? Aoki's narrow eyes swept past the quiet elves, and he noticed they were all looking at him. No, to be more precise, they were looking above him. A knock on the table jolted him awake, and he stupidly looked in front of himself. A brown-haired middle-aged man clad in a long-sleeved black robe stood in front of his table with a dark expression. Aoki tensed up, and his drunk mind cleared up a little when he wasn't able to sense the man's aura. "Who are you?" His voice sounded nervous, and inwardly he was planning to flee. Han scoffed at his behavior and gazed down at him. "It took me a whole day just to enter this city. The security around the elf's border was too tight. Now, after so much struggle, the only thing I found was a drunk man." He stepped forward, and Aoki jumped out from his chair frightened, but to his surprise, instead of him, the man grabbed the bag hanging on his chair. This bag is mine. Who the hell are you?" Aoki stumbled and hurriedly tried to grab the bag, but the brown-haired man shot him a glare. After a few seconds, a storage ring flew out from the bag, and Han looked at Aoki with a deadpan expression. "Why is it with you?" Aoki started sweating as he recalled how he had just casually grabbed the storage rings without checking their origin. "Don't tell me it's belonged to those kids. Oh no, I am funked. Who the heck is this man? Is he from the Royal Academy?" His mind went into overdrive, but slowly he started to step backward while grumbling whatever appeared in his mind. "Of course it's mine. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to steal my stuff?" Han didn't even listen to his excuses and kicked his stomach. Aoki felt like the air left his stomach all at once, and he flew backward, crashing into the tavern wall. The elves around them gasped with shock and panic. It wasn't rare to see a human in the elf's kingdom, but they didn't expect the human would fight in their territory. Han sighed and pinched his brows with a serious expression. He didn't want to resort to violence, but his opponent wasn't weak. That's why it was better if he attacked first. "I am taking this man. Please continue eating your food." He grabbed the bag and dragged Aoki's body outside. After tying Aoki's hands and feet, he hurriedly found a teleportation array nearby and left. Han traveled for another day with an anxious expression. On his way, he checked Aoki's belongings, and a huge frown appeared on his face because he saw chains and some strange experimental tools. He even threatened the cyan-hair man to spill everything, but Aoki stayed silent. "I swear I am going to torture him very badly. Just let me reach the academy." With a frustrated expression, he directly landed inside the academy. The moment he arrived, two familiar old men flew out from a building and headed straight toward him. Ratrick landed in front of him. Han nodded and tossed Aoki under his feet with a serious expression. "Now tell me what happened to the kids." Ratrick sighed and an old man appeared behind him. "All right, I will. Who is this?" "I don't know." He had Kyle's storage rings. Anger flashed through Ratrick's eyes as he looked back at the old man. "I think he is among those individuals who kidnapped the kids. Levi dragged him to the investigation chamber. I want all the information regarding the ones who dare to attack my people." With a nod, Elder Levi left with Aoki, who cried out in panic. On the other hand, Han's expression froze when he heard the word kidnapped. He looked at the principal with a face that wanted an explanation. Ratrick sighed and started walking. "Follow me." Han nodded and followed behind him. While walking, the principal told him everything. The more Han listened, the more angry his expression became. In the end, he cursed. Ratrick gazes back at him. "Don't worry, the little beast is safe." Jaroj and Alaze are looking around for Kyle, but even after searching the whole forest, they weren't able to find any clue. Han took a deep breath and calmed down. If the life-saving artifact I left for him was activated, that means Kyle was heavily injured. The artifact is good, but it can't teleport him very far from his actual location. Han pondered for a minute and turned around to look at the principal. "I will go and look for him as well." Ratrick nodded, but then a frown appeared on his face. "You only have a week. Afterward, you need to go back to the central continent. They are already enlarged due to your sudden disappearance." It's not that they don't have array masters, they just want to find faults so they have an excuse to withdraw when the monster lords attacked. An angry vein emerged on Han's forehead. "Those bastards. Og, I don't want to go, but I know the consequences of my actions. Don't worry, I will go back if I don't find that kid." Han flipped his sleeves, ready to fly when Ratrick stopped him. "Give me the storage rings. Alec requested me to find his sword. I will return the rings to the kids." Everything was normal except for 3 certain storage rings with a familiar mana signature on them. They all belonged to Kyle. One of the rings was filled with thousands of mana stones. The second was filled with gold coins and some old weapons. Heck, he even saw a majestic gold throne embedded with diamonds. The last one was empty, but he was dumbfounded when he sensed the sword placed inside was S rank. He almost fainted when he carefully looked at the sword scabbard. It was SS rank. To his shock, one of the rings was supreme grade. It's not that he hadn't seen a supreme grade ring before, but it was very rare. After seeing Kyle's wealth, Han felt like he was too poor. His disciple was so rich and he wasn't even aware of this fact. He did see the other storage rings and weapons, but compared to Kyle's wealth, they were not even considered average. Han looked at Ratrick with a solemn expression and offered him a bag. Don't be greedy, okay? Make sure to return the rings to their original owners. I know Kyle's mana signature, so I placed his storage rings separately in a small pouch. Just take care of them for him until he returns. Ratrick blinked at his remarks with a frown, but before he could question, Han started floating and disappeared. After Han left, Ratrick scoffed and flipped his sleeves. Do I look so greedy that I would steal from the kids? He walked around for a while with a blank expression, but inwardly his curiosity was piqued. With a nonchalant expression, he stepped inside his room. The moment the door closed behind him, he hurriedly opened the bag and peeked inside the storage rings. After a minute, Ratrick stood in front of the rings with a blank expression. He lingered at the pouch for a second. Okay, I accept I am a little poor, but I own the academy. With a serious nod, Ratrick placed the pouch in a secure place before calling the other students who were kidnapped. Soon, Professor Oliver and a group of students entered his room. Alex sighed with relief when he got his sword back. The others were also happy when they got their precious belongings. Bia was sitting on Mia's shoulder. She gazed at the principal and ruffled Mia's hair to attract her attention. Mia gazed at her round eyes and patted her head with a smile. Afterward, her eyes landed on the principal. Sir, is there any news about Kyle? Ratrick looked back at her with a serious expression. Not yet. Jaroj and the elders are looking for him. If he is alive, they will find him, but he didn't complete his sentence, and all the students standing in front of him became quiet. Mia nodded and looked at Bia with a gentle smile. Don't worry, he will be fine. He is not weak. Bia narrowed her eyes at the principal. There was no way Kyle was dead because even though it was very faint, she could sense their connection. They are so incompetent. Can't they even find a person? She scoffed inwardly and closed her eyes. Ratrick gazed at Bia and shook his head. He gathered the students' attention. All right, you all can leave now. I have to do a lot of work. About the Academy's tournament, it was cancelled and will be held a month later. Your professors will inform you regarding further information. The students nodded and left the room. The next few days in the Academy were quite peaceful, but a few students were worried about Kyle. Among them, 9 was the one who was the most flustered. He even wanted to leave the Academy and look around for Kyle himself, but the individuals participating in the tournament were forbidden to leave the Academy. Damn it. I fought for a spot to enter the tournament because of him, and now I can't leave this place. 9 was frustrated and angry. He requested some old individuals from his kingdom to look around for Kyle, but they didn't listen to his command. Their reason, they weren't allowed to leave his side. In the end, the only thing 9 could do was to wait patiently for Kyle to return safely. After a week, George and Alaise returned to the Academy, but they were alone because even after searching the whole forest, they weren't able to find Kyle. Elder Han insisted on staying in the forest a little longer, but he was called back. He gritted his teeth and left for the central continent again. In the Academy, Aoki was tortured by Elder Levi. After 2 weeks of torture, he spilled a lot of secrets. The principal was livid when he found out the culprit behind the kidnapping incident was Zeiner the Dark Mage. He knew the Dark Mage wasn't a good person, but never in his wildest dream did he imagine the latter would attack his people. With an angry expression, Ratrick immediately contacted some of his old friends and issued a huge bounty on Zeiner's head. Zeiner posters were distributed in the whole kingdom, but the principal wasn't able to locate him. In the end, Principal Ratrick called Lily to his room as he knew about her origin, even though he never wanted to involve her because she entered the Academy with her strength. Also, she never harmed the Academy or did anything suspicious, but Ratrick was too frustrated. He just wanted to find Zeiner at all costs so that in the future no one would dare to think about harming the Academy. Still, he felt a little guilty when Lily answered each and every one of his questions with an innocent expression. She wasn't aware of Zeiner weirboats. With a sigh, Ratrick dismissed her. In the end, he wasn't able to locate his enemy. Zeiner, you can hide as long as you want, but I will find you no matter what. Meanwhile, after the kidnapping incident, the students of each year were training and working very hard, especially the ones involved in the incident. Even though it was all because of a tragic incident that the tournament was cancelled, King Cedric was too distressed because now he had to find a new and secure place for the tournament coupled with the various responsibilities to ensure the kingdom's well-being. He wasn't even able to rest properly. That's why he called Ratrick, Jaroj, and a few trusted subordinates and dumped all the matters regarding the tournament on their shoulders. The group of old men was stunned for a few seconds, but before they could voice their opinions, King Cedric disappeared from the room. Ratrick shook his head and returned to the Academy. The preparations went on until the day of the tournament arrived. The top 10 students from each year stood proudly in front of the principal with their heads held high. This time, to ensure everyone's safety, Ratrick and George stayed vigilant as they took care of everything regarding the teleportation array. Ratrick gazed at the students and nodded his head with a smile. His eyes passed at the one of the girls standing with the first-year students, and a sigh escaped from his lips. After George and Han didn't find Kyle, he ordered 2 capable professors to look around the elf's forest for that kid, but a whole month passed, and they all returned with 0 clue. That's why he had no choice but to remove Kyle's name from the tournament. Of course, Alec and a few students voiced against his decision, as they firmly believed Kyle would return soon, but even after a month, there was no news regarding Kyle, which is why they had no choice but to agree to his decision. So to fill the last spot, a new 1v1 battle arena was opened in the first-year training ground, and the one who won Kyle's spot was none other than Lily. Professor Aliza and Liam stood behind the students with some more professors, and the principal himself checked the teleportation array that would teleport them to the place where the tournament was held. The first person to step into the array was Ratrick. After him, Professor Oliver and Liam stepped inside. At last, Aliza waved her hand to gather the students' attention. "All right, kids, I hope you all do your best. Now step in the array." Unlike her usual cold demeanor, her voice was gentle when she wished them luck, as she knew a lot of students wouldn't be returning to the academy anytime soon. With one last loud beaming shout, the students stepped into the array. Standing behind Alec, Nine wore a nonchalant expression. He just wanted to be done with all this as soon as possible. However, the thing he didn't know was after the tournament, those who won would be dragged around by the principal and some old foggies, so the kids could train for the ancient lumber relam. Among the few excited, calm, and nonchalant students, Bia was sitting on Mia's shoulder. Her round eyes were no longer purely crimson. Just in a month, they got a deep shade of blue within them. Moreover, the edges of her feathers were turning light blue. She looked even more adorable than before with the combination of a few golden and blue feathers between her entirely red body. Her gaze was fixed at a distance because she still wasn't able to communicate and accurately sense Kyle's presence. However, their tiny thread-like connection remained intact. She would have loved to look around for him because just in a month she had grown a lot stronger due to the principal and a few strong individuals from the academy showering her with many rare things. Heck, even the students would come and give her a lot of precious things. Bia laughed at their actions and accepted everything with glee because it was very profitable. Anyway, after gobbling up everything, she never even spared them a glance. According to her observation, now that Kyle was out of the picture, those students and professors were all hoping to make a bond with her because in their opinion Kyle was dead, and now Bia was free to form a new bond with someone else. Bia clicked her tongue with annoyance. Who do they think they are? Anyway, she mostly stayed with Mia. Also, the principal set some rules after seeing Bia's reluctance to get close to anyone else. That's why those idiots could do nothing but tempt her with rare things. Tusk, even if they dare to do something more, I will grill them all. SHHH, I don't want to taint my precious eyes with such a bad image, so I will ask Kyle to punch them once or twice for me. Her thoughts wandered around as she carefully ran her beak along her feathers, smoothing them out and removing any dirt or debris. I know Kyle is fine, and seeing the change happening in my body, I think he's going through the awakening phase. It's taking so much time, I wonder how strong is his bloodline. One thing for sure, it's far stronger than mine because it can influence me so much just because we are bonded. She mused. At first she was worried sick about Kyle because after he disappeared their connection was weak like a thread, but after 2 weeks she felt strangely calm and knew he was fine. Her thoughts were disturbed when one of the professors went to activate the array. A few murmurs echoed in her ears. She gazed at the excited students with a sigh. It's no fun without Kyle, even though he is very annoying. I kind of like his presence. While saying the last sentence, Bia's mood turned sour. She would never accept this fact in front of Kyle. Moreover, the tournament didn't forbid students to participate alongside their bonded beasts. That's why she was a little regretful, because together with Kyle, they would have easily grabbed the first spot. Tusk, all those amazing rewards would have been mine. What a pity. Now I can only fight alongside Mia. Let's just wish I get something useful from this tournament. Bia grumbled inwardly and closed her eyes when the array emitted a bright light, and everyone standing on the array disappeared with a flash. In the village, the calm old elves who always basked under the sunlight and walked on the uneven roads to spend their peaceful days were trembling due to the sudden harsh winter that appeared out of nowhere. They were all shocked because there had never been a time such a cold winter appeared in their village. Heck, the intense sun was burning on their heads, so why was it so cold? However, no one was able to answer these questions. In the end, 2 of the courageous old elves decided to go deep into the forest and investigate the reason behind the cold. They both went into the forest with arrogance, ready to face everything that appeared in their path to disclose the mystery behind the sudden low temperature. The other old elves stood behind and looked at their departing figures with solemn expressions. The grandma who tried to make Blaine his adopted son squinted her eyes at the departing figures. Just a few days ago, she received a letter from her grandson. He was coming back within a few months to meet her because afterward, he would be busy as he had to enter the strange selection process happening all over the kingdom. She looked at her husband with a serious expression. Din, make sure the temperature returns to normal before my grandson comes back or else you are sleeping on the floor. Din looked at his wife and blinked his eyes. How the hell will I change something that could very well be happening due to natural reasons? He cried out inwardly and tried to grab his wife who had already started walking. Dear. Meanwhile, the two elves who entered the forest were soon dumbstruck. Their eyes went wide with shock when they traveled deeper into the forest. Everything was frozen. The iced trees, the grass, and even the insects shone brightly under the reflection of the sun. The two elves traveled a little more, and their bodies started to turn numb. In the end, when they returned, they were trembling with white wisps of smoke puffing out from their mouths. Din looked at their condition and knew a big headache was waiting for him. His wife would probably kick him out of the house if he didn't take care of the temperature before his grandson arrived. He looked at the clear sky with unshed tears. Is the nature angry with me because I didn't do enough good deeds? Or is it because I secretly stole those extra sweets even though my wife hid them from me? Din shook his head and mentally prepared his back to sleep on the uncomfortable cold floor. As he walked around with a dejected expression, ready to go into the forest to check what was the reason behind all this, a strange thing happened. The cold wind suddenly retracted, traveling back toward the forest with incredible speed. Din's eyes narrowed. Now he was sure this wasn't due to something natural. Not just him, a lot of old men appeared beside him with serious expressions. Don't tell me a natural treasure appeared within this forest, one of them said with disbelief. Natural treasures were something that appeared when a thick layer of mana gathered in a single place. They were very useful for those who wanted a breakthrough in their strength. Din words stuck in his throat. If there was a natural treasure born within the forest, he could pick it up for his grandson. He sensed the cold air that traveled backward toward the forest and hurriedly followed behind it without any fear. A few more old men followed behind him. They traveled inside the forest for 2 whole days, but found nothing except for an area that was frozen completely. I can't sense any treasure, Din said with a solemn expression. He shook his head. Just what the hell was he thinking? It was very rare for natural treasures to appear. He sighed because he knew the situation was strange. After looking around for a few more hours, they went back to the village empty-handed. After they left, a small movement appeared within the ice, but it disappeared within a second. At the same time, the ice above the place where Kyle was present started melting, albeit very slowly. In the void where Kyle's body was floating, he opened his eyes with a blank face and sat down. The towering flames around him were nowhere to be seen now. The place where he was sitting was empty, devoid of anything. The sky above his head was white and lightly blue. The ground beneath his body was invisible. He felt like he was sitting in the air. Where am I? After a few minutes, his mind finally started working as he took in his surroundings with a confused expression. Kyle looked below and his eyes widened slightly. There was nothing beneath him. He stood up and walked, but no matter what he did, he didn't fall. His confusion was increasing with each passing second. Also, he could sense something changed inside his body. Meanwhile, in a faraway place filled with nothing but wisps of strange energies, a majestic blue dragon with a sleek and powerful body, adorned with scales that glisten like sapphires, opened its eyes. The dragon's eyes sparkled with wisdom and mystery, reflecting the depths of the universe as he glanced at the huge bright projection hanging above him. One more name appeared on the list, and it's a human again. His voice rasped as he closed in to see the name clearly. Kyle. The name was shining brightly among the thousands of other names, but it was at the bottom. The dragon nodded as its ethereal wings opened to hide a large expanse of space, ready to fly, but in the next second he stopped. With an irritated huff, he retracted his large wings. I saw the name, so it's not a big deal to stay until the end. A lot of new names appeared and disappeared each day in front of him, so he never got interested in them. However, the narrow slit within his dark eyes remained unmoved when he looked at the projection with unblinking eyes. The new name, Kyle, that appeared out of nowhere at the bottom of the projection gained a brown color. There were 3 colors in the projection: golden, red, and brown. The red color indicated the person had long surpassed the divine rank. The golden color indicated the person had stepped into divine rank. And lastly, brown color showed the person was a mortal who had a chance to reach the divine rank in the future. What a pity their ancestors are trapped within the second realm due to him, and yet so many new names are appearing just to suffer alongside them. The dragon's voice sounded amused. He had seen many powerful names appear on this projection, but for someone to gain a place among those names, they had to be very extraordinary. It was majestic indeed in the past, but now it's meaningless. He gazed at a faraway place where a brutal war was going on. Many were dying and many were running away to save themselves. A sad sigh escaped his mouth. He was going to fly away when the name Kyle shone again. It's moving, he murmured under his breath and fixed his eyes on the name. His breath hitched when the name brightened and moved upward with an incredible speed. At the start, the name was at the bottom means he was the weakest. The dragon's eyes widened slightly. It was very rare for the projection to improve a mortal ranking because they hadn't even reached the divine rank. Under his intense stare, the name didn't stop moving. With rapid speed, it jumped above, leaving behind all the brown names. After arriving under the golden names, it stopped for a second. Oh. It seemed this person would be the strongest among the individuals who will reach divine ranks in the future. His sentence was cut short because in the next second the name started moving again. His eyes contracted when the name shot above the golden names like they were nothing. What's happening? The dragon's surprise cry rang out within the empty void, but the name didn't stop jumping. It crossed the first half of the projection and left the golden names behind, stopping beneath the red names. It finally stopped. As if waiting for the cue, in the next second the name moved again. The dragon, who had seen so many ethereal things within his long life, trembled. No one knew if it was due to excitement or something else. He cried out with strange emotions, but the name didn't stop jumping. After a whole minute, the brown name stood proudly above all the others' names. One Kyle, two Azazel. Who is this person? The dragon zoned in and tried to probe. He even used his authority after such a long time just to see who and where was this person. His name is above everyone else. Does that mean he would be the one to stop the war in the future? If it's true, I can't let his identity get exposed. He cried out and wanted to hide the name from the projection, but in the next second the brown name turned gray. After 2 more seconds, the name started to turn even lighter in shade. Soon, it became invisible, but its spot remained unclaimed. One Azazel, the dragon, stopped and looked at the projection. His eyes went wide for the second time when he saw how his hope was crushed so easily. Ha ha ha, so you are not sure if he would stay alive, but in your opinion, he would be the strongest if he survived. The dragon laughed loudly. The void around him trembled as he mocked himself. What did I even expect? He shook his head with a bitter sigh. He glanced at the faraway place and closed his eyes. This news will soon spread far and wide. Moreover, I have to leave, so I will just peek at his condition. A small piece of consciousness shot out from the dragon's head and entered the projection. He was the guardian of this projection that was created by a supreme existence a long, long time ago, so he was able to see the information regarding the names shining brightly on the projection. He searched within the projection, and the next moment a frown appeared on his face. A hidden planet. Nevertheless, his consciousness passed through the projection, heading straight toward the hidden planet. His consciousness turned into a tiny wisp of energy. It traveled even faster than the speed of light and stopped outside the hidden planet because it could sense a few divine presences inside the planet. The dragon raised his eyebrow with interest. However, he immediately ordered the wisp to enter the planet. With a flash, the wisp dived down at an incredible speed. It passed through the protection layer of the planet, a row of clouds and many mountains. After what seemed to be an eternity, the wisp lingered above a quiet forest. It passed through the many trees and arrived in an area filled with ice. With a last jump, the wisp entered the ice. While all this was happening, Kyle was walking aimlessly between the infinite space. He was troubled with confusion, but suddenly the space around him trembled and he unconsciously looked up. Kyle's eyes contracted and he almost lost his balance. 2 big eyes were staring at him from above. He didn't know how and why, but his mind started ringing alarm bells when he stared back at those majestic and dark eyes. Unconsciously, a single word appeared at the back of his mind. Intruder. Kyle grabbed his chest, but then looked down at himself. He couldn't feel his own heart. Now he knew what was wrong with his body. He couldn't feel anything. He trembled and pointed at those dark eyes filled with nothing but 2 white slits. Who? Did I make a mistake? Jake's cold eyes loamed around the layer for a while and his frown deepened. I just sensed someone pass through the layer, but it's disappeared, just like an illusion. He whispered and shook his head with an expressionless face. It's a mistake indeed. At the same time, Kyle pointed at the eyes with trembling fingers. Who? The eyes stared at him and Kyle noticed how they went wide for a second. A few emotions passed through those huge eyes, but he wasn't able to understand those emotions. Kyle didn't even notice he was holding his breath when a heavy voice resounded in his mind. I mean no harm, I am just a passerby. Kyle hissed and released his breath. He wanted to wipe some sweat from his forehead, but then he noticed he wasn't sweating. The fuck? I'm confused and now these scary eyes. He cursed inwardly because the moment he woke up in this strange place, he tried to communicate with Bia, but she didn't reply. It's like something was blocking their connection. Kyle gulped down nervously and stood up straight. Those eyes turned darker as they looked at his body from top to bottom. I can't stay here longer. I only wanted to take a look, but seeing you so lost, I believe the knowledge regarding the otherworldly beings had disappeared or maybe erased from this planet. Kyle listened attentively. He grasped the words, I can't stay here longer, and after gathering all of his courage, he looked straight at those eyes, but he trembled slightly the moment he met those eyes. Excuse me, I mean, sir. Can you tell me where is the exit of this place, because I have been trapped here for a while now? Kyle waited patiently and fiddled with his fingers. He knew the two eyes in front of him belonged to a strong being who could easily crush him with a breath, so it was better for him to stay polite. The eyes stared at him with amusement, and after a few seconds, a soft chuckle resounded in his mind. You don't know the exit of this place. Are you sure you don't know about your own mind space? Mind space. Kyle mumbled and blinked his eyes. It was the first time he heard about mind space, so how would he know about it? The dark eyes seemed to have sensed his confusion because, in the next second, a small white ball appeared in front of him. What is this? Kyle stared at the ball with unblinking eyes. Your knowledge is severely lacking. I would have answered your question, but I don't have time, so you should digest this light and sort it out yourself. The ball of light started floating and appeared in front of Kyle, who stepped back with caution. Is it safe for me to trust someone I don't even know? The eyes above his head curved up when they saw how Kyle stepped back with a frown. A mischievous glint flashed through those eyes, and under Kyle's shocked gaze, the ball of light rushed and entered his head. Wait. Kyle's protest died down when many letters appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes. The feeling was very familiar. He had felt it before while absorbing skill cores. Another chuckle resounded above his head, but Kyle was too busy digesting the new knowledge that appeared in his mind. Remember, you owe me, kid. After saying these words, the eyes disappeared, and a white ethereal light scattered above the ice where Kyle's body was present. On the other hand, Kyle was shocked to the core only after reading the first part of the information that appeared in his mind. He looked around himself with twinkling eyes. This space belongs to me. It's present within my mind. He looked around with excitement. Mind space, a space that was present in his mind. He could store anything here. Now he didn't even need storage rings. This space was 10 times greater than the space within a supreme-grade storage ring. Kyle laughed as he read the second part of the information. So I awakened my bloodline. I have this mind space because of it. With a deep breath, he studied the space around himself. After a while, he closed his eyes. I need to go outside. It will take some time to figure it out. With a sigh, Kyle opened his eyes and started looking through the other information the scary eyes left behind. It's a lot. He went through each and everything carefully, but when he read about the power structure, his eyes went wide with shock. Meanwhile, in the void, the dragon opened his eyes with delight. He laughed loudly, but this time he was happy. A person with celestial bloodline. No way, I can't believe this. Ha ha ha. He laughed. Never in his wildest dream he would have thought he would meet a person with so much potential. He eyed the projection floating above himself with a mysterious glint. How is it possible? Those celestials have long left the universe and stepped into a realm above everyone else, so how is it possible for someone to have their essence? His low question resounded in the void as he looked at the projection. It's so long since someone who was blessed by nature itself appeared, but now I know why is the projection not sure if he would survive or not. His bloodline is above everyone, but he has a mortal body. The dragon closed his eyes. While observing Kyle's body, he noticed there was something between his heart, an artifact filled with sinister energy. Sigh, I can't help him further. I can only hope he survives. He shook his head with pity and hurriedly fiddled with the projection to remove everything related to Kyle. Now no one will know why the first spot on the projection was empty. Another chuckle escaped his mouth as he flipped his majestic wings and started flying. He went through the information regarding the power structure again and again. After reading the information for the nth time, he sighed and pinched his brows. Those dark eyes said I lack knowledge, but after going through the ball of light, I feel like I don't know anything at all. He shook his head with disbelief. So the books I read all my life were incomplete. It seems that with time, everyone forgets about the true path, or maybe someone hid it deliberately. He closed his eyes and gazed at the true power structure. A shuddering breath escaped his lips. One mortal ranks, F rank to SSS plus rank, the true beginning where mortals gain knowledge and hone their skills, becoming proficient in their chosen path. With each advancement, they can gain more lifespan. 2. Ascendant, an ethereal state, can only appear when a mortal reaches SSS plus rank. This stage decides if a powerful mortal can truly gain enlightenment from the universe and step in the path of immortality. 3. Pseudo-divine rank, 4. Divine rank, the two stages where ascendants gain enough strength to create a direct connection with the universe. They are showered with divine power and possess godlike strength. 5. Transcendent rank, the stage where the beings are eternal and their bodies have achieved true immortality. 6. Supreme rank, the stage where immortals surpass the limitations of divine existence and gained extraordinary abilities. They can interfere with the universe's laws, their presence commands reverence, and their very essence resonates with the forces that shape the universe. 7. Celestial, the strongest rank, represents the ones who stand on the pinnacle of all existence. With mere thought, they can shape reality, bend time, and destroy the universe's laws. They are the epitome of strength, a force unmatched and unrivaled, destined to leave an indelible mark on the tapestry of existence. Kyle chuckled. All his life, he thought SSS plus rank was the highest rank one could achieve in their whole life, but who would have thought? Many beings with unimaginable powers were present outside the confinement of this planet. He thought about the strange eyes, and his eyes turned serious. Just how much stronger is the owner of those eyes? Divine. Or he sucked in a cold breath when he recalled the last words those eyes left behind. Remember you own me, kid. Damn it, I am just a mere weak mortal who just accidentally or naturally gained a bloodline. Okay, I admit my bloodline name is similar to those beings who are on the pinnacle of all existence, but still how the heck am I going to repay those scary eyes? Kyle's breath hitched. He had obtained too much knowledge in a short period, and it was not good for his health. He stood up and paced around the empty space, trying his best to digest the fact that he had to repay the favor of a strong existence. After grumbling for a few minutes, he threw the matter at the back of his head. There is no point fretting over this now. I can deal with it in the future. He rubbed his hands and looked around the space. Let's leave this place. It's too dangerous. What if another powerful existence just happened to pass by again and saw me? Kyle looked around and the space around him trembled slightly. He had gone through all the information regarding mind space. It's a place directly linked with his consciousness, a place where he could store anything, but if he somehow died or his consciousness was severely injured, everything present within the space would disappear forever, never to be found again. Normally, only the individuals who reached pseudo-divine rank could open a mind space in their consciousness, but Kyle's condition was a little special. He gained such a huge mind space the moment his body was ready for the bloodline awakening process. Kyle eyed the mind space one last time and thought in his mind to leave the space. In the next second, his body burst into many blue particles. The particles shone brightly for a second, but then scattered around the space. At the same time, Kyle's original body twitched and the blue blanket enveloping his body trembled ever so slightly. The ice around him was nowhere to be seen. Instead, puddles of clear water surrounded the green trees. The air swirled around and gusts of wind brushed past the leaves. Kyle hissed and a large breath escaped from his lips. He moved his fingers and as if waiting for the cue, many tiny cracks appeared in the blanket. The cracks traveled around the whole blanket, and with another loud sound, the blanket lost its color and turned into dust. Kyle's eyes shot open, and he groaned when bright light entered his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and took in his surroundings with large breaths. His fingers curled up into a fist, and he shook his head. Kyle stood up. His whole body was stiff due to being inactive for he didn't know how much time. He walked a few steps, and a cry rang out inside his mind. Kyle, OMG, why is she shouting so much? I almost lost my balance. Kyle, can you hear me? Kyle felt dizzy due to the loud shouts. He wanted to close his ears to take a proper breath, but then he recalled the voice was ringing in his mind. I can hear you, Bia. Don't shout so loudly, he said with a sigh, and the shouts finally died down. Are you all right? Kyle hummed when he sensed Bia's emotions. Their connection was back to normal, and he could feel she was very worried. His lips curved upward slightly. It was very rare for Bia to show worry for him. I am perfectly fine. After taking another step, he froze. His gaze was fixed into one of the puddles of water. The clear water shone under the brightness of the sun. Wow. Is this face even mine? He gasped slightly. Bright silver hair cascaded down in silky strands, gleaming like moonlight on a calm lake. The slightly long hair completely hid his ears and half of his eyes. Moreover, under the bright hair, he could see a pair of green eyes, just like emerald gems. They held a department within them. The eyes sparkled with intensity when Kyle blinked. A face with a chiseled jawline, high cheekbones, and a well-proportioned nose. His skin looked pale, smooth, and radiant. Kyle was stunned for a few seconds, not even recognizing himself. I am sure with this appearance no one would believe I am Kyle. He opened his palms, just like his face, they were smooth. The calluses, as a result of repetitive sword training, were nowhere to be seen. Kyle snapped out of his daze when Bia's voice resounded in his mind again. Yes, I am sure I am fine. Only my appearance changed just a little bit. Maybe. I did see my appearance in the mind space when I stared at those huge eyes. If I recall correctly, my appearance was the same as before. I think it's because I wasn't aware. That's why my mind just gave me the appearance I was familiar with. Kyle nodded with satisfaction. He indeed liked silver hair better than black. There was just a small problem. His family would probably refuse to recognize him if he returned home with this face. Now that I think about it, I want to see their shocked face, especially Nine. He chuckled and shook his head. With such a smooth skin, he looked so weak. Like a person who had never suffered hardship in his life. Why are you feeling so smug suddenly? Bia's suspicious voice rang out in his mind, and Kyle sighed. Just because. Kyle closed his eyes and sensed his body. He could feel a clear stream of energy coursing within his body, and he was sure it was very different from mana. He opened his palm, and cold blue flames appeared above his palm. They traveled around his palm gently and caressed his skin. I don't feel cold anymore. Kyle used a large chunk of his mana, and the flames burst upward. They traveled according to his will and enveloped a nearby tree. The tree didn't burn. Instead, the moment the flames touched the tree, it started freezing with an incredible speed. Kyle grinned. He could manipulate these flames with his will because it wasn't a skill he absorbed. The flames naturally appeared in his body when he awakened his bloodline. They were like a part of him. He thought inwardly, and the flames disappeared, leaving behind an ice tree. He blinked his eyes and touched the tree. It was probably cold, but Kyle didn't feel the sensation. It seemed the coldness won't affect me anymore. The more Kyle revealed the secrets of his bloodline, the more incredible he felt. He shook his head and looked around. I am still at the same place. I need to find a way to leave this forest. He started walking while talking to Bia in his mind. Bia, how are others doing? They are fighting. The tournament, remember. It's ended, and now they are training under some old individuals. Kyle stopped for a second, but then again started walking. How long was I asleep? His voice was serious, and Bia replied within a second. 2 months, Kyle clicked his tongue, so that's why he felt sore all over his body. He was practically lying in the same place for 2 whole months. Should I come find you? Kyle thought for a while. No, don't. Stay with Mia. I will pick you up later. It's dangerous if you roam around alone. Anyway, I believe my friends would have worked hard in my absence. So how strong are they now? Kyle waited for the answer with a smile. Alec is the strongest among them. His score was the top among all the first-year participants who fought in the tournament. Right now he is C rank. Kyle merely replied with an O. That's why Bia's interest was piqued. What about your rank? Kyle chuckled and looked at his stats from the corner of his eyes. Stats: name, Kyle bloodline, celestial rank, B strength, B mana, agility, B talent, SSS plus rank luck, a skill, bloodline ability, blue flames unranked, special flames acquired due to the awakening of an ancient bloodline. With the consumption of mana or any type of energy, the user can manipulate the flames with his will. Fireball F rank. User can use mana to create a small fireball. The more mana used, the bigger the size of the fireball. Ice Dragon Inherited Skill. Ice Domain S rank. User can call upon a domain in a specific area, locking and freezing the area. Inside the domain, all stats of the user will increase by a sub-rank. Water type and ice type attacks would be ineffective against the user. Enemies will have all their stats reduced by a sub-rank. To use this skill, at least C-rank mana is required. Fire Phoenix Inherited Skill. Fire Resistance B-rank passive. Provide resistance against weak fire-type attacks, and because of the inherited effect, user will be less affected by the surrounding temperature. Thunder Arrow F+ rank. User can use mana to conjure thunder arrows from nature. The more mana used, the destructive the power of the arrows. Fear A rank. The user can instill fear in the enemy's lowered rank than himself, making them unable to think straight during battle. Mana isn't required for this skill. Ice Spear B rank. With the usage of mana, this skill allows the user to form large ice spears. The ice spears will shatter into fragments after hitting the enemy. The scattered ice fragments will injure all enemies within a few meters of range. With enough mana, user can form hundreds of ice spears within a few seconds. Ice Armor B rank. With the usage of mana, this skill allows the user to enclose himself in an invisible veil of ice, granting the user resistance to both physical and magical attacks. The user can also absorb the ice armor into his body, using the magical ice to repair minor wounds. Fire Rain B rank. User can use mana to create a sea of fire descending directly on the enemies from the sky. The more mana used, the larger the range of the attack. Black Skeleton's S-rank. User can use mana to create skeleton warriors. The more mana used, the higher the rank of the skeleton warrior. With enough mana, the user can even call upon an undead army. To use this skill, at least D-rank mana is required. Instant Teleportation A rank. User can teleport within a few meter radius at the speed of lightning. The more mana used, the more distance the user can cover. With enough mana, user can even teleport thousands of miles within mere seconds. My rank? Well, just a little higher. It was SSS plus rank, the highest potential known by everyone, but after knowing the true strength that lay outside the boundaries of this planet, he shook his head with a bitter smile. It's the greatest rank a mortal can break through into if he has enough talent. Moreover, it's impossible to know the exact potential after SSS plus rank. Only when a person steps into the ascendant state and gains enlightenment from the universe will he be able to continue his journey toward a greater path. Kyle mused. He liked how he had a lot of knowledge, and because of this knowledge, his thought process wasn't the same as before. If before he wanted to just become strong enough to protect his loved ones, now he wanted to see what lay behind the boundaries of this planet. Will I be able to? His voice sounded uncertain, but the tiny upward movement on his lips gave him away. Now that he knew about the astonishing truth that was hidden behind a curtain, he wanted to reach a powerful stage. He would try his best and see how long can he walk on this path leading toward immortality. Anyway, what the worst could happen? He would fail, or maybe he would get tired. Right, so what? In the end, he would be satisfied with his choices. Kyle smirked at his thoughts. Just a little more than a year ago, he wanted to laze around because his talent was low, and he knew even if he worked hard his whole life, he would never be able to cross B rank, but now he wanted to reach the top. How can someone change so much in such a short period? He touched a nearby tree and sped up in a straight direction. His figure flashed between the trees like a breeze. The sudden increased speed after sleeping for 2 whole months made him a little lightheaded, but he felt refreshed when the fast wind brushed past his skin. Within a few seconds, he became familiar with the increased speed and used the skill swift steps. In an instant, his speed tripled and Kyle felt a little dizzy, but he didn't stop and rushed past the towering trees. His senses spread out in the surroundings, and immediately he sensed the faint voices of birds chirping around the trees, the few insects crawling on the grass he passed through. After a minute, he heard some whispers a few meters away from himself. Someone's speaking. Kyle stopped and narrowed his eyes at a distance where he sensed the voices. Bia, where did you and the others get teleported out after the array I drew was activated? I slept for so long that's why I don't know my exact location right now. Moreover, I didn't see the building where those individuals held us captive when I woke up. Instead, I saw large chunks of broken bricks. Did the ones who injured you get caught by the academy? A cold glint flashed through Kyle's eyes when he recalled the helplessness he felt seeing Bia's bloodied body. He released a large breath and slowly started moving toward the place where he heard the voices. The academy did catch some of them. However, I heard the main culprit who planned everything got away unscathed, and the principal is trying his best to find him, Kyle hummed. He took a mental note to find out this person who dared to lay his hands on Bia. He appeared in a village, an elf's village filled with old elves. An elf's village, Kyle raised his brow with surprise. Does that mean he was too far away from Kingdom Escalante? He looked at the only low-rank storage ring on his finger. This was the ring he picked up while fighting those men clad in black. Just how will I return to the academy when I don't even have a clean set of clothes? Kyle cried out inwardly. Never in his life had he felt so poor. What about my storage rings? My mana stones, my gold coins, my S-rank sword. Bia's amused voice resounded in his head. She laughed at his panicked voice. Tusk, don't cry. All the others got their storage rings back, so I think your storage rings are with the principal. Kyle sighed with relief, but in the next second he froze. With a swift movement, he hid behind a tree. A few steps away from him, an old couple was standing. Kyle peeked out from behind the tree. His eyes narrowed slightly when he saw their pointed ears. The old elves couple was wearing white robes. He noticed the old man was flustered as he tried to soothe the woman next to him. The old woman with white hair scoffed and pushed the green-haired old man away. He said in his last letter, he is coming, so why isn't he here yet? With a perplexed expression, the green-haired man sighed. Dear, listen to me, our grandson is busy. He promised he would come back in a few days. Let's go back home. Kyle blinked when he saw them fighting. Well, he won't say they were fighting. Instead, it looked like an old husband was coaxing his runaway wife to return home. He wrinkled his brows and tried to sense their strength. The woman is C rank, but I can't sense the old man's rank. He is probably stronger than me. After thinking for a minute, Kyle took a deep breath and wore an innocent expression. He wasn't sure about his location, so it was better if he asked for a little help. Excuse me. The moment Kyle spoke, the green-haired man abruptly turned around and stared at him with squinted eyes. The old man stood in front of the old woman in a protective stance. He opened his mouth and a deep voice resounded everywhere. Who are you? How did you appear here? Why didn't I sense your presence? Kyle didn't change his expression even after hearing the old man's cold voice. His long hair hid half of his eyes as he fiddled with his fingers. Actually, I am lost, sir. See, his eyes roamed around Kyle's body, seemingly trying to sense his strength, but because of the artifact present in Kyle's ear, he wasn't able to sense anything. The old man opened his mouth to speak, but in the next second the woman standing behind him smacked his head. Din, what the hell are you doing? Why are you scaring an innocent kid? Look at him, he went pale when you shouted so loudly. Din was stunned as he stared at his wife with wide eyes. Claire, not just him, even Kyle was stunned for a second when the old woman stepped toward him with a very gentle smile. Din's silent protest was ignored as she looked at Kyle with twinkling eyes. "Kid, what's your name?" Kyle blinked his eyes. From the corner of his eyes, he could see Din was glaring at him, but when he looked at the gentle and warm smile of the old woman, a very familiar face appeared in his mind, a face he would never forget in this life. "Ah, she smiles just like Mom." A smile appeared on Kyle's face as he introduced himself. "My name is Kyle." Claire stared at Kyle for a few seconds. She stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Din cried out behind her that it was dangerous to just believe a stranger, but she ignored him completely. "Kyle, it's a beautiful name. Your hair is beautiful, shining brightly like stars. My deceased son's hair was similar to yours." Din shut his mouth when he heard his wife's words. He sighed and patted her shoulder, but Claire slapped his hand away. "So Kyle, you are lost, right? Would you like to come with me? My house is nearby. I can see you are wearing dirty clothes. You can take a bath and I will cook you delicious food." Claire looked at Kyle with expectations. She liked him at first glance. If not for his gems-like green eyes, with long silver hair, he looked very similar to her son. It took Kyle a few seconds to process everything, but in the end, he nodded. "Well, I need a safe place to stay until I can contact the academy, so it's fine, I guess." Claire's smile brightened when she saw Kyle nod. She tugged his arm and started walking toward the village with a bright smile. "Kyle, you can call me Grandma." "I would like it if you did." On the other hand, Din sighed. He looked lost as he followed behind his wife, all the while keeping an eye on Kyle. They walked in the forest, and the only talking person was Claire as she told some old stories to Kyle, who smiled in return. With her talking so much, Kyle found out his current location. He was inside Kingdom Tercia. After 10 minutes, they arrived in an open area surrounded by trees. Kyle looked around and eyed the rows of wooden houses. The place was clean and the road was devoid of any shops or stalls. A few old elves were walking around the place with peaceful expressions. "I think it's the same village where Bier and the others got teleported," he mused inwardly, and Claire took him in front of a house. "Kyle, this wooden house is mine, and you can stay here as long as you want." A few old elves walking on the roads glanced at Kyle with confused expressions. Kyle's arrival was sudden and they weren't able to sense his rank, but they stopped when Claire glared at them. Din could do nothing but watch when his wife took Kyle inside the house with a bright smile. He shook his head with a bitter smile and followed behind them quietly. Even though Kyle's appearance was suspicious, as long as his wife was happy, it was okay. Moreover, he would keep an eye on that kid. Meanwhile, after Kyle entered the house, the first thing he did was to take a long bath. Din gave him a white robe to wear, and when he came out, a large table of warm food was waiting for him. Kyle looked at the food with a sigh. There was no meat. The only thing he could see was many types of vegetables. It's food anyway. He thanked the old grandma and ate a lot because he was hungry. After he was done, he and the old couple settled down on chairs present in one of the rooms. Din was still looking at him with a little suspicion, but Kyle didn't mind it anymore. He was really grateful for their help. Kyle looked at the old elves with a smile. "Grandma, I want to contact my family." "Do you have a communication device here?" Claire exclaimed softly and turned to look at her husband. "Do we have another communication device?" Din blinked his eyes when he heard the question. "Dear, we only had 2, and you broke them last week when our grandson Regius didn't pick up your calls." Massaged his temples. Now they didn't have any communication devices. Another smack landed on his shoulder, making him dumbfounded. "So what? Can't you buy one more?" "All right, I will buy one tomorrow." Din's shoulders slumped down with a resigned sigh. At the same time, a loud, excited voice rang outside their house. "Old madam, surprise, I am back." Din gasped slightly and stood up. Even Claire was surprised when she heard the familiar voice. She scoffed when Din ran away to meet the owner of the excited voice. "So he is finally back. I am going to beat him up, this little prick." Claire stood up and walked behind Din. Kyle watched the couple and silently followed behind them. Outside the wooden house, a young boy wearing a brown hoodie and black pants was standing with a bright smile. "Grandma," he shouted and opened his arms for a hug when he saw Claire and Din figures emerging from the wooden house. Regius's enthusiastic voice rang out, and he opened his arms toward Claire with a bright smile. Just like Din, he had green hair and a pair of brownish eyes. Just like Claire and Din, a few old elves stepped out from their wooden houses to meet him when they heard his thunderous shouts. Almost all the elves living in the village knew about Regius because he spent most of his childhood with them. Moreover, he was the only brightness in Claire's life. After she lost her only son in an unfortunate incident, however, he left the village when turned 17 years old to enter an academy and chase after his dreams of becoming someone strong just like Din and his deceased father. Regius' lips twitched when Claire stood in front of him and gave him a deadly stare. He waited with open arms for a minute, but no one hugged him back. In the end, he chuckled nervously and scratched his head. "She is angry." A few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he looked at Din for help, but only shook his head with a grave expression. "He is done for." No one knew who said it, but in the next second, a loud smack landed on Regius's shoulder, and he winced faintly. Regius wanted to protest, but seeing Claire's angry face, he shut his mouth and looked at her with pitiful eyes. "I am sorry, Grandma." Din saw his wife back and silently grinned with satisfaction. Finally, he was not the only one who was getting beaten up. His thoughts were cut short because after hitting Regius, his wife turned around and glared at him with furious eyes. "What are you laughing for?" "No, I am not. You are not allowed to step in the house." With a cold hump, Claire turned around and started walking. Regius silently followed behind her. He threw a mischievous grin at Din, who stood outside with a wronged expression. Kyle saw them approaching and stepped away, but Regius's eyes narrowed at his figure. "Who is this?" He pointed at Kyle with a frown because it was not every day a young boy appeared in their village, not to mention such a handsome and weak-looking one. In the next second, he gasped with surprise because he noticed Kyle's ears weren't pointy. It was not rare to see humans in their kingdoms, but he didn't expect to see one standing in front of his house. Claire looked at Kyle, and a smirk appeared on her face. "He is my son. You have any problem? What?" "I was just away for 2 years and you made a son." Another smack landed on his head and he clicked his tongue. Claire sighed and rubbed his head gently. "You said you would come back once in a while to meet me, but you didn't even bother to pick up my calls. That's why I am angry." Regius grabbed her hand with a smile. "I am sorry. It's my mistake. I won't do it again." Afterward, they entered the house and Claire introduced him to Kyle. At first, Regius was skeptical about Kyle's sudden arrival at their village, but when he didn't sense anything from Kyle and saw his weak appearance, he threw the matter in the back of his head. Anyway, he would beat Kyle up if the latter tried to do anything funny. The day turned into night, and after dinner, Claire finally let Din enter the house. On the other hand, Kyle and Regius both left the couple alone and went to walk in the village for a while. At night, the stars were twinkling in the sky. The village roads were brightened with many lamps hanging on the trees. The atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. Kyle looked around and didn't see anyone. Maybe the old elves liked to sleep early. Regius silently walked beside him, but after a few minutes, he wasn't able to take it and blurted out, "Who are you, Silver Hair? How did you get here? You look younger than me and so weak. Did your parents sell you to some evil thugs, but because you wanted freedom, you ran away?" Regius frowned when he thought about slavery. It was banned everywhere, but a few hidden organizations would do this type of business to please the nobles and earn easy money. Due to these trashy organizations' existence, a few greedy couples would sell their young kids who were deemed unworthy and weak. Moreover, a few months ago, Regius and his classmates were assigned to catch a similar group of people who kidnapped beautiful elves girls and sold them in the other kingdoms. So he was personally able to witness the pain of those girls who were chained like animals. After witnessing such a devastating scene, he was unable to interact with the others normally. He even stopped talking to his grandparents, and it took him a while to expect that the world wasn't as beautiful as he thought. Only when he knew he was all right did he return home. Kyle eyed Regius from the corner of his eyes and mused inwardly. He could see Regius's expression turned rigid when he talked around evil thugs. Maybe he experienced something bad. After spending a few hours with Regius, Kyle knew the latter imagination was very wild. He thought for a second and turned around to look at Regius. "No, my parents didn't sell me. They just kicked me out because I was the weakest among my siblings. Wow, how can I lie so effortlessly? If Neon and Ray heard this line, they are going to beat me up." Regius sighed and tapped his shoulder. "It's all right. Everyone has to suffer one way or another in their life." Kyle nodded with a solemn expression. "I will indeed suffer if my father knew I badmouthed him behind his back. So that's why I will take this secret to my grave." Regius smiled and held out his hand. "Anyway, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Regius Gravis. I am 19 years old. Currently, I am studying in the Loon Academy as a senior student." Kyle looked at his hand and shook it slightly. "Kyle Ohen. I am 18 years old." Regius chuckled at his serious expression, and when they returned home, Claire was truly surprised to see them acting friendly toward each other. Kyle stayed with the old couple for 2 days and patiently waited for Din to get a communication device so he could contact the academy, but Din would make some excuses to avoid the topic. Kyle was perplexed because he wanted to leave as soon as possible, but then Regius patted his shoulder with a serious expression and told him a hidden secret. "Claire liked you. She wants to adopt you as her son or grandson, so I don't think they will buy a communication device in this life. Anyway, who do you want to contact? Didn't your family kick you out? It's better if you stay here with Claire. She is a good mother and will take care of you." Kyle looked at Regius's expression and knew he was serious. He almost wanted to facepalm himself because his lie backfired. "I want to contact my friends and I want to go back because they would be worried about me." Regius raised his brow and nodded. "How about it? I am leaving for the academy tomorrow. You can come with me. I would have given you my communication device, but it's not with me right now. I left it in the academy." Kyle thought for a while and agreed. It was not a bad idea. Next day early morning, both of them got ready to leave, but Claire stopped them with tears. She patted Kyle's hand and looked at Regius with angry eyes. You want to leave, then just go alone. Why are you taking my son with you? Look at him, he looked so pale. The city life is very dangerous for him. It's better he stayed with me. I will ask Din to get a communication device. Regius laughed and removed Claire's hands holding Kyle. Grandma, I know you very well. You will never let him go. Also, don't worry about him. I will protect this weak fry. Kyle shook his head when he heard their conversation. He tapped Regius's shoulder with a serious expression. Regius turned around and looked at him with a frown. What? Don't worry, she can't force you to stay here. We will leave together. No, it's not that. I just want to say I am not weak, I can protect myself. Kyle said with a serious expression, but Regius burst into laughter. Have you seen yourself in the mirror? You looked a little buffy, but because of your pale skin, you look very weak. Even your hands look so delicate. I believe you never held a weapon in your hands. Regius eyed his hands, but then mumbled slowly. Why can't I sense your rank? Did you not go through the awakening process? Kyle wanted to reply when Din entered the room. Regius, time to leave. You have to travel on foot from here. After you reach the border of the village, a merchant cargo would be waiting for you there. They will send you to a nearby teleportation array. Regius nodded and pointed at Claire. Grab your wife, Kyle is leaving with me. Din's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded and stopped Claire. Kyle sighed, and with Regius, he left the room. The moment they stepped outside the room, Claire's angry cry resounded in their ears. Din, you are done for. Kyle looked at Regius, and both of them sped up, instantly leaving the house to not get involved in the couple's fight. Regius silently walked a few steps ahead of Kyle because he was familiar with the path. Moreover, he felt like he should protect the weaker party. He even slowed down his pace so Kyle wouldn't feel tired on the way, but to his surprise, Kyle was able to match his pace easily without breaking a sweat. He was a little troubled regarding Kyle's strength, but he ignored it when he saw the latter's serious expression. After a few hours, they left the forest and arrived at the border area at the end of the village. A merchant cargo was waiting for them on a narrow road opposite the forest. Kyle gazed back at the forest with a smile. I will visit Claire if I ever pass through this village again. Meanwhile, Regius talked with the owner of the cargo for a while. The cargo was filled with low-grade herbs used to make healing potions. Kyle waited at the side. He frowned when he saw a bald man coming out from the cargo. The man had a large scar on his neck, and he looked at Kyle from head to toe with a smirk. The bald man approached him with a smug smile and rubbed his hand. Hello, pretty boy. His sentence was cut short because Regius held his shoulder from behind with a dark expression. Don't you dare, or else I will break your head. Regius released his D-rank aura, and the bald man shivered. Haha, I just wanted to get familiar with him. Don't misunderstand. Kyle looked at the bald man with a cold expression. He opened his clenched fingers and clicked his tongue. The cargo owner, who was standing beside the cargo, was scared shitless because, unlike Regius and the bald man, he could see the horror flying behind their backs. A large ice arrow was aimed at the bald man with its tip pointing directly at his shoulder. He shivered slightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead, because the moment Regius grabbed the bald man, the arrow disappeared into thin air. The silver-haired kid is truly scary. After giving one more glare to the bald man, Kyle and Regius sat down with the goods. The bald man sat down beside the cargo owner with an annoyed expression, and the cargo started moving with the help of a few horses, heading straight toward the nearest city with a teleportation array. Kyle hummed when he gazed at the greenery around the narrow road. My control on mana increased a lot. Now I can easily form the attacks at least a whole meter away from myself. His thoughts wandered around. Maybe it was because of his bloodline. Moreover, he was easily able to blend the attack with the surroundings. That's why no one except the sweating cargo owner noticed his ice arrow. Bia, what are you doing? What about the others? Are they still training with those old men? A few seconds later, an amused voice resounded in his head. Why not see it yourself? Huh. A confused frown appeared on Kyle's face, but in the next second he gasped. Regius, who was sitting beside him, was startled due to his sudden movement and asked him if he was all right. Kyle blinked and pinched his nose. I am fine. Regius nodded and patted his shoulder. All right. I am sleeping. Wake me up if something happens. After Regius closed his eyes, Kyle's expression turned serious. Bia, what was that? The feeling was so strange my mind suddenly buzzed. It's a skill I unlocked recently, called Shared Vision. I can share my vision with you for a minute, but you need to focus. Okay, I will try. Kyle took a deep breath and closed his eyes with expectations. This time he focused on the feeling. It was very strange, like a tiny window was opened in his consciousness, but instead of feeling pain, he felt slightly tense. After trying for a few minutes, Kyle grasped the connection between him and Bia. With a sudden tingling sensation inside his head, an image appeared in his mind. Kyle was shocked. He knew his eyes were closed, but it was like he had another pair of eyes because he could see what was happening in front of Bia. Wow, this skill is amazing. I know, right, but I can only share my vision with you for a minute or two because I can't maintain the connection for a long period. The first thing that Kyle saw was a crawling brown-haired boy. The boy was mouthing some words with an ugly expression, and Kyle was sure he was cursing his lungs out. Ha ha ha, why is Nine crawling in front of you? Bia didn't reply. Instead, Kyle's vision changed because, in the next second, she started flying, roaming above all the other students. Kyle eyed the place around Bia and saw a lush forest. A lot of young individuals were running in the forest with ragged breathing. Some of them were crawling like Nine. When Bia traveled a little further, he saw a few familiar faces: Alec, Carcel, Mia, and Lara. The person running above everyone else was none other than Alec. Why are they running in a forest? Bia hummed and flew opposite the running kids. At a distance, a white-haired man was floating with an evil smile. He was holding some wriggling insects in his palm as he spoke something with a snicker. Kyle wasn't able to hear what the man said, but he shivered when he saw how the old man chased behind the running kids and scared them with those creepy insects. This is training, or torture, he questioned Bia with a skeptical voice. After a few seconds, Kyle sighed when he saw how the old man caught up to Nine crawling figure and tossed some of those creepy insects on him. Nine's expression was ugly as he danced around while trying his best to remove the insects from his body. My condolences. Kyle inwardly lit a candle for Nine and the running kids. He took a mental note to stay at least 1,000 kilometers away from this type of training. The cargo owner wanted to rest in between the 2-day journey, but Regius and Kyle were not in the mood to stop in the middle of a forest. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and force the horses to continue moving. Kyle and Regius jumped off the cargo when it stopped outside the city gate, and without even glancing at the owner, they started walking toward the city gate. A long line of travelers was standing outside the gate, and all of them were elves. Some of the elves glanced at the duo, especially at Kyle because of his shoulder-length bright hair and pale face. Kyle frowned when he felt so many stares boring at his back. He was wearing a blue hoodie with black pants he requested from Regius because the white robes were too long. I take back my words. Black hair is better, at least I didn't attract so much attention. With a sigh, he hid his hair in the hoodie. After waiting in line for a few minutes, it was finally their turn to enter the city. A city guard wearing plain clothes inquired about their reason for entering the city, but when Regius showed him his academy token, the guard instantly let them in because Loon Academy was very famous in the Tertia Kingdom. Kyle looked around the city. It was not much developed, but a lot of elves were roaming around the busy streets, heading from one stall to another. The house structure around the city was different from Kingdom Escalante because almost all the houses were flat with only a single floor. Moreover, he could see a lot of greenery even in such a bustling city. He walked behind Regius and was a little surprised when he saw some humans walking around the streets. After a few minutes of walking, they stopped in front of an old-looking shop. Regius turned around and looked at Kyle. Don't go anywhere and wait here for a minute. You can't enter this shop without permission, but the shop owner is my friend. So I will buy a communication crystal for you because it will take us a whole week to reach the academy from here. Kyle nodded and silently watched as Regius entered the shop. He waited outside for a few seconds, but then his ears twitched slightly. A frown appeared on his face, and he looked at a dark alley a few meters away from the shop. It was very faint, but he was sure someone was shouting for help. Kyle gazed at the shop with a serious expression and slid down his hoodie, completely hiding his eyes. I will return before he comes out. Kyle approached the alley with slow steps, completely blending with the elves around him. He passed through a few stalls and stopped outside the alley. His frown deepened because the cry for help disappeared when he arrived in front of the alley. I am here already, so I should check it out. He entered the alley and looked around with a serious expression. After a few seconds, he heard sounds of murmur and stopped in his tracks. Opposite him, 2 young elves, males and 2 females wearing similar purple shirts, were helping an injured middle-aged woman. A few steps away from the group of elves wearing purple shirts, 2 unconscious men were tied up with a rope. Kyle blinked. He could only see the backs of those purple shirts elves. He stepped back silently. It seems I am not needed. As he turned around and took a step towards the exit of the alley, a low tick sound resounded behind him and his ears perked up again. Amidst the faint murmurs of the bustling streets, the sound was very unique, like a smooth glass piece hitting the floor. He turned around because he sensed something rolling toward him. The group of purple shirt elves was standing at the same spot, now trying to wake up the unconscious tied men, but Kyle's eyes darted at the ground, where a greenish-white porcelain bracelet rolled across the hard surface. Under his gaze, the accessory rolled smoothly and finally stopped with a zing-zang sound when it hit his shoe. Kyle bent down and picked it up. The bracelet surface shone brightly under the sunlight. Also, he could see an unfinished old array carved on its surface. Kyle gazed at the group of elves again and saw one of the female elves was wearing a familiar accessory on one of her wrists. He was only able to see her back and long honey-colored hair cascading down behind her smoothly. He wanted to leave the accessory on the ground, but Regius's worried voice resounded in his mind, and he hurriedly turned around and started walking with the bracelet in his hand. While moving, he heard a faint murmur from behind. "Trash, how can these people attack an innocent woman?" The voice was angry, but it didn't sound cold. Instead, it was very pleasant. Kyle's grasp on the bracelet tightened slightly. He wanted to turn around to see the voice owner, but Regius grabbed his shoulder. "Kyle, where did you go? Didn't I tell you to stay in front of the shop? It's very dangerous for you to roam around like this." Huh? Kyle blinked and looked at Regius's worried face. "Sorry, I just wanted to see a stall." Regius gazed at a nearby stall and sighed. "You could have waited for me. Anyway, I bought a communication crystal. Here." He took out a crystal ball and handed it to Kyle. "Kyle, do you know the set of relevant coordinate numbers of your friend's communication devices? After all, you can't contact them without it." Kyle nodded. He wasn't sure about others, but he remembered Elder Hand's communication crystal coordinate number. Also, he remembered the coordinates number of the communication crystal he gave to his father. After Kyle placed the bracelet and the communication crystal in his storage ring, they went toward a nearby hotel to eat and rest for a while. Meanwhile, in the alley, the female elf finally noticed one of her bracelets was missing. She gasped with surprise and looked at her friends. "One of my bracelets is missing. Help me find it. My dad gave it to me as a gift." His shoulder-length silver hair was tied back in a ponytail, giving him an effortlessly cool and confident look. Also, now his eyes were completely visible, shining brightly within the dimly lit hotel room. The room had a wooden interior with 2 single-sized beds, a table, and 2 chairs. On his left side, Regius's bed was empty because the latter went outside to meet someone he knew. Kyle took a deep breath and fiddled with the communication crystal. He recalled a familiar coordinate number and infused his mana in the crystal. After a few seconds, the crystal lit up with a bright light. Kyle waited patiently, and after half a minute, an old voice resounded in the room. "Who is it?" The tension around Kyle's shoulders loosened the moment he heard the old voice. It was laced with tiredness and unknown worry. He opened his mouth to reply, but the voice sounded again, this time a little expectant and anxious. "Kyle, is it you? My dear." Kyle's lips moved upward slightly in a genuine smile, and now if someone looked at him, they would probably lose their hearts. With pale skin and exquisite facial features, he looked like a deity who had graced the mortals with his presence. "Yes, it's me. Dad, how are doing?" "Kyle," Baron Ohen exclaimed with a choke. Kyle wasn't sure, but he knew the Baron was probably crying. His smile vanished and a frown appeared on his face. "Did the Academy inform my family about my disappearance?" "No, it's not possible because except Elderhen no one knows about their current location." "Kyle, my son, how have you been?" "I received the news about your disappearance 2 months ago from your master. It pained my heart because I wasn't able to do anything for you. Your brothers were hellbent on going to find you, but they were stopped by Elder Han because he said it's not safe." Kyle sighed. "So it was Master who told them." "I am fine, father. Please don't worry about me. I just got separated from my classmates, but now I am in a safe place. I am sorry because of me you are always worried." Kyle's voice was sincere. He had worried the old man so many times. First, because of him, they had to leave their house. Now he just suddenly disappeared on them. No, don't apologize. It's not your fault. I am just happy you are safe. Wait, I will call Neon and Ray." After hearing the news about your disappearance, they started training day and night because they wanted to become strong. So Elder Han would tell them about the place where you were last seen. After a few minutes, Ray and Neon's anxious voice resounded from the crystal and Kyle chuckled lightly. He talked with them for a while, and when the worry and tension within their voice vanished, he spoke with hesitation. Dad, would you believe me if I said my appearance changed for some reason? Like now I looked a little too handsome, so it's possible you won't recognize me when you see me next time." There was silence for a few seconds, but then Baron Ohen burst into laughter. Not just him, Ray and Neon's laughing voices resounded from the crystal. Kyle was stunned. "They didn't believe me," Kyle snapped out of his thoughts when Neon spoke with a chuckle. "Kyle, my little brother, when the hell did you become a narcissist? I thought you never cared about beauty, so why now? Did you hit your head or something?" Kyle clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. "I am not lying. It's just happened naturally." Ray chimed in with a laugh. All right, we believe you. Just don't get kidnapped due to your otherworldly beauty. We still want to see the beautiful appearance of our little brother." Kyle barely stopped the urge to facepalm. He grumbled in his mind. "Bro, you want to make a bet?" Ray heard Kyle's voice and laughed again. "No, I don't want to. You are always lucky with these types of things." "I remember the last time I made a bet with you, it wasn't a good experience at all. I lost all my money." Kyle raised his brow with a smile. It was very rare for him to make a bet with others because he only did it when he was 100% sure he would win. After a minute, Baron Ohen suddenly recalled something and stopped Kyle from breaking the communication crystal connection. "Wait a second, Kyle. Elder Han said his old communication device was lost, so you won't be able to contact him. That's why when he came to inform us about your disappearance, he asked us to inform him if you come back home. I will send him your communication crystal coordinate number, so he will be able to contact you. Kyle raised his brow. All right, I am waiting. He cut the connection and started waiting. After around 10 minutes, Kyle crystal buzzed. He picked it up instantly, and a loud, angry voice resounded from the communication crystal. Kyle, you rascal, where the hell are you? Do you have any idea how much panic you gave my old heart when you just disappeared into thin air? Kyle almost wanted to grab his ears. The voice was so loud, that's why he hurriedly distanced himself from the crystal and waited patiently. After grumbling and scolding Kyle for 10 minutes straight, Han finally calmed down. Kyle, are you even listening to what I am saying? Where are you right now? Kyle replied with a serious expression. I am currently in an elf city called Balon. It's located on the west side of Kingdom Tercia. I lost my storage rings. That's why I am too poor to return to Kingdom Escalante myself. Han was silent for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating something. No, he was definitely not scheming regarding Kyle's storage rings. Kyle, remember I told you about a secret realm. It's going to open soon. Do you still want to enter that realm? Think carefully because the realm is very dangerous. In the past, a lot of people entered that realm, but only a few returned alive. Kyle blinked. He didn't expect to hear such a topic so suddenly. He thought for a while. Han had previously told him about the realm. It was dangerous indeed, but if he got scared so easily, how would he become strong in the future? Wouldn't his dream to achieve a stage beyond SSS plus rank becomes a joke if he started fearing every little hardship? Master, I am strong enough to protect myself. I want to enter the secret realm because I know if I don't face dangers, I won't become strong. However, how will I do it? I remember only those who won in the Academy's tournament were eligible to enter the realm. I wasn't even able to participate in the tournament, so do I still have a chance to enter the realm? Han stayed quiet for another few seconds, but then he sighed. Young kids nowadays are all the same. They always want to take risks, but you are right, if you don't face hardships, you won't achieve true strength. Also, after the tournament, the top 200 kids from Kingdom Escalante are already selected, so now you can't enter the secret realm through Kingdom Escalante. Kyle stayed quiet and attentively listened to the old man. However, I think you can try to get a spot through Kingdom Tercia. I got the news they haven't filled their 200 spots yet. A surprised expression appeared on Kyle's face. Why would the Elf's kingdom give him a chance to fight for a spot they have secured for their own kingdom? Kyle's voice turned serious. How? If it's possible and fair, I want to try. Han mused with a chuckle. Don't worry, it's fair. I can't give you a spot directly and you have to fight for it yourself. Moreover, even though the population is low, there are many humans and demi-humans living in Kingdom Tercia, so the elves didn't forbid them to fight for a spot. Kyle's eyes sparkled. If they gave him a chance, then he would surely grab it. After a few seconds, Han's voice resounded again. This time his voice was very serious. Kid, stay where you are and don't leave. I will contact one of my friends. He will pick you up. There's no need for you to return to the academy for the time being. Kyle sighed. He wanted to meet Bia, 9, Alec, and the others as soon as possible, but it was fine. In the end, all of them would go to the secret realm. He would meet them there. All right, I will wait here. Master, please take Bia to the place where the secret realm will open. She wanted to come find me, but I stopped her, and now I don't think we would be able to meet soon. Han laughed when he grasped the meaning behind Kyle's words. Rascal, how are you so sure that you would be able to get a spot for the secret realm? Do you even know how many young kids will fight for these spots in Kingdom Tercia? After saying goodbye, Kyle closed the communication crystal and shrugged his shoulders. It was true he didn't know how many individuals would fight for the spots, but he was 100% sure he would win. Tusk, now that I am B rank and my mana stat is so high, I don't think anyone my age can defeat me. Kyle shuddered at his thoughts. Neon was right, he was becoming a narcissist. I don't know. Kyle watched how he grumbled and threw his body on the bed. The wooden bed creaked under his weight. Regius placed one of his palms under his face and looked at Kyle with a sigh. Kyle, I think we need to leave now. Sorry, I know you're tired, but I just met some of my friends downstairs. They told me all the Loon Academy students who want to register for the important event held at the outskirts of the capital city need to report back to the academy as soon as possible. I am one of the strongest students among my classmates, so I need to go back. Regius watched how Kyle nodded and gazed at him with intense green eyes. A shiver ran down Regius's spine. He didn't know why, but under Kyle's gaze, he sat down properly. Regius frowned at himself for the sudden movement, but then Kyle hummed and started talking. I can't go with you. Regius' frown deepened, but then he noticed the communication crystal in Kyle's hands. Did you contact your friends? I did. Someone will soon come to pick me up. Regius stayed quiet for a while. He looked at Kyle. In the past few days, he started liking his company. Moreover, Kyle was his first human friend. He was hesitant because leaving Kyle in a foreign place filled with unknown people alone wasn't a good decision, but when he saw Kyle's intense eyes, he pinched his brows with a groan. What was he thinking? Kyle never said he needed protection. It's just. Kyle looked so pure and innocent. What if someone took advantage of his kind nature? Regius shook his head. He didn't know why, but he felt like he should protect Kyle. Maybe it was because he unconsciously took him as a little brother. All right, it's not like I can force you to come with me. I will rent this hotel room for the next 10 days, so you can stay here. If you can go back safely, just inform me through the communication crystal. It will put me at ease. Also, don't hesitate to contact me if something happens. Kyle smiled at his words. He knew himself very well. Easily interacting with others was a little harder for him. At first, he was even wary of Regius and all the old elves living in the village, but in such a short time, he understood how wrong he was. They were truly good people. They helped him even though he lied about almost everything. I will. Regius nodded at his words with a serious expression. Remember, if you are in danger, never hesitate to call me. Kyle felt a little guilty when he saw how genuine Regius was. He wasn't sure if his decision was right or wrong, but in the next second, he spoke with a thin smile. Regius, I told you I am not weak. Regius blinked. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the next second, a faint aura seeped out from Kyle's body. Regius was stunned and shut his mouth immediately. His heartbeat quickened. The aura was faint, but after sensing it, he was sure if Kyle attacked him, he would lose under a single move. His jaw tightened, and he looked at Kyle with wide eyes. Hundreds of questions appeared in his mind. First, did Kyle lie when he said his family kicked him out because he was weak? Of course it was a lie. Kyle was so strong. A ting of anger appeared in his chest. So all this time he was being an idiot. He looked at Kyle for answers, but the latter only replied with an apologetic smile. He opened and closed his mouth, but no words came out. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Kyle's voice resounded in his ears. It's okay. You can curse at me. I know I am a little paranoid. It's very hard for me to trust others. At his words, Regius opened his mouth to curse, but when he saw Kyle's sincere face, he shut his mouth again. Kyle could have hidden this fact until the end, so why now? Why did he tell him now when they were going to separate anyway? As if sensing Regius's trail of thought, Kyle spoke again, this time with a chuckle. We are friends, aren't we? I don't want to lose a genuine friend just because of a small lie. Regius scoffed, but when he heard the word friends, the tension around his shoulders lessened. So your family didn't kick you out, also? Is your true name Kyle? Kyle mused and averted his eyes. About my family, they love me a lot, and Kyle is my real name. I didn't lie about my name. Regius huffed and pulled his sleeves up. All right, I will forgive you. Just let me punch you once. Kyle hissed and closed his eyes. He placed the communication crystal in the storage ring and got ready for the incoming pain. Regius started laughing when he saw how easily Kyle accepted his punishment. The tense atmosphere around them disappeared, and he jumped off the bed. With a smile, he patted Kyle's shoulder. Tusk, I want to, but your pretty face is in the way. Kyle opened his eyes and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Regius laughed again. He was truly angry at Kyle because of his lie, but maybe he would also do the same if he suddenly found himself in an unknown place. He paced back to the bed with a smile. Anyway, Kyle, what is your rank? I can sense you're stronger than me, that's why I can't sense your exact rank. B rank. Regius shuddered and snapped his head back to look at Kyle with shock. B rank, he stuttered, and Kyle replied with a nod. Regius sucked in a cold breath. So strong. Moreover, to top it off, Kyle was only 18 years old. That means Kyle was a genius. He clicked his tongue because even in the Loon Academy, the highest rank recorded at the age of 18 was D+ rank. Regius didn't ask any more questions. He was too shocked. He took a bath absent-mindedly and came out wearing a purple shirt with a golden leaf embedded in the chest. Kyle raised his brow when he saw his shirt. It was very similar to those elves he saw in the alley. So they were from Loon Academy. He mused inwardly and thought about the porcelain bracelet. Should I give it to Regius? He snapped out of his thoughts when Regius waved at him. Kyle, I am leaving. Well, it unnecessary considering your strength, still take care. Kyle nodded and jumped off the bed. He walked and stopped at the door. His eyes watched Regius's fading image. After Regius was gone, Kyle went back and sat down on the bed. He closed his eyes and decided to get familiar with the mind space. He went to another hotel nearby, and the moment he entered the hotel lobby, he heard someone's grumpy voice. Regius chuckled at the four young elves clad in purple shirts sitting at the corner. What are you all doing? We need to go back. Let's leave. The four elves, 2 boys and 2 girls, snapped their heads simultaneously and looked at Regius. One of the boys stood up with a serious expression and approached Regius. Senior, we looked everywhere, but we weren't able to find Yue's lost bracelet. She received the pair of bracelets from her father, and it was a keepsake her grandmother left behind, and now one of the bracelets is gone. Regius sighed and patted the shoulder of the grumpy junior. Faith, I don't think we can find it. Some passerby probably picked it up. We are already late. So let's go to the teleportation array. Yue should apologize to her father and tell him the truth. Faith nodded and looked at the honey-haired girl sitting with the other two elves. Yue turned around and looked at Regius with her beautiful yet sharp amber eyes. She possessed a natural elegance that was enhanced by her flowing locks of honey-colored hair. Her skin was pale like snowflakes, but the aura around her wasn't delicate. Yue's pointy ears twitched when she sensed the many eyes present in the hotel lobby staring at her secretly. She opened her mouth and a melodious voice came out. "All right, senior. It's my fault the bracelet was lost. I wasn't careful enough. Let's leave." Regius was stunned for a second. He recalled Kyle's face and clicked his tongue. He wasn't a person to care about beautiful facial features, but after getting exposed to Kyle and Yue, he knew he would never be satisfied with a normal-looking companion. "Why do I feel like my future turned bleak for some reason?" He sucked in a deep breath, and with the other four elves, he left the hotel lobby. They traveled through the busy streets heading straight toward the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Kyle waited patiently in the hotel room. He jumped off the bed and stared at the bed. With a deep breath, Kyle touched the bed and in an instant it disappeared. "My mind space is huge, so maybe I can even put a whole building inside," he thought and released a large breath. His eyes were twinkling with expectations. With a wave of his hand, the bed returned to its original position. Kyle bent down and touched the floor, but nothing happened. He clicked his tongue. "I can't place it inside. Is it because there are living beings in this building?" Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind, and he took off the low-rank storage ring present on his finger. He wasn't sure if it worked, but he wanted to place the storage ring in his mind space. In the next second, the storage ring disappeared, and Kyle chuckled. "I can put it inside." He sat down on the bed and sorted out all the functions he discovered about mind space. "I have to touch the things to place them inside, but it depends. Just like how I can place a bed and a storage ring in the mind space, but I can't place a whole building." Kyle sighed and blue flames lingered around his fingertips. He looked at a distance. A tiny blue fireball appeared out of thin air. Kyle's fingers moved slightly and he watched the flames dance in the room. After testing the flames for half an hour, he went down to the hotel lobby to eat something. He spent his whole day lazing around, but the next day, a middle-aged woman appeared in front of the hotel. Her mere presence was enough to make the whole hotel tremble, because instead of politely asking about Kyle, she started shouting his name. Kyle groaned and stood up from the bed. He was dumbfounded when he heard someone calling out to him so early in the morning. He hissed and immediately tied his hair. After smoothing the wrinkles in his hoodie, he hurriedly left the room, heading straight toward the origin of the voice. He was stunned when he saw a crowd of elves standing around a middle-aged blue-hair woman. The woman amplified her voice with mana, so almost everyone was able to hear her loud voice. She was continuously shouting Kyle's name with a nonchalant expression. Kyle cursed under his breath. Was this woman sent by his master? If yes, Kyle was going to have a serious talk with Han. He approached the woman and raised his hand. "I am Kyle, please stop shouting." The woman raised his brow and looked at Kyle from top to bottom with an intrigued smile. The long sleeves of her amber shirt fluttered when she pointed at Kyle. "You are Kyle, Han student?" Kyle nodded. The woman looked at him with a frown. "Are you sure you are Kyle? Han said you have black hair. So why do I see silver hair?" Kyle didn't reply. He merely took out the communication crystal and hurriedly called Elder Han. A few minutes later, Elder Han confirmed his identity, and the woman finally introduced herself as his guardian for the next few months. "Hello, Kyle Ohan. My name is Serena, and I am your guardian who will accompany you for the time being. So you can fight for a spot to enter the secret realm." Kyle sighed and pinched his brows. He looked at Serena back and quietly followed behind her. He wasn't sure where they were going, but then Serena started talking. She told him about the event that would be held on the outskirts of the elf's capital city. She wasn't sure about the exact details, but one thing was for sure: at least a few hundred, no, possibly thousands of elves would participate in the event, so Kyle's winning chances weren't high. Moreover, according to the rumors, the event would continue for at least 2 months. No one knew what the participants would face in these 2 months, or what type of competitions would be held among them. Kyle subconsciously increased his pace and started walking beside Serena. His facial expression was serious because he listened to each word carefully. In between, Serena gazed at Kyle with a raised brow. She even increased her speed, but Kyle didn't even sweat and easily matched her pace. Serena clicked her tongue. As an A-rank saber user, she wasn't weak, but the fact that she wasn't able to sense an 18-year boy rank annoyed her a little. Moreover, she knew about Kyle's true identity. He was the one who bonded with the legendary beast, Han, you psycho. "Why do you always have such a good eye? I also want a strong and pretty disciple." Serena cursed Han inwardly, but her face was devoid of any emotions. They walked in a busy street mostly filled with elves, and after a while arrived in front of a teleportation array. Kyle's brows knitted slightly when he saw the long line of elves standing in front of the teleportation array, but Serena moved fast and grabbed a middle-aged elf wearing brownish robes. The middle-aged elf tensed under Serena. He gazed back and forth at Kyle and Serene. Kyle didn't know what Serena did, but in the next second the middle-aged elf bowed down and gestured for them to use the array first. Kyle raised his brow. Serena was a human, but she was able to order the elves how. The question appeared in his mind, but then he saw the mustard color round pin attached on Serena's shoulder. There was a beautiful moon sign on the edge of the pin. It looks like a family symbol. Maybe she is acquainted with a famous noble family. His eyes narrowed when he noticed a familiar normal-looking brooch opposite to the mustard color pin. Ah. The brooch, it's exactly similar to the one Master left behind for me. Kyle's mood soured when he recalled the brooch. Instead of sending him to a safe place, the brooch just tossed him outside the enemy base. He grumbled in his mind, well, in the end, the situation helped him when he was awakening his bloodline so he would forgive the old man. Anyway, why does Serena have the brooch? Did Master gave it to her? Kyle's thoughts stopped midway because Serena shouted and asked him to step into the array. Kyle sighed and started walking. The long line of standing elves turned their heads at Kyle and glared at his back with anger. They had been waiting for a long time, but now an unknown person dared to break the line. However, before they could voice their opinions, Serena released her aura slightly and gazed at them with sharp eyes. The elves swallowed hard and shut their mouths immediately. After Kyle stepped into the array, Serena followed behind. In an instant, the array shone brightly, and they disappeared under the crowd's resentful eyes. Soon, they appeared in another bustling city, but the city was larger and more advanced than the previous city. They roamed between the large buildings, and Serena booked 2 rooms in a nearby hotel. She took out a storage ring with some mana stones and threw it to Kyle. "Kid, I can see you are practically poor. So go buy some clothes and other necessary things you need for the next 2 months. We will leave for the capital city tomorrow. The event would start at least 1 week later, and because I need to register you for it, we need to go there as early as possible." Serena waved her hand and started walking, heading straight toward her room because she had to contact some people regarding Kyle. "The kid isn't from Kingdom Tercia. It's better if I take extra precautions to stop any future troubles. Han. You owe me this time." She clicked her tongue. Sending Kyle to the event was very easy, but if he won, well, she wasn't sure he would, but if he did, the people in charge of the event would try to find his true identity. Moreover, if somehow they found out Kyle wasn't from their kingdom and still entered the event, they would immediately kick him out without even thinking twice. "Sigh, so much work to do. I will just ask someone for a favor." Kyle looked at her fading image and then looked at the storage ring. There were at least a few hundred mana stones in there. "I am not used to being poor." He grabbed the ring, and after eating something in the hotel, he went out to buy everything he needed. The sun wasn't burning, instead, it was leaving the horizon. The sky was tinged with dusk and yellow, and the air around the city was slightly cold. First, Kyle entered a clothing shop and bought a few sets of clothes. Instead of storing everything in the storage ring, he placed the clothes in his mind space. Afterward, he went out and bought some packed food and a lot of water bottles. "I think I should learn some water-related skills. I can't possibly eat ice, or maybe I can melt it." Kyle chuckled and entered shop after shop. In the end, the evening turned into night and he arrived in front of a weapon shop. Kyle fiddled with the storage ring. "I don't have many mana stones left. I don't think I can buy a good weapon. Sigh, I miss my sword so badly." He entered the shop. With a ting, the door opened, and his gaze landed at the walls adorned with many types of gleaming swords, sabers, shields, powerful bows, and some low-rank artifacts. The shopkeeper, standing behind a sturdy counter, gazed at Kyle's figure and offered him a sweet smile. The slim elf approached him and asked politely, "What type of weapon would you like to buy, sir?" Kyle's lips twitched. He cleared his throat and offered the shopkeeper his almost empty storage ring shamelessly. "Give me something according to my budget. I would prefer it if it's a sword, a high-rank sword." The elf took the storage ring from Kyle's hand, and his smile morphed into a scoff when he saw Kyle's wealth. No one knew what happened in the shop, but after only 2 minutes, Kyle was standing outside with a dry smile. He was holding an emerald bow with golden linings. The bow was old, but as Kyle asked, it was the highest rank according to his budget. It seemed poor people can't even buy a proper weapon. Kyle sighed as he eyed the bow. It was E rank, and the shopkeeper gave him 10 free arrows. He stretched the string with his fingers. "Not bad, the only problem is that it's not a sword." He took a deep breath but then cursed in his mind. "I asked for a sword. Damn it, why can't I buy a low-rank sword with 46 mana stones? Why is this shop so expensive?" Kyle returned to the hotel with a grumpy expression. He placed the bow and arrows in his mind space, thinking something was better than nothing. For him, the next 2 days were practically boring because he could do nothing but sit patiently in his room. After all, Serena was busy. On the third day, Serena knocked on his door and Kyle sighed with relief when he found out they were leaving. They traveled through 2 teleportation arrays and within half a day arrived at the capital city. The city was adorned with sparkling lights and the tall houses were embedded in large trees. Kyle curiously gazed around the many food stalls, but he was shocked when he heard the price. Damn it, when did meat become so expensive? He immediately retracted his gaze, not even daring to look at the food stalls. Ah, I remember how me Nine and Carcel ditched Alec last time in a hotel and he had to pay for everything. Sigh, now I can understand his pain. Kyle shook his head. He wasn't regretful, instead he wanted to do it once again. If fate offered, he would drag Alec here in this expensive elves market, and after he was done eating he would ditch him again. After walking for another 2 hours, they left the capital city. Kyle gazed at the large dome-shaped structure present outside the city gates. The place was 10 times more crowded than the capital city, but all the elves were strictly following the rules by lining up properly. Among the elves, he even saw some humans and demi-humans. Moreover, many elf guards wearing green uniforms were patrolling around the dome with stern faces. Kyle sucked in a deep breath when he saw a familiar floating old figure above the dome. The old elf was far away, but Kyle was able to see his face clearly from his spot due to his enhanced vision. The old elf was among the people who attacked Kyle when he emerged from the Tower of Opportunity. A sharp glint flashed through Kyle's eyes, but he shook his head and threw the thought at the back of his mind. He was still weak. Moreover, he would never attack first. No matter, humans, elves, or any other being. Everyone was greedy. I will remember this old elf if he ever dares to lay his eyes on beer again. Kyle's thoughts stopped when the floating figure gazed at him from above. Kyle didn't look away and stare back, but the elf turned his head away to look at someone else. It seems he is one of the people who are assigned to make sure the event goes smoothly. Kyle looked away and at the same time, Serena gestured for him to follow behind her closely. They didn't stand with the line, instead they entered the dome through another path. 2 tall elves stopped them, but Serena showed them a token and they opened the door. Kyle sighed and looked back at the silent murmurs. A few elves standing in the long line were staring at him. He noticed a large group of purple shirt elves, probably from Loon Academy, standing at the other end, but he retracted his gaze when Serena urged him to follow behind. They were told to return to the academy as soon as possible, but they didn't think after returning to the academy they would be traveling day and night without any rest. The students glared at the 3 professors standing in front of them with resentment, but the professors didn't even spare them a glance. Regius sighed and shook his head. The dark circles under his eyes showed he was tired. The reason, he hasn't slept properly for the past 2 days. He sighed and absent-mindedly followed behind the professors. Different from all the other students, 3 male elves and 2 beautiful female elves quietly followed behind him, to everyone's surprise, except for when the other 4 elves following behind him weren't his classmates. Instead, they were his juniors. The 4 juniors were assigned to him by one of the academy elders the moment they entered the academy. Because first, the 4 juniors entered the academy 2 months later than their peers, and second, the elder asked him to keep an eye on them so they wouldn't do anything reckless. At first, Regius only did his job, but after a few months, he became close with the 4 of them, and they became friends. No one knew who started it, but their group became quite famous in the whole academy. Later, he found out the 4 juniors' backgrounds weren't normal at all, and there was a reason why he was assigned to take care of them. All 4 of them had a unique identity. One was the youngest princess of House Windcrest, the current strongest noble house of Elf's kingdom, only below the Elves' king, while the other 3 were the sole heirs of 3 big elves' families. Regius was shocked when he found out he was treated as a scapegoat by those noble families. They wanted to protect their children, and because his grandfather Din was one of the strongest and oldest guardians of the Elves' kingdom, they decided to pick Regius as the person who would take care of their kids. Regius knew their planning was quite good because in the Elves' kingdom, no one would dare to attack him due to his grandfather. Even though the old man stayed away from all the matters regarding the kingdom, his temper was very bad. Din would probably snap and kill all those who laid their hands on his only grandson, so the plan to send the 4 kids under Regius was the best they would have thought in their lives. At first, Regius was vexed because he was used, but when he saw the innocent eyes of his juniors, he sighed and threw the matter at the back of his head. It was not the juniors' fault. It was their families who planned all this. Unbeknownst to him, he was weak in front of pretty faces. Well, there is no way he would accept it, so he blamed everything on the cunning rich families. Regius' thoughts were disturbed by some nearby murmurs. The sound grew louder and louder, and he snapped his head up to see a small commotion happening opposite to him. He wasn't able to see anything because of the crowd. That's why he looked back at his only classmate, Isil, who was following behind him with the 4 juniors. Can you see what's happening? The 4 juniors also turned around and looked at Isil curiously. Izel craned his neck up to look at the crowd, and his cyan eyes glowed eerily for a second before he made an O with his mouth. Nothing, just a middle-aged woman and a silver-haired boy. They didn't stand in the line, instead they entered through a special door. Regius narrowed his eyes when he heard silver hair boy, but he shook his head. Silver hair was rare, but why would Kyle come here? It's probably someone else. The juniors standing behind him all perked up their ears. They belonged to famous noble families, but they weren't given such a privilege. So who was this silver-haired boy? One of the juniors, an elf girl with frost-colored hair, quietly listened to the murmurs around them and grinned. She wrapped her hand around the honey-haired girl's shoulder standing beside her. Yue, can you hear the murmurs? They are saying it's a silver-hair handsome boy. Remember you told me your preference. Her sentence was cut short because Yue pinched her waist. Shut up, Lumi. Don't speak nonsense. When did I tell you my preference? Lumi stuck out her tongue with an O, clearly not satisfied. It's okay if you don't want to try. I don't like silver-haired ones, but I like handsome ones so I can. Lumi, all right. I am not joking anymore. Ha ha ha. Lumi laughed out loud, gathering a lot of attention. The two boys behind them shook their heads. They were used to Lumi's childish jokes. Moreover, she was the only one who could make Yue flustered. Regius sighed and waved his hand. Stop fooling around. It's our turn next. As he spoke, the professors in front of them moved forward because they were finally in front of the dom. A tall, middle-aged male wearing plain clothes gave one of the professors some papers, and the professor hurriedly filled the papers, writing down the academy name and the information of Loon Academy kids who were participating in the event. After the professor returned the filled papers, the middle-aged man seriously fiddled with the papers and nodded. He gestured for the Loon Academy to enter the dom. The students sighed with relief because they had been standing for the past few hours. They followed behind the professor and entered the dom. All of them were stunned when they saw the structure inside the dom. In between the round rows of thousands of chairs descending upward toward the ceiling of the dom, a large circular platform filled with various difficult array symbols was shining under the huge crowd of young and old individuals. The Loon Academy students staggered forward slowly, looking at the air that was filled with faint green particles flying around everywhere. A majestic, beautiful figure of an elf woman was floating above the platform. Her emotionless gaze swept through the new arrivals for a few seconds. The students snapped out of their thoughts when their professors gathered them together. One of the professors stood in front of them with a serious expression and started speaking, giving his last words to the students. Kids, I know that the Academy had informed you regarding today's event. This event is not simple. It's specially designed to find rare talents from Kingdom Tertia. The participants who emerged victorious in this event would be directly nurtured under the king. They would be offered hundreds of rewards. Moreover, the strongest warriors of Kingdom Tertia would give the winners direct teachings. That's why I want all the students of Loon Academy to achieve the best result possible. This event is held under the watchful eyes of many strong individuals from all over the kingdom. They are here to stop any meaningless deaths. However, from the start, you were warned because they wouldn't save you merely because you admitted defeat. They would only rescue you when you are on the brink of death. The professor's expression turned grave. I don't want to see all of you crying like headless chickens. I want to see all of you shine. You can see with your own eyes just how many people are participating in the event. They won't give you a chance to win, so make sure to prove them wrong. I accept all the students from Loon Academy to climb the top spots. Do all of you understand? The students' faces become serious. They shouted with renowned vigor, yes. The crowd around them scoffed when they heard their loud declaration. Some of them even laughed and murmured among themselves, but the Loon Academy students ignored the crowd. After the professor was done, he and the other professors gestured for the kids to enter the crowd, and they sat down among the people sitting on chairs surrounding the circular platform. Amidst the heated crowd, at the edge of the platform, Kyle stood behind Serena, who was talking to an old individual. She signed Kyle's name on a piece of paper with a smile and handed it to the old man. The old man waved his hand and laughed bitterly. How can I refuse this favor when the elves' queen herself contacted me because of your request? I'm not sure about the king's opinion, but we all know he would never question the queen's words. The old man laughed and gazed at Kyle's figure. His eyes turned sharp when he didn't sense anything from Kyle's body. Interesting, I will keep an eye on this kid. Let's see what's so special about him. Kyle tilted his head. A cold glint flashed through his eyes, and the old man was stunned when he felt goosebumps standing behind his back. What the? Under his stunned gaze, Serena stepped back and looked at Kyle. Kid, I have completed all the legal procedures. Now you are free to do anything in the event. If possible, just win the event because it was the first time Han begged me for something. She chuckled at the end. Han was always nonchalant and never listened to her, but now she would take her sweet time with him until he repaid this favor she had done for him. I will just torture him a little. No, he is turning old, so I will do something else. Kyle's eyes sparkled a little. After the bloodline awakening, his body was aching for a proper battle. At first, he thought he had to be careful in the event because he was not in his home ground. However, after listening to the old man's words, he knew Serena had truly settled everything for him. The queen was involved, which means under Serena's eyes no one will touch him. He blinked his eyes and asked innocently, "Can I really do anything in the event?" Serena's face was devoid of emotions, but she was engrossed in her thoughts. That's why she didn't focus on Kyle's question and just nodded her head. "Do whatever you want." Kyle's lips ticked upward slightly. His eyes glistened with a sharp hazel color, and the only person who noticed this sharp glint was the old man standing beside Serena. The old man's breath hitched. He looked back and forth at Serena and Kyle. One was busy thinking about something with a serious face, while the other was rubbing his hand in anticipation. What had the world turned into? Why am I getting scared because of his eyes? The old man hurriedly shook his head and left the strange dude alone, immediately forgetting the matter of how he wanted to keep an eye on Kyle. On the other hand, Serena suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Kyle. "Ah, kid, I recalled I didn't give you a weapon. What type of weapon do you use?" Kyle's eyebrows twitched, so the mana stones she gave him weren't for him to buy a weapon. Serena grinned when she saw Kyle's sour face. "Don't tell me you bought a low-rank weapon with the 200 mana stones I gave you." Kyle proceeded to stay quiet. In this type of situation, it was better for him to stay as quiet as possible. Serena laughed out loud for the first time when Kyle evaded her eyes. "Damn it, she didn't tell me the mana stones were only for me to buy clothes and other necessary things." Kyle grumbled inwardly, but then Serena took out some weapons from her storage ring and showed it to Kyle. "Here, pick one. All these weapons are very powerful." Kyle nodded and scanned the many weapons, eagerly searching for a sword. Alas, his efforts were futile because Serena had all kinds of weapons: shields, spears, sabers, bows, chains. The only thing her collection lacked was a sword. Kyle looked at Serena's face. "Do you have a sword?" Serena blinked and thought for a while. "Ah, I had one in the past, but it was too old, so I threw it away. I am a saber user, so I mostly have sabers." "Don't tell me you are a sword user." Kyle nodded with a grim face. It seemed he was not destined to hold a sword for a while. "It's okay. I will just take one of the sabers." He picked up a saber from the weapons, and within a second the saber disappeared from his hand. Serena narrowed her eyes. There wasn't any storage ring on Kyle's hand, so where did the saber go? Her thoughts were disturbed by the sudden loud sound resounded in the dome. She looked above at the floating figure and patted Kyle's shoulder. "All the best." She left Kyle with the crowd and started walking, heading straight towards some individuals sitting at the end of the circular platform. Kyle nodded at her fading back and entered the crowd. The floating elf woman appeared above them. Her eyes were sharp as she gazed at the individual standing below her. She clapped her hands and a thunderous sound appeared in the dome. "I don't think I need to further tell everyone regarding the purpose of this event. We are here to find capable and talented individuals who would be trained under the king. I hope you all do your best. There will be only one competition in this event. The competition will continue for 2 months, and I believe before coming here you all would have filled your storage rings with all the necessary things you need. Within a few minutes, all of you will be teleported to a place filled with various types of monsters. Moreover, you will be getting nothing: no tokens, no safety artifacts, no protective shields. The only thing you need to do is kill the monsters. The killed monster would then be calculated through an artifact, and you will get points according to the strength of the monsters you killed. The more points you get, the higher your ranking would be among all the other participants." The floating woman stopped for a second. "Remember, we won't save you if you are in a dangerous situation, because there are too many individuals participating in this event. However, when you are near death, the place you are teleporting to will eject you automatically. We have the best healers team here to save your life, but I can't guarantee that your arms and legs will stay intact." There was silence for a few seconds. The individuals standing below the floating woman tensed a little, but she didn't stop. "Lastly, I would appreciate it if you didn't fight with each other. It's not forbidden, but hurting each other won't give you anything. No points, nothing. So it's better if everyone focuses on killing monsters. You can make teams, but the points will be equally distributed to all the team members according to their contributions." The floating woman turned quiet. She gazed at the platform and waved her hand. "Be ready. I am activating the array." The green particles floating in the dome traveled in an instant and started gathering around the platform. Regius gazed at the particles and looked back at his team members. He patted Isil's shoulder and then looked at the 4 juniors with grim expressions. "Lumi, Yue, Faith, Niam. Remember, you are forbidden to roam around alone. I don't know how you managed to get permission from your overprotective families to enter the event, but after teleporting from this place, find me as soon as possible. Use the tracking artifact the professor gave us because I don't want any incidents." "All right." After seeing them nod, Regius turned around with a smile. On the other hand, Kyle looked at the array beneath his feet with a smirk. I wonder if the people outside would be able to see the participants fight in the competition space, he mused, but then his gaze landed at a familiar group of purple-shirt elves. Among so many individuals, his eyes narrowed on a hand wearing a familiar Proclean bracelet. That, Kyle gazed above at the bracelet owner's back and he blinked. Long honey-color hair tied up in a ponytail. Oh, it's her, I should. Kyle's words were cut short because, in the next second, his vision turned bright. The particles danced around his body and he disappeared from the platform, along with all the other participants standing on the platform. The green particles scattered in the air, like fireflies. The floating elf woman gazed at the empty platform and finally descended to the ground. Her movement was graceful when she walked toward the few individuals sitting on comfy chairs at the end of the platform. She gazed at them and quietly sat down on an empty chair. Serena was sitting behind her with a woman and the same old man who wanted to keep an eye on Kyle. On the other hand, the participants' teachers, relatives, and the individuals who followed them to the event were sitting on the rows of chairs surrounding the platform. After a few seconds, the green particles trembled again. This time they gathered together in small groups and started forming thousands of projections. The projections gathered on the platform and showed the faraway scenery of a green forest with some mountain peaks, crystal clear lakes, and thousands of tiny bodies of monsters roaming around in groups or alone. Soon, tiny dot-like figures of the participants appeared in the projections, but because the number was too large, the audience wasn't able to see the participants' movements. However, amidst all this, no one was gazing at the bundled-up projections above the platform. Instead, they were looking at the large, bright square screen floating near the ceiling. The screen was divided into 3 sections. The first section contained a row of numbers from 1-100, the second section 100-200, and lastly the third section 200-300. Under their gaze, just after half a minute, many names appeared in front of the numbers. The names belonged to the participants who had started gaining points after killing monsters. The audience sighed and leaned back in their chairs. For 2 months, the participants would fight for a long time. That's why, except for the people in charge of the event, no one would stay in the dome. Slowly but surely they would leave, but for the time being, they curiously watched the shifting of names on the large screen. Some even started placing bets. Especially the Loon Academy professors, because they were sure their students would achieve greatness in the event. Other Elves Academy's professors scoffed at their smug expressions, and a large betting board was set up between the crowd within a few seconds. That's why everyone started betting on different powerful participants. While all this was happening, the dome gate swung open, and a group of old and young elves wearing expensive clothes walked inside with grim expressions. They were greeted by the same old elf who attacked Kyle when he left the tower. The old elf named Anley chuckled and gazed at the sudden arrivals. It's such an honor to see so many big shots together. Let this humble person escort you to a proper sitting place. Anley started walking, and the group of elves quietly followed behind him. They stopped at the place where Serena was sitting and sat down on the row of chairs behind Serena. The sudden arrivals were from the famous elves' noble families. Usually they would never come to these types of events, but because their children were participating, they decided to come and watch the kids' performance. Anley's smile didn't leave his face as he left the noble in the back seats and heard the crowd's stunned exclamations. He simply staggered toward the expressionless woman sitting in front of Serena. "Ira, you have done a great job." Anley took out a chair from his storage ring and sat down beside Ira, who nodded at his words. Ira didn't like doing this type of work, but because she was one of the strongest female elves from Kingdom Tercia, the king requested her to oversee the event. A low gasp was heard from behind, and Anley turned around to see the grim expressions on the group of people from the noble families. One of the middle-aged men from the noble families pointed at the screen with narrowed eyes. "Why can't I see my son's name on the screen? He is the strongest among his peers." The person sitting beside him patted his shoulder. "I can't see my son's name as well. Let's wait, the competition just started." Serena scoffed at their words and gazed at the screen. All the names were unfamiliar, so she just absent-mindedly saw the top 10 participants' points. Kyle's name isn't even in the top 300. "I will leave after a few hours and come back to pick him up when he is done." Serena closed her eyes to rest for a while because the individuals around her were busy talking rubbish, but only after 10 or so minutes she was jolted awake when the old woman sitting beside her shook her arm with panic. Serena opened her eyes with irritation and slapped the woman's hand away. "What is it?" She spoke with knitted brows, but then she noticed something was amiss. A lot of eyes were staring at her. Even Anley and Ira's heads were turned back at her face. "What?" Serena questioned and blinked her eyes with confusion, but in the next second a stunned expression appeared on her face when she caught sight of the large floating screen. The name that was nowhere to be seen a few minutes ago was now shining brightly at the top with a large amount of points. 1 Kyle Ohan 1092 Luna Gohai 383 Sinan, amming 270 Serena's breath hitched and she started sweating. Her mind went into overdrive and she subconsciously gazed at the only person who knew about the fact that she brought Kyle here, the old man sitting on her left side, the same person who wanted to keep an eye on Kyle. She glared at him with a dark gaze, but the old man shrugged his shoulders. I just said you know Kyle, nothing else. Serena wanted to curse all his generations. No, she wanted to make him bald. How dare he? Her sharp gaze disappeared in the next second and an emotionless expression appeared on her face. This was not the right time to snap. Moreover, how did Kyle gain so many points within 10 minutes? I just fucking closed my eyes for a few minutes and he is on the top. All of a sudden one of Kyle's sentences appeared in her mind. Can I really do anything in the event? At that time, she didn't think much about this sentence, but now she knew the meaning behind it. Damn it, and you fucker. You said Kyle is just a slightly strong student who knows a little about arrays and has a unique bond with a legendary beast. You are dead. How dare you scam me? Serena was seething. She only agreed to Han's request because he said Kyle wouldn't cause much ruckus in the event because his strong bonded beast wasn't with him. She looked at the many question-filled faces who were staring at her. The matter was already out of control. Now these old fogies would try their best to find out who was Kyle. Serena almost cursed out loud because, in the next second, Kyle's points increased again. 1 Kyle Ohan 1882 Luna Gohai 423 Sinan amming 330. She cleared her throat with a nonchalant expression, but inwardly she was panicking. OMG, if he took the top spot I am a goner. Not just me, even the queen had to answer if his identity got revealed. We added his name to the event through underhanded methods. I need to do something. She stood up and Anley raised his brow. His amused voice resounded in her ears. So Serena, you know who is Kyle? I didn't know such a hidden talent was present in our kingdom. Anyway, what's his background? Probably a commoner because I had never heard his name before. Serena's mind was a mess. She laughed dryly. He's just a commoner I found while traveling. Ah, I remember my friend wanted to see me for some reason, so I will take my leave. Please, senior, take care of Kyle until I come back. With her last words drifting in the air, Serena immediately stepped out from the chairs. Her pace was fast, and within a minute she disappeared from everyone's sight. Anley's suspicious gaze lingered at her back. He turned around to look at the old man who exposed that Serena knew about Kyle. So, mister. Whatever. What do you know regarding Kyle? The old man chuckled, but his back was drenched with sweat because Anley and Ira both were staring at him with narrow eyes. I don't know much, but this matter is a little strange because instead of registering Kyle for the event like everyone else, Serena just requested to add Kyle's name without any background information. Moreover, I got a message from the queen, so I agreed to Serena's request. Anley frowned, but then he turned around to look at the projection. It doesn't matter. We will know his background after the event. He gazed at the projections floating on the platform. It's a pity I can't control the projections to see how Kyle got so many points. Anley leaned back on the chair. The projections were contacted to the Dom, so they could only watch the tiny images. Also, he wasn't aware of Kyle's appearance, so even if he focused on the projections, there was a very low chance he would find Kyle. Just like him, the audience was stunned when they saw Kyle's name on the top with so many points. They didn't care who was Kyle and started betting on his name. With so many points above Kyle's name, only an idiot would bet against him. Even the noble families were curious about Kyle's identity, but no matter how much they thought, they weren't able to recall any talented person named Kyle. A familiar name did appear in the back of their mind, Kyle Ohan from Kingdom Escalante. The same Kyle who bonded with the legendary beast and was talked about a lot a few months ago, but why would the Royal Academy send Kyle here in a foreign kingdom? To endanger their bright student life? No way, the Royal Academy was so dense. Moreover, Kyle was from Kingdom Escalante. It was not possible for him to enter this special event held by Kingdom Tercia to find genius talents. That's why they threw this thought out of their minds. After the array was activated and Kyle disappeared from the platform, his vision abruptly turned dark. A strong pull tugged his body in the darkness, and in the next second a bright light flashed in front of his eyes and he appeared in between large trees. Kyle shook his head and blinked his eyes twice to clear his hazy mind. A forest. His eyes took in the surroundings, but the wide tree trunks and thick grass made it impossible for him to look past a few meters. Kyle's left ear twitched when he heard sounds of rustling behind one of the trees and his eyes lit up. My first prey. He stepped forward toward the voice with an exciting glint flashing through his eyes. The air behind him cracked with sparks and blue flames appeared behind him. Kyle didn't even look back and the flames took the shape of a long sword ready to finish the enemy as soon as possible. The grass rustles under Kyle's feet, but he made sure to make as minimum voice as possible. Kyle grabbed a tree branch and peeked out to see what was behind. He clicked his tongue when he saw a lone blonde elf girl, not a monster. the blonde girl who just appeared in the middle of the forest, heard a low rustle. She snapped her head to look at her left side but saw nothing. Was it wind? She shook her head and took out 2 sharp daggers from her storage ring. With a flash, she started running between the trees. On the other hand, Kyle immediately left when he saw the blonde elf and the flame sword behind him dissipate into the air. He spread out his senses to sweep his surroundings. He wasn't running, instead he moved with light steps. After half a minute, Kyle saw a dark shadow. His eyes moved and took in the figure of a large black cat with 2 horns lying below the tree. The cat's eyes were closed, but her spiky tail swirled left and right to show she was awake. A Taroja. He had learned about this monster in a lecture. Tarojas were extremely agile due to their light bodies. Moreover, they could spew out dangerous poisons from the spikes on their tails. A E-rank Tertia. It's not powerful. Kyle sighed and waved his hand. Another flame sword appeared behind him. In the next second, a cold aura spread out in the air, and the sword moved with a lightning-fast speed, heading straight toward the cat's head. The cat's eyes shot open when her sixth sense kicked in, and the black fur on her body stood up. Her eyes narrowed into a slit when she saw the incoming attack. A chilling shriek escaped her lips. Her body shuddered and moved instantly, but it was too late. Moreover, the sword was too fast. Within half a second, it crashed on her head. The cat cried out because instead of piercing her head, the sword broke down into blue flames, and in an instant her body started freezing. Kyle watched from the sidelines. It was the first time he used the flames on a living being, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't not stunned. Under his astonished gaze, the cat's eyes showed horror, and within a few seconds her whole body turned into an ice statue. What the? Kyle released his held breath, but his eyes were twinkling. The flames were truly powerful. He knew the cat was only E-rank, so weak compared to him, but the effect was shocking. He stepped forward to touch the ice, but the moment his fingers grazed the statue, a crack appeared on the thick ice. One crack turned into many, and in an instant, the ice broke down into many pieces. Amazing, Kyle exclaimed, and his eyes turned around to look at the trees. He was feeling thrilled, and his green eyes gleamed when he sensed the faint sounds of a waterfall at a distance. He activated the skill Swift Steps and dashed forward toward the waterfall. Moreover, coupled with his insane agility, he was moving so fast that he himself felt a little overwhelmed. If there is water nearby, I believe I will find more monsters. Kyle's lips tricked upward to make a barely noticeable smirk. Within a few minutes, he was standing in front of the waterfall. He gazed at the crystal-clear water cascading down rugged rocks, surrounded by lush greenery, but his eyes zeroed in on the group of blank-horned cats, standing and sitting beside the waterfall. 15914. He counted the cats while standing behind them without any care. In this type of situation, Kyle felt great he found the white earring that concealed his presence completely. There were a total of 14 Taroja cats, 7 E-rank, 3 D-rank, 2 D-rank, and 2 D+ rank. Kyle hummed when he saw a hidden cave behind the group of cats. He caught sight of a faint shadow moving constantly in the cave. 14 outside, but I can't sense the rank of the one inside. One of the sitting cats licked her paw and suddenly looked back with a lazy expression. She saw Kyle's figure and turned around, but in the next second her eyes widened. She shouted out with a hiss, and all the cats turned around to look at Kyle with serious eyes. Oh, it seems I got exposed. Let's fight then. Kyle chuckled at his own words, and all the cats stood up from their positions with spiky tails wagging behind their backs, ready to throw poison at Kyle. However, before they could attack, Kyle disappeared from his spot. The cats looked at his position with confusion when an amused voice resounded behind their backs. Let's test the skill I can finally use after a long time. The cats snapped their heads back with wide eyes. Kyle was standing above a large rock embedded in the water. Ice domain. He rasped out loud, and in an instant icy aura spread out around him. The mana in his body turned cold, and Kyle breathed out a wisp of smoke. The cold aura traveled with lightning speed and enveloped all the cats within a round ice domain. Kyle watched the panic in the cat's eyes when long, pointy icicles emerged from the ground with a loud rumble. The air cracked and large smoky clouds formed above the domain. In an instant, round ice pellets dropped from the clouds, heading straight toward the panicked horned cats. The cats' cries echoed loudly when the icicles and ice pellets grazed their bodies. Kyle cracked his knuckles and felt his strength surging upward. His eyes glowed with a faint green hue, and within a second all his stats increased by a sub-rank. At the same time, he noticed the cat's strength lowered by a fraction. Kyle's eyes traveled to the cave, and he sensed some movements. In the next second, he saw a shadow coming out from the cave with a frantic leap. Let's finish this group as soon as possible. He traced his eyes on the panicked group of cats. Droplets of blood trickled down the many scars present on the cats' bodies. The cats shivered due to the cold air freezing their wounds, but in the next second, they heard a loud shriek coming from the cave and immediately gathered together. They hissed at Kyle when they heard their leader command from behind. Kyle raised his brow when he saw a large black cat running out from the cave, and his lips curved upward into an evil smile. He didn't move from his place and watched the leader of the cats entering the sealed area of ice domain with bloodshot eyes. She was taller and stronger than the other cats. Also, Kyle could sense she was C-rank. In an instant, all the cats' eyes turned to Kyle, and amidst the cold fog, black mist appeared around the cats' spiky tails, and all of them jumped at Kyle with anger. Kyle's eyes narrowed. He knew the cats were weaker than him, but their poisonous spikes weren't something he could cope with easily. Damn, I miss my sword. I am not used to fighting with only skills. Ice spears. Kyle waved his hand and the cat's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw 5 big ice spears appearing behind him. Horror flashed through their eyes, and the leader of the horned cats cried out when she sensed the danger. She wanted to stop her jump midair, but all the spears shot out in their direction. Kyle watched how the spears easily crashed on their bodies. After hitting the cats, the spears shattered into ice fragments and seeped into their bodies. Loud, painful cries rang out in the surroundings, and within a minute, half of the cats died. Kyle eyed the remaining cats and thick blue flames appeared behind his back. He willed in his mind, and the flames took the shape of arrows. The arrows traveled and crashed on the alive cats' bodies. Dread flashed through the cats' eyes when they sensed their bodies turning into ice statues. Kyle hummed and tore his gaze from the ice statues. He looked at the trees and spoke with a chilling voice. "Have you watched enough?" A rustle sounded behind the trees, and Kyle narrowed his eyes to see a panicked figure running away. Kyle scoffed and jumped down from the rock. The water around the rock was frozen into ice due to his skills, so his feet landed on a hard surface. Instant teleportation. Kyle disappeared from his place and appeared in front of the running figure. It was a black-haired elf boy. The black-haired elf's eyes showed terror when he saw Kyle appearing in front of him. He freaked out and tried to run in another direction but stumbled due to a branch. Kyle watched how the elf crashed down on his butt and cried out again. The elf turned his head toward Kyle and a trembling voice escaped his mouth. "I am sorry. I was just passing by." Kyle sighed and pinched his brows. He knew the moment the elf appeared behind the trees. Even after seeing Kyle fighting with the horned cats, the elf didn't run away. Instead, he peeked from behind the tree to watch the show. The elf trembled when he saw Kyle's knitted brows, but in the next second Kyle turned around to leave. "Leave, a kind advice, don't peek at others without permission, because the next time I won't let you go so easily." The black-haired elf nodded frantically. He watched Kyle fading back, and after Kyle was gone, he gingerly stood up and patted his clothes. Such a strong human. All his senses were spread out searching for as many monsters as possible. After the horned cats, he killed a few more monsters and discovered another fact about the blue flames. He didn't need to touch the ice statues to break them. A single fleeting thought was enough. Kyle sighed when he saw his mana reserve. Within 3 hours, he lost 80% of his mana. It would be hard to learn the spell language because only those with high intelligence and the ones who picked the mage path from the start can easily chant the spells in their mind, but maybe I should learn some basic spells to control some natural elements. In that way, I can save a lot of mana. He mused in his mind. The blue flames consumed too much of his mana. If not for his A-rank mana stat after fighting with the horned cats, he would have used all his mana. Kyle's ears perked up when he heard a faint rustle on his left side. He immediately changed his direction, heading straight toward the voice. Soon, his eyes caught sight of 2 tall figures fighting with a D-rank fire eagle. The eagle cried out loudly, and a burst of fiery flames sprackled around her wings. Kyle's gaze stopped at the round nest on the tree behind her. Is she protecting her eggs? Kyle stood beside a tree and watched how the eagle flapped her wings, and a sea of fire descended on the 2 figures. He clicked his tongue. Just within 3 hours, the participants already started forming groups to fight the monsters. "Sigh, lonely me." The moment Kyle spoke about how lonely he was, a scoff sounded in his mind. "Then come back. Why the hell are you going through such a long process just to enter a secret realm? If you want to enter it so badly, just use instant teleportation, and you can easily slip inside under everyone's nose. Also, don't worry about me. I have secured my spot with Mia." Kyle controlled the urge to roll his eyes. If only entering the secret realm was so easy. Moreover, even though he could use instant teleportation, who would guarantee the strong elites guarding the entrance wouldn't notice him? Maybe he could escape the senses of an A-rank or S-rank individual with the help of instant teleportation, but what about an SS-rank individual? He pinched his brows when he saw the 2 figures empowering the fire eagle. This wasn't the first time he saw someone else fighting with a monster, but he always left them alone because he was the one who found the monster late. However, in the next second, Kyle's eyes sparkled. "Wait, I can steal the kill? Can't I?" Bia's dry and almost mocking laugh sounded in his mind. "Don't tell me you just thought about the fact after roaming around for 3 long hours. I think you are forgetting this is a competition. Do you think the others would do the same as you?" No, if they saw you fighting, they would probably lay around for an ambush. Kyle didn't refuse Bia's words and stayed quiet. I know about all this, that's why I don't want to be the weaker party. He shook his head to disperse the thoughts and looked at the fire eagle. The eagle recovered and was now attacking the two figures with renowned vigor. I don't need the eggs, it would be a hassle to carry them around for 2 months. I will just kill the eagle and leave. He waved his hand and flames appeared behind him. The flames took the shape of 2 arrows, and under Kyle's will they shot forward heading straight toward the fire eagle. A sharp whistling sound sounded in the air. The first to notice the flame arrows were the 2 figures, and after them, the eagle panicked when she saw the arrows. The 2 figures watched the arrows with wide eyes. The arrow's speed was very fast, and before they could comprehend what was happening, the eagle's painful cry rang in their ears. The duo watched the blue flames enveloping the eagle's body, and under their horrid gaze, the eagle's body started freezing, and within a few seconds, she turned into ice. Their breath was stuck in their throats, and they moved back solely due to natural reflex. When the ice statue of the fire eagle dropped on the ground, with a resounding tiny ice pieces scattered on the ground, and one of the figures dropped to his knees, with beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. What the heck? He sounded scared, astonished, and panicked at the same time, but no one answered his question, because the other figure fled the moment he dropped to his knees. Meanwhile, Kyle was already gone after shooting the arrows. He ran around the forest, killing as many monsters as possible, but he made sure to stay away from the other participants. He tested all of his skills, and whenever he was low on mana, he would stop and climb a tree to rest for a while. However, because of his casual skill testing, a big uproar was going on the outside world, and the atmosphere in the dome was quite heavy. A lot of eyes were fixed on the big screen floating below the dome ceiling. Anli breathed out a large amount of air and looked at Ira with simple astonishment. I want to see, what is this kid doing? Is it not possible to find his figure in the many projections? Ira gazed at him from the corner of her eyes. The nobles and other individuals sitting behind them perked up their ears when they heard Anli's question. They were dying to know who was this kid Kyle and what the heck was he doing. Not just them, even the audience who heard Anli's words looked at Ira with eagerness. Ira hummed casually, "Don't look at me like that, I can't do anything. I could have tried only if I knew what he looked like." Anli clicked his tongue and gazed at the screen. After seeing the unimaginable amount of points he stacked just in half a day, what do you think his spot would be after 2 months? 1 Kyle Ohen 12,892 Largy Holmes 1367 3 Regius Gravis 1200 Ira scoffed. Have you gone blind? At this point, even an idiot can tell he would stay at the top no matter what. Meanwhile, when the night arrived and dark clouds gathered above Kyle's head, he finally stopped and started looking around for a safe place. In the end, he wasn't able to find a clean place and just decided to settle down above a tree for the night. However, the moment he climbed the tree, his eyes caught sight of a fist-sized, harmless squirrel nibbing on a dry leaf. Kyle eyed the squirrel and held his breath. In the next second, he quietly left the tree and ran away in the opposite direction. The squirrel squeaked lightly when he heard a rustling sound behind him. He looked back with beady eyes but saw nothing except some falling leaves. A confused expression appeared on his face, and he tilted his head to look around, but after finding nothing, his focus returned to the dry leaf. On the other hand, Kyle finally released his held breath when he was at least 10 meters away from the squirrel. Scary, he shuddered and started looking around for another place to sleep. After 5 minutes, he finally settled down on another tree. The sky was dark, and soon a few twinkling stars appeared among the clouds. Kyle looked peaceful. He gazed at the sky, but he wasn't sleepy, because after seeing the squirrel, his past trauma came back. After leaning on the tree branch for a while, he sat down with a sigh. I really hate squirrels, especially their sharp teeth. He shook his head and took out a finger-sized skill core from his mind space. It was quite fascinating how the skill core wasn't affected by the blue flames. The flames would completely freeze the bodies of the monsters. That's why Kyle almost forgot to look for the skill cores. However, when he killed a E-rank monster a few hours ago, he was surprised when he saw a tiny white ball among the ice pieces. He would have completely ignored it due to its small size, but because the core was sparkling brightly between the ice pieces, he bent down to pick it up. Kyle closed his eyes and grabbed the core in his figures, and the next second information about the skill core appeared in his mind. Fright F+ rank. User can influence the enemy's brain for a few seconds, making them feel unpleasant and scared. Mana isn't required for this skill. Kyle sighed and didn't absorb the skill core because he already had a A-rank fear skill. It's useless. Kyle threw the skill core inside his mind space with a sigh. He leaned back on the tree trunk and closed his eyes to sense the mind space. It was vast but empty. Amidst the vast space, the finger-sized core was floating midair. The circular core was barely visible due to its small size, but because Kyle could locate anything within the mind space, it only took him a second to find the hovering skill core. Kyle's focus zeroed on the porcelain bracelet. It was floating beside the skill core. It was strange indeed because he could sense the sets of clothes, the food, the saber, the bow and arrows lying motionlessly in the mind space. I noticed it when I placed it in my mind. It started floating. The bracelet didn't contain any mana like the core, so why is it floating? Kyle opened his eyes and summoned the bracelet in his hand. It looked fragile. He wondered why it didn't break down when it was dropped. Kyle eyed the inner side of the bracelet and traced the incomplete array symbols with his fingertips. He stared at it for a while and tried to understand the symbols. On the left side, the engraved symbols were very basic. However, the symbols on the right side were very difficult, and Kyle had never seen them before, not even in the books he found in the tower. His interest was piqued. He inwardly decided to study the bracelet more instead of giving it back. The owner doesn't know I have it, nor do anyone else, so I can just say it's mine. After thinking for a few seconds, Kyle took out a sharp arrow from the mind space and stared at the bracelet. It's difficult due to their size, but I will just try to complete the basic symbols. Maybe I will get an idea regarding the hard ones. He infused some mana in the arrowhead and grasped it in his fingers. With complete focus, Kyle started grazing the smooth surface of the bracelet. Time ticked by, and after only 2 minutes, Kyle's eyes sparkled, tracking symbols. He wasn't able to find anything about the hard symbols, but the easier ones gave him some information. The bracelet was an artifact. No, it was a part of an artifact. There were 4 parts, and each part had tracking symbols on them, so if someone found one part, they could locate the other parts easily. Kyle recalled, and the backside of the purple shirt elf appeared in his mind. She was indeed wearing 2 bracelets, but why did the information tell him there were 4 parts? Kyle snapped out of his thoughts, and his eyes narrowed when he heard the sounds of approaching footsteps from his left. I am leaving anyway. He gazed at the bracelet and infused the tracking symbols with mana. The symbols shone for a second, and Kyle could sense 3 faint locations. One was relatively near, and the other 2 were far. He jumped down from the tree and started moving toward the location he sensed nearby. Meanwhile, at the edge of a mountain, it was dark due to the night clouds. The grass rustles under Regius's feet, and his breathing was heavy when he killed the last fire spider standing in front of him. His purple uniform was filled with red blood when he looked back at the 5 individuals standing behind him. Just like him, they were also tired and dirty after fighting with the monsters for a full day. Let's stop and rest here for today. We will continue tomorrow morning. The girls and boys all sighed with relief. It was only the first day of the competition, but the moment they found each other, they started hunting monsters nonstop. Especially Regius, he was the one who killed the most. Isil stretched his body and glared at Regius. I was going to kick you if you said we need to kill more. Regius shrugged his shoulders with a chuckle and sat down beside a rock. Set up the tents and go to sleep. I will guard tonight. Niam and Faith nodded and started setting up 2 tents, one for the girls and one for the boys. At the same time, Lumi and Isil decided to prepare food for everyone. After they were done eating, Yue approached Regius with a frown. Senior, you should rest because you were the one who fought the most. I will guard for tonight, and if I see any danger, I will wake you up. Regius looked at her face with a raised brow. Are you not tired? I am fine. Also, I am not sleepy yet. In the end, he agreed with a sigh because he was indeed tired. All right, remember to wake me up the moment you see anything nearby. Soon, everyone entered the tents for rest. Lumi peeked out from her tent and gazed at Yue's figure with a pout. I wanted to sleep with you. Come inside when you are tired. I will wake up one of the boys and they will guard the surroundings. Yue gave her a nod and gazed at the mountain. The moon was clear and the stars were scarce. She grabbed her ponytail. It was loose after such a hectic day. With a tug, she removed the pony and her long honey-color hair dropped down on her back. Her movement was fast yet graceful when she climbed up a large rock to see everything more clearly. A cold breeze brushed past her cheek when she arrived above the rock. The tents were surrounded by large trees. Also, they didn't light a fire near the tents because it would expose their location to the danger lurking around them. She took out a gray bow and some arrows from her storage ring. Even though she was a mage, she learned how to use a lot of weapons. After some time, while Yue was standing guard, a faint rustle sounded from the nearby trees. It was so faint that it disappeared into the air. Amidst the peaceful night, a pair of bright eyes stepped out from the trees. The person wearing a hoodie gazed at the tents with a frown, but then his gaze landed at the female figure standing on top of the rock. Kyle removed his hoodie and his hair shone brightly under the moonlight, but he didn't look at the face of the standing female. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the porcelain bracelet on her hand. One of the bracelets was in his hand, while the other was just a small distance away. His thoughts wandered around because he wasn't sure what would happen when he collected all 4 parts of the artifacts. Maybe the artifact was very high grade. While he was thinking of how to steal the other bracelet from its owner, a melodious yet livid voice sounded in his ears. "Are you done staring?" Kyle snapped up his eyes and gazed at her face for the first time. The girl was holding a bow, and the arrow was aimed directly at Kyle. She didn't even hear a rustle, nor did she feel anyone's presence, but when her gaze trailed to the left side, her amber eyes widened with shock. Just a few meters away from the tents, a dark figure was standing lavishly without any care. Amidst the darkness, the figure's silver hair shone brightly under the moonlight. In an instant, Yue's eyes narrowed and her grip on the bow tightened. How the hell did she not notice him? With a deadpan expression, her slender fingers curled up, and she immediately summoned a sharp arrow from her storage ring, but the silver-hair figure was busy staring at. Ah. He wasn't staring at her face. Instead, his gaze was directed at her arm or her bow. Yue gritted her teeth and lifted her bow. The arrow was placed on the bowstring, but her opponent wasn't even looking at her, seemingly busy in his thoughts. For some reason, this infuriated her even more. Just what the heck was he thinking that he didn't even care about the arrow aimed at him? She opened her mouth and a sharp glint flashed through her eyes. "Are you done staring?" Her voice was livid, and after her outburst, the figure snapped his head up with an expressionless gaze. Yue was stunned. His hazel eyes shone brightly, and a frown appeared between his sharp brows when he saw the arrow that was aimed at him. Yue bit down on her cheek flesh in her mouth. The man didn't even directly stare at her, but a single sight of those eyes was enough to send chills down her spine. Her gaze was fixed on him, and finally, after looking at the bow for a whole second, he looked up, staring directly into her eyes. Yue froze for a second, and her gaze wavered when an invisible pressure descended upon her body. Her grip on the bow trembled, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. What was this pressure, so strong? But to her surprise, the pressure disappeared after a few seconds. Yue mustered up the courage to stare at his eyes with a deadly expression, but she froze yet again when his emotionless eyes crinkled into a smile. Her breath hitched and she was utterly confused. What kind of gaze was that? The nonchalant expression disappeared from his face. In his gaze there was no lust, no disgusting desire. It was purely filled with surprise and maybe a little happiness. Her mind raced. How can a gaze that was emotionless and so scary a few seconds ago turn so different? On the other hand, at first, when the angry voice sounded in his ears, Kyle looked at the arrow aimed at him with a frown. He immediately sensed that his opponent was weaker than him. She was at most D rank. After assessing her strength, he looked up to meet her gaze. Sharp amber eyes glaring at him with a deadpan expression. She was beautiful. This was the first thought that appeared in his mind, but it disappeared the moment it appeared. He gently moved his fingers, and a tiny bit of his aura seeped out from his body, boring down at her small figure. She trembled visibly and looked down at her hands. Kyle didn't think much. "I will take the other bracelet and leave." In the next second, his eyes widened because an old memory appeared in his mind, an older version of her. A big statue of a strong-crowned female elf standing proudly amidst the other statues. His memory regarding the 6 months he spent inside the Tower of Opportunity was quite vivid because he roamed around to hunt monsters and treasures, but he recalled staring at that elf statue a little longer. Kyle rarely stared at others no matter how beautiful they were, but the statue was beautiful and majestic. No, it wasn't the statue that made him engrossed, it was the memory that appeared in his mind when he stared at the statue. A crying face. Yes, a young 5-year-old girl crying face. Kyle's memories flashed back to the time when he saw the girl for the first and last time. She was wearing a sleeveless dress, crying non-stop while standing in front of a grave. Her honey-colored hair was tied up in a small pony. A group of old men and women wearing expensive clothes was standing around her with sad expressions. Kyle just looked at their grieving figures with a moist gaze because he was crying as well. His father was standing in front of his mother's grave, barely holding his tears, and an old man was patting his father's shoulder to console him. Even though Kyle wasn't allowed to come with his father, because he was too young to visit such a place, he insisted, because he wanted to see his mother face one last time. Kyle watched his father back. Just to bury his mother in a peaceful and beautiful place, they traveled a lot. He didn't know where they were, but according to his father, it was the most beautiful place. Kyle wiped his eyes with his small hands and stood behind them quietly. At that moment, a small girl with puffy cheeks tapped his shoulder. He gazed back at her with confusion. Her amber eyes were tinged red. It was the same girl he saw a while ago. Kyle's eyes trailed off to her ears. They were pointy. He blinked his eyes, but then the girl patted his shoulder with a serious expression. "It's okay, don't cry. I lost my brother. Mom said he would go to a better place. Did you lose your brother as well?" Her voice was childish when she tried to console him, even though she was barely holding her tears. Kyle grabbed her hand and spoke with a choked voice. "I lost my mom." The girl's eyes widened slightly and she grabbed Kyle's hand tightly. "I am sorry. Are you very sad?" Kyle's eyes softened. She didn't even know who he was, but her face showed pure worry. She puffed up her cheeks and nodded solemnly, but at that moment one of her family members picked her up from the ground. Kyle's grip on her hand tightened, but he let go when the person who grabbed the girl glared at him. Amidst all this, her amber eyes gleamed brightly when she waved at Kyle. "Don't be sad, okay? You look ugly while crying." Kyle grumbled inwardly just who was the ugliest one. Just like how he stared at the majestic elf statue, he was staring at the girl standing on top of the rock. She looked the same, just a little older. Also, her hair was longer now, covering her whole back. He immediately removed his pressure and fixed his eyes on her. Did she remember? Maybe. Kyle's gaze was a little nervous, but when he thought how their encounter was so brief, so small, he sighed in his mind. Also, after the bloodline awakening, his facial features changed, so now it was almost impossible for her to recall his face. Amidst all this, Kyle's eyes crinkled into a smile, a genuine smile. Even his lips trickled upward into a smile. "I thought I would never see her again." Meanwhile, Yue was stunned when Kyle's behavior took a 180-degree turn, and seeing her vigilant expression, Kyle controlled the urge to curse himself. He cleared his throat while maintaining the eye contact. "I mean no harm." Yue was taken aback, but in the next second she stretched the bowstring with force and spoke loudly. "Leave or else." Kyle was tongue-tied. Her expression was angry, and he knew there was no way she would believe him if he said they had met before. "I want to know her name at least." He thought for a few seconds, but then he noticed the hard bracelet in his hand. "Leave." A thunderous voice sounded in Kyle's ears, and he hurriedly flashed the bracelet in front of her eyes. "It's yours, right?" Yue was shocked when she saw the bracelet in Kyle's hand. She gazed at the bracelet hanging on her wrist and compared both of them. "How do you have it?" She remembered clearly it was lost. "So why does this strange person have it? Was he a thief?" She immediately skids down the rock. The bow and arrow disappeared from her hands, and she took out a dagger from her storage ring. Kyle eyed her movement. To him, she was quite slow, but in the next second she attacked him with a sharp gaze. He sighed. "I was here because of the bracelet, but now I am using the bracelet. It seemed I won't be able to collect all the parts of the artifact." He moved his fingers, and 10 fireballs appeared in front of him, stopping the elf in her place. However, she scoffed and waved her hand gracefully, and many floating earth spikes appeared behind her back. Kyle's brow furrowed. It was true he wanted to know her name, but why was she so aggressive? He clicked his tongue and threw the bracelet at her. "Here." Yue was dumbfounded, but caught the bracelet immediately with relief. The pair of bracelets was a gift her father gave her. Moreover, her father said the bracelets weren't normal, and she had to take care of them, but she was so clumsy and lost one of the bracelets. In the end, she wasn't even able to apologize to her father about this matter. "Who?" Her voice abruptly stopped when she gazed up to see no one standing in front of her. "Huh." Yue blinked and looked around, but no matter where she looked, she didn't find that silver hair figure. He was gone. He just disappeared. She whispered and gazed at the bracelet he left behind. It indeed belonged to her. She eyed the bracelet, and her gaze narrowed when she sensed mana dancing around the bracelet. Yue wasn't well versed with array symbols, but when she saw the tiny grazed marks on the inner side of the bracelet, she was stunned. "I remember father said the symbols are incomplete, that's why he wanted to let an array master see the bracelets. Don't tell me that silver hair completed the symbols." She closed her eyes, but then opened them with a frown because she wasn't able to get anything from the bracelet. "I will let father check it." Yue didn't climb up the rock this time and just simply sat down beside the tents. Her thoughts wandered around. Was I too excessive? She pursed her lips slightly. He didn't even attack her, but she just went ahead to attack so openly. A sigh escaped her lips, and she shook her head to throw the thoughts at the back of her mind. She looked back at the tents with a tusk. "Why are they sleepy so soundly? I thought my voice was loud enough to wake them up." She humped and shook his head. On the other hand, after throwing the bracelet at the female elf, Kyle moved back into the forest to hide himself. He gazed at her figure one last, but then gazed at the mountain. His ears twitched when he heard faint noises at a distance. Kyle hummed in his mind and left the area. The encounter was indeed unexpected, and if possible, he wanted to know her name. "Well, I will think about it later." He went to the left side and started climbing the mountain, heading straight toward the noises. After a few minutes, he arrived in front of a cave. The faint noises turned into loud shouts, and Kyle heard the sounds of weapons clashing against something hard. He immediately entered the cave and soon saw 2 elves fighting against a large spiky shell. A dead body was lying behind them. Kyle's eyes narrowed when he saw something slimy crawling below the shell. He looked at the elves. Their condition didn't look good either. A C-rank monster. He waved his hand, and blue flames appeared behind him. The air around him turned cold because he wasn't hiding at all. Instead, he burned his mana, and in an instant, the flames moved violently. The flames took the shape of a spear and started floating. Kyle eyed the trembling elves who were almost on the verge of losing and disappeared from his spot. In the next second, Kyle appeared behind the monster and summoned the saber from the mind space. His gaze lingered at the elves, and he immediately attacked the shell from behind. The slimy monsters screeched and turned around to attack Kyle, leaving the injured elves alone. The elves didn't even look at Kyle and hurriedly left the cave. They even discarded their friend's corpse. Kyle clicked his tongue when he saw their fading back. His eyes glowed brightly when he stabbed the saber in the shell with all his strength. A loud rumble shook the cave when the monster cried out in pain. Kyle looked at the monster and immediately hurled the floating flame spear at the monster. Under his gaze, the flames seeped into the shell and it started freezing. The monster panicked due to the intense cold and tried to run, but it was too late because within 10 seconds its body turned into an ice statue. Kyle eyed the statue and grazed his fingers on the ice. With a loud crack, the ice broke down into many pieces. After coming out, he blinked and looked back at the giant boulder lying vertically beside the entrance of the cave with a mischievous glint. He thought for a second and put his hand on the boulder. Kyle didn't have to wait long because the moment he placed his hand on the boulder, it disappeared and appeared in his mind space. Nice. He grinned in his mind and started moving around the mountain, killing as many monsters as possible. Meanwhile, the next day, Regius and his team woke up with bright faces. They indeed had a good night's sleep. Regius gazed at Yue's figure. She was sitting beside the tents. "You look haggard. Wanna rest for a while?" Yue shook her head and stood up. She started patting her clothes with a hum. "I am fine, but for some reason I didn't see any monster last night." Regius nodded and looked back at the others. "Guys, let's climb the mountain. We will surely find a lot of new prey." A loud cheer sounded and they all started climbing the mountain with newfound vigor. The day was bright and the morning wind smoothly caressed their skin. Regius was in the front and the other 5 followed behind him. After an hour, Regius looked back with a frown. "It's been an hour, but forget about a monster, we haven't even seen their shadows. Use your ability and check if you can see anything nearby." Izel nodded and his cyan eyes shone for a second. He gazed far into the distance and blinked his eyes. Nothing so far. Regius' frown deepened. How strange, just yesterday they found and killed so many monsters, but today it was like the monsters disappeared into thin air. He grumbled in his mind, "At this rate they won't be able to earn many points. Let's climb a little higher." With that being said, they started climbing again. Yue was walking with Lumi behind the boys. Her figure was clad in the academy uniform. A few seconds later, Lumi suddenly grabbed her arm with a surprised expression. "Where did you find it, huh?" Yue was confused, and due to Lumi's sudden question, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked back at the girls. Lumi sighed when she saw Yue's confused expression and pointed at the bracelets. "I mean the bracelets. Didn't you lose one of them? How do you have both now?" Yue's eyes widened slightly when last night's event appeared in her mind. Due to the silver-haired striking appearance, it was quite hard for her to forget his face. She was at a loss of words and a gloomy expression appeared on her face. "What should I say now? A strange guy appeared last night and gave it to me." Lumi eyed her gloomy expression with a frown. "Hey, what happened? Why are you making such a cute face?" Yue rolled her eyes and shook her hand away. She leaned in and quietly whispered in Lumi's ear. "I will tell you later when we are alone." Lumi raised her brow and nodded with a mischievous smile. Afterward, she glared at the others who were staring at them. "What? Let's move. It's a personal matter." Regius and the others eyed the pair of bracelets with surprise. They knew one of the bracelets was lost, but after hearing Lumi, they turned around and started climbing the mountain again. After another hour, Regius stopped when he saw something astonishing. His eyes reflected pure shock. Izel patted his back with knitted brows. "What happened? Why did you stop?" His sentence was cut short and he almost choked on his words. Niam, Faith, Lumi, and Yue appeared beside the dumbfounded duo and were shocked as well. In front of them was a large space enclosed in a shimmering ice shield. A cold aura traveled inside the shield with lightning speed, but for some reason, the aura never left the boundary of the shield. Many panicked monsters were trapped in the shield running around to save their lives, their bodies filled with blood. Under the group's wide gaze, long pointy icicles emerged from the ground with a loud rumble. The air cracked and large white clouds formed inside the shield. Soon, ice pellets dropped from the clouds and loud painful shrieks of monsters sounded in their ears. This was already enough to shock the group, but in the next instant, 2 large boulders descended from the sky, and with a loud they crushed the howling monsters under their weight. The ground trembled due to the aftereffect and clouds of dust emerged in tidal waves. Regius sucked in a cold breath and clenched his fists. He thought he was strong, but looking at boulders, he knew the person fighting opposite him was strong enough to subdue his whole group within mere seconds. So many high-rank monsters just died within a few seconds. He clenched his fists and stepped back. "Let's leave. It's better if we don't close our path with this dangerous person who killed so many monsters like chickens." The elves standing behind him all nodded with solemn expressions. Izel had the urge to use his special sight skill to see the person fighting, but he restrained himself. It was not a good idea to provoke someone stronger than him. The group's bewildered gaze lingered on the ice shield, but they immediately left the area. At the same time, Kyle jumped down from a large rock and hummed. His glowing eyes traveled to the place where the group was standing a few seconds ago. Regius, he mused inwardly and approached the two boulders he borrowed from the mountain. Kyle chuckled with a glint and patted the boulders. They were indeed useful while fighting. It was just he had to use instant teleportation to throw them at the right place. He placed the boulders back in the mind space and waved his hand. In an instant, the ice domain cracked and turned into white particles. After a few seconds, the area was cleaned. Except for the crushed dead bodies of the monsters, everything else disappeared. Kyle's nose wrinkled when he eyed the bodies. Tusk, it's a good method, but too bloody. He sighed and waved his hand. Blue flames appeared behind him. The flames easily enveloped the bodies and turned them into ice. Kyle thought, and the ice broke down into pieces. He watched how the ice pieces scattered into tiny particles, and the evidence of his gruesome fight just disappeared into thin air. 20% mana left. I think I cleaned the mountain. Let's go down now. He tapped his foot on the ground and immediately started running downward. The mountain was rocky with many large boulders scattered around everywhere. On his way, he stopped when he saw Regius's group walking ahead of him. Kyle gazed at their backs. His eyes traveled to the honey-haired girl walking behind Regius with another girl. It seemed they know each other. He wanted to say hello to Regius, but when he thought about how they were running away after witnessing the ice domain, he stopped himself. Kyle shook his head and decided to move in a different direction. After coming down from the mountain, he encountered some more monsters, but they were too weak. Kyle's days in the forest were quite relaxing. He would avoid all the other participants and kill as many monsters as possible. The only problem was that he wasn't able to take a proper clean bath. The small lakes and other water sources he encountered on his way were clean, but he wasn't satisfied. After a month of running and killing monsters, Kyle finally stopped because he got bored of the usual routine. The only things around him were large trees, plain valleys, mountains, and a few water sources. Moreover, he unexpectedly broke through to B rank, and his strength increased again. The increase gave Kyle a headache, not because he didn't like his new strength, but because the highest rank monster he found up till now was only C rank. Kyle already had so many strong skills, and coupled with the blue flames, a C-rank monster wasn't even able to scratch him. No matter how slowly he fought with the monsters, they would die within a few seconds, so he wasn't able to enjoy a good fight. Kyle pinched his brows with an exaggerated sigh. I am getting too strong. He shook his head solemnly, but Bia's sarcastic voice sounded in his head, and it almost made him trip. No, you're becoming a narcissist. Tusk. Kyle rolled his eyes inwardly and started moving. This time he just roamed around without doing anything. After a day, he started observing the other participants, their fighting styles, their skills, their arts. It was indeed fruitful because, within a single day, he learned a lot of new things. He even secretly scared the participants with his blue flames and borrowed some of their weapons. Kyle grinned at the pile of swords he collected just in a single day. I wanted one sword, but now I have so many swords. He tapped the swords and threw them in his mind space. They were all low rank, with C rank being the highest. Kyle clicked his tongue. Now, with his strength increased, he needed a strong weapon because he knew his sword art would be more powerful. Meanwhile, outside the competition space, the atmosphere around the dome was quiet and heavy. The audience and the many academy's professors left after the first week. That's why now the dome was mostly empty. However, the noble families, Anli, Ira, and a few more unexpected individuals had their eyes glued to the large screen floating below the dome ceiling. Din's eyes narrowed at the screen and his hand trembled slightly. He was sitting beside Anli with a grim face. Even though he agreed when Regius, his grandson, told him about the event, he was just too worried to leave him alone. That's why after giving his wife some consoling words, he arrived at the dome. However, he didn't expect to see a very familiar name on the ranking screen. 1 Kyle Ohen 360,452, Sinan Aming 35,673, Largy Holmes 31,044, Regius Gravis 31,010, Kyle Ohen. Din repeated this name in his mind. He wasn't sure why, but he was having a déjà vu somewhere at the back of his mind. Was this person the same Kyle who appeared in his village a month ago? Din's solemn eyes traveled to Anli and he said with a grim voice, "Do you know about this Kyle?" Anli turned around to look at him with a deadpan expression. Not just Anli, Ira, and the other individuals in the dome all turned their heads at Din. "What?" Din blurted out with a serious expression, but Anli sighed. "Can you see the dark circles under my eyes? They are all because no matter where I looked, I wasn't able to find anything regarding Kyle." Anli turned around to look at the projections. The person who knew about him, Serena, just disappeared into thin air, so I don't think we will be able to know anything about him for the time being. Din nodded and looked at the screen to see Regius's name again. For some reason, he felt sour when he looked at the huge points difference between the top name and the other participants. Why was the difference so high? It's like Kyle was collecting pebbles while the others were collecting huge boulders. I want to kick the top name out of the ranking list. He is clearly cheating. Din grumbled inwardly and tore his gaze from the floating screen because it was giving him mild depression. Not just Din, but even the nobles sitting behind him were depressed due to Kyle's points. They thought their children were the best out of the best, but Kyle's points told them their children were nothing in front of him. While they were contemplating why Kyle's points were so high, they noticed his points stopped moving altogether. Ira was the first who noticed this, and a frown appeared between her brows. Don't tell me this kid got injured. Tusk, he was doing great. Anley shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, if he was badly injured, he would have already appeared in the dome. I think he just stopped hunting monsters. Then he laughed loudly. Anyway, with the amount of points he has right now, even if he stopped and didn't do anything, he would stay at the top until the end of the event. Ira clicked her tongue. Not just her, a lot of individuals showed sore expressions. However, there was nothing they could do. The audience returned and the atmosphere inside the dome turned lively. In the past few weeks, many participants who got severely injured during the competition arrived in the dome and were taken away by the healers. The audience's shocked murmurs echoed in the dome as they took in the sight of the top participants' points. Anley massaged his temples and gazed at the floating screen. He gingerly looked back at the royal envoy who arrived yesterday just to pick the top 200 participants. The royal envoy was a middle-aged elf. He wore a white shirt with golden patterns engraved on his shoulders and sleeves. Anley clicked his tongue. He wanted to interrogate the top participant secretly to know his identity, but it seemed impossible now due to the envoy's presence. He grumbled but focused on the large screen. A loud clap resounded beside him and Ira started floating midair. Her cold eyes traveled in the dome, and from the corner of her eyes, she looked at the royal envoy. He gave her a nod, and Ira's eyes turned emotionless when she fixed her eyes on the crowd. The 2 months are almost ending, and in another week the event will end. However, to make it a little harder for the kids, we plan to show them the true horror of a monster horde. The moment Ira finished her words, the audience erupted into an uproar. The professors from different academies stood up from their chairs in shock. The sudden revelation made their face pale. A monster horde wasn't something the young kids could handle. They wanted to voice their opinions, but Ira's eyes turned sharp. An invisible pressure descended on the crowd, and they shut their mouths with ugly expressions. However, unlike the crowd, Din and the nobles didn't stay quiet. Din erupted into an angry roar. What the heck did you say just now? Ira tilted her head to look back with a raised brow. Control your voice, Din. You are older, I know, but remember I am stronger. You. Din clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. A vein bulged on his forehead. He didn't care about what they did, but his only grandson would be among the participants fighting the monster horde. If something happened to Regius, he knew his wife won't be able to take it. I should have never agreed when Regius insisted on entering the event. Damn it, just like him, the noble families were enraged, but then the royal envoy stood up and started floating. He gazed at Din and the nobles. It's the king's order. In an instant, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet, and the royal envoy nodded with a satisfied expression. Afterward, he gestured for Ira to continue. So where was I? Right, the participants will fight a monster horde for the last week. Don't worry though, no participants will die. As you all know, the moment they got severely injured, they would be teleported out to receive treatment from the best healers. Also, the monster horde won't be too strong. The highest monster in the monster horde would be C+ rank, because I know the participants are too weak to fight the stronger ones. Anley arrived beside her. He was as confused as the audience, but he took it rather easily, because if they released a monster horde in the competition, the kids had to gather in a single place to fight. That means the thousands of projections would merge and show the whole picture instead of showing some tiny figures. His eyes trailed to the crowd. Almost everyone was seething with anger, but they had to gulp down their anger in front of the king's order. He scoffed and turned around to look at Ira. The place where the participants were fighting with the monsters was an enclosed illusionary space created by an old artifact. That's why if Ira wanted to release a monster horde, she needed a lot of resources. Anley was confused. Why was the king wasting so many resources in this event? He knew about the secret realm, but in his point of view, it was a pity to waste so much on some young kids. His curious gaze lingered on the royal envoy. At the same time, Ira's body moved and disappeared. A few more individuals standing inside the dome quietly walked away. The royal envoy returned to his seat, followed by Anley. Din's murderous gaze landed on their backs, but they ignored him completely. Din was stronger than almost everyone present in the dome except Ira. Moreover, after knowing it was the king's order, he could do nothing but grit his teeth with anger. Soon, the air around the projections turned troubled. Dense mana gathered inside the dome and seeped inside the array symbols drawn on the round stage. The audience watched with bated breaths, and due to the intense pressure, the air turned heavy. The many small projections trembled and scattered into tiny green particles. The huge ranking screen floating below the ceiling shrunk and became smaller in size. However, the many names glowing on the screen glowed even brighter. After a few seconds, the scattered particles gathered again, forming a single projection above the stage. The projection was big enough to envelope the whole stage, where thousands of individuals could stand easily. The projection showed a vast expanse of forestation and a few mountains, hundreds of moving figures of the participants and the monsters. Din's eyes narrowed, and he fixed his gaze on the projection to locate Regius. Just like him, the crowd and the nobles also fixed their gaze on the projection. In the end, the kids were too young to experience something like this. At that moment, Ira returned. Her face was a little pale because she used too much energy. She clenched her fists to gather herself and looked at the crowd with a cold expression. Within a few minutes, the monster horde will attack the forest shown in the projection from the east side. The monsters won't stop, because within a week they will travel around the whole area until the end of the forest. So, even if the participants tried to hide, they won't be able to stay safe for a long time. This monster horde is nothing in front of the real thing, because it would be too small. However, after experiencing it, I believe the participants would gain a lot. In the future, if they faced danger, they would fight it with their all instead of just hiding inside their comfort zone. As if waiting for the cue, the moment she stopped talking, the huge projection trembled. The crowd watched with rough breathing how hundreds of monsters appeared in the projection and started running in a straight line together. The monsters seemed to be coming out of thin air because their number was increasing with each passing second. With the monsters arrived pure destruction. They bit and stomped down the large trees. A few moving unlucky participants roaming around the area were caught off guard. They freaked out and tried to run, but because so many monsters appeared together, not many were able to retreat safely. In the next second, loud shrieks and painful cries sounded on the stage. The audience looked down at the stage and saw many injured participants shouting in pain. Ira clenched her jaw. She didn't want to do this, but it was the king's order. Also, no one would die. She will make sure of it. The moment the injured participants arrived, many healers poured into the dome and hurriedly took them away to treat their injuries. Ira's voice sounded blank. She fixed her gaze at the healers. Use high-grade healing potions to save all of them. Don't care about the resources. Also, their permanent injuries would be cured by many precious herbs. The king knew it was a risky move. That's why he opened the royal treasury and gave his permission to use all the treasures to heal the participants no matter their background. He felt a small tremor on the tree he was sitting, and a frown appeared on his face. What's happening? Isil, can you see anything? Isil cleaned the green blood on his spear and looked above at Regius. He climbed a nearby tree and eyed the clouds of dust. I'm low on mana, that's why I can't see so far. Regius thought for a second and gazed at his group members. Should we go check out what's happening? Everyone agreed, and they started moving toward the large clouds of dust. However, after walking for 20 minutes, they encountered a panicked human figure running away from the clouds of dust. The tremor in the ground increased. Also, Regius's frown deepened when he saw two more elves running away from the dust clouds. He opened his mouth to say something, but then Isil's horrid voice sounded in his ears. I think we need to run. Isil turned around and started running backward. Regius looked at his back with a dumbfounded expression. Not just him, Yue, Lumi, and the other two elves following behind him were also stunned for a second. Regius grumbled under his breath and shouted, "Follow him." He used an agility skill and caught up with Isil in no time. What the heck? Why are we running? Isil gazed back with a sweating forehead and groaned. Monsters. I saw hundreds of high-rank monsters coming our way. What? Regius was stunned. He could sense the tremor in the ground was increasing with each passing second. Damn it, why did so many monsters appear together? Don't tell me some idiots provoked them. Isil shook his head. It's not a normal group of monsters. There are too many. We can't fight them. Yue, Lumi, Niam, and Faith heard their conversation and increased their speed. They ran with all their might, but the tremor only increased, and after half an hour they heard loud howls, screeches, and shrieks coming from behind. Just like them, hundreds of participants were running away from the tremor. Lumi's breath was heavy when she jumped and crossed a large area in a second. She was weakest among the group, that's why she was in the last. Guys, I am tired. She stopped for a few seconds and saw many participants running past her. Yue looked back at her figure with wide eyes. Lumi, what are you doing? Run. She stopped and took out an energy potion from her storage ring to give it to Lumi, but her eyes contracted when she saw a large round flying bee appearing above Lumi. Look up. Lumi's pupil shook slightly when she sensed a huge shadow enveloping her body. However, she didn't freeze in her position. Instead, she titled her body to attack the bee with as many fireballs as possible. The bee screeched and flew back due to the sudden heat, and Lumi immediately rushed toward Yue. Her previous tiredness disappeared within a second. Yue sighed with relief and threw the energy potion at her. Hurry up, drink it. Lumi grabbed the potion, and after drinking she looked back. A large group of bees was flying behind them. To her horror, all the bees were at least D rank. OMG, we are doomed. Her panicked voice transferred to Yue, who looked back and saw one more type of monster appearing behind the bees. Yue wanted to stop and fight, but when she saw two towering bears snapping the trees behind her, she immediately tossed the idea out of her mind. Regius looked back at his group members. He stopped for a few seconds and climbed a nearby tree to see the situation. Hundreds of monsters were running toward them. The monsters were so many that Regius wasn't able to count them. He cursed under his breath and jumped down to run again. There was no way they would be able to kill so many monsters. Many scenarios appeared in his mind. This type of thing didn't happen until now, so why so suddenly? He gritted his teeth and shouted at his friends. There is a mountain on the west side. Run toward the mountain. We can avoid the ground monsters if we climb the mountain. He turned around and sped up toward the mountain. Isil and the others followed behind him. A few participants running around them heard Regius's loud exclamation and changed their path, heading straight toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Kyle was sleeping peacefully above a large boulder. He was too bored to run around in the forest, so he just decided to sleep around for the last week. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes with a yawn. His gaze was a little blurry when he jumped down from the boulder. He tied his messy hair in a pony and looked at the burned firewood and leftover food he had eaten last night. I am not hungry, so let's skip breakfast. Kyle was present above a rocky mountain. A few days ago, he was following behind an elf's duo quietly because one of the elves seemed well-versed in arrays. However, he was disappointed after following the duo for a few days because he wasn't able to gain anything. That's why he stopped following them. Kyle stretched his body and started jogging downward toward the end of the mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly when he saw dust clouds and large movements between the trees below the mountain. Kyle's pace slowed when he saw a large number of flying monsters coming toward the mountain at a fast speed. What the heck? He rubbed his eyes thinking maybe he was imagining, but no matter what, the flock of flying monsters didn't disappear. Instead, they were coming near with each passing second. Kyle took in a large breath. So many monsters. He just slept for a few hours and the green forest changed into a monster forest. He stopped in his tracks. Something was definitely wrong here. Maybe he missed something important while he was busy sleeping. His gaze lingered at the forest below the mountain, and under his astonished gaze, many participants jumped out from the forest and started climbing the mountain. The participants were sweating with their breathing ragged as they did their best to climb as high as possible. Kyle spotted two familiar figures among the small crowd and disappeared from his location. He appeared beside a boy who was almost on the verge of collapsing. Regius, who just barely arrived at the mountain, almost freaked out when a sudden voice sounded in his ears. The fuck? He turned around to look at the figure running beside him and almost tripped. Kyle blinked his eyes innocently and waved his hand. Hi, Regius. How have you been? Regius didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Kyle was indeed surprising, but right now the situation wasn't good enough for them to exchange greetings. I am dying, he shouted and increased his speed. Kyle gazed back at the running honey-hair elf who was staring at his figure with wide eyes, but when Kyle's eyes landed on her, she looked away immediately. He turned around and increased his speed to catch Regius again. By the way, what's happening? Kyle's question was quite innocent, but the only thing Regius wanted was to punch him once. Regius blurted out in an irritated voice. How would I know? I was standing peacefully, but hundreds of monsters appeared out of nowhere. Almost half of the participants running around me got eliminated. Kyle replied with an "oh" and slowed down so he could properly look at the monsters following behind the participants. Regius looked back at his figure and shouted with frustration. Why the hell are you slowing down? Run, it's dangerous. Kyle waved his hand and started jogging downward. It's all right. I am just gonna check for a while. Regius almost choked on his breath and cursed out loud. I told you to run, why the hell are you going downward? Kyle ignored Regius's shouts and his eyes narrowed at the flying monsters coming toward the mountain. The monsters in the forest were climbing up as well. If it continues like this, soon the whole mountain would be surrounded. I think we can't escape, we have to fight. He could sense the monsters were weak. However, their huge number was something very alarming. A lot of running participants gazed at his figure with different emotions flashing through their eyes: astonishment, shock, disdain, and curiosity. While walking, Kyle abruptly turned his head to look at an elf girl staring at him with fluttering eyes. Her long frost hair was tied in a pony. She was running upward with ragged breathing, but her lavender eyes were fixed on Kyle. Kyle would usually ignore this type of situation, but his gaze traveled to the honey-haired girl running beside her, and he gave the girls a polite nod. The frost-haired girl blurted out loudly, OMG, that silver-haired human is so handsome and pretty. Lumi, Yue shouted with gritted teeth and dragged her idiot friend up. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to shove something inside Lumi's mouth to shut her up. Many running participants turned around to look at the two girls with conflicted emotions. They were running for life and someone just won a beauty due to his own beauty. How envious. Kyle's eyebrow twitched and he instantly regretted his decision to nod at them. He retracted his eyes and started running again, but he could hear some noises behind him. The two girls were probably bickering at each other. Amidst the many sounds and voices, he heard the name Yue and raised his brow. So her name is Yue, Kyle mused in his mind, and to the participants' surprise he disappeared from his spot. Regius looked back at the place where Kyle disappeared and grumbled. What the hell is he planning? I know he is strong. But it's too dangerous. He stopped running and waved at his group members. Guys, stop running. I think something is wrong with the monsters. They are climbing up as well. Isil arrived beside him with ragged breathing. His cyan eyes glowed for a second and he looked at Regius with a pale expression. You are right. I can see the monsters climbing the mountain from the front. Not to mention the hundreds of flying monsters. Even if reached the top of the mountain, I don't think we can stay safe for long. Regius nodded with a grim expression. I noticed the monsters following behind us were different from the ones we fought before. Their eyes were not focused, and they just crushed everything in their path without caring about their life. Yue and Lumi arrived beside the duo and heard their conversation. A flash of shock passed through Yue's eyes when she understood the current situation. Senior. I am not sure, but according to your description, doesn't this scenario look a little familiar to the ones we read in the history books? I am not sure if it's possible in this place, but what if? It's a monster horde. Yue's pupil trembled at her own theory, and Regius turned around to look at her with stunned eyes. Wait, all this is very similar to a monster horde, but how is this possible when we are in a testing space? Regius shut his mouth when everything clicked in. They were in a testing space. Does that mean the people in charge created this scenario to make the test difficult? He cursed under his breath and gazed at the monsters. If it's a monster horde. There is no point in running anymore because the monsters will never retreat. Instead, they will turn everything upside down. I don't know if I should be happy that there is no monster lord controlling this horde. Isil sucked in a cold breath. Was the kingdom trying to kill them all? Or else why would they set up such a dangerous test? Faith and Niam appeared beside them, and Regius raised his voice to shout at the top of his lungs to gather all the running participants' attention. Everyone, there is no point in running. It's a monster horde. If you don't want to be eliminated, gather together and be ready to fight, or else we're all doomed. Among the 200 or something running participants, only those who had some brain cells stopped to look at Regius with wide eyes. There was hesitation in their eyes, but when they saw the hundreds of monsters, they gritted their teeth and moved closer to Regius. Soon, a large group of participants was formed, and Regius was standing in front of them. They watched as many monsters rushed at them with incredible speed. However, they steeled their resolve to fight. Meanwhile, Kyle indeed had the gist of what was happening behind him, but when he arrived at the bottom of the mountain, his attention was grabbed by a lone demi-human fighting with the monsters with gritted teeth. Kyle eyed the pair of horns coming out from his head, but his eyes went wide when he saw a pair of folded black wings behind his back. The black-haired demi-human looked engrossed as he punched one monster after another. He was wearing something hard on his knuckles to make his punches more dangerous. At the same time, the demi-human ears twitched when he heard the faint rustling sound behind him. He kicked the monster he was fighting and turned around to kick the one behind him, but when he saw Kyle's figure, he stopped with a frown. What are you doing here, human? Leave, it's dangerous. Contrary to his arrogant expression, his voice came out rather calm. Kyle's eyes were glued to the pair of wings behind his back. Can you fly? You. The demi-human was speechless, but then he eyed a cat monster leaping at Kyle from behind. He was already low on mana, but he jumped and stretched out his hand to grab Kyle's shoulder as he wanted to push him away from the attack rage, but to his surprise, Kyle easily dodged his hand and moved away. The demi-human blinked his eyes and looked at Kyle with a daze, but then he crashed into a tree with a fuck. A curse slipped out from his mouth, and his eyes widened with horror when he saw the same monster who wanted to attack Kyle pounce at him with incredible speed. He clenched his fists and placed his arms in front of his face for defense, but the attack he waited for never came. Instead, a loud, painful cry sounded in front of him. He removed his arms and saw something that made his jaw drop. Instead of a monster, a glistening ice statue was standing in front of him. Cold aura seeped out from the ice statue, and he could see the horror and pain within those frozen eyes. A curious voice sounded in his ears. Are you all right? In the next second, in front of his stunned eyes, the ice statue broke down into many tiny pieces. He indeed knew a lot of strong skills existed, but how could someone just freeze an entire monster within mere seconds? His mind went blank at the sight of the ice pieces, but even the ice pieces turned into dust and swirled away with the wind. He gazed at the figure who did it all. Silver hair and nonchalant green eyes. It took him a few seconds to gather himself and stand up. However, he again saw 3 monsters pouching at the silver-haired human from behind. Sinan opened his mouth to warn, but what happened next made his scalp go numb. The silver-haired human didn't even look back. A sea of blue flames appeared behind his back, enveloping the monsters completely. Sinan watched with daze how the monsters turned into glistening ice sculptures, and after a second nothing remained behind, not even their dead bodies. A glistening finger-sized round ball dropped on the ground, and the silver-haired human eyes sparkled as he picked it up. A skill core. Kyle closed his eyes and went through the skill information, but a frown appeared on his face after a second. A E-skill to increase agility, kinda useless. He threw the skill core into his mind space and looked at the demi-human. Kyle could sense at least 30 monsters around them. Can you still fight? Sinan recovered from his stunned state and nodded with a serious expression, as he could also sense many movements around them, but Kyle's next words almost made him facepalm. Can you fly? Sinan groaned but gave a light nod. However, the only thing he got in return was a click of the tongue from Kyle. In the next second, many monsters pounced at the duo from all sides. The trees were crushed, and the monsters' angry cries rang out in their ears. Kyle didn't wait for the demi-human to act and immediately waved his hand. Blue flames flickered behind him and took the shape of 20 arrows. Sinan, who just decided to attack a nearby monster, froze in his spot when he saw many flame arrows piercing the monsters' bodies with incredible speed. He stood beside Kyle with a blank expression, thinking if the human was going to fight alone in the end. Why the fuck, he asked him. Can you still fight? He watched as all the monsters around him were cleared within mere seconds. Who? Sinan took a deep breath, and when Kyle turned around he offered sincerely, I am Sinan Aming. Kyle nodded and secretly sensed his rank. Sinan was D+ rank. Kyle Ohan. Sinan looked at the sky with a frown. Kyle, I think we should climb the mountain. After a second he whispered under his breath, all this is quite similar to a monster horde. Kyle's eyes reflected shock when he heard the words monster horde. He recalled Regius was gathering a small crowd of participants and turned around to run toward the mountain. You can fly, right? Just fly. See ya on the mountain. A lot of participants are gathering there. Sinan heard Kyle drifting words and was dumbfounded. He could indeed fly, but he was scared of heights. That's why he preferred to walk instead of flying. He sped up and caught up to Kyle, but under his eyes, Kyle's figure disappeared. The fuck? Sinan was once again shocked, but he calmed his troubled heart and started running up the mountain. Kyle appeared in front of Regius, and just like before, Regius freaked out, enough to startle all the participants standing behind him. Kyle, can't you come and go like a normal person? Kyle nodded and gave him an apologetic smile. He gazed at the participants standing around him. They were all hurling one attack after another at the monsters who had climbed up. Regius pushed him away and ran off to kill a flying bee monster, attacking a fighting participant from behind. Kyle's eyes narrowed. 5 ice arrows appeared behind him, and he attacked the nearby monsters with the arrows. The participants were startled when suddenly the monsters they were fighting got attacked by ice arrows. However, they recovered within a few seconds and turned around to attack other monsters. A sword appeared in Kyle's hand, and he activated his skill, Swift Steps, to increase his speed. His figure flashed like a blur as he swung his sword with precision, slashing and killing one monster after another. A lot of participants were stunned by Kyle's fast movements, but they were too occupied to think about anything else. Kyle stopped behind an injured elf and killed the monster he was fighting. From the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of Yue fighting against 2 D-rank monsters. He could see she was having difficulty, then he noticed 2 more giant monsters heading straight toward her. Kyle's eyes narrowed and he disappeared from his spot. In the next second, his sword was embedded inside one of the monsters Yue was fighting. It was so easy for him to slice the monsters as they were too weak. Yue was stunned when she saw a familiar silver-haired figure. Under her gaze, Kyle waved his sword to remove the sticky monster's blood. He mouthed, and many thunder arrows struck down from the clear sky, and a few pain cries sounded around Yue. Kyle gazed at Yue and gave her a nod. Be careful. He didn't stay in front of her longer. He spotted Regius's figure and immediately ran toward him while slashing all the monsters that appeared in his path. Kyle appeared beside Regius with a grim face. There are too many monsters. Soon everyone will get tired and their mana will be exhausted. I don't think we can fight for long in this situation. Regius stabbed a monster to death with his dagger and replied without looking back at Kyle. What else can we do? It's a monster horde. Even if we climb up, we will only be getting a few safe minutes and nothing else. He eyed Kyle from the corner of his eyes and clicked his tongue. Your breathing is calm. Even after running around so much, you don't look tired. Kyle threw an ice arrow at a nearby monster. Oh, I still have 65% mana left, but I am using too many skills, so I can only fight for a day at most. Regius's mood went sour. He knew Kyle was strong, but the difference was just too much. Kyle mumbled something under his breath and shouted at the participants standing below him. Come up, I am going to throw some boulders down the mountain to crush the climbing monsters. Regius looked at him with a perplexed expression. Boulders. Oh, how he wished he didn't recall that gruesome scene he saw a month ago. Regia's eyes went wide and his voice stuttered. I was so aggressive that night. Isn't he angry? Why is he helping me? That was you, the ice shield. Kyle shrugged his shoulders and threw him a mischievous smile. It's a mana-saving method. Kyle appeared midair and immediately activated his skill Fear. The flying monsters and the ones climbing the mountain froze for a split second. Their hearts trembled and pupils contracted due to fright. Some of the weak-willed flying monsters even dropped to the ground with a loud cry. Kyle groaned and his figure started descending downward with lightning speed. This skill doesn't require mana, but it's taxing on my mind. A lot of participants gazed at Kyle. He was too up in the sky. That's why if he crashed, he would definitely lose a leg or arm. But in the next second, Kyle's hand moved abruptly, and 5 huge boulders appeared below him. The boulders crashed on the mountain ground one after one with loud banging sounds. The participants froze in their spots. Even Regius's mouth was opened wide. The ground trembled under their feet. Kyle blinked and disappeared again. In the next second, he appeared beside Regius, giving the latter already muddled heart a jolt. Kyle, please, I am begging you, don't just appear around me like a ghost. Regius cried out loudly, and Kyle gave him a reassuring nod with serious eyes. Sorry, I forget. However, the evil smirk playing at the corner of his lips gave him away. A vein popped on Regius's forehead. You did it on purpose. Kyle shut his mouth and immediately pointed at the boulders to distract his attention. Under the crowd's bulging eyes, the boulder rolled down with lightning-fast speed, crushing all the monsters in their path. It was an incredible yet gruesome sight where hundreds of monsters died within mere seconds. Meanwhile, below among the many monsters climbing the mountain, Sinan just kicked another monster to clear his path when he sensed the ground tremble under his feet. He frowned and looked up, but his eyes almost popped out of sockets when he saw the horror in front of himself. Many large boulders were rolling off, heading straight toward him. Which fucker pushed the boulders? He cursed so loud that his vocal cords went numb, but the impending doom was heading toward him with each passing second. Sinan's face went pale as he kicked another monster and started running backward toward the forest. Today was the day when he saw the horror of death flashing in front of his eyes. In the end, he opened his wings for a flight. He indeed saved himself from being crushed under the boulders, but because he was not used to flying and he was scared of heights, he fell only after half a minute. I swear I will punch the culprit to death who pushed the boulders. His screams echoed as he crashed into a tree with a loud at the same time. Kyle blinked his eyes while standing beside Regius, who patted his shoulder with a confused expression. Kyle, did you hear? I think someone's screaming. Kyle gulped down nervously. Nope, you are imagining things. No one's shouting. He immediately threw off Regius's hand and turned around to help the participants who were fighting with monsters. OMG, I forget Sinan didn't fly when I asked him to. He was down there. Now I can only hope he survives. Bia, who was hearing live details of the event from Kyle, hurriedly lit up a candle for Sinan in her heart. What a pity I wasn't able to see his black wings. Kyle immediately blocked Bia's voice and used his skill to increase his speed. He roamed around with incredible speed, and within a minute, a lot of participants were able to take a breath. Kyle stopped and wiped the blood from his sword. His breath was a little heavy when he looked down to see more monsters climbing the mountain with lightning speed. He counted the flying monsters and looked back at Regius. Go to the left side, there is a cave. Regius gave him a nod. He was already tired. There was no way he would be able to continue fighting. He gathered the participants, and all of them started running toward the place Kyle pointed. On the other hand, Kyle took in a deep breath. He eyed the many flying monsters with bated breath. I think I will almost lose all my remaining mana if I use my sword art, but there is no choice now. Kyle grabbed the sword tightly and started injecting his mana into the sword. He murmured under his breath and once again disappeared from his spot. After half a second, he appeared midair, directly in front of the flock of flying monsters. Kyle propelled his body and shouted at the top of his lungs. Third strike, ethereal voidbreaker. In an instant the air cracked, and dense mana appeared around his sword. With a swift and precise swing, the blade sliced through the air, and the sword hummed with a thunderous sound. A rift of light and energy that obliterated anything in its path appeared at the tip of his sword. The force of the devastating strike sent shockwaves rippling through the already cracked air. With a resounding, Kyle saw his sword cracked into many pieces. What the? His eyes contracted because not just the monsters, even he himself was impacted due to the huge force, and his body flew backward with a jolt. It seemed even with his increased strength, the third sword art move was just too powerful for his body. Kyle's eyes flew open, and he took in the devastating scene in front of him. The sky cracked, and with a loud rumble, his sword strike passed through the hundreds of flying monsters just as easily as cutting butter. The monsters flapped around with horror, but it was too late. One by one they all fell with broken bodies. Green, purple, and brown blood poured from the sky. Kyle didn't want to into something, that's why he gathered the tiny bit of mana present in his body and used the ice armor skill. A thin, invisible veil of ice appeared around his body. He almost thought he failed to activate the skill because the veil of ice was invisible. However, the feeling of being enclosed in ice was indeed soothing. Soon he crashed into the ground with a Kyle groaned and spit out blood, but then he felt the ice veil seeping into his body, and the minor injuries around his body disappeared within a few seconds. He propelled his body to sit down with a sigh. At that moment, a strained and tired voice sounded by his side. "Are you all right?" Kyle looked up to see Sinan's bloodied figure standing a few meters away from him. "I am fine. However, your condition is more severe than mine." Sinan grumbled and barely pushed his body to climb up, but his eyes reflected pure respect and shock when he gazed at Kyle, because he saw how just a moment ago Kyle killed so many monsters. "It's the fault of the fucker who pushed the boulders on me." Kyle averted his gaze and merely replied with an "oh." He looked below the mountain and saw a lot more monsters crawling and climbing up continuously. "Let's go left, there is a cave. I can't fight anymore." Sinan groaned, "Me neither." Kyle dragged his body toward the cave and Sinan followed beside him. After 5 minutes, they appeared in front of the cave. Regius was just coming out from the cave to look around for Kyle with a tense expression. While running toward the cave, he and the many participants saw how Kyle used a devastating attack and was flung backward. However, he stopped and sighed with relief when he saw Kyle walking toward the cave. He saw Kyle's injured figure and immediately took out some healing potions from his storage ring and tossed them toward him. "Drink them." The trio entered the cave and all the participants looked at Kyle with conflicted emotions. Some were envious of his strength, some thankful, some respectful, while some just didn't care. Lumi dragged Yue and stood in front of Kyle with a flashing smile. "Are you all right? I saw you up there using a dashing move." Kyle's eyes trailed off to Yue and he gave a nod. At the same time, Sinan and Regius clicked their tongues with sour expressions, but then Kyle turned around to look at the duo. "Lig up some fire, I will close the cave entrance." Regius nodded and immediately went deep into the cave to light a fire. Meanwhile, Sinan followed behind Kyle to help him a little, but Kyle was sweating buckets of water when he saw Sinan following behind him. "Ahem, you don't have to follow me." Sinan cut him off with a serious expression. "We are both injured. I should help you." Kyle laughed dryly, but inwardly he knew he was done for because he was going to close off the cave entrance with a boulder. In the end, he threw everything at fate and stepped forward to do his job. Sinan watched Kyle and was ready to help when suddenly a huge boulder appeared in front of the cave entrance. Sinan blinked his eyes. It took him a few seconds to register that Kyle was the same fucker who pushed the boulders down. He was seething, but when he saw Kyle's injured figure, he gulped down his anger with gritted teeth. Kyle could sense Sinan's glare, but like a shameless person, he ignored him completely with a nod. However, it was shattered soon when some muffled cries sounded on the stage in the middle of the dome. A few healers stumbled forward with hurried footsteps to pour healing potions inside the mouths of the gravely injured participants who just appeared in the dome. Amidst the many painful cries, the audience, the people in charge of the event, and the royal envoy had their eyes fixed on the floating large projection. They watched how hundreds of monsters poured into the forest. The ferocious monsters moved around wildly, tearing and stomping everything that appeared in their path. The scenery in the projection turned bloody, with many participants hiding and running around to save their lives. Some of them tried to fight head-on, but because the number of monsters chasing after them was too large, they were not able to last long. The monsters clawed and tore their skins with their fangs and paws, eliminating the fighting participants within a few seconds. An exaggerated sigh escaped through Din's mouth as he massaged his aching temples. A deep frown was glued to his forehead for the past hour. He looked at the royal envoy with a deadly glare. So this is what the king wanted to see. His face was calm, but the voice sounded sarcastic and filled with anger. The royal envoy sitting beside Ira merely gazed at him from the corner of his eyes and looked away with a scoff. The healers are doing everything to save them. Also, if the participants are so weak-willed to die just because of a minor hardship, why the hell did they participate in this event? I believe from the start it was crystal clear the event would be dangerous. The envoy's voice was cold, and almost everyone perked up their ears to listen. He paused and looked at the projection with a sharp gaze. The king wants capable individuals who would protect the kingdom in the future, not some snotty kids who would run away at the mere sight of danger. Din clenched his fists tightly. The envoy's words echoed in his mind. It was true the monsters roaming outside the boundaries of the kingdom were way more darker and dangerous, but he didn't understand why the kingdom was taking such a drastic measure so suddenly. Did something happen in my absence? He recalled that a few months ago he received some calls from the old Foggies because they wanted to discuss something important, but he ignored them completely because he didn't want to have anything with the kingdom politics. However, now he regretted his decision. Something was fishy with how sudden this strange event was. After the event, I will go and meet with the king. Din raked his gaze at the projection, desperately trying to find his grandson Regius. After the monster's outbursts in wild panic, a lot of participants tried to climb the mountains. Din's eyes narrowed at the further end of the projection. Amidst the huge chaos, a figure was sleeping peacefully atop of a large boulder. Even though the figure was relatively small within the projection, a lot of strong individuals noticed the sleeping figure due to their heightened senses, but they ignored the figure because the other participants who were fighting for their lives seemed more important. However, Din's narrowed eyes flashed with surprise when he zoomed in and took in the figure's facial features. "Kyle," he whispered under his breath. The voice drifted off quite low, but Anley, who was sitting with Ira, perked up his ears. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. Anley snapped back his head to look at Din with a raised brow. He followed Din's gaze and stared at the projection. Soon, his eyes stopped at the tiny sleeping figure. It would have been impossible to pinpoint the figure accurately if not for the fact that the figure was sleeping atop of a large boulder within a vast empty open area. "You know him." Din shot him a glare and refrained from speaking. He just wanted to see his grandson safe and sound. On the other hand, Ira and the royal envoy followed Anley's gaze and also took in the sight of the sleeping figure, but after a few seconds they looked away because except for sleeping the figure did nothing. A disappointed expression appeared on Anley's face. "Did I hear wrong?" He definitely said Kyle. They all watched how the participants desperately climbed the mountains to find a safe spot. More and more injured participants appeared in the dome. Suddenly, a low relief murmur sounded from the nobles sitting behind Din and the other people in charge of the event. "Thank God my son is safe." After him, another agitated person took a deep breath as he took in the sight of a group of participants wildly climbing a mountain. "Niam is safe as well, but how are the kids going to fight back?" There were a total of 7 mountains, and only a few intelligent groups of participants decided to stop running when they saw the situation was getting dangerous with each passing second. Din spotted Regius among the small crowd and watched with bated breaths how the latter gathered the others to fight against the monsters. His eyes subconsciously moved to the silver-haired figure who had woken up a while ago and was now running downward. Why is he running downward? Cannot he see the dangerous monsters? Din's face turned dark as he watched the figure. Not just him, a lot of individuals noticed the figure, especially Anley, who had been eyeing the sleeping figure the moment he heard Din speak out Kyle's name. In the next second, the figure suddenly disappeared from their view. "Huh." Anley's surprise exclamation rang out clearly and Ira raised her brow. "Did he just vanish?" she whispered slowly, and the royal envoy's eyes narrowed. They watched how the figure appeared at the end of the mountain. Even the audience was mildly surprised. However, what happened next almost made them hold their breath with awe. The silver-haired figure was not courting death. Instead, the boy fought and killed the monsters so easily like they were chickens. Anley stood up with a surprised cry when he saw many boulders appearing out of thin air and descending like rain. "I never knew we could store large boulders in the storage rings." Ira tilted her head and looked at Anley with a frown. "We can, but no one is idiot enough to store such huge boulders in their storage rings. The small space in the rings is barely enough to store the important things. The only possibility I can think of is that he had a skill, or maybe he had a supreme-grade storage ring. A supreme-grade storage ring is indeed rare." Anley said with an excited voice, and his eyes traveled to the square-shaped ranking screen where bright names were flickering with an intense glow. "So he is Kyle. His skills are extraordinary." So powerful, Kyle's skills amazed them to no end. The kid clearly looked young, not even in his 20s, so how was it possible for such a young person to become so powerful? The professors from the various academies looked around themselves. They stared at the individuals belonging to the other academies, thinking maybe the silver-haired boy was someone who was nurtured secretly by them. However, the only thing they got in return was confusion and bewilderment. Anley's sparkling eyes wanted to see more fight, but after using the sword art, Kyle rushed toward the cave just like the other participants. Moreover, the cave entrance was closed off completely, making it impossible for him and any other person to look at what was happening inside. Anley clicked his tongue and slumped down in the chair he had been sitting a while ago. "What a pity. Don't tell me they're going to stay in the cave until the end of the event." He grumbled, but it seemed his prediction was on the spot, because even though a few monsters clawed and attacked the cave entrance because of the huge boulder closing the entrance, almost all the monsters ran past the cave heading straight without looking back. Anley's expression turned sour. He looked at the ranking screen with an irritated expression. 1 Kyle Ohen 960,452, Sinon Aming 180,673, Regius Gravis 130,010, 4 Largy Holmes 129,040, just a little more, and the points would have crossed 1 million. He sighed and shook his head. The crowd was already too surprised to take in anything further, so, when they heard Anley's words, they subconsciously gazed at the floating ranking screen, and many shocked gasps sounded in the dome. Meanwhile, Kyle looked around at the participants in the dimly lit cave. He sighed and staggered toward a corner to sit down. The loud howls and shrieks of many monsters were still resounding outside the cave. Thunderous footsteps echoed just opposite the boulder he placed at the cave entrance. Sinan sat down a few meters away from Kyle. His face was sour as he glanced at the boulder. His deadly glare would travel toward Kyle from time to time for explanation, but Kyle was too thick-skinned and didn't even flinch. Just like Sinan, a lot of sitting participants' gaze traveled toward Kyle and they whispered among themselves. Regius gathered his group mates and went toward Kyle with a smile and sat down beside him. "Kyle, meet my friends." He introduced the 5 elves standing behind him to Kyle, who nodded in return. "Damn, I knew you were strong when I sensed your rank last time, but I never imagined you would seriously bulldoze everything in your path." Regius tapped his shoulder and laughed out loud. Behind him, his group members glanced at Kyle with curiosity. Isil's cyan eyes shone brightly when he looked at Regius with a raised brow. "You know him? How?" An evil smirk appeared on Regius's face. "Just found out before the event. He is my grandma's adopted grandson. You all can ask him whenever you need help. He is very kind." Kyle blinked twice, and the meaning behind Regius's words sank in his mind. A wry smile appeared on his face, but then his gaze shifted to Yue, who was sitting at the end of the group. Strange. Regius turned around and looked at him with a frown. "What? I was just wondering, you are clearly not the strongest in the group, so why are your friends lacking in combat experience?" Regius raised his brow. He followed Kyle's gaze and looked at Yue and Niam. "Ah. They are both stronger than me. I am D rank, but they are D rank. However, it's their first time fighting with monsters, so they don't know how to properly use their strength." Yue looked up at Kyle when she heard Regius. A lot of injuries on Kyle's body had disappeared after he consumed the healing potions given by Regius, but a few remained. A frown appeared on her beautiful face. She thought for a while. Hesitation flashed through in her eyes, but in the next second a resolute expression appeared on her face. She tugged Lumi's arm away from her arm and took out a high-grade healing potion from her storage ring. Lumi opened her mouth in protest when Yue suddenly pushed her away, but her eyes narrowed when she saw the healing potion. Its color was bright and dense, indicating its purity. In the next second, Yue stood up and approached Kyle, making Lumi dumbfounded. Kyle removed his eyes from Regius and looked up when a shadow enveloped his body. Green eyes met the bright amber eyes. Kyle blinked, once, twice, seemingly waiting for her to speak up. Regius looked back and forth at Yue and Kyle with a raised brow. Not just him, all the group members looked surprised at the sudden turn of events because it was very rare for Yue to approach someone other than them. They all waited, and in the next second, Yue opened her palm toward Kyle with a small smile that could make anyone's heart flutter. "You are injured. This is a high-grade healing potion that will cure all your injuries." Kyle blinked again and looked at the glass vial in her hand. His injuries were already healed, and he was sure within an hour or two the remaining injuries would just disappear, because after the bloodline awakening, his body's healing abilities enhanced greatly. However, when he saw her serious gaze, his hand moved subconsciously to pick up the potion from her palm. A fleeting smile appeared on Kyle's face when he saw how Yue's tense brow relaxed. It seemed she didn't like owning others. He mused inwardly and simply tossed the position in his mind space because it would be truly wasteful if he consumed the potion for such small injuries. With a nod, Yue went back toward Lumi, who was staring at her with a betrayed expression. Her one and only friend left him, just to give a handsome boy a healing potion. How painful. The train was late, however. Orange is back as promised. The most important event is about a certain someone's who is going through hellish training currently. His real identity, race, gonna get revealed to Kyle even without his knowledge. However, he waited patiently. The cave entrance was blocked by a boulder, but he was sure if the participants did not come out, the monsters would probably go in. Soon, within a blink of an eye, one day passed, and to Anley, bewildered and surprised, the cave stayed unscathed, completely safe and sound. Even the audience was dumbstruck. They had seen the devastating condition of the broken forest. How the monsters chewed and stomped everything in their path, but for some unknown reason, the ferocious monsters seemed to have overlooked the cave entrance. Some of the monsters indeed clawed the boulder, but after a few minutes they ran off again, heading straight toward the other end of the mountain. The audience was stupefied. How was it possible? The cave entrance was closed, but for the monsters to ignore it so blatantly was quite astonishing. In the end, they threw the matter at the back of their minds and focused on the other mountains. Almost all the mountains were in similar conditions. The participants who climbed the mountains and fought back in groups suffered and got eliminated, but a few large groups managed to pull it off. They survived amidst the huge monster wave. Moreover, a few participants were successful in finding a hidden and secure place to hide from the monsters. The situation was indeed devastating because the audience saw how within a day, almost 90% of the participants were eliminated. A frustrated sigh escaped Anley's mouth as he looked at the closed cave entrance. 2 days passed and the monster wave was already gone. However, no participants came out of the cave. He stood up with a groan and left the dome to get some fresh air. I cannot watch anymore. The royal envoy gazed at his fading back and looked at Ira. It's going to end soon, so be prepared to teleport the winners to a different place. Ira nodded and started to prepare for the end of the event. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the cave was quiet, and a small fire was lit up in the middle of the cave. The group of participants stayed silent as they sneaked glances at the silver-haired boy who was sitting in a corner. The boy's eyes were closed, and for some reason, no one dared to wake him up. Regius wanted to wake up Kyle because the latter had been sleeping for a whole day, but when he recalled how Kyle fought for so long, he decided against it. I think he is tired. He nodded silently and looked at the cave entrance. The loud voices of monsters seemed to have gone very far away because now he wasn't able to hear any sound outside the cave. However, he didn't go out to check the surroundings. Just like everyone else, he waited for Kyle to wake up. Yue's gaze flickered between the sleeping figure and the small crowd. Why are they not waking him up? Is not he just sleeping? She slowly moved closer to Regius and whispered, "Senior, I think you should wake him up. The monsters seem to have gone far, so let's leave the cave." Regius sighed and gazed at Kyle. "I want to, but I think he suffered too many injuries when he used that dangerous sword move. Also, he helped everyone, so let's wait until he opens his eyes, then we can go outside." Yue nodded and went back toward Lumi. "I gave him a high-grade healing potion, but maybe it wasn't enough." She glanced at Kyle. His face was calm, devoid of any emotions, eyes shut completely with relaxed brows. To her, he didn't look like someone who was suffering due to heavy injuries. Instead, he looked like he was dozing off. Yue blinked at her thoughts and shook her head with a sigh. "What am I thinking? He is injured." However, against all odds, her ridiculous guess was on the spot. Kyle indeed dozed off after sitting in the same place for 2 hours. His minor injuries were healed a few hours ago. Right now, he was just sleeping. Kyle wasn't aware of the participants who were getting frustrated with each passing second. After another 5 hours, they started giving him strange looks. How the hell can someone sleep so much? However, unlike the frustrated participants who were willing to wait a few more hours, Sinan stood up with a deadpan expression. After seeing how no one was willing to wake up the sleeping log, he decided to complete this difficult task himself. "Damn it, just how long are you going to sleep?" His razor-sharp voice resounded in the cave, and he moved his hand to shake Kyle's shoulder. However, before he could grab Kyle's shoulder, the latter woke up with a jolt and stumbled backward at an astonishing speed. Sinan's eyebrow twitched. He cursed in his mind and retracted his hand. Kyle shook his head and looked at Sinan with a frown. "What happened?" "Sorry, I dozed off because I was feeling a little sleepy." "Did the monsters go away?" He stretched his arms and casually started walking toward the cave entrance. A vein bulged out on Sinan's forehead when he heard Kyle's words. Not just him, but almost all the participants sitting in the cave wore deadpan expressions as they stared at Kyle's figure with resentment. So all this time he was just sleeping. Regius almost choked when he heard the conversation. So Kyle was sleeping, nothing else. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he was the one who said Kyle was injured after the fight and needed rest. Lumi giggled at Kyle's response and tugged shoulder at Yue with a smile. "Did you hear?" Her breath hitched in her throat when she saw Yue's dark face. She hurriedly shut her mouth and didn't dare to infuriate Yue further. After arriving in front of the boulder, Kyle perked up his ears and tried to listen to what was happening outside. He stayed silent to catch any type of sound, but after hearing nothing, he looked back at the participants. "Let's leave, I can't hear anything." Sinan was the first who walked forward and stood beside him. "All right, remove the boulder." Kyle nodded and placed his hand on the boulder, and the next second the boulder disappeared. He walked out of the cave with a cautious expression. The air outside smelled like blood and rotting flesh. Kyle's nose wrinkled at the repulsing odor, but he didn't stop walking and arrived in an open area. All the other participants followed behind him quietly. A few shocked gasps sounded behind him, but Kyle didn't turn around. Instead, he narrowed his eyes sharply. Everything was an utter mess. The mountain was littered with hundreds of monsters' corpses and rocks. A few low-rank monsters were munching on those dead bodies with blissful expressions. The shimmering lush forest below the mountain seemed to have lost its luster because the only thing Kyle could see was broken twigs and branches. Kyle pinched his brows. So this is what a monster horde could do, because even if the people survived, the land wouldn't. Moreover, he was sure the monster horde they faced was nothing in front of the real thing. He sighed when he heard Regius's voice. Kyle eyed the participants, excluding a few. Almost all of them were taking in the situation with composed expressions. However, he could see the worry under their calm faces. Kyle couldn't help but wonder why the elf kingdom was taking such drastic measures. Was it because of the secret realm or something else? Isil moved and stood beside Regius with a complicated expression. So what next? We had 5 days before the event would be over. Should we fight the monsters? Regius thought for a while. They were in an event, so fighting with the monsters was indeed the best choice, but after experiencing the monster horde, he wasn't sure anymore. He looked at Kyle to hear his answer. However, he instantly regretted his decision because Kyle just shrugged his shoulders with a nonchalant expression. He sighed and looked back at the small crowd. The monster horde is gone, and I don't think something like this would appear again, because to produce such a big horde they need many resources, so let's move separately to kill as many monsters as possible before the end of the event. The participants hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, all of them left. Sinan went toward the east, and Regius and his group members decided to climb the mountain. In the end, Kyle was left alone. He sighed and gazed at the fading backs for a few seconds, and just started to jog around the mountain with no clear destination. He stumbled upon some low-rank monsters in his way and killed them easily. Kyle waited patiently for the time to pass. At the same time, the atmosphere in the dome was very hectic. Ira made the necessary preparations to teleport the winners to a different location. The audience waiting to see the winners was disappointed when Ira told them the winners would directly teleport to a separate location. The next 5 days passed smoothly because after the monster horde left, not many participants got severely injured. On the last day, the nobles, Din, Anli, and the royal envoy disappeared from the dome. Only Ira and a few individuals in charge of the event were left behind to take care of everything. Ira's cold eyes flickered between the ranking screen and the huge projection as she waited for the last few minutes of the event to pass. "It's time," she whispered and started floating midair. After placing some resources on the huge spacious platform below, she poured all her mana into the symbols drawn on the platform. A familiar shimmering green light enveloped every corner of the dome, and under her gaze, the tiny figures running around in the projection started to fade one by one. Ira breathed out with relief when all the winning participants were teleported to their next destination successfully. After checking the symbols, projection, and the area in the projection one last time, she went to the healers who were doing their jobs in a closed, large hall. She staggered between the rows of injured participants who were recuperating to heal their injuries. A lot of participants seemed to have lost their body parts, but as the king promised, their injuries were treated with as many resources as possible. A few minutes before when Ira teleported all the participants out, Kyle was roaming around aimlessly as usual when he felt a suction force around his body. He hissed at the dizziness that crawled up to his mind, but after a second, the dizziness vanished. Instead, he felt his vision go dark. A familiar sensation enveloped his body, and in the next second, he found himself standing among a crowd of young individuals. He blinked and looked around. The individuals standing around him looked haggard and tired. They were wearing dirty clothes as well. Also, he could spot a lot of familiar faces among the crowd. Regius, Ua, Sinan. So the event is over, Kyle mused in his mind, but his eyes narrowed when he took in his surroundings. He was standing on a smooth brown carpet, and a huge glass chandelier was hanging above the ceiling, but the walls of the room were empty, devoid of any precious things. He could see a row of old men and women elves in formal attire standing quietly in a corner further away from the participants. Kyle's eyes paused at a familiar green-haired figure. It was Din, Regius's grandfather. He was standing among the many old individuals with a frown. Kyle snapped his head and looked in front of himself when a gentle, slightly alluring voice sounded in his ears. There was a small stage in front of him. A round crystal was floating in the middle of the stage. A middle-aged elf wearing a white shirt with golden patterns on his shoulders and sleeves was standing behind the crystal with a frosty expression. On his left was a timed old elf woman wearing thick glasses. She was continuously fiddling with some papers. Kyle's eyes widened a fraction when he saw the crystal. It was very familiar. A talent test, he sucked in a deep breath. There were a total of 300 or something participants around him, and after seeing the crystal, he was sure the elves standing on the stage were going to do a talent test. Kyle immediately recalled the rules set up by the Central Continent for the individuals who were eligible to enter the secret realm. There were not many rules, but the most important one was everyone's talent. Only the individuals with talent S+ rank or above were allowed to enter the secret realm. Kyle sensed a lot of eyes boring at his back, but when he looked back, he didn't detect anyone. A frown appeared on his face, but in the next second, he was distracted by the old elf woman standing on the stage. The elf woman stepped forward with a gentle smile. She was wearing a long white robe with yellow flowers engraved on her shoulders. Congratulations to all the winners. My name is Jolie Eunice. I know the event was hard, and the hardest part was facing the monster horde that appeared without any prior notice, but it was necessary because we wanted to find the best youths who would survive in every type of situation. She paused and gazed at the winners who were staring back at her with serious expressions. Due to the monster horde, only 367 participants were able to survive until the end of the event, and they all won the event. Yes, the king decided to give rewards to all those who managed to survive against all odds. However, the rewards would be distributed according to everyone's ranks and total points. Jolie smiled at the end when she saw the bright faces of the kids. She cleared her throat and pointed at the crystal floating in the middle of the stage. All right, that's enough about the event. It's over. Now, focus here. As you know, all those participants who survived until the end will receive rewards, but only those who passed the second round of the event would be selected as members of the elite team who would be directly trained by the kingdom. The members of the elite team will also receive training from a lot of strong individuals because they will be the future of the elf kingdom. A lot of murmurs echoed in the hall when they heard Jolie's words. However, she effectively clapped her hands to shut them up. Okay, let me tell you about the second round. It's very simple. We will check everyone's talent with this crystal ball floating on the stage. The ones who have talent equal to or higher than S+ rank will pass this round. Amidst the troubled crowd who was discussing the sudden second round, Kyle's frown deepened with each passing second, but then he noticed another female figure who just arrived behind Jolie. Kyle's eyes lit up and his brow relaxed when he saw Serena, his savior. She was finally here, on time. I almost thought she abandoned me after sending me to the event. Serena was wearing a brown dress and her blue hair was tied up in a pony. Her gaze was sharp, and if someone looked closely, they would immediately notice dark circles under her eyes. The moment she arrived in the hall, she noticed Kyle's figure and looked at him with a deadpan expression. In the past 2 months, she suffered a lot due to Kyle. Not just Serena, even the queen was frustrated because she was the one who permitted Kyle to enter the event. It was okay if Kyle quietly won the event, but not even in her wildest dream did she imagine he would win the event with so many points. This rascal, Serena cursed inwardly. Kyle's actions were everything but quiet. Now Kyle's name was famous everywhere in the Elf Kingdom, so she had to give away his true identity. The king was quite furious at first when he found out Kyle was from the neighboring kingdom, but for some reason, he calmed down after talking with Han through a communication device. Serena sighed. She didn't want to see any more surprises. The interrogations she suffered for the past 2 months were already enough to give her a headache. Let's finish all this as soon as possible or else my headache is going to get worse, she grumbled inwardly and patted Jolie's shoulder to get her attention. What? Jolie turned around to look at her with a frown, but then Serena bent down to whisper in her ears. Do Kyle's talent test first. The king wants to see him. Understanding flashed through Jolie's eyes. She nodded her head and gazed back at the participants. Let's start the talent test without wasting more time. I will start with the person who gains the highest points in the first round of the event. Kyle Ohen, please step on the stage. A pin-drop silence enveloped the hall as everyone followed Jolie's gaze to look at the silver-haired boy standing in the middle of the crowd. Kyle's body stiffened when he heard Jolie's words. He blinked. Wasn't Serena here to save me from the talent test? Why are they checking my talent before everyone else? His eyes widened as he stared at Serena, who was standing behind Jolie. However, Serena only stared back at him with a displeased expression. She opened her mouth and said harshly, "What are you waiting for? Step on the stage, we don't have an entire day." Kyle was speechless. So his true talent was going to get revealed just like that. He looked around and saw no escape. His wandering eyes paused at Regius and Yue. They were standing at a distance. A sigh escaped his lips, and under everyone's stare, he stepped onto the stage. Kyle stood in front of Jolie and looked at Serena with a hesitant expression. Can't we do the talent test somewhere else? Serena scoffed. Just do it. I already know your true talent. Not just me, a lot of people know about it. Moreover, no need to worry after the test you're leaving with me. Kyle's eyes trailed to the crystal and nervousness flashed through his eyes. Indeed, Han knew about his talent. But he wasn't aware of the fact that Kyle's talent increased and reached the limit of the mortal talent. Kyle took in a deep breath and nodded. Here goes nothing. I hope Master will handle everything. Jolie heard his exaggerated breath and chuckled. Just how high was his talent to do this much drama? She shook her head and asked Kyle to place his hand on the crystal. With a nod, Kyle placed his hand on the crystal. The hall was quiet and almost all the eyes were on Kyle. Especially the royal envoy, he was practically boring holes at Kyle's hand. Within a second, a dim light appeared around the floating crystal, and the crystal started shining with an intense glow. Jolie's smile stiffened as she looked at the bright crystal. Serena patted her shoulder with a frown. She knew Kyle's talent was SS rank, but she wasn't aware how to check talent through the crystal. So what's his talent? Instead of Jolie, the royal envoy's cold voice rang out in the hall. Kyle Ohen, SSS plus ranked talent. He passed the second round. Serena almost choked on her breath. She looked at the royal envoy with a weird expression. You mean SS rank, right? However, the royal envoy's answer was the same as before. No, it's SSS plus ranked talent. A huge uproar erupted below the stage. Not just the participants, even the nobles sitting at a distance were shocked. Now the questions about Kyle's identity increased. Just who the hell was this Kyle Ohen? How can they not know about him? It's been a long time since someone from the Elf Kingdom awakened SSS plus rank talent. This year, the highest awakened talent was only SS plus rank. Regius exclaimed with a sour expression. Damn it, my talent is nothing in front of him. Now I know why he is so strong at a young age. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He awakened his talent before entering the academy. It was SS rank, the highest among his whole class. Sinan also shook his head. He was born as a special demi-human with wings, but his talent wasn't high. Still, he knew having a high talent and achieving that talent were two vastly different things. Yue gazed at Kyle back, but after a second she looked away with a sigh. Her fingers traced the porcelain bracelet hanging on her left wrist. He is strong and will stay strong. I wonder why he didn't fight back when I attacked him. On the other hand, Serena's eyelid was twitching due to bewilderment. She was shocked, but more importantly, she knew another headache was coming her way with a fast speed. That's why before the royal envoy could say anything further, she patted Kyle's shoulder. Let's leave, the king is waiting. She wore a calm expression, but inwardly she was cursing Han with all the swear words she could remember. Kyle gazed at the shocked Jolie, and at the royal envoy who seemed to be frowning and hurriedly sped up behind Serena. They immediately left the hall through a small door present behind the stage, leaving behind the speechless crowd. After Kyle and Serena were gone, the royal envoy cleared his throat and gestured for Jolie to continue the second round. Afterward, he secretly went to the side and took out a communication crystal to inform the king about Kyle's talent test result. Inside a luxurious room, a small discussion was going on. The room was large with many comfortable chairs placed around a huge table. However, only 3 of the chairs were occupied. The head chair was occupied by a middle-aged elf who was wearing a loose golden shirt above black pants. His hair was completely black with a hint of white peeking out from a few corners. A pair of coral eyes looked at the beautiful elf woman sitting on his left side. My queen, now what? It seems the kid is hiding too many secrets. Even his master is unaware of his true talent. Do you think we can trust him? The beautiful woman who was wearing a long peach-color flowery dress sighed. A dazzling gold hairpin was shimmering between her long lavender hair. Don't ask me. You already gave me a headache with all your questions. Now handle it yourself. She stood up with a serious expression and left the room. The king massaged his temples. His long, pointy ears twitched when he heard some footsteps approaching the room from the opposite direction. They are here. He tapped the table and gazed at the middle-aged elf sitting opposite him. Eiffel, you should leave. Eiffel gave him a nod and stood up. He was wearing a plain shirt and his amber eyes had a hint of coral in them. He was one of the king's closest aide and Yue's father, Eiffel Windcrest. After Eiffel left, a knock resounded in the room. Come in. The door opposite the men was opened and 2 figures walked inside. Serena showed a conflicted expression when she saw the king alone. She opened her mouth, but the king raised his hand to shut her up. He stared at Kyle with a serious expression and spoke in a serious tone. Serena, I want to talk with him alone. So leave us for a while. Serena was hesitant. She gazed at Kyle with a frown, but after a few seconds she nodded and left the room. It's not like she could do anything else. Instead of rebuking the king's words, it was better to find the queen and ask for help if something happened. After Serena left, there was silence in the room. Kyle gazed at the handsome middle-aged elf sitting opposite him. A while ago when he left the hall, he passed through a long corridor. The corridor was designed with unique and expensive antiques. Kyle quietly observed the room. It was also filled with many costly things, especially the large burning circular stone floating behind the elf sitting in front of him. Is he the elven king? Kyle placed his fist on his chest with a thin smile. Your Majesty. He wasn't sure about how to greet royals. The only royal he was familiar with was Carcel, but Carcel behaved just like everyone else. So the only thing Kyle could do was to speak as politely as possible. The king finally spoke, but when his voice arrived, Kyle felt pressure around his shoulders. However, the pressure vanished the next second. So you are Kyle. I have been hearing about you a lot for the past 2 months. Come sit, no need to stand. Kyle was hesitant at first, but then just resigned to his fate and sat down opposite the king. The king didn't beat around the bush and directly went to the point. I know you want to enter the secret realm through my kingdom, but why should I give you the precious spot that belongs to my people? Moreover, all this is only benefiting you, not me. Kyle stayed silent for a few seconds and then he grasped the meaning behind the king's words. Ah, all this is only benefiting me, so he wants something in return. Kyle's brows knitted together. He was just a student. What could he possibly offer the person who had a whole kingdom under him? All right, he accepted he was a rich student who had a lot of treasures waiting for him in another kingdom, but still, what could he possibly give the person sitting opposite him? The Elf King studied Kyle's expression, but to his surprise, except for the furrowed brows, there wasn't any emotion on Kyle's face. He raised his brow with surprise and cleared his throat to snap the kid out of his thoughts. Kyle looked up. His clear eyes shone under the light. "What does your majesty want from me? I don't think I can offer anything valuable because my background is ordinary." The king merely leaned back into his chair with a thoughtful look. "Indeed, you can't offer anything valuable, and I believe if I asked for your bonded pet, you would reject me immediately. That's why the only thing you can offer me is your future." Kyle blinked, but after a second, a perplexed expression appeared on his face. The king asked for his future. More specifically, he wanted the strength Kyle would attain in the future. Kyle wanted to confirm his doubt, but the king didn't give him the chance and continue. "You are already strong among the young generation, and after knowing your talent, I believe with enough resources your future is limitless. That's why it would be a pity if I just chased you out. So, how about swearing alliance to me? If you are connected with my kingdom, you can easily enter the secret realm, and I will have another future warrior protecting my kingdom in dangerous times. This deal is in your favor, because even though you have potential, I can never know if you will survive until the end to achieve that potential. On the other hand, you will be able to enter the secret realm through the Tertia kingdom. Now the choice is on you." Kyle looked at him and sighed. "The deal is not bad, but I am a citizen of Kingdom Escalante. Also, my family is there. The Royal Academy." Kyle's sentence was cut off abruptly. "I never asked you to leave your home. I just asked you to swear alliance to Kingdom Tertia. That means you can stay connected with both kingdoms. Anyway, even if I want to steal you, I won't dare because Cedric will straight up send assassinations to murder me, hahaha. Not to mention, you are one of Retric's students. That bastard will directly blast my castle." The king's laugh echoed in the room, and Kyle's eyebrow couldn't help but twitched at his remarks. It seemed Principal Ratrick is a terrifying individual. After laughing for a few seconds, the king's eyes bore down at Kyle with a sharp gaze that accepted no refusals. "So what's your decision?" Kyle didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. He just nodded because he was sure if he refused he would be forced to agree. A smile appeared on the king's face and his expression relaxed. "Good." The king talked some more and prepared an agreement that stated Kyle would help Kingdom Tertia whenever the kingdom needed help. After Kyle read and signed the agreement, the king nodded and put the agreement away. He fiddled with his storage ring, and after a few seconds a round brooch appeared in his hand. He threw the brooch at Kyle, who grabbed it with a confused expression. "It's a special insignia. Consider this as a welcome gift because you joined my kingdom. You can buy anything from the elven capital city after showing this insignia to the shopkeepers. However, remember it will only work in the capital city, and you can only use it 3 times, so be careful when you want to buy something." Kyle looked at the golden insignia. It was round, and 2 wing-shaped leaves were carved in the middle with 3 straight lines at the bottom. He nodded at the king with bright, twinkling eyes. The king waved his hand, and an evil smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "No need to thank me. I wasn't able to decide what reward I should give the participant who gained the first rank in the event. After careful consideration, I decided to give this insignia to you. This can be a welcome gift and a reward as well." Kyle's smile stiffened, and the twinkles in his eyes vanished in a second. He looked at the insignia with a complicated expression. "So this is all I got as a reward. All right, kid, you should leave. Some guards are standing outside. One of them will take you to the main hall where the other participants who are selected for the secret realm are present." Kyle stood up with a nod. However, his face was sour because he was displeased with the reward. He grumbled in his mind and left the room. The king gazed at his fading back. After Kyle was gone, he burst into laughter. He is just like Ratrick, rigid in all kinds of situations, but he gave me a strange look when he was displeased. "Hahaha, at first I wanted to give him one more reward, but this ungrateful prick. Tusk, now I don't want to." Meanwhile, after Serena left Kyle with the king, she anxiously went to the queen's room. However, the queen didn't give her any assurance by saying, "Don't worry. My husband is not a bad person. He would never harm a kid." Serena left the queen alone and went out to contact Han. The communication crystal rang 2 times before Han picked up her call. An old, grumpy voice sounded from the crystal. "What happened now? I am busy." Serena almost had the urge to punch the owner of the voice, but she calmed her seething heart. "You told me Kyle's talent is SS rank, didn't you? Did you lie to me? I am regretting the moment when I believed your words." And stayed quiet and listened to her grumbling. After she was done, he cleared his throat. "What did that brat do this time? Also, what about his talent? I am sure it's SS rank because I checked it personally. I am still digesting the fact that not only did he win the event, but he also gained the first spot with 1 million points. Say, I never knew my one and only disciple was such a big genius. Han's voice sounded proud as he emphasized the word disciple loudly. A vein popped on Serena's forehead. She was already dying with anxiety, and now this old bastard was showing off how brilliant his disciple was. Serena stopped and took a deep breath to calm down. Now was not the time to fight. No, his talent is not SS rank. A loud exclamation sounded from the communication crystal. What? Impossible, it's SS rank. I used an artifact to check his talent. Don't tell me it's B rank. Han's voice was dry as he waited for Serena to answer, but her answer almost made him check if his ears were working correctly. Kyle's talent is SSS plus rank, just like Alec and Giant. A loud sounded from the communication crystal, and after 5 seconds Han's deadpan voice sounded. Say again, Serena scoffed. The fact will not change even if I repeat it hundreds of times. That's why I was anxious. You talked with the king when he wanted to remove Kyle from the event, and right now, Kyle is alone with the king. So if something happened to the kid, don't blame me. Han sucked in a deep breath. It took him a whole minute to digest the information. That brat, did he just increase his talent by walking and sleeping? No one answered his question. After a few seconds, Han's voice sounded again, but this time it was a little strained because his disciple was giving too many shocks. Don't worry, the king won't do anything with Kyle. He was the one who offered me a deal. You just need to stay with Kyle until he reaches the secret realm. Make sure the kid stays safe. Also, Serena's anger lessened when she heard his last sentence. All right, I will stay with the kid. Don't forget your words. The long hallway was filled with stunning architecture and beautiful artwork. Many old pictures were hanging vertically on the walls. His eyes trailed to the guard walking in front of him. More specifically, he was gazing at the silver armor around the guard's body. It was shining with a bright glint and looked quite expensive. Kyle looked at himself and clicked his tongue. After the event, he wasn't able to change into a clean set of clothes. Suddenly, Kyle caught sight of a painting hanging on his left. His steps halted for a second. The painting showed the image of a middle-aged elf sitting on a plain chair. She was wearing a long gray dress and her long hair was flowing on her shoulders. Amidst her beauty, Kyle's gaze landed on her wrists. She was wearing a pair of porcelain bracelets, the same as the ones Yue had. I almost forgot about the bracelets. Does Yue know the bracelets are parts of an artifact? He pondered for a while but then threw the matter at the back of his head. After walking for a few minutes, the guard stopped in front of a large door. He opened the door and looked at Kyle. Just go in. Someone will explain to you what you have to do next. Kyle nodded at him and staggered inside with silent steps. He looked around with a raised brow because the place looked more like a big room instead of a hall. A large table filled with sweets and drinks was set up in the middle. Immediately his gaze landed at the group of participants and nobles standing around the table. Kyle chuckled when his eyes traveled to a few familiar faces who were getting scolded by their elders. Among them, the most pitiful one was Regius. He has his head hung low as Din patted his head with an evil smile. Kyle watched their interaction quietly when the door behind him was swung open with a loud sound. Almost everyone looked at the door, but their eyes flashed with surprise when they saw Kyle standing in front of the door. It was quite strange because no one noticed his presence. The nobles were the ones who looked the most taken aback because they weren't weak. Kyle frowned when he sensed many eyes boring at his body. He ignored them and looked back at the door. A few familiar faces were standing behind him. First, the royal envoy and Jolie, and behind them, a few participants were standing. Yue was also among those participants. Jolie gazed at Kyle with a smile and silently went to the middle of the room to gather the crowd's attention. The second round ended with this batch of participants. It's a pity only 116 participants passed the second round, but I am glad because the number is a lot higher than my expectations. Her voice was vibrant when she looked at the participants with a bright smile. All right, my work is done here. I will go check on the other kids. Kin will tell you about everything else. So take care, kids. She swept her gaze at the participants one last time and left the room. All the nobles gathered together and formed a group. On the other hand, the young kids formed a group and stared at the royal envoy and Kin. Kyle went toward Regius and patted his shoulder. Had fun. I saw the old man was lashing at you. Regius groaned and slapped his hand away. Don't get me started. He was the one who permitted me to enter the event, and now he is the one who is grumbling like grandma. Kyle sensed Din's gaze. The old man was standing with the nobles. Kyle gave him a nod without knowing the meaning behind his deep stare. At the same time, Kin cleared his throat and started speaking with a serious expression. I believe after fighting for 2 whole months, the kids would be tired. That's why everyone should rest for a week. The talk about the special training will commence after the week. In the meantime, all the kids can stay in a comfortable hotel I booked in the capital city because so many people can't stay in the royal castle. His voice turned grave. Remember, you can't leave the capital city. Those who have families should contact them because after the rest week, you will not be able to see or contact your families for a long time. Inkin passed and took out many round pendants from his storage ring. The pendants started floating, heading straight toward the participants. These pendants are for safety purposes, so put it inside your storage rings. With the pendants, we can know your location. Kyle grabbed the green pendant floating in front of him. He wanted to place it in his mind space, but then stopped and just tied it with his clothes. The royal envoy nodded when the kids carefully placed the pendants in their storage rings. Now, I will distribute rewards to everyone according to their ranking, so come to me one by one. Kyle's mood became sour as he watched the excited participants heading toward the royal envoy one by one. They all got similar golden boxes. Kyle wanted to peek inside Regius's box, but the latter immediately hid it inside his storage ring with a smirk. Kyle grumbled at the unfairness. He stared at the royal envoy who was taking out one box after another. After a few seconds of consideration, Kyle went toward him, thinking maybe he would also get a box, but the royal envoy chased him away with a sharp glare. The next few minutes were quite torturing for Kyle as he watched the happy participants. After Inkin was done, he looked at Din and the nobles. The adults should leave now. I will escort the kids to the hotel they are staying for the next week. One by one, all the older people started leaving. Din went toward Kyle and Regius with a serious expression. I will meet with the king to find the reason behind all this. You brats, until then take care of yourself and don't do anything reckless. Also, Kyle, I don't know your identity, but if Regius acknowledged you as a friend, even after knowing everything, that means he believes in you. So I will do the same and won't question you. Kyle gave him a nod with a smile, and Regius just replied with a grumpy yes. After Din left, the royal envoy gestured for the kids to follow behind him. They passed through the castle hallways, and after a 20-minute walk arrived outside. Kyle looked back at the majestic gate. It was huge, maybe bigger than the one he saw in Kingdom Escalante. The area around the castle was mostly empty, and some royal guards were patrolling around the castle walls. Kyle looked around as he followed the royal envoy. They passed through the empty area, heading straight toward the center of the elves' capital city. After a long walk, they arrived in front of a big building. Many female elves wearing beautiful clothes emerged from the building and greeted everyone with polite smiles. The royal envoy talked with the female elves for a minute and vanished into the city without even glancing at the kids. Regius looked at the building with a smirk. It was the biggest in the whole capital city, so this is where we are going to stay for a week. Not bad. Kyle nodded. Indeed, the building looked luxurious. The female elves politely gestured for all the kids to follow behind them. After a small tour of the hotel, Kyle got the key to his room. He thanked the one who gave him the key and immediately went to his room because he wanted to bathe and rest. However, for some reason, his mind had a nagging feeling that something bad was going to happen. Kyle frowned as he walked through a long hallway, heading straight toward his room. Sigh, I am probably getting too paranoid. Heading straight toward his room. Sigh, I am probably getting too paranoid. He shook his head and chased the feeling away. Now was not the time to overthink. It's time to rest in a warm bed. Meanwhile, outside the safe boundaries of the planet Blue, the bright projection that reflected the fate of almost every race present in the universe trembled when a large whip trashed it violently. Sparks of lightning flew everywhere, and a loud click resounded in the dark space. Tusk, why can't I destroy it? It's a useless treasure without an owner. A slender hand belonging to a woman flicked the whip around a few more times. Soon, her alluring figure was revealed when she licked her paw with an evil smirk. A black 3-petal flower was engraved in the middle of her forehead. What a pity. I failed again. The pink ears standing at the top of her head twitched when she heard a muffled sound from below. She laughed and looked at the majestic blue dragon whimpering under her feet with the red slits shining in her eyes. The dragon's once sleek and powerful body was littered with crimson blood. His scales that glistened like sapphires were scattered around everywhere. Just like the universe projection, this blue dragon is also stubborn. Anyway, hey, how many times it had been. She looked back at the man standing behind her. Unlike the women, the man didn't have any animal features. Instead, his ears were pointy just like elves. His facial expression was twisted, and the black robe on his body was completely hiding his presence within the darkness. However, just like the female, a dark 3-petal flower was engraved in the middle of his forehead. Diora, you know we can't kill him because his life is connected to the universe projection. Still, he playfully counted on his fingers and looked at the dragon with a smirk. I remember, including today, you tried a total of 32 times to kill this pest. The dragon's once bright eyes were dim and breath labored as he looked at the floating individuals with a sneer. Just kill me and be done with it. So my soul can rest in the projection for a while because there is no way I am going to tell you about the empty spot. Diora's eyes snapped and she gritted her teeth loudly. You are just a bug. Tell me, why is master name on the second spot, and why is the number 1 spot empty? She raised her hand and whipped the dragon's body until his whole body was riddled with large gashes. A pool of blood appeared below the dragon's body as he took the beating with emotionless eyes. When the dragon breathed his last, he sighed. I think this time it will take me a lot of time to recover my body. In the next second, his majestic body scattered into tiny particles. The shimmering particles gathered together and entered the floating projection. Diora gazed at the bright particles. She wanted to tear them apart, but it was impossible for her. In the whole universe, only her master was strong enough to destroy scattered soul particles. A soul is something very fragile, but after one's soul left their body, not many can destroy it. She looked at the bright projection with disgust. One, two, Azazel, it's impossible for someone to become stronger than master in such a short time. So why is this useless thing showing that someone stronger than him has appeared? Hay rubbed her ears to soothe her anger. Diora, why are you fixated with this projection? It's just a toy. Even Master didn't care about it. Let's leave if you're done messing with the dragon. We have work to do. He shuddered suddenly. The general is going to kill us if we are not on time. Diora stared at the projection. She was older, that's why she knew what Hay was unaware of. This projection always portrayed truth. Now that the first name was empty, that means someone stronger than Azazel had appeared. This wasn't good. However, she was confused because if someone stronger indeed appeared, where was he? Was he hiding? No, no. If anyone had enough power to make the universe tremble, why would he hide? Maybe, the person whose name appeared on the top is still weak. He is gaining strength. The projection put his name on the top because he is most likely to become the strongest in the future. Diora's facial expression darkened a little, but she laughed out loud in the next second. Now, no matter the future, I should report it back to the general. Maybe I will get some merits. She chuckled and slapped Hay's mischievous fingers that were playing with her ears. Let's go back. Leave the work for now. I have something more important to do. Hay was reluctant, but in the end, nodded because Diora was stronger. In the next second, both of them disappeared from the place, leaving behind the pool of blood and the shimmering projection floating between the darkness. His curious gaze swept around the hotel room. It was not small. A big bed with a comfy mattress was placed in the middle of the room with 2 tables placed on each side. A chair and a tea table were placed in front of the bed. The decor was clean and comfortable with minimum furniture. Moreover, the room was illuminated by the sunlight sprinkling from a square-shaped window opposite the bed. Not bad. Kyle grabbed the green pendant hanging on his waist and tossed it on one of the bedside tables, without caring about the fact that the royal envoy asked to keep the pendant safe. He hummed and immediately slipped his shirt off his body with a swift movement. Some bright, almost invisible particles were clinging to his cold skin. His shoulders were bored, chest sculpted with well-built muscles, giving off a powerful presence. After tossing the shirt on the chair, Kyle entered the bathroom to take a shower. The water temperature was normal, but a cold mist appeared around him the moment he stepped below the running shower. Amidst all this, Kyle didn't feel even an ounce of coldness. Maybe it was because of his bloodline, or maybe it was because of the blue flames, he wasn't sure. He spent his sweet time in the bathroom and stepped out barefoot wearing a loose shirt and a pant. Kyle's hair was wet, but he didn't care and jumped on the bed with a blissful expression. He was clean, the room was silent with a perfect atmosphere, but there was just a tiny problem. I am not sleepy, Kyle chuckled at himself. His eyes were clear without an ounce of sleep. He rolled on the bed absent-mindedly. I slept too much in the past few weeks. There is nothing I can do now. Should I go out and train? It's a while. Bia's clear voice sounded in his head. She scoffed when she heard the word training from Kyle. She had known Kyle for quite some time now and had an idea of what type of person he was. He was lazy at the start, but he knew his priorities. That's why he changed a lot in a short amount of time. However, some of Kyle's old habits were the same as before. He was a hard-working person, but no matter what, he never went down the extreme path, a far contrast to Alec and Carcel, who would train day and night. She was sure if in the future Kyle was given a choice to train with a formidable individual or sit back and watch, he would choose the latter without a second thought. Bia laughed out dryly and clicked her tongue with annoyance. I almost forget the fact that even if he sat in the background and ate melon seeds, he would still get something out of the situation. What are you thinking? I am someone who has achieved everything with hard work and perseverance. Bia rolled her eyes at his words. What hard work, what perseverance? Didn't you just haul every treasure from the Tower of Opportunity? No, that's not right. The treasures practically fell at your feet like they were there just for you to pick them up. Kyle swiftly changed the topic within a split second. How are the others? Any improvement in their strength? Bia snickered at him and decided to leave the topic for a while. They're doing great. As usual, Alec is training with full vigor. I think he will break through to B rank within 2 to 3 months. Carcel improved a lot recently in his spear art. Currently, he is C rank. About 9, well, he is just crying and trying to run away from the cruel training. Just a week ago, he was beaten to pulp due to his antics, but he is too stubborn, and right now I am watching him getting beaten up again by an old man. Bia's voice turned grave as she described 9 battered conditions to Kyle. Just where does he want to go? Why is he always courting death? Kyle shook his head with a chuckle. Bia hummed when a thought flashed through her mind, but she wasn't sure that's why she didn't point it out. I am not sure, but a few weeks ago he was blabbering that he wanted to save someone. He said one of his idiot's relatives accidentally got kidnapped or something. Still, he was probably lying to escape the old man. Anyway, I heard from Principal Ratrick the students' training is going to end in half a month, and for the next month, they will go to the boundary of the Black Forest to fight the monsters. According to my investigation, the secret realm would open a little earlier. Maybe within 2 to 3 months. Kyle pinched his brows with a frown. A sudden thought appeared at the back of his mind. I know there are a lot of treasures inside the secret realm, but I wonder why the central continent is fussing over it so much. One thing is for sure, the realm is dangerous, too dangerous because Master's expression was grave when he told me about it. However, the central continent is going against everyone else just to open the realm. There is probably a big reason behind it. He didn't even notice how the burning sun slowly descended from the horizon. Soon his eyes fluttered shut and he fell asleep again. Bia almost had the urge to come and smack his head. I thought you weren't sleepy. Just how can someone sleep so much? Tusk. She grumbled for a few seconds but left him alone. At night, Kyle was jolted awake when a few knocks sounded in his ears. He sat up within a second and looked at the room door with a wary expression. Who is it? Sorry for the inconvenience, but dinner is ready. Would you like to eat it in your room or the hotel lobby? Kyle jumped down from the bed with a groan. From the voice, he was sure the person standing outside was one of the elves' women who welcomed everyone into the hotel. I will go down in a while. His voice was a little hoarse as he yawned in between. Another knock sounded on the door. All right, sir. Kyle heard the fading footsteps and within a minute changed his wrinkled shirt into a black hoodie. He grabbed his shoulder-length hair and tied it in a pony. I think I should cut my hair. They are pretty cool, but it's getting a little annoying. Well, I am in the capital city. I will just visit a nearby shop, because if I did it myself it would be a disaster. He put on his shoes and left the room. As he walked between the rows of rooms, he saw a few chatting youngsters. Maybe everyone was too excited to sleep because the hotel looked lively. A few individuals even greeted him with polite smiles. Kyle nodded at them. He didn't find it strange because, after his talent test, he knew he would be famous. Moreover, all the winning participants were going to stay together for the next few months, so it was better to avoid fights. After passing the hallway in the second floor, he went down to the lobby through the stairs. Kyle looked around. The lobby was big with opulent space filled with many chairs placed around round tables. A lot of individuals were enjoying their meals, and the sound of conversations filled the air. Few elven men and women, dressed in beautiful gowns, gracefully moved through the crowd, serving delicious dishes to everyone. A lot of people spotted Kyle, who just stepped out from the stairs. Amidst the busy tables, a noisy voice pierced through the air. Kyle eyed the owner of the voice. It was Regius. He was sitting with Niam, Faith, and Yue. Sinan was sitting with them as well. Kyle made a split-second decision and grabbed an empty chair, heading straight toward their table. It seemed no one resting. He placed his chair beside Regius's chair. A few eyes snapped at him surprised, but Kyle didn't care and sat down. Regius released an exaggerated sigh and pinched his brows. I wanted to rest, but when I lay down on the bed, I just wasn't able to sleep. I think it's because I am excited about the special training. The others were already here when I came down. Kyle nodded. Regius and his team were already done eating. That's why when Kyle sat down with Regius, a female elf immediately arrived behind him. She showed him a menu, and after taking his order, she left. Regius gazed at the fading elf. The atmosphere around the table turned quiet. He placed his head on the table with a gloomy expression. It's a pity Lumi and Isil didn't pass the second round. They were the most talkative ones. Now I feel like I am sitting with a bunch of mutes. However, to his dismay, no one replied. His protest was treated as thin air, but then Kyle's eyes landed at Yue's wrists. Her wrists were empty. Where are your bracelets? Kyle blurted out without even realizing, and all eyes snapped to him. Among them, the most surprised one was Yue. She knew Kyle through Senior Regius and wasn't familiar with him, so this type of question was unexpected. Also, why was he so obsessed with the bracelets? She opened her mouth to speak, but as if realizing his mistake, Kyle stopped her. It's okay, you don't have to tell me. Yue's brows knitted into a frown, not because Kyle stopped her from speaking. She was astonished at herself. How can she just answer his question without even a second thought? If not for Kyle stopping her abruptly, she would have probably answered his question in a beat. A strange feeling welled up inside her chest. This type of thing never happened before. Moreover, she never replied to strangers, and Kyle was practically a stranger if not for the fact that they had met a few times coincidentally. The quiet atmosphere around the table was becoming unbearable with each passing second. That's why Sinan slapped his hand on the table with a loud exclamation. I almost forgot. What is everyone's plan for this week? We are all free, so I believe you would have planned something. All the eyes looked at him with a blank expression. Especially Regius, he knew his future was blank with Yue, Niam, and Faith, because the trio always stayed quiet. Also, with the addition of Kyle, who was even quieter than the trio, he knew his life for the next few days would be completely boring. Sinan's smile faltered for a second when he saw their blank expressions. However, he smoothed his expression and looked at them with a sigh. No plan. Everyone gave him a nod and Sinan started thinking. After a few seconds, his eyes brightened. Then let's go to the Elven Festival. It's tomorrow and will continue for 2 days. Regius almost had the urge to leave the table when he heard Sinan's words. Not just Regius, Yue, Niam, and Faith also had the same thoughts. The Elven Festival wasn't uncommon. It was just a normal festival held every month in the east side of the capital city, so they had seen it a lot of times. Only Kyle curiously was piqued, but when he saw everyone's reluctant expressions, he noted immediately. I think this festival is not good. Sinan grinned when he how everyone behaved like a salted fish. He opened his palm and gestured for them to gather. His voice was low as he whispered slightly. The festival this time is special. This time a big auction is going to take place behind the scenes. I heard a lot of unique things will appear in the auction. Regius deadpan, it's just an auction. What's so special about it? I am not going. Also, do you think I am rich enough to compete with those old fogies who would appear in the auction? Sinan clicked his tongue and knocked the table with his knuckles. Just hear me out. My elder brother is a merchant, so I have some inside news. This time everyone perked their ears to listen carefully, but if they didn't find his news special, no one knew what would happen to Sinan. Sinan's voice turned even fainter as he leaned toward them. I heard a mermaid was caught in the demi-human's kingdom. Those idiots sold it to a noble. Right now, the noble who bought the mermaid is in Kingdom Tercia. He is going to put the mermaid in the auction. Niam was the first to react. What? A mermaid? A few heads snapped at their table with curious eyes, and Sinan hurriedly hushed Niam to stay quiet. Yue looked at Sinan with a frown. Her amber eyes flickered with complicated emotions. Are they crazy? Even though the mermaid race is rather distant from the other races, it's against the rules. How can they auction a living being? It's similar to slavery, and slavery is banned in the kingdom. Her voice was sharp, yet one could see the concern in her eyes. Sinan gave her a nod with a sigh. I know. I just found out through my brother. He heard it from other merchants. They said this auction is not normal because only a select few individuals with special invitations can gain access to the auction. Kyle raised his brow. Just like everyone else, he had never seen anyone from the mermaid race. It's not like I have anything else to do for the next few days. He tapped the table to gather everyone's attention. Why don't we check out the festival? We are free for the time being, so it's not a bad idea. Also, we can inquire if those rumors about the secret auction and the mermaid are true or not. Regius blinked a few times. I don't know why I can't reject this suggestion. Is this the power of strength? Kyle's eyebrow twitched at his remarks, but he decided to stay quiet because he knew. He knew it was the harsh truth. After a few seconds, the others also agreed, and all of them decided to meet tomorrow night in the hotel lobby. Amidst the discussion, the elf who took Kyle's order was back with food. At that time, Regius and the others stood up and decided to go back to their rooms. Kyle looked at their fading figures for a second, and then gazed at the various kinds of fragrant dishes placed in front of him with a blissful expression. Even though he cooked and ate the monster meat in the event, regardless, his average cooking skills could never be compared to the delicious food in front of him. After eating, Kyle walked inside the hotel silently. The hotel was not too luxurious, but it wasn't too humble either. He wasn't sleepy, so in the end, he decided to do some light exercise in his room. Unlike Kyle, who threw the matter about the auction at the back of his head, the other group members' mind wasn't as peaceful as him, especially Yue, Niam, and Faith. They were nobles and knew the rules and regulations of the kingdom better. That's why after finding out about the auction, they immediately informed their parents. Among the trio, the most concerned was Yue. The moment she arrived back at her room, she contacted her father to find out if the rumors about the mermaid were true. Her father was shocked. He was not aware of this matter. As a person who always had to report every important thing that happened in the kingdom to the king, he was rendered speechless at how bluntly this type of thing was happening under his nose. Such audacity. Yue's father, Eiffel, had seen the dark side of the continent, so he knew, just like the other kingdoms, a lot of nobles from Kingdom Tercia also did these types of shady things behind the doors. They harmed innocent citizens, sold and bought slaves even though it was prohibited. Alas, the nobles did it secretly. That's why the Elven King could do nothing but turn a blind eye to all this, because he knew if he tightened their leash without any evidence, they would rebel. Still, the Elven King was waiting for them to make a mistake. A single mistake and they would be wiped out. If the news about the auction was true, Eiffel was sure the king would be delighted. A loud and heavy voice sounded from the round crystal in Yue's hand. Yue, don't worry, I will handle this matter. He paused for a second, and his voice turned soft. Dear, from the start, I never wanted you to participate in the event, but you insisted. Now just focus on the future you have chosen for yourself. I know you are old enough to decide for yourself, but my old heart is worried, because if anything happened to your mother, and I won't be able to bear it. Yue's expression softened at her father's words, but in the next second her expression turned serious. Dad, I am sorry for worrying everyone, but I don't want to stay confined in the house anymore. I don't want to be a porcelain glass that needs protection. I want to become strong just like you. Eiffel chuckled at his daughter's words. He knew just like her brother she wanted to pursue strength, but the problem was her family. They were too overprotective. That's why Yue was never able to gain proper experience in real battles. He chuckled and started praising his daughter to lighten her mood. I know my daughter is very strong. Who else can compare to my daughter? She is a genius with SSS rank talent. Hump, it's just 2 sub-rank below the legendary SSS plus rank, but in the future my daughter can easily beat them all. Yue's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She became flustered and fiddled with the communication crystal. Dad, I believe you're busy. Let's talk later. Without even waiting for a reply, she hurriedly cut off the connection. An embarrassed yet genuine smile appeared on her face. She placed the crystal in the storage ring and climbed the bed to sleep. The next day was quite uneventful for the many individuals staying in the hotel. Some of them went out to roam around, while some just simply stayed in their rooms to waste their time. Kyle, who didn't sleep last night because he wasn't feeling sleepy, spent his day in bed. He woke up in the evening and stretched his body for an hour before taking a shower. When he went down, Regius and Faith were waiting for him in the lobby. After some time, Niam, Yue, and Sinan also arrived, and they all left the hotel together. Why am I so poor? He shook his head with a frustrated sigh, but in the next second his eyes lit up. All right, I borrowed a lot of weapons from the participants in the event, I can sell them. Kyle's mood brightened. He sensed in his mind space and gazed at the pile of weapons placed in a corner with a nod. Bia's lazy voice sounded in his mind. You still going to say borrowed, even when you are planning to sell them? Kyle ignored her remark and followed behind the group. Due to the dark clouds gathered above in the sky, the long streets were beautifully illuminated by the warm glow of lights pouring out from the windows of nearby houses and the decorations hanging outside the shops. Just like him, Niam and Faith were mostly quiet, but they would speak from time to time whenever they saw something interesting. Regius and Yue were silently following behind the duo. The only person who looked excited was Sinan. Kyle's gaze wandered around, and he saw a lot of passers-by glancing at his group. Yue is beautiful, and Sinan is a rare demi-human who possesses wings, so they are attracting a lot of attention. He shook his head and ignored the fact that his handsome features and striking silver hair were one of the reasons why so many he shook his head, and ignored the fact that his handsome features and striking silver hair were one of the reasons why so many passers-by would turn around to look at the group. The moon was shining brightly above their heads when they finally arrived at the place where the festival was held. Kyle's eyes trailed around, different from the streets they walked before. The place in front of him was adorned with a lot of colorful lights sparkling brightly under the dark clouds. The number of shops doubled. On both sides, countless food stalls and merchants were selling their goods with ambiguous smiles. Moreover, the atmosphere was bustling with noisy laughter and a huge crowd. The place was mostly filled with elves, but Kyle saw a lot of humans and demi-humans roaming around the street comfortably. He even noticed a few dwarfs, a race that was rarely seen on the East continent. After a minute, he pinched his brows. Too much noise. Now I know why Regius and the others were reluctant to come to the festival. He silently walked between the rows of stalls with an expressionless face. Amidst the loud atmosphere, his silver hair sparkled under the lights. Kyle eyed a decent-looking weapon shop behind a clothing stall and gazed at his group members. They were standing in front of a food stall. He clicked his tongue because he could sense all of them were excited even though they didn't want to come here. With a sigh, Kyle increased his speed and arrived beside Regius. He opened his mouth to speak when he noticed a few drunk individuals staggering out from a restaurant. They stumbled and crashed into a lot of people. One of them even flirted with a young elven girl standing with her parents. A frown appeared on Kyle's face when he saw them approaching Yue. He didn't think much about it, but he noticed how they were ogling at Yue's figure with lustful eyes. He moved back with a calm expression and stood behind Yue, who was startled due to his sudden movement. She looked back at him and blinked her eyes. What happened? Nothing. Kyle's voice was nonchalant, but after his voice faded into the air, a pained cry sounded behind his back. The cry startled a lot of people standing around them. However, the culprit merely raised his brow and looked back with a cold expression. Kyle's fingers swirled and tiny wisps of blue flames lingered on his skin. One of the drunk individuals had his fingers frozen into ice the moment he moved his hand toward Yue. He screamed and squirmed in pain. His friends gazed at him with horrid eyes and looked at Kyle, who was staring at them coldly. In the next second, they abandoned the screaming guy and started running to save their lives. Regius and the others stopped and looked at Kyle with confused eyes. Why did he suddenly attack a citizen? However, their confusion was answered when they looked at Yue, who was frozen in her spot. Amidst the quiet crowd, Yue eyed Kyle with a complicated expression. She wasn't weak, and a few seconds ago, she indeed sensed a creepy gaze lingering around her body, but she never expected Kyle would go out of his way to stop the person who wanted to touch her. That's why she was stunned for a second. Yue gazed at the silver-haired boy standing in front of her. Just like how they first met, his eyes were pure, devoid of any lust and disgusting desire. She felt uncomfortable, but the moment their eyes met, her ears turned bright red. However, she didn't dodge, and from her expressionless face no one could guess what she was thinking. Her voice was firm when she called out his name. Kyle. Kyle shrugged his shoulders and retracted his gaze to look at the Regius and the others. It's nothing. A far contrast to his words, the drunken man who was crying behind him while clutching his frozen fingers almost choked. His pupils dilated with shock when his frozen fingers started disintegrating. Even the crowd got scared and immediately distanced themselves from the crying man, who fainted after his fingers turned into tiny particles. Kyle wore an innocent expression as he pointed at the decent-looking weapon shop he had seen a while ago. I'm going to sell some weapons. You all can eat and look around the festival. Regius and the others finally snapped out from their trace when they saw Kyle fading back. After Kyle disappeared, they looked at each other and sighed. Sinan pinched his nose with a groan. I think Kyle overdid it, but this type of people can never understand if no one puts sense in them. Regius nodded. He turned around and started walking toward a nearby stall. His skills are indeed unique. Let's leave. Kyle will catch up to us after he is done. The shop was filled with various kinds of weapons, but he ignored them all and approached the white-haired old man standing at the counter. The old man's brows wrinkled when he saw Kyle. Just a few minutes ago, he sensed the crying man outside his shop, but to his astonishment, he wasn't able to sense the culprit's presence. That's why he gazed outside from a window. However, even after looking at the silver-haired boy who attacked the screaming guy, the man wasn't able to sense anything from him. His expression was cautious as he looked at Kyle. What can I help you with, sir? Kyle didn't mind the old man's gaze. He gazed at his pointy ears and went straight to the point. I want to sell some weapons. There are a lot and their quality is not good, so I am willing to sell them as long as you can offer a good price. The old man nodded and gestured for Kyle to show him the weapons. In the next second, a pile of weapons appeared beside the counter. The old man was astonished once again because Kyle wasn't wearing any storage ring. However, he was soon distracted when he saw the pile of weapons. After inspecting the weapons, he nodded. Mostly you have swords. Among the pile, the highest rank weapon is D+ rank. Including the saber, I will offer 7,000 mana stones for all of them. Kyle raised his eyebrow with surprise, because except for the bow he bought before the event, he took out all the weapons he gathered during the event. Only 7,000. The saber is precious, and there are so many weapons. The old man gave him a business smile. He pointed at the pile of weapons. I believe you stole them from others, because I don't think anyone would carry so many low-rank weapons with them. So the amount I am offering is already huge, because not many would buy these weapons. Kyle blinked and pinched his nose. This old man is cunning. He grumbled but agreed because 7,000 mana stones were better than being poor. The old man's smile widened. He hurriedly took out a low-rank storage ring and placed 7,000 mana stones inside before handing the ring to Kyle. Please never hesitate to visit again. Kyle clicked his tongue and left the shop. He wandered around for a while and stopped in front of an old barber shop. After contemplating for a second, he entered the shop. Unlike the weapon shop, the barber shop was pretty empty. There were just a few chairs and some mirrors hanging on the walls. A middle-aged woman with curly hair greeted him with a smile. What's up, kid? Want to do your hair? You arrived at a good time. I just opened the shop so there is no customer. Kyle gave her a nod and subconsciously gazed at her ears. They were not pointy. She was a human. The woman was delighted and asked him to sit on a nearby chair. She gazed at the mirror and chuckled when Kyle's hair glistened under the light. You have such pretty hair, kid. You sure you want to cut them? Kyle grabbed his shoulder-length hair. It's fine, just make them shorter. With a nod, the woman admired his shoulder-length silver hair one last time and picked up the scissors. With each snip, Kyle's hair gradually became shorter. The sound of the scissors cutting through the strands filled the air. Kyle watched in the mirror as his hair transformed. As the final touches were made, Kyle couldn't help but nod at his reflection, loving the fresh and polished appearance. The woman gazed at his reflection with a satisfied expression. Kid, do you like your new look? Also, you have a pretty pair of eyes. Kyle patted his clothes and stood up. He gazed at his reflection. He looked good with long hair, but shorter hair wasn't bad either. It's good, just good. Kyle blinked and looked back at the woman who was smiling at him with a smug expression. How much do I need to pay? The woman sighed when her work wasn't appreciated and shook her head. No need. It's rare to meet a customer with such soft and bright hair. So it's free. A smile appeared on Kyle's face. For some unknown reason, she looked kind and gentle now. Of course, it was definitely not because she didn't ask for money. He thanked her without noticing how his simple smile had a devastating effect on the woman. Kyle left the shop, leaving behind the woman who was frozen in her spot. Only when Kyle was gone did the women snap out and look at his fading back. Damn, how can someone smile so beautifully? Meanwhile, the moment Kyle stepped out from the shop, a middle-aged man entered the shop. Kyle stopped in his tracks and looked at the man. Just like the women, the middle-aged man was a human. However, he was injured. Blood was flowing out from his abdomen, leaving behind a long trail. A frown appeared on Kyle's face. He immediately sensed the man's rank and his frown deepened. He is D rank. The woman was E+ rank. What if he is running away from some enemies? Can she handle it? Kyle's face darkened. It was very rare for him to have a good impression of someone, and the curly-haired woman was one of those rare people. Without even thinking twice, he entered the shop again with silent footsteps, but he sighed with relief when he saw the situation. The injured man was sitting on the chair where Kyle was sitting a while ago. On the other hand, the woman was crying and pouring something on his wound. It seemed they know each other. He was going to leave silently when he accidentally heard the woman's hushed exclamation. How can they be so heartless? They are trying to silence all the low-rank workers who know about the secret auction. Look at yourself. You are bleeding so much. What would I do if something happened to you? The man sitting on the chair winced in pain when she cleaned his wound. He rubbed her hair with a faint smile. I am fine. Don't cry. I am just a normal worker who went there to earn some easy money. I never thought it would cost my life. Let's leave this place. It's not safe anymore. The woman slapped his hand away. How are you? Fine. Look at the wound. It's so deep. The medium-grade healing potion is not working. To cure it completely, we need a high-grade healing potion. Also, how are you going to travel in this condition? Her voice turned fainter, and tears glistened in her eyes. The man was going to comfort her when Kyle cleared his throat to let his presence known. A wary expression appeared on the man's face. He stood up amidst his bleeding wound and grabbed the woman's wrist to hide her behind his back. Who are you? His voice was icy cold, and the woman panicked when she saw his wound. She gazed at Kyle and her expression hardened. Kid, why are you back? Kyle looked at the wary couple for a second and took out a healing potion from his mind space. It was the same potion Yue gave him when he was sitting inside the cave. I mean no harm. I just saw the blood trail and came back to check. He showed them the healing potion. It's a high-grade healing potion. I can give it to you. The man looked at Kyle for a second, and then he looked at the woman standing behind him. She whispered something in his ear, and he finally understood why she was familiar with the kid. However, his expression was still vigilant when he looked back at Kyle. I believe you're strong because I can't sense your rank. What do you want in exchange? There is no way you want to give us such an expensive potion for free. Kyle gazed at them and went straight to the point. I want to know about the auction. Nothing more. A shocked expression appeared on the man's face when he heard the youth standing in front of him. The woman was also taken aback. She looked at Kyle's figure and stepped away from the man. Kid, it's dangerous. Why do you want to know about the auction? Her voice was grave because the young boy standing in front of her looked so innocent. It would be a pity if he suffered something tragic. Kyle's impression of the woman became even better. It doesn't matter. Just tell me about it and I will give you the healing potion. It's a win-win situation because after using the potion, both of you can leave this place. She was hesitant but then nodded. In the end, the kid was big enough to decide for himself. Also, they have to leave this place as soon as possible. Who knows when their enemies will arrive at the shop? She looked at the injured man and gestured for him to trust the kid. The man frowned, but he sat down and started narrating what he knew about the auction. I only know the location of the auction and the fact that they are going to auction a lot of slaves, nothing else. Kyle stepped forward. He handed the healing potion to the man with a nod. That's enough. After a few minutes, Kyle stepped out of the shop. He took out the communication crystal Regius bought for him and injected his mana into the crystal. The crystal trembled slightly, and after a few minutes, Regius's voice sounded from the crystal. Kyle, where are you? We thought you were in the weapon shop, but when we went to check, you were gone. Kyle looked around and started walking back toward the weapon shop. I am not far from that shop. Just tell me your location. Regius's voice paused for a second. Just come back to the same spot where we separated. Also, the others are done looking around and want to go back because now it's getting boring. All right. Kyle cut the connection and started running through the crowd. His figure flashed, and within a few minutes, he arrived in front of the stall where he used his flames to freeze the fingers of the drunken man. The atmosphere around the place had long returned to normal, and the unconscious man's body was nowhere to be seen. Maybe after Kyle left, the man's body was taken away by his friends. Kyle waited patiently, and after 10 minutes he saw a few familiar figures walking toward him. He approached them with unhurried steps. The first one to notice him was Sinan. He exclaimed with surprise. You cut your hair. He widened his eyes and looked at Kyle with a sour expression. I don't want to admit it, but I am a little jealous. Regius patted his shoulder with a chuckle. Just a little. Sinan slapped his hand away and looked at him from head to toe. I am handsome, so it's only a little for me. Not sure about you. Regius's smile faltered, but he was a big-hearted person, so he ignored Sinan's remark. However, his expression darkened when Niam and Faith nodded at Sinan's words. He folded his sleeves with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Let's see who is more handsome when I punch your face once or twice. Sinan, Niam, and Faith's faces turned grim. They were ready to run when Yue sighed at their behavior. Stop fighting. She stepped forward to stop them when her gaze finally landed on Kyle. She froze for a second and gazed at his head. A low whisper emerged from her lips unconsciously. Longer were better. Her voice was so dim that it drifted away with the wind and no one was able to hear it. Kyle looked at Regius, who was ready to spill blood just because he wasn't handsome enough. I didn't mean that. It's Sinan. He shook his head to clear his mind and gathered their attention. Guys, I found the auction location. It's dangerous, but everyone wanted to know about it. That's why I didn't go there alone. So does anyone want to come with me? Kyle paused and waited for them to digest the information. At first, he was reluctant to tell them, but then he recalled the fact that everyone agreed to come here because of him. He was the one who suggested they should confirm the rumors about the auction. The first one to react was Yue. We also heard some whispers about this topic in a restaurant. However, when Regius grabbed some of them to question No knew about the auction location, let's go together to confirm if it's true. Afterward, I will inform my father. He is nearby and will immediately head over. Regius pondered for a second and nodded. It's dangerous, but if Yue's father is coming, I don't think we need to worry about anything. Niam and Faith also nodded. The only one left was Sinan, but when everyone turned around to stare at him, he raised his hands with a sigh. Who am I to reject when everyone is going? Of course I will go as well. Kyle gave them a nod and looked toward the east. Let's go. He started walking and the others followed behind him. They stopped in a few places on the way, but after an hour, Kyle stopped in front of a restaurant. It was huge with ornate architecture and large windows. A signboard was hanging above the large door that was open to welcome customers. Kyle noticed with a raised brow that the surrounding street was too crowded. At first glance, everyone looked busy in various activities, but when he looked closer, he saw a lot of individuals clad in luxurious clothes. This street is filled with rich individuals, or are they nobles? His gaze traveled to the restaurant when Regius tapped his shoulder. So where do we need to go next? I don't see anything out of the ordinary here. Kyle looked at them and started walking, but instead of going toward the restaurant, he entered a dark alley present beside the restaurant. Regius and the others silently followed behind him. After a minute, Kyle's steps turned silent and he stopped under the shadow of a wall. He looked back at everyone and pointed in front of him. The entrance is here. They are holding the auction underground. All of them looked at the place Kyle pointed, and their gaze landed at a pile of wooden boxes stacked in front of a small metal door. Two tall figures clad in black clothes were silently standing outside the door. Kyle and the others watched for a while. After every minute, some individuals wearing robes or luxurious attires would arrive in front of the metal door. They would show a blue card to one of the tall figures, and the metal door would open for them to enter inside. Regius took in a sharp breath and narrowed his eyes at the two tall figures. What next? He looked at the others and his eyes widened. Where is Kyle and Yue? Sinan hushed him and pointed behind him. Yue is informing her father and Kyle. He said he is going to borrow some blue cards. Confused expression appeared on Regius's face. Borrow. However, in the next second, his question was answered when he saw how Kyle was borrowing the blue cards. Regius blinked his eyes with astonishment. Not just him, even Sinan, Niam, and Faith were speechless when they saw Kyle. He was kidnapping some of those individuals who were supposed to enter the metal door. Kyle didn't kill them. Instead, he tapped their necks to make them unconscious before those individuals reached the tall figures. The process was so smooth and fast that before Regius and the others could react, Kyle was already beside them with two unconscious bodies. He tossed the bodies at them with a serious expression. Check for the cards. Regius opened his mouth to say something, but Kyle was already gone to kidnap some more individuals. Why does he look so proficient in this? He murmured under his breath and looked at the others who were already checking the unconscious bodies. Sinan looked at him with an innocent expression. Don't worry, we are just borrowing the cards, nothing else. Regius pinched his brows and tapped Sinan's shoulder. Why are you only searching for the cards? Now that we are doing it, let's just borrow everything. He chuckled at his own words and everyone's eyes sparkled. They stripped everything valuable from the unconscious bodies. Kyle returned with another two figures, and before he could speak, Regius waved his hand to stop him. We need 6 cards, 4 done, 2 more to go. Go grab 2 more figures. Kyle's eyebrow twitched, but he nodded and went back. Soon, Regius was holding 6 blue cards with an evil grin. If one looked closely, they would notice the many glistening storage rings in his fingers. The others were standing behind him with sour expressions. Kyle kidnapped the figures. Sinon, Faith, and Niam found the cards. However, the one who got the most benefits was Regius. How unfair. At the same time, after sending her location to her father, Yue returned to them with a frustrated expression. Dad said we should go back. He will arrive here in a while and take care of everything. Kyle looked at them and thought maybe they wanted to return, but Regius flashed the cards in front of Yue with a grin. Let's just visit the auction. We have everything we need. Yue's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly grabbed one of the cards with a nod. Even though it was dangerous, she didn't want to just go back without even looking at the auction. She gazed at the unconscious figures lying at the side and looked at the others who were ready to walk toward the metal door. Is it okay to just leave them here? Kyle gazed back at the figures. It's okay. They won't wake up for a while. After dividing the cards, all of them quietly walked out from the shadows and started walking toward the 2 tall figures. They passed through the many wooden boxes and arrived in front of the metal door. One of the tall figures gazed at Kyle with a silent stare, and Kyle showed him the blue card. The man grabbed the card, and after inspecting it for a few seconds, he nodded and opened the door behind him. You can enter. Kyle looked back at the others and stepped through the doors. After he disappeared, the tall man looked at the others and asked them to show him the cards one by one. In the end, all of them entered the metal door so easily that it was kind of unbelievable. The stairs stretched downward, disappearing into the shadows. He glanced at the stairs but didn't move and waited for the others. A few seconds later, Regius's hushed voice sounded behind him. It's leading underground. Kyle nodded, and when the others arrived behind him, he took a step forward. The light golden flames on both sides of the stairs flickered in a warm glow, and within a minute, they reached the end of the stairway. However, the scenery abruptly changed, and a bright hall appeared in front of them. The hall was filled with many chairs and tables occupied by a lot of young and old individuals in different attires. The only thing common in them was that they all looked rich. The atmosphere was filled with laughter, but Kyle's expression hardened when he heard a few muffled sounds. His gaze darted around and landed at the corner where 2 chained elven females clad in revealing clothes were sobbing silently, but the people sitting in the hall didn't even acknowledge their cries. Instead, they were looking at their bodies with disgusting eyes. Kyle looked away and his face turned expressionless. It was better not to act recklessly. Moreover, the moment he entered the hall, he could feel a lot of eyes on his body. Just like him, Regius and others were also angered, but when he started moving, they silently followed behind him. A lot of eyes followed their movements as they walked toward a nearby table, but then a middle-aged man with emerald hair stopped them with a smile. The man was wearing a long coat with many thin silver strings hanging around his arms. The man's eyes trailed around them with a glint before he looked at Kyle with a wide smirk. Hello, sir, my name is Meller. I am the person in charge of sending everyone to their specific seats. However, his eyes turned sharp. I have never seen you before. Would you be kind enough to show me your card? Kyle didn't even flinch under his gaze and waved his hand arrogantly. However, inwardly he was sweating buckets because he wasn't able to sense Meller's rank. Kyle was sure the man was at least a rank. Not only that, he could feel a few more powerful presence around him. Regius and the others started praising Kyle's guts when they saw how Kyle looked at the man with an arrogant expression, and a blue card appeared between his fingers. Kyle concealed his sweaty palm and flashed the card in front of Meller. Will this suffice? Meller eyed the card with a smile, but his smile faltered when his eyes trailed to the golden carving at the edge. In the next second, he started sweating and bowed down in front of Kyle with an apologetic expression. Sir, I apologize. I didn't know you were a VIP guest. Kyle was startled at the sudden turn of events. He gazed at the card with a complicated expression. A VIP card. Even though he was surprised, he immediately smoothed his expression and clicked his tongue loudly. I am quite disappointed, but because my friends are following me, I won't create a big issue. Just show us our seats. Meller nodded frantically and wiped his sweat. Now he didn't even dare to look at Kyle directly because only a few individuals had VIP cards. Also, the staff was ordered to complete their every request at all costs. Please follow me. The auction will start within an hour. He turned around and started moving. They passed through the crowd and made their way toward the end of the hall. Kyle raised his brow when Meller neared a wall and didn't stop at all. In the next second, his body disappeared into the wall. Kyle's eyes widened as he followed behind him with the others. The moment they passed through the wall, they felt a cold sensation on their bodies. Meller looked back at Kyle with a smile and started walking again. They passed through a long, narrow path with a few doors before stopping in front of a door. Meller opened the door to reveal a room for Kyle and the others, and all of them stepped inside. Kyle's eyes darted around. It was a decent room filled with nothing but a few chairs and a long table. The wall opposite him had a large opening, showcasing the area outside the room. Also, two of the chairs inside the room were occupied by a horned man and a middle-aged elven woman. Meller pointed at the chairs with a smile. Sir, here you and your friends can sit together. The two other guests are also VIPs. Please wait, the auction will start in a while. Also, you can call me anytime by ringing the bell placed on the table. Kyle nodded at him, and Meller disappeared from the room. Regius, who was quiet for so long, released a large breath. He eyed the two strangers sitting on the chairs and whispered slowly, I feel like I just lived through 10 years. Kyle chuckled and moved toward the chairs. He sat down on one of the chairs. Yue sat down on his left and the others sat down on his right. All of them gazed at the opening opposite them. It showed a large area filled with rows of chairs. Half of the chairs were occupied and half empty. At the end, a huge stage surrounded by red curtains was present. Just like their room, a few more openings were present above the rows of chairs. It seems the rooms were specially created for the VIPs to separate them from the common bidders. The horned man gazed at the youngsters who just arrived in the room with a smile. Kids, here to have fun. His smile stiffened when no one replied. He was ignored completely like air. The horned man snorted at them and stopped speaking. Kyle and the others waited patiently for the long-awaited auction, but their wait was futile, because only after a minute a shrill cry sounded from the form of the rows of chairs. We are surrounded. The royal guards attacked the place. Run away to save your lives. What? How? A dark expression appeared on his face. How is this possible for the royal guards to appear here? Who the heck disclosed the location? He cried out loudly. Outside the VIP rooms, the many individuals sitting on the rows of chairs panicked. The moment the exclamation was made, all of them rushed toward the exit. The area around the stage soon turned messy with everyone pushing and pulling each other to get the lead. The horned man looked outside the opening. He didn't care about anyone else and immediately ran off toward the door. He had to leave this place, because if he was caught, his whole family would be impacted. The elven woman sitting beside him also left the room hurriedly. Kyle gazed at their fading backs and looked at the opening to see the situation. Loud panic voices resounded everywhere, and he could hear the sounds of battle at a distance. He looked at Yue, who was sitting on his left. Yue sensed his gaze and sighed with a frustrated expression. She whispered slowly with a bitter smile, It seems we won't be able to see the auction. Dad is here. Regius laughed out loud. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make a mess. The people in charge of this auction would have prepared many precious things for the auction. Let's borrow some of them. We can check around for the mermaid as well. It's not like they can place a living being in their storage rings. Sinan, Niam, and Faith's eyes sparkled, and they grinned when they heard the word borrowed. Even though they were rich, stealing from others was more fun. Only Yue wasn't able to understand what Regius was talking about. She looked at them with confusion. Kyle stood up and rubbed his hands with a smirk. Let's start from the stage. He grabbed the wall and jumped down from the opening present in the room, heading straight toward the huge stage. Regius chuckled and jumped down behind him. Sinan looked at the duo and cursed it out loudly. Fuck, I don't want to jump even though it's not that high, I just don't like heights. His sentence was cut abruptly when Niam pushed him toward the opening. Sinan's horrid cry rang out amidst the chaotic crowd. He looked at the incoming ground with contracted pupils and subconsciously opened his folded wings to fly. Sinan stopped an inch above the ground. His forehead was filled with sweat and his heart was thumping wildly. He propelled his body and landed safely before glaring at Niam with resentful eyes. Regius looked back. He laughed out loud and praised Niam. Excellent, Niam. A vein bugled on Sinan's forehead, but he swallowed his anger. I will take revenge one day. He put Niam's name inside his revenge list that had Kyle's name on the top and started running behind Regius. Yue was the last to jump down from the opening. She followed behind the boys with an excited expression. She was disappointed when she wasn't able to see the auction, but this was even better. Kyle stepped on the stage and gazed around. The crowd was almost gone, and only a few figures were running wildly. He looked at the red curtains hanging around the stage and yanked them away with one swift movement. A crisp sound resounded, and a long, narrow path appeared in front of them. Kyle squinted his eyes. At a distance, a few figures clad in formal attires were rushing in the opposite direction. Also, they seemed to be dragging a lot of cage-like structures. Someone's there. Kyle sped up behind the figures with an incredible speed, but suddenly his pupils dilated and he tilted his body to dodge a blade coming straight toward his shoulder. Regius, who was running behind him, cried out loudly. Kyle! Kyle sucked in a cold breath and looked back. A bald man dressed in black from head to toe looked at him with a deadpan expression. The man opened his mouth and barked out loudly. Who are you? And why the hell are you running on the stage? Leave immediately. Kyle clenched his fists. Why didn't he check his surroundings more clearly? It was the first time he made this type of mistake. He looked back at Regius and the others. Yue took out a wand from her storage ring. She looked at the bald man with a wary expression. Don't worry, Kyle, we will fight with you. Regius and the other boys immediately rushed toward Kyle and stood beside him. All of them were ready to fight the bald man, but then Kyle raised his hand with an expressionless face. Bright blue flames danced around his fingers. The bald man looked at the flames. He scoffed and looked at the kids with a mocking expression. "What, you all want to fight with me?" He raised his eyes with an arrogant expression, and A-plus rank pressure seeped out from his body. The pressure descended on everyone's bodies like a mountain. Regius, Yue, Sinon, Niam, and Faith started sweating due to the pressure. It took their entire willpower to stand firmly on the ground. Kyle felt the pressure. It was indeed affecting him, but it was not enough to make him sweat. The man laughed when he saw their expressions. "Just leave. No, no, all of you have pretty faces. It's not a bad idea if I sell yo." His sentence was cut short because the hair behind his back stood up. A cold tip grazed the back of his neck and dread flashed through his eyes. He could feel it. His skin was freezing. He eyed the young kid standing in front of him and uttered in disbelief, "How?" Kyle looked at him coldly. A large spear made of blue flames was floating behind the man. Just a single thought from Kyle, and the man would die in the next second. The pressure descending on them ceased and the others looked at Kyle with wide eyes. The bald man didn't see it, but they saw how a wisp of blue flames appeared behind the man out of thin air. And within a few seconds, the flames took the shape of a large spear. The process was so fast and precise that if the tip of the spear didn't stop after touching the bald man's neck, he would have perished without even knowing how he died. Under their astonished gaze, the bald man froze in his spot. He didn't dare to move because he could sense how dangerous the tip touching his neck was. Kyle raised his eyes to look at the narrow path when a flustered cry sounded behind him. A few seconds ago, he was able to hear faint sounds of metal being dragged on the ground, but it all stopped the moment he trapped the bald man. Kyle's brows knitted into a frown when he sensed a few pairs of eyes looking at his body. He squinted his eyes and saw a few individuals clad in long hoodies rushing at him from the path contact to the stage. Regius' expression turned grave. His previous excitement died down and he turned around to look at the narrow path. "Kyle, can you sense their ranks?" Kyle thought for a while and looked at the bald man who was sweating buckets with a painful expression. "Not strong. 3 D ranks and 1 D rank. I think they are normal workers." His voice sounded strained. He could see the tip of the spear had penetrated the bald man's skin. However, it wasn't deep enough to kill him. Regius didn't notice Kyle's conflicted expression and gave him a nod. At that moment, the rushing individuals arrived on the stage. They stared at Kyle and the bald man, but instead of attacking Kyle or saving the bald man, they quietly stepped away with panicked expressions. The bald man's throat turned dry, and his eyes contracted as he glared at the individuals clad in hoodies. "What are you all doing? Attack him." He gritted out amidst the coldness penetrating his neck. Kyle's eyes turned cold and he moved his fingers. In an instant, the tip of the spear penetrated an inch further inside the bald man's neck, and the man shut his mouth tightly. However, the man sensed something was off with Kyle. If he wanted to kill him, he could do it in an instant because the man could sense how devastating the coldness penetrating his body was. His heart was pounding loudly due to dread, but a strange thought appeared in his mind, and he snapped his eyes to look at Kyle with a bewildered yet surprised expression. A few seconds later, even Regius and the others become confused. They were waiting for Kyle to finish the man, but Kyle did nothing except stare at the man. Hope flashed through the bald man's eyes as he stared at the silver-haired kid standing in front of him. He grinned inwardly. He is hesitating because he has never killed a human before. He opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, Kyle moved his hand roughly. The bald man's eyes widened with shock when the tip of the spear grazed the side of his neck sharply. Half of his neck froze and sharp pain assaulted his mind, but before he could scream in pain, he found himself fainting with disbelief painted on his face. Kyle turned around and looked at the individuals clad in hoodies. All of them were already panicked when they saw Kyle, and after seeing the bald man's condition, they turned around to leave the stage, but before they could leave, Regius stopped them with a serious expression. "Leave the storage rings behind." Regius' words were akin to sharp arrows. One of the hoodied men gritted his teeth and took off his storage ring. He stuttered out with a shaky voice, "We only have 1 ring." Regius nodded and snatched the ring. Afterward, he waved his hand to shoo them away. The hoodied men trembled, and all of them ran off the stage without looking back. Kyle glanced at their fading back. He sighed and massaged his temples. Even though he had thought about killing others a lot of times, he was hesitant when he actually had to kill someone. Moreover, whenever he wanted to kill, he did it indirectly, or just made them lose consciousness. Even when he was kidnapped, he didn't kill anyone himself. He always blamed his lack of strength to avoid this topic. It was a glaring flaw. In this world where the strong always stomped on the weak, his hesitation to kill others was indeed worrisome. Killing monsters was fine because they were beasts that threatened everyone's safety. Kyle knew he could kill thousands of monsters without flinching, but he grumbled inwardly and shook his head to distract his thoughts. let's advance. Kyle looked at the narrow path and started moving. Yue gazed at Kyle's back and eyed the bald man's body. Even though half of his neck was frozen, he was breathing. She hurriedly approached him and started walking beside him with steady steps. Her voice was faint, but Kyle heard it clearly. You should have killed him. He was not a good person. Kyle hummed with a serious expression. He glanced at her. Have you ever killed someone before? Yue bit down on her lips and replied faintly. No. Kyle saw her fiddling fingers and didn't ask anything further. At the same time, Regius, who was playing with the new storage ring, gazed at Kyle and Yue's backs. A grin appeared on his face, and he quietly slid the storage ring on one of his empty fingers. With a big smile, he eyed the bald man's body and looked at Sinan, Niam, and Faith check his body. Sinan's expression turned ugly. He felt like punching Regius's face because he was being treated like a servant. You are the one who is pocketing the rings, so why do we need to do the work? Regius raised his brow and shrugged his shoulders. Just because. His answer was infruiting, and now even Niam and Faith wanted to punch him, but they curbed their urge and decided to check the bald man's body quietly. A storage ring was fished out within a few seconds, but before the trio could look at the ring properly, Regius snatched it and slid it on his pinky finger. Nice, just 2 more rings to cover my last 2 empty fingers. Regius nodded with a satisfied expression, and meanwhile, in a different place surrounded by thick green trees, Bia was sitting above someone's body with a bored expression. A far contrast to before. Half of her feathers were blue with a layer of green at the edges. The remaining red feathers were shining with a golden hue under the moonlight. Her small body moved up and down at a rapid pace when the person below her did one push-up after another. She lifted her reddish-blue eyes to look at the crying figure a few meters away from her. Tusk, he is crying again. Why can't he stay quiet even for a second? She grumbled inwardly and wanted to roll her eyes. The figure was 9. His brow were littered with dirt and his body was filled with sweat. He was wearing a half-sleeved shirt with tight trousers. The area around her was dimly lit up with many round orbs flying above the youngsters who were doing push-ups with one hand. She looked down at Alec, who was the most diligent one, and an evil idea appeared in her mind. Should I increase my weight? In the next second, the person below her trembled when the pressure on his body doubled. Alec gritted out with a bitter smile. Bia. Be merciful, I am gonna collapse at this rate. Bia chuckled and lowered her weight. After Kyle awakened his bloodline, a lot of changes happened within her body. She gazed at the white-haired old who was currently cursing 9 with a fed-up expression. After an hour, the old man finally let the youngsters go. He cleared his throat and gathered the kids in front of him. Today is the last day of your training. Tomorrow afternoon, George and a few individuals will take you all to the outer layer of the Black Forest. For the next month, everyone will hunt monsters and increase their battle powers. Amidst everything, he didn't forget to glare at a certain brown-haired who made his life difficult. Go rest for the night. Just camp around the trees. This area is safe. He looked at a certain someone with a deadpan expression. Also, if anyone tried to run away, this time I am going to break their legs. 9 shivered and hid behind Carcel with a grim look. I messed up again. This grumpy old man is too cruel. Carcel chuckled and shook his head at 9 antics. The old man humped. He turned around and left the kids alone. All the youngsters sighed with relief and cheered inwardly. For some reason, no one wanted to see this old man ever again. He trained them so hard that their bones almost cracked. They staggered around with sluggish footsteps. Any place was fine as long as they could sleep peacefully. Amidst the tired crowd, Bia noticed 9 was secretly moving away from everyone. She almost laughed out loud. He just received a warning, but he is still trying to run off. She left Alec's shoulder and started flying. A few eyes looked at her, but they didn't think much about it because this area was safe. Bia followed behind 9, who ran off in the trees. She was itching to make some loud noise so the old man could catch him, but stopped because instead of running away, 9 simply went toward a nearby waterfall. Don't tell me he just wants to take a bath. She sighed with disappointment and was ready to fly away. What a pity, I wanted to see him in tears. However, what happened next made her stunned for a second. 9 slumped down on the ground with a groan. He put his feet in the water, and under the dim moonlight, his skin started glowing in a bright blue color. Bia stopped moving and stared at his bright skin with wide eyes. 9 looked up at the sky with a pained expression. He started grumbling in a faint voice. I almost died due to dehydration. That fucking old man. I told him so many times I don't want to enter the secret realm, so why the fuck is he not letting me go? I just want to secretly murder him in his sleep. Bia perked up her ears and listened to him quietly. She already had her hunch about his race, and now seeing his skin glow in such an unusual way, she was 60% sure about her guess. Her thoughts were disturbed when 9 turned around to look toward the place where she was sitting. Who is there? He shouted out and stood up immediately, but when he saw Bia's small figure on a nearby tree, he sighed and sat down again. Oh, it's Bia. I thought it was the old man. Nine stretched his arms and looked at Bia, who started flying and arrived beside him. He chuckled when she stared at his skin with curious eyes. Are you surprised? Well, it's normal. I am different from others. Everyone from the sea had this trait. Our bodies start glowing if we are actively absorbing water, but keep it a secret, okay? Don't tell Kyle when you meet him. I wonder what he is doing. It's so long, but there is no news about him. Bia nodded with seriousness, making Nine laugh again. However, he was unaware of the fact that Bia was someone who could never keep a secret. While he was soaking his feet in the water with a pleasant expression, she was already speaking with Kyle through their mind link. Kyle, I think Nine is. Her words were cut off when Kyle replied immediately. I know, some time ago in the place where the auction was held. Kyle and Yue quietly walked in the narrow path for a minute and arrived in a room filled with large square-shaped metal cages. The upper part of the cages was covered with thick black blankets, hiding everything within completely. Yue looked at the cages with knitted brows. Her ears twitched when she sensed faint breathing sounds from the covered cages. Among the silent breathing, there was a faint sound of water coming from one of the biggest cages. Kyle wanted to remove the blanket from the cage from where he sensed the water sound to see what was inside when Regius's voice sounded behind him. Did you both find something? He stopped beside Kyle and gazed at the cages. I thought they were only going to auction the mermaid. Sinan's eyes ranked around the room. It was filled with nothing but many cages. Also, there was another path at the end of the room. He moved to the nearest cage and under everyone's gaze, he grabbed the blanket and pulled on it. The blanket slid down smoothly, revealing a round, spiky shell within the cage. The shell was brown and it was continuously moving up and down. A small, slender head peeked out from underneath the shell, looking at the group with large, beady eyes. Kyle narrowed his eyes. It was a wild Colonian, a rare beast. I heard these types of beasts are very aggressive. Why is it so calm? Sinan frowned. He bent down in front of the cage and waved his hand to attract the Colonian attention, but it didn't move at all. I can't sense any mana movement from it, and the chains around its neck are strange. He looked around and counted the cages. There are 9 cages. Let's check the others. Regius approached the cage on his left and pulled down another blanket. He sucked in a breath because this time there was a young demi-human chained inside the cage. His whole body was covered with a single piece of white cloth, and he was sitting motionlessly in a corner. I knew we would see this type of thing, but I am still bewildered. Those fucking bastards. Just like the Colonian, the demi-human raised his eyes to look at them, but he didn't move, nor did he speak. However, his eyes were filled with panic and dread. Sinan gazed at the chains around the demi-human feet and hands, and anger welled up in his chest. He was a demi-human, and seeing a member of his race being chained in front of him wasn't pleasant at all. He staggered toward the cage and blurted out, "Let's open the cages." Regius grabbed his arm with a frown to calm him down. The cages are made of special materials. We need a lot of time to break them. Also, I checked the storage rings and didn't find anything that could open the cages. Leave it. The royal guards are here. They will free everyone. Sinan looked reluctant, but agreed. While they were contemplating what to do, Kyle's eyes trailed off toward Yue. She was standing in front of the cage from where he sensed the water sounds. She gripped the blanket and pulled it down, revealing a rather different cage. Regius's eyes went wide. Not just him, everyone stopped and eyed the cage with astonishment. The upper part of the cage was made of transparent glass. It was filled with water, and inside the water, a young girl with purplish hair was chained. Her upper body was covered with a silk dress, and just like the demi-human, she was sitting in a corner with chained wrists. The rims of her bright eyes turned red when she shifted her gaze to look at the people who removed the blanket. Kyle's eyes didn't stay at her face, instead they trailed down at her legs. No, she didn't have legs, instead she had a long tail. Her long tail was shimmering with shades of turquoise and silver. A low murmur sounded on his left. So beautiful. Kyle tore his gaze off from the tail and looked at Yue, who was staring at the girl with awe. He hummed. Her tail was indeed beautiful. He looked up to see the mermaid's face. An anxious pair of deep blue eyes stared at Kyle pitifully. At first, the mermaid was frightened when the blanket was removed, but when she saw a bunch of kids staring at her with stunned eyes, she was sure she could trick them and leave this disgusting place. She squeezed out some tears to make herself even more pitiful and looked at the silver-haired boy with hope. However, her target didn't even flinch when he saw her gaze. Instead, Kyle's eyes narrowed at her skin. It was glowing in a bright shade of blue. I think I have seen this type of glow before. Kyle went through his memory because he was sure he had seen it somewhere before. A fainter shade maybe. It took him a while, but a stunned expression appeared on his face when he recalled where he saw this glow. He mumbled out with a stunned expression, "At the academy." On Nine's body, Kyle looked around her body again to make sure he wasn't seeing things. It's very similar, just brighter in color. But it's kinda unbelievable that Nine is not a human. He was still contemplating inwardly when he saw how the mermaid's glistening purple eyes turned even redder. Yue's expression sank. She is crying. She palmed the glass and looked at everyone with a serious expression. We should try to break her cage at least. If the royal guards arrived, I don't think it would be easy for her to go back. Regius sighed. We can break the glass, but what about the chains? At that moment, to everyone's confusion, Kyle moved closer to the cage and spoke out loudly. Do you know someone called Nine? After blurting out the strange question, he grumbled inwardly. What am I saying? Even if Nine is a merman, it's not like every mermaid out there would know him. The mermaid's moist eyes showed confusion at first, but in the next second they went wide with shock. Kyle blinked. He was watching her expression, and seeing her wide eyes, he stepped back with a dazed expression. Damn, so he is a merman. Oh Nine, you hit it so deep. I am a little jealous. Alec has a powerful system. Carcel is a prince and now Nine is a merman. Moreover, the way this girl's eyes went wide with shock, I don't think Nine is just a normal merman. He laughed out dryly. It seemed everyone around him was special. Kyle's thought trailed off. Maybe. Lara and Mia were also not ordinary. Well, one of them is a duke's daughter, so calling them ordinary didn't seem right. He was still digesting the fact that Nine was a merman when Bia's serious voice sounded in his mind. Kyle, I think Nine is. Kyle hummed and replied before she could complete her sentence. I know. What, do you even know what I am talking about? It's a serious matter, listen to me. Kyle rolled his eyes with a faint smile. Your information is a tad bit late, I know he is a merman. His ears perked up when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Someone's coming. He gazed at the path from where they come from and snapped back. There was another path at the end of the room. He wasn't sure where the path would lead them, but it was better than being caught. Kyle jumped back. I will try to break the glass. Step back. Regius and the others looked at Kyle back. They wanted to ask why Kyle asked the mermaid such a strange question, but when they heard his words they hurriedly moved back. Amidst the quiet atmosphere, Yue spoke up in a low voice. Who is Nine? It's the first you stared at someone so long. Her eyes widened because she just blurted out her thoughts. What am I saying? Of course he looked at her because she is a beautiful mermaid. Kyle didn't notice anything wrong with her question and replied immediately. Nine is my friend. In an instant, blue flames appeared around the glass cage. Kyle wasn't sure if they would work, but he let the flames touch the glass. Instead of burning, a layer of ice appeared on the glass walls. The ice on the glass spread out, and even the water started freezing. Kyle's eyes narrowed, and he controlled the flames to stop the water from freezing. After the glass walls turned icy, the flames vanished. A crack appeared on the glass, but instead of breaking, the ice turned into small, bright particles. The water inside the glass walls splashed out in an instant, making the mermaid gasp with shock. Not just her, the ones standing behind Kyle had their eyes glued on him. They sighed and watched the water that spread out in the room. A bright light flashed around the mermaid's tail when the cold wind caressed her skin. She blushed when her tail transformed into two pale, slender legs. She wanted to cover her lower half, but her wrists were tied with chains. Kyle frowned and retracted his gaze. Yue snapped out of her daze and immediately took out some clothes from her storage ring. She approached the mermaid and covered her lower body. Regius, pick her up. I will try to freeze her chains when we are out of this place. Kyle's sentence was cut short when two tall elven men clad in blue uniforms arrived in the room. One of the men fixed his eyes on Kyle and the others. Who are these kids? Don't tell me they're working for this evil organization. His expression turned frosty, and he ordered the other man standing beside him to capture them all. Kyle took a defensive poster and stood in front of the others. He was ready to fight, but after a few seconds, 5 more men clad in blue arrived in the room. He cleared his throat and let out a dry chuckle. Guys, I think we should run. He looked back and choked on his words because Regius and the others were already standing at the other end of the room. The mermaid was in Regius's arms as he blinked at Kyle innocently. Bro, you are the strongest. Stop them for a few seconds. Kyle's eyes flew open when they ran off toward the other path without him. He wanted to curse, but at that moment, one of the men cried out loudly. Stop them. They are running away. 2 men jumped at Kyle to grab him while the others ran behind Regius and the others. Kyle sucks in a breath. He knew he had to stop the men while he was abandoned by the others just for this reason. The air around him trembled and blue flames surged out everywhere. Within a second, the whole room was engulfed in flames. The individuals clad in blue uniforms stopped in their positions. Dread crept up their spine when the cold flames surrounded their bodies. Kyle looked around and started moving backward with slow steps. However, he froze when a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Kyle. He snapped his head to look back. It was Yue. She was standing at a distance. The others were standing beside her as well. Their heads were hung low. Only the mermaid was nowhere to be seen. Why are you all back? Run. He stopped midway when he saw a middle-aged man with amber eyes appearing behind Yue. The man was wearing a white shirt with a purple pattern engraved on his left shoulder. He sighed with a frustrated expression. Didn't I tell you to take them back? Why are you here? Yue flinched and lowered her head with a guilty expression. Sorry, Dad. Eiffel wanted to scold his daughter more, but he was distracted by the burning blue flames. He looked at Kyle, who was standing in the middle of the room, and spread out his fingers to touch the flames. These flames are indeed unique. However, before his fingers could touch the flames, they vanished. A cold sensation touched his fingers as he looked around with a surprised expression. His eyes narrowed at Kyle with a glint. I thought there were only 5 kids, but including you now the number increased to 6. I hope all of you enjoy your punishment for the next few days. He chuckled and pointed at a corner. All right, for now, go face the wall with your hands up in the air. Regius was the first who ran off to obediently stand in front of the wall. He knew how dangerous Yue's father's anger could be. The others also arrived beside him one by one. Kyle stood between Yue and Regius and decided to break the silence. So even after abandoning me, you all got caught. Regius let out a dry laugh. Bro, will you believe me if I say all of this is a misunderstanding? How dare we abandon you? At that moment, a black shadow appeared above Regius. Regius trembled as he turned his head to look at Yue's father. Sir, do you need anything? Eiffel glanced at his fingers with a meaningful look and held out his palm. These rings look suspicious. I believe you stole them from the individuals you fought in this place, so I will confiscate them. Regius wanted to cry, but he held his tears and removed the rings from his fingers one by one with an aching heart and placed them on his palm. Eiffel gave him a satisfied nod and asked him to face the wall again. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Sinon, Niam, and Faith secretly laughed in their hearts. Their revenge on Regius was complete. He treated them like his servants and wanted to pocket all the storage rings. Haha, serve him right. He thought for a minute and a wide grin smile appeared on his face. He grabbed one of the guards and asked him to escort the kids back. Kyle's eyes trailed around the empty room as he followed behind the guard clad in a blue uniform with the others. While he was standing in punishment, the cages were transferred to another place. He quickened his pace to arrive beside Regius and patted his shoulder. What about the mermaid? Regius shrugged his shoulders with a conflicted expression. After we got caught, Yue's father asked someone to take her away. He said he would take care of this matter. Regius hummed and gazed at Yue. Yue, you should ask your father to release her, so she can go back to where she came from. After all, we did so much to save her. Yue didn't reply. She thought for a second and gave him a nod. The matter regarding the mermaid was quite sensitive, that's why she wasn't sure if her words would have an impact on this topic, but she would talk to her father to see what he could do. Kyle sighed. He wasn't worried about the mermaid. He just wanted to send her back safely because she knew 9. The remaining distance was covered in silence as the guard let them out from the underground auction. The street outside was crowded and messy. A few guards were dragging some individuals dressed in luxury attires who were crying their hearts out. The underground auction was surrounded, and Kyle was sure Eiffel captured all the people who were present inside. He gazed around. The once vibrant and loud festival was quiet, with many onlookers peeking at the people who were being dragged out from the underground auction. All the shopkeepers and stall owners were closing their businesses with resentful looks because it was the first time the Elven festival was stopped midway. Kyle and the others reached the hotel within an hour. They secretly smiled with relief because Eiffel forgot to punish them further. However, they were utterly wrong. The man was crueler than their imagination, including Yue, his daughter. All 6 of them were forbidden to leave the hotel without permission. Regius sneered as they sat down in the hotel lobby to eat something, so what we can just run off secretly. His happiness was cut short because a group of bulky guards arrived at the hotel to keep an eye on them. In the end, all of them were stuck in the hotel for the next few days. Sinon cried out loudly to voice out his grievance, but he shut his mouth after he got a glare from one of the guards. After eating some snacks, they all staggered to their rooms with dejected expressions. Anyway, it's not like they had anything else to do, so what's the point of sitting in the lobby? Kyle gazed at their backs with a strange expression. Alas, it seemed he was the only one who didn't find this arrangement strange. As lazy as he was, he decided to just spend his days in luxury. His next few mornings were peaceful. 8 delicious elven dishes, bathed and wore clean clothes, slept under a warm blanket without any care. He was truly enjoying himself. Just like that, the day when they had to leave the hotel arrived. Kyle dragged his body out of bed and took a long, warm bath. He wore a long-sleeved brown hoodie coupled with leather boots and left his room. After a minute, he arrived at the lobby and met with the others. Just like them, all the participants who were told to stay in the hotel stood obediently in the lobby. A few minutes later, Anli and Din arrived at the hotel. The duo counted the kids, and Anli was the one who clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. All right, I believe you all have rested enough. Now follow me. The old man led the kids outside. They traveled on foot for an hour before stopping in front of a large platform. A huge teleportation array was set up in the middle of the platform. Kyle's gaze drifted off to the other end of the platform. Ira, the one who arranged the event with Anli, was standing in front of a group of kids. As if noticing Kyle's gaze, she lifted her eyes to look at him for a brief moment before she retracted her gaze to look at Anli. She talked with him while Din merged the two groups of kids and asked them to stand in the middle of the platform. Afterward, Din stood in front of the platform and gazed at Regius with a serious expression. His voice was heavy as he patted his shoulder. "Kid, the moment you joined the event, you stepped on a path of no return. Now, I can't do anything. So try to work as hard as possible because I don't want you to die out there." Regius was confused, but Din only gave him a faint smile. "Your grandmother gonna miss you, so make sure to come back alive." Din sighed and left the platform. He talked with the king and found out about everything, but it was too late. Regius's name was already included in the list of the individuals who would enter the secret realm from Kingdom Tercia. Even when Din pleaded with the king, the latter didn't budge. Now the only thing he could do was wait or find another way to persuade the king. After he left, Ira arrived in front of the kids. Her expression was cold as usual. She raised her voice to speak loudly. After the event, a total of 116 participants won, and now including the new arrivals, there are 200 individuals who would enter the special training conducted by the king. I hope all of you work hard because it would be a pity if so many talents from Kingdom Tercia died in vain. Her voice was grim when she spoke the last sentence. Just like Regius, everyone listening to Ira was confused. Why was she talking about death when they were just going to train? However, their questions remained unanswered because the array below their feet lit up with a bright light. Anli nodded at Ira and stood in front of the kids. In the next second, he and everyone else standing on the platform vanished. Her eyes were fixed on the silver-haired boy who vanished with the others when the blinding light enveloped the platform. With this, her job was over. "He gave me a headache, but he is strong, stronger than his peers." She pressed her lips together with a sharp look. If one looked closely, they would notice the huge dark circles under her sharp eyes. After Kyle left the royal castle with the royal envoy, she left him alone. He was old enough to take care of himself. Also, it's not like the royal envoy was taking the kids to fight a war. Kyle just had to stay in the hotel. However, leaving Kyle alone was a big mistake. Not even 2 days of peace, and she received news that he and his friends went to visit a hidden underground auction. And to make matters worse, the auction wasn't normal at all. It was the hub of illegal activities. The moment she received the news, she went to check on Kyle, but he was fit and fine. Moreover, the people who organized the auction were caught and dragged into the royal prison. She thought she was already numb to Kyle's surprises, but yet again this incident made her bewildered. He was a walking magnet that could attract dangerous things whenever he went out. Alas, that's how her nightmare started. Kyle was already famous among the elven nobles due to his unparalleled talent, and after this incident, those insolent people tried everything to dig out everything related to him. And the one who was subjected to their inquiry gaze was none other than Serena. Amidst all this, she managed to keep the matter regarding Kyle's true identity under the table. But her mood became sour when she went to see Kyle in the hotel. "I was suffering, and this brat. He was enjoying his life, how frustrating," Serena scoffed. After seeing Kyle lazing around with a blissful expression, she had the urge to kick him once. But in the end, she curbed her urge and decided to ignore him completely. He was simply too unsightly. Even now, when she thought about the struggle she had to go through for this ungrateful brat, she wanted to go and punch Han once or twice just to vent her frustration. "Huh. And you said Kyle is just an ordinary kid who wants to attend the event." She massaged her temples and informed Han about Kyle's safe departure. Afterward, she instantly packed everything and left for a vacation. The past 2 months were just too much for her, and now, she just wanted to go to a faraway place where no one would question her about Kyle. At the same time, Kyle didn't even remember that someone called Serena was assigned to take care of him. He opened his eyes and swept his gaze around. After the sudden darkness, he found himself standing within a large circular clearing. A lush forest with tall, majestic trees surrounded the clearing all around. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm and gentle glow on the scene. Kyle frowned when, like a buzz, hundreds of whispers entered his ears. The remaining 199 individuals standing around him, curious, lifted their eyes to inspect the area. He noticed something amidst the heated crowd and raised his brow. The newcomers who arrived with Ira were calm and collected. They excluded arrogance and looked at the excited individuals with disdain. Kyle's eyes trailed to Niam, Faith, and Yue. It was subtle, but the trio gave off a very similar aura to those individuals. "So, they are all nobles," he hummed inwardly. And he was right. After the event, 116 participants were selected, meaning the kingdom still needed more people to fill the remaining places from the original 200 spots. That's why when the 116 winning participants were resting in the hotel, the royals arranged a battle arena, especially for the nobles, so they can fight for the remaining spots. A loud voice echoed, and Kyle lifted his eyes to look at the floating figures. His gaze first landed at Anli. And he noticed the 2 elven men and 2 elven females floating behind the old man. Their bodies were clad in gray uniforms with warm and harmless smiles plastered on their faces, but Kyle noticed the suppressed pressure around their bodies. They are strong. He averted his gaze when one of the floating elven men stared back at him. Anley cleared his throat with a grim expression. I believe you all know why you are brought here. The only reason is training. However, there is one thing that we hid from all of you. Maybe. Some of you already heard about it through your families, but the ones who are unaware listen carefully. From today onwards, your life will change because all of you are selected to enter a dangerous realm that is going to open soon. A deadly silence enveloped the place, and many shocked eyes stared at Anley with astonishment. A dangerous realm. They didn't even have the slightest bit of knowledge about this. However, the shocked individuals noticed with surprise. Almost half of the people standing around them were unfazed when they heard about the realm. Just like what Anley said, they seemed aware of this matter. Kyle narrowed his eyes. He thought the kingdom wouldn't tell them about the secret realm until the end, but it seemed he was wrong. He glanced around and sighed. Niam was taking in the news with a rather calm expression, but the others' expressions told him that except for Niam, no one else was aware of the secret realm. Anley's expression hardened for a second to show how serious this matter was, and before the youths could voice out their questions, he continued, I know it's surprising, but with danger comes incredible opportunities to become stronger. No one knows what threats lay behind the realm gate because the records about it had long vanished over time. Maybe. The only thing that would be waiting for you all in there is death. However, his expression turned sharp. No one here is weak. All of you are genius talents of the Elven Kingdom, selected after strict testing. Also, we will do our best to train you to cope with the life-threatening dangers. The only thing you need to do is work hard, so you can survive in that foreign place. And once you return alive, you won't be the same ordinary person anymore. You will become one of strongest or maybe the strongest among all. Or is there anyone who thinks he is weak, pathetic, and won't be able to return alive, and wants to run away with their tails tucked between their legs? The youths who wanted to speak up instantly shut their mouths when they heard his remarks, and a pin-drop silence enveloped the area. A satisfied expression appeared on Anley's face, and he nodded. Good, very good. I expected nothing less from the youths from my kingdom. A chilling smile appeared on his face, making everyone shudder. Anyway, if anyone indeed tried to leave, I would have broken his legs. Loud gasps echoed in the air when they heard his exclamation. And from his chilling smile, they were sure he meant whatever he said. All right, stop gwanking at me. The 4 people standing behind me are your instructors for the next month, so make sure to be respectful because if you don't, they are allowed to break your bones. Also, don't even dare to fight with each other. You all are a big team from now on, so learn to help each other. Consider this my first and last warning, because if I found out that someone stirred trouble in my absence, I don't think I will only break their legs. His eyes trailed to a certain silver-haired boy who was busy in his thoughts. Anley hummed and clapped his hands. That's it. I wish you all the best for the future. He turned around and left, leaving behind the crowd of youths with the 4 instructors who were known for being merciless in their training methods. Kyle gazed at Anley fading back and looked at the floating instructors. Soon, the crowd was divided into 4 big teams, and each instructor took 1 team with him. Afterward, they vanished within the lush trees present around the wide clearing. Kyle waved at Yue and Niam. The duo was placed in a different team. He quietly followed behind his instructor. She was a middle-aged woman with blondie locks. Regius couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw a tiny smile at the corner of Kyle's face. What are you so happy about? Kyle turned his head to look at him. Just a little excited because I am going to experience what they call a hellish training. Also, his words trailed off into a whisper. That's why Regius didn't hear it. I will meet my old friends soon. In another place, the sun was burning high in the sky and frightening heat spread out everywhere. However, thick brown trees stopped the sunlight from descending on the group of individuals hunting monsters. Alec looked at his damp, bloodied clothes with a rather unsatisfied expression. 159. Can you stop counting? I know you killed the most monsters, damn it. Stop showing off, an irritated voice boomed from behind him with a loud, indicating the owner of the voice also killed a monster. 9 wiped the blood from his fingers and showed a satisfied expression as he inspected the dead body lying in front of him. It was a fox monster. 80. Let's move. I think I killed all the monsters in this area. He placed his sword on his shoulder with a smirk and staggered forward without caring about the others who were looking at him with twitching eyes. All of them had the same question in their hearts. If you killed all the monsters, then what the hell did we do? Alec chuckled and caught up to him. Don't advance further. We are only allowed to roam around in the outer area of the dark forest. Let's go to the east side to look for Carcel, Mia, and Lara. 9 clicked his tongue. He turned around to move in another direction when he accidentally grazed Alec's hand. He froze in his place. The golden thread in his eyes swirled in a sharp moment. Nine's expression paled and his hand holding the sword trembled. With a click, the sword fell from his grasp. Alec stopped and looked back at Nine with a frown. What happened? His sentence was cut short because in the next second red blood trickled down from Nine's nose. Under Alec's horrid eyes, he fell to his knees with a resounding there was pin-drop silence as everyone standing around them looked at Nine with wide eyes. What happened? He was just fine a moment ago. Nine, Alec shouted and rushed to his side. He took out a healing potion from his storage ring and poured it inside Nine's mouth. His expression sank because even after drinking the potion, Nine didn't return to his senses. Instead, his eyes turned hazy. Alec's eyes widened when he saw blood within the bright golden eyes. Bright golden threads swirled inside Nine's eyes with lightning-fast speed. If not for Alec's heightened vision, he would have never noticed such thin threads. He hurriedly closed Nine's eyes with his palm. Damn it, Nine, come to your sense. He grabbed his shoulder and poured another potion into his mouth. It's not working. Alec looked around at the individuals standing around him and shouted out, "Help me, let's take him back." A few individuals rushed toward Alec. Even if they were unwilling to help, they didn't voice their opinions because Alec was the strongest among them. Meanwhile, Nine blinked his eyes when he saw himself standing between dust and debris. He looked around with an astonished expression. "Where am I?" He tried to move his lips, but no voice came out from his mouth. Nine sucked in a deep breath. He noticed he was standing above what seemed to be the remains of a large building. He moved toward the edge and his eyes flew wide at the scenery in front of him. Bloody, the sky was painted red with dark smoke rising everywhere. Dead bodies littered the ground with crimson. Nine's expression turned deadly pale when he saw a beady-eyed man with fangs munching on a dead body of a young girl. The man lifted his charcoal eyes to look at him with an evil smile. Blood painted the lower half of his mouth disgustingly. Nine barely maintained his balance and staggered backward when he found the scenery around him cracking bit by bit. A sharp pain pricked his eyes, enough to make him blind, but no matter how much he tried to scream, nothing came out from his mouth. His lips were sealed. He recalled he was originally standing with Alec in a forest, but afterward, everything was a blur. What happened? And what was this place? His head buzzed with pain. Amidst the hundreds of fragments showing hundreds of different scenarios, he caught sight of a particular fragment floating at a distance. A familiar figure with dark blue hair stood atop a broken building. His hands were painted red with blood, and his usual bright blue eyes looked dull. Nine's eyes shifted amidst the pain to stare at the figure with a dazed expression. "He looks older, a lot older," he mumbled in his dazed mind. The figure looked below. Only then did Nine gaze down to see a few more figures. It was blurry, that's why even after ranking his eyes through the fragment, he didn't recognize who they were. However, even if it was blurry, he could see the condition of the figures didn't look good. Half of them were kneeling limply on the ground, and the remaining half were pointing their weapons at the floating figure. The blue-haired figure's facial features looked ghastly pale as a bitter, yet twisted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I am sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to kill him." He moved his lips faintly to mumble in a barely audible voice, but Nine's expression turned dark when he caught the faint movement of his lips. Nine gasped. He opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. "What the?" Nine blurted out, and the moment these words left his mouth, a sharp pain shot up to his spine, making him scream in pain. A loud, worried cry echoed beside his ears. "Young prince." Nine's pupils dilated when his eardrums buzzed loudly. He grabbed his ears with a painful expression. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." The person seemed to have sensed his discomfort, and a pin-drop silence enveloped the place. After a long silence, Nine finally lifted his eyes to look around himself. He was lying on a middle-sized bed. The room roof looked unfamiliar, and except for the bed, it was devoid of any other furniture. He took in a deep breath when he saw a few familiar figures standing around his bed. "Young prince, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Nine didn't reply to the old man who worked for his mother and followed behind him to tail his movement. His mind was still muddled as he gazed at Ratrick and Jaroj standing on his left. They wore somber expressions and Ratrick's voice sounded rather grim. "What did you see? You were out for 2 weeks. Also," he sighed with a complicated expression as he eyed Nine's figure. However, before Nine could understand the meaning behind his words, the old man who called him young prince immediately resorted angrily. "The Royal Academy doesn't have the right to know about this topic. This is a matter related to my kingdom, and I have contacted the queen. She said to bring the prince back home immediately." Ratrick gazed at him coldly and scoffed. "I was the one who saved his life timely. Moreover, the moment he stepped into the Royal Academy, he became one of my people. You can't take him back without my permission." Amidst their angry discussion, the room door slammed open, and a few youths stepped inside with worried expressions. Ratrick snapped his head to look at the door. He narrowed his eyes at the middle-aged man who was tasked to stop everyone from entering the room. The man cowered under his gaze and blurted out with a sweaty forehead. I am sorry, sir. The kids didn't listen to me. They forcefully barged inside even when I threatened them. They said they wouldn't return until they saw their friend. Ritrick released a sigh as he gazed at the youth standing between the door with resolute expressions. He dismissed the man immediately and waved his hand at the youths. Nine is awake, just see him and leave because he needs rest. Alec and Carcel nodded. Bia was sitting on Mia's shoulder. She narrowed her eyes to look at Nine. He looked dazed and she noticed a few gray strands on his head. Indeed, everything has a price. He lost his lifespan, she mumbled inwardly. Even though she knew Nine was a mermaid, she wasn't aware that he could glimpse at the future through a unique ability. She only found out about this when she heard Ritrick and Gerod's conversation secretly. With a sigh, Bia immediately informed Kyle, who had been worried about Nine the moment he heard about his condition. Alec and Carcel approached the bed with worried expressions. Two girls followed behind the duo with steady steps. Lara's usually cold face had softened a lot in the past few months. Now her eyes reflected pure worry for the dazed youth sitting on the bed. Alec stood beside the bed after Ritrick and Gerod retreated to give the kids some space. He moved his hand to pat Nine's shoulder. Are you all right? Nine turned around to look at Alec with a strange expression, but then his expression sank when he finally remembered what he saw and heard a moment ago. A rare angry shout erupted from his throat. You bastard. With a burst of strength that appeared out of nowhere, Nine clenched his fist to punch Alec. Alec was caught off due to his sudden outburst. He blocked the punch out of reflex, but still staggered backward because Nine used too much strength in his punch. He looked at Nine with wide, confused eyes. Not just him, all eyes stare at Nine's seething expression with shock. Why did he punch Alec out of nowhere? However, before anyone could speak, Nine cried out loudly, You killed him, you killed Kyle. A pin-drop silence enveloped the room and Alec blinked with a dazed expression. What? He sucked in a deep breath. No way, it was impossible. Why would I kill him? He resorted, but this time instead of replying, Nine fainted again. Ratrick rushed forward and checked his body. His condition is not good because his body is too strained. The old man who had been silently watching the kids' interaction finally spoke up with a cold expression. I'm taking him back. There is no way he can enter the secret realm because his body is losing strength with each passing second. I believe you can sense it too, Ritrick. He narrowed his eyes at Ritrick, who frowned. Ritrick knew Nine's unique ability was not high grade, or else why would the sea continent let go of such a precious person? However, it seemed Nine had used too much of it unconsciously. Ritrick thought for a few seconds and massaged his temples. The old man was right. There was no way Nine's condition would recover within a month. Also, his body needed proper treatment. In the end, he nodded. It was better for Nine to go back. Alex stood in a corner of the room with a complicated expression. Carcel and the two girls were standing behind him. They watched as the old man took Nine away. When the old man left, Geroj and Ratrick turned around to look at Alec. They weren't sure what Nine meant by "you killed Kyle" because he didn't divulge anything else. But no matter what, Alec was a good seedling and they had observed him for the past few months. There was no way Alec would harm someone without a reason. Also, Kyle was someone who disappeared a few months ago. Han did inform them that the kid was alive, but because Ritrick and Geroj left the kingdom to train the kids, they didn't have time to check on Kyle. Ritrick waved his hand at the kids with a serious expression. You all should leave. Go train with the others. Don't worry, your friend is safe, he just went back home. Alec released a large breath and left the room with Carcel and the girls. However, the sentence, you killed Kyle, echoed in his mind again and again. Why did he say it, and why would I kill Kyle? Bia narrowed his eyes to look at Alec with a wary expression. She hummed. Nothing was certain. Who knows what will happen in the future? After another 2 weeks, Alec stopped thinking about the matter regarding Kyle and placed it at the back of his head. He focused on his training because he knew himself. There was no way he would harm Kyle without a good reason. Kyle looked bored as he ran with a group of youths. He groaned. I thought we were gonna undergo a hellish training. What the hell is this? Not to mention hellish, this training didn't even make me tired. Kyle's words flowed with the wind entering the ears of the nearby youths who glared at him with resentment. They cursed at him under their breaths but didn't dare to say anything out loud to make him angry because they still remember the beating they got from Kyle when they tried to intimidate him. In the end, they silently gulped their anger and decided to treat him like thin air. Regius rolled his eyes at Kyle as he followed behind the others. After the 10th round, all of them arrived in front of a huge boulder. A middle-aged female elf with blonde hair was sitting atop the boulder. She looked at them with a smile. Good, first we will do breakfast, then you all can start training with your weapons. After her voice drifted in the air, almost all the youths collapsed with bated breaths. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads with tired expressions. The blondie-haired instructor's eyes trailed at the youths before stopping at Kyle. She narrowed her eyes. Kyle looked clean with not even a drop of sweat on his body, a far contrast to the others who looked like they had just bathed under the rain. She hummed sweetly. Kyle, Kyle looked up at the instructor who had been training them for the past few weeks. He had to admit that she was a good instructor. Also, it seems she prioritizes everyone's life, because in between training she would give them a lot of tips about how they should run away if the situation they faced was too dangerous. After all, life was the most important. Kyle noticed her faint smile and gave her a nod, but her next words made him speechless. You are indeed the strongest in this team. That's why I have decided your training will be doubled from now on. All right, now go and come back after running 10 more rounds around the boundary. Regius looked at Kyle's blank expression and laughed out loud. He stood up and cheered for Kyle to run. Come on, bro, you can do it. However, the instructor's chilling voice made him shrink his neck with a shudder. It seemed Regius also has a lot of energy left. How about 10 more rounds for you as well? Regius immediately grabbed his ankles and slumped down with a groan. I am sorry, but I think I can't stand up anymore due to exhaustion. A few laughs echoed around him. Even the instructor looked amused at his acting. Kyle sighed and left to run another 10 rounds around the forest boundary. He was running when Bia informed him about 9 conditions. He sighed with relief. It's good he is fine. I almost jolted out from this place to see him when you told me about his severe condition. Kyle listened carefully to Bia's explanation, and he grumbled inwardly when he found out 9 would not be going to the secret realm. I wanted to see him and the others, but it's fine, his health is more important. He noticed for some reason Bia's voice sounded hesitant. Kyle's brow knitted together. Was she hiding something? Bia, what happened? Spill it out. I can sense the strangeness in your voice. Did you lie when you said 9 is out of danger? Kyle stopped running and waited for her answer. After a minute, Bia sighed and told him the thing that she was hiding. A stunned expression appeared on Kyle's face as he listened to Bia. So 9 has a special ability that gives him the power to see the future. He blinked. Indeed, it was a terrifying ability, but what astonished him most was the fact that 9 said Alec would kill him. After a few seconds, Kyle chuckled out loud. I am close to B+ rank. I remember Alec was C+ rank. Moreover, the gap between our strengths is only going to widen further in the future, so it's almost impossible for him to harm me. Also, from the amount of time I spent with Alec, I don't think he would just simply stab his friend out of nowhere. He mused inwardly and started running again. However, the thought roamed around his mind. He didn't believe the things 9 saw were 100% correct. After all, in this world, no one is omnipotent enough to know what exactly will happen in the future, because the future is ever-changing. With every action Kyle took, his future will change accordingly. Just like how if he didn't enter the Royal Academy, he would have never discovered the secret within his body. Kyle hummed, and after a long run, he went back. The instructor seemed displeased, because even after 10 more rounds, there was barely any sweat on Kyle's body. She clicked her tongue and gestured for Kyle to eat something before going to train his weapon art with the others. Kyle's days in the elven forest were passing peacefully. The only problem was that the blondie-haired instructor seemed to have guessed his strength because, after the first week, she increased the pressure on him twofold. If the other kids needed to run 10 rounds around the forest, Kyle had to run 20 rounds. If they practiced their arts for 5 hours, Kyle had to practice it for 10 hours. Amidst all the pressure, he stopped lazing around and worked hard. Also, his relationships with Yue, Regius, Sinon, Niam, and Faith strengthened because of the time they would spend around him. As the day when the kids had to leave for the secret realm drew near, Kyle broke through to B+ rank in the middle of his training. The blondie-hair instructor's mouth was opened wide when she found out Kyle's true strength. Not just her, almost everything was astonished. He was already so strong at such a young age. What would happen in the future? For some reason, almost all the people who witnessed Kyle's strength had a nagging feeling that he would become a terrifying existence in the future. That's why, without Kyle's knowledge, the other kids secretly regarded him as their leader. Even though the leader did not do anything for them, his mere presence was enough to make them excited. After all, he was the strongest among them all. After another week, the 200 individuals gathered in front of Anli, who arrived to pick them up. They were finally leaving for the secret realm. A magnificent flying ship, adorned with sparkling gems of various colors, descended into a deserted area. The ship's exterior was crafted from polished wood and intricate carvings. A small stature man with a large beard floated out from the ship. He squinted his eyes and took in the sight of a massive crowd of thousands of people gathered in front of an old, huge vertical metallic gate. The gate crackled with an eerie energy, pulsating in the darkness. The man noticed the thick chains that sealed the gate for the past hundreds of years were undone. His eyes stopped at the 15 figures clad in messy outfits floating around the gate. The central continent did a lot this time, because seeing so many array masters in one place is a big deal. Still, one thing for sure, just like us, no one looked willing. He scoffed and looked back. However, his face softened when he saw the bunch of kids standing on the ship with resolute expressions. Kids, I know it's nerve-wracking because you are going to enter an unknown and dangerous place, but do your best. I don't want the Dwarf Kingdom to lose so many talented individuals. The young people shouted with all their might. With a satisfied expression, the floating dwarf took them all to stand with the huge crowd. As time passed, more and more flying ships appeared above the deserted place. The air was heavy, and whispers of anticipation echoed in the space. At a distance, far away from the excited and nervous crowd, a middle-aged man with long navy-colored hair was overlooking the situation with a blank expression. Adorned in an expensive suit, he had an aura of authority around his body. He was sitting on a floating chair with many guards standing firmly behind his back. A surprised expression appeared on his face when he sensed the movement of a familiar presence behind him. "What's brought you here? I thought you wanted to conserve your energy." No one replied for a second, but then an ominous dark shadow appeared beside his chair. The man's guard seemed used to the shadow's appearance because no one stopped it from approaching the navy-haired man. Under the night sky, a hoarse voice sounded beside the man. "Indeed, your majesty, I want to conserve my energy, but I was too excited to sit, so here I am." "I wonder if your majesty has prepared everything." The navy-haired man chuckled at the shadow, but his calm and composed expression cracked when he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. "This bastard, I swear once I am free I am going to hack this unsightly shadow into pieces." He cursed in his mind. He was a king, also the strongest in the central continent, but a single mistake led him to his current miserable position. A far contrast to the other continents, where kingdoms operated separately with different leaders. The kingdoms in the central continent would fight for dominance every 20 years, and the one who emerged victorious had the power to make the other kingdoms obey his commands. It was a friendly fight, and no one had any qualms about it, because instead of the general public, the fight would commence between the kings of these kingdoms. Moreover, it was very rare for the winning king to impose his rules on the other kingdoms. The winner would just let them do whatever they want as usual. Only when he wants something precious or something desirable will he use his authority. The man with navy hair gritted his teeth and bore the pain inflicted on him by the shadow with a blank expression. His name was Estalian Visanzo, the current leader of the central continent, the one who single-handedly defeated all the others and grasped the authority with his strength. Estalian smoothed his expression amidst the sharp pain as he waved at the shadow. "There is no need to worry about the preparation because everything is ready. The kids from my Soltisha kingdom are equipped with all the knowledge you provided me. They are trained meticulously just to find the thing you want from the secret realm." The shadow hummed with a pleased voice. He chuckled when he saw how Estalian, the mighty king, was trying to get free from his restraint. "Don't force it even though I have weakened, but there is no way you can get free from me, child." Estalian froze and ceased his mana movement. He was sure he was close, and soon he would get free from this bastard. He was just waiting for the right time. The shadow already knew what he was trying to do, but he ignored it because currently he can do nothing. His mighty strength had reduced to a speck of dust. He wasn't sure how long he slept after he lost to James, one of the powerful ancestors of Blue Planet, but he was glad Estalian accidentally broke the old relic and awakened the sealed pieces of his consciousness. He looked at the far distance. The gate to the otherworldly realm that was created by the powerful ancestors to train the young generation in the old era was still here, but he remembered before he succumbed to darkness they closed the realm to imprison a part of the evil race associated with chaos and darkness. The dark shadow shuddered when he remembered the terrifying existence outside the boundary of this small planet. Relief flooded his chest when he looked up in the sky. "Even though I hate those bastards, they indeed did everything to protect their home planet." Tusk, just how many resources did they use to cover the whole planet with such a big protective shield? Estalian saw the tremor in the shadow and sensed his fear. He raised his brow and secretly sneered. "So he is also scared of someone, probably the ones who destroyed his body and turned him into a lump of dark energy." The shadow glided down his chair and started disinterested in the air. "It's good everything is ready. Estalian, you did a good job this time. I am not an ungrateful person. I will share that otherworldly treasure with you as well. After all, I can sense a stronger existence hiding inside this seemingly peaceful planet. In the future, when I leave, you will need a lot of power to protect your fragile people." Estalian listened to his fading words. Even after hearing from the shadows countless times, he was still astonished at the fact that he, a person with SSS plus rank power, was nothing but an ant. He sucked in a deep breath as he looked at the place where the shadow was present a few seconds ago. "No matter who you are, you have opened a new path for me. If a treasure that can give me a chance to become an immortal exists, do you really think I will give it to you so easily?" He looked back at one of the guards. "What about the sea continent? Are they willing to send their people, or do they want me to make their life miserable?" The guard lowered his head to show his respect. "Your Majesty, the Mermaid Queen accepted your offer. For some reason, they are even sending their dear princess to help our people." Estalion narrowed his eyes. What are they planning? I am aware of the unique ability they possess, but to send the future queen to such a dangerous place. Don't tell me the princess saw another vision about the future. He hummed with a cold expression. Leave them alone for now. They are aware of what I want, and I don't think those cowards who prefer to stay hidden underwater are strong enough to steal under my nose. He and the people from Kingdom Escalante arrived in this place when the sun was burning brightly, but now the sky was filled with dark clouds. He tapped Carcel's shoulder, who was staring at the gate of the secret realm. How long do you think we need to wait? Carcel retracted his gaze and shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, but this gate leading to the secret realm is giving me an unsettling feeling. Alec narrowed his eyes and looked at the system panel from the corner of his eyes. System analysis, an old sealed realm created by a few powerful individuals to train the younger generation. Current status, filled with impurities. Error. No more information provided. He hummed and glanced up as another massive floating ship appeared in the distance, but his attention was diverted when Ratrick clapped his hands in front of them. Kids, listen up. The realm gate is going to open in a while, but you won't be teleported inside automatically. Instead, you have to pass through the gate to enter the realm. Ratrick gazed hardened for a second. Remember, all of you are a team. If you happen to cross your fellow teammates in the secret realm, don't fight and try to help each other. The 200 youths looked at each other and nodded their heads with serious expressions. However, no one knew what was in their minds. While Ratrick was speaking, Elder Hand's figure flashed behind him. The kids standing in front of him almost got heart attacks when they saw Elder Hand's haggard appearance. Ratrick frowned and looked at Han. What are you doing here? Are not the array masters responsible for the opening of the secret realm gate? Han clicked his tongue with a sour expression. They worked me so much that now even my bones had cracked. Also, why are you worried about my work? I know what to do, no need to lecture me. Just tell me, did you bring the kids' storage rings? Ratrick narrowed his eyes and looked inside his sleeves. He took out a pouch and handed it to Han. Here, I bought them, but where is Kyle? I did tell you to contact him and ask him to come back to Kingdom Escalante because we got an empty spot after 9 left. I would have given him that spot. Far contrast to his messy appearance, Han's smile was brighter than any twinkling star when he heard Kyle's name. Don't worry, my disciple is a genius who got a spot without your help. He's going to enter the secret realm, but not through Kingdom Escalante. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud and checked the pouch containing storage rings. I am adding a life-saving artifact in the pouch and will return the storage rings back to him when he arrives. Alec and Carcel's ears perked up when they heard Ratrick. They looked at each other with smiles. Mia saw the duo's happy faces and smiled as well. What a relief. He is fine and entering the secret realm with us. At the same time, Lara, who was standing at a distance, gazed at Bia's agitated figure. An hour ago, the little bird left Mia and sat down on her shoulder. What happened? Why do I feel like you're getting anxious? Lara patted her round head with a faint smile, completely unaware of Bia's inner tremor. Damn, why can't I control my mana? I can feel Kyle is almost here. Is it because my bond with him is reacting due to his presence? Or is it because of his bloodline? She opened her wings and under Lara's surprised gaze started flying. Bia, come down. It's dangerous, there are too many eyes here. Lara tried to grab her small figure, but she avoided her hands and flew toward Elder Han. A frown appeared on Lara's face. She looked around and saw a few more individuals who had bonded beasts with them. It's fine, I guess. Alec gazed at Bia and tapped Lara's shoulder. What happened to her? Don't tell me she is excited after hearing about Kyle. With a sigh, Lara shook her head because she had no idea. Bia mostly stayed with her or Mia, but even after a few months, it was hard for them to understand what was going on inside her mind. Amidst the heated atmosphere, 2 more ships arrived in the sky, one big and one small. For some reason, when the big ship landed opposite the crowd, a loud announcement was made to tell everyone that the people from the sea continent arrived. Almost all the heads snapped back to stare at the people who emerged from the ship, especially the younger individuals. After all, they were all curious about the mermaid race. An old man clad in silk clothes descended from the ship, and following behind him were 200 young individuals. Under the crowd's eyes, the old man waved his hand and the ship vanished into his storage ring. He took the kids and quietly walked to an empty corner. The other ship, which was smaller compared to the first ship, landed at a distance. The door slid open, and a group of elves with a few humans and demi-humans stepped out from the ship. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he looked in the distance when he sensed Bia's presence. What happened? Wait, I will come pick you up in a while. He spoke in his mind as he followed behind Anli and Ira with the others. From the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of the people who arrived on the bigger ship. So they are from the Mermaid Kingdom. His eyes sparkled when he saw a familiar figure standing in the middle. Oh, 9 is here. Good. I was feeling worried for him. Kyle's thoughts were disturbed when he heard a loud shriek coming from the sky. He mindlessly gazed up but froze in his spot because a majestic sight that sent chills down his spine greeted his contracted eyes. Under the bright moon, casting a faint glow across the horizon, a huge majestic phoenix flapped its large wings with a loud cry. Its huge breathtaking wings, painted with red and blue, shimmered under the night sky. Its feathers seemed to catch fire because golden flames dance along its wings, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Just like Kyle, the crowd was stunned and their breath hitched in their throats when they saw the soaring phoenix. Gasps of awe filled the air as the bird gracefully flew through the sky, leaving trails of golden flames behind. Kyle's eyes almost bulged out from his sockets. It took him a few seconds to realize it was Bia. How, you were so small, and why now? His smile stiffened when he saw golden flames around her body. Moreover, her size was getting bigger. I need sleep. Now I'm even dreaming with opened eyes. He sighed and massaged his temples. In the next second, a few cries echoed in his ears and he snapped his head to look at the kids who were shouting while pointing at Bia. She is actually getting bigger. With a shocked expression, he moved and tried to grab Bia, but the flames around her were too terrifying. Elder Han's breath quickened, and his mind stopped for a second as he watched Bia's body getting bigger and bigger with each passing second. If I didn't do anything now, then my one and only disciple would definitely perish even before he entered the secret realm. He grabbed Ratrik's shoulder roughly and placed the pouch of storage rings in his hand. Give it to the silver-haired boy who just arrived with the elves and bring him toward the secret realm gate. His loud exclamation jolted Ratrik, who was staring at Bia with contracted eyes. Elder Han grabbed George and vanished the moment Ratrik grabbed the pouch. Ratrik was taken aback. He gazed at the pouch and cursed under his breath. Kyle just arrived, and he already caused a big commotion enough to attract almost everyone. He looked at Han's fading figure and vanished in the opposite direction. Ratrik wasn't sure what Han was planning, but it was better for Kyle to stand with them after all the ruckus he caused. Meanwhile, Kyle's breath fastened when he sensed hundreds of eyes looking at the large phoenix who was hellbent on making his life difficult. The fuck, Bia? Do you want to kill us both? Kyle gritted out. He sensed a faint presence behind himself and jumped back but sighed with relief when he saw it was Ratrik. Sir, Ratrik's expression was ugly as he watched the phoenix. Due to Kyle's different eye color and hair color, he almost failed to recognize him. He threw the storage rings pouch at Kyle, who grabbed it unconsciously. Shut up, brat. Ask her to fly toward the realm gate or else I can't guarantee both of your safety. He blurted out, and under Anley's astonished and shocked eyes, he grabbed Kyle's shoulder and disappeared from the crowd. Regius, Sinan Yue, and the others standing behind Kyle were too slow to react before they understood what was happening. Kyle was already gone. On the other hand, Kyle felt like his head was spinning, and in the next second, he was standing in front of the realm gate. His eyes narrowed when currents of dark energy seeped out from the gate. He sucked in a deep breath and without thinking too much immediately shouted inside his mind as he looked at the flying bird who seemed lost after he vanished from his spot. Bia, fly toward the secret realm gate. Now. George arrived behind Kyle and whispered something inside Ratrik's ear. A grim expression appeared on the principal's face, but he stood firmly with the kid. At a distance, Elder Han cursed with a complicated face. He looked at the hundreds of array symbols all the array masters engraved on the ground. Shit, I'm gonna face a lot of consequences after this. For the first time in his life, he was grateful that he worked a lot during the past few months. After all, due to his hard work, he knew how to activate the array around the secret realm gate. The other array masters tried to stop him, but he was too fast and immediately activated the array to open the gate. A loud rumble resounded in the sky. The earth trembled with multiple cracks forming everywhere. In an instant, sparks of dark electric current buzzed out from the realm gate with lightning-fast speed. A second later, a circular opening dyed with bright and dark light appeared in the middle of the huge gate, indicating the secret realm was opened. The thousands of individuals standing around the realm gate gasped with shock at the sudden turn of events. Due to the trembling ground, a few youths who were too busy admiring the fire phoenix lost their balance and cried out in panic. An old man from Central Continent looked at the secret realm gate with a raised brow. He smirked when he saw Ratrik's face and started floating. I believe this beautiful beast is quite precious. Right, a crisp voice sounded behind him. It's powerful but too young. Within a few seconds, a lot of individuals gathered around the phoenix and admired its beauty with various emotions. Half of them were unaware of the origin of the beast, and half had a hunch due to the rumors they heard a few months ago. Kyle's expression was deadpan as he stood in front of the secret realm gate and heard Bia's panicked cries. Help me, it was an accident. The mana inside my body lost control the moment you arrived here. Now if I revert to smaller size, they will catch me. Ratrik frowned as he watched the panicked bird. There are too many people. He started floating to do everything he could, but then a thunderous voice echoed in the horizon. The voice was lucid with unrestrained anger. What the hell is going on here? In an instant, everyone froze and looked at the floating navy-haired man who appeared with many powerful guards. Stallion smoothed his expression and looked at the people standing below him with narrowed eyes. Can anyone answer me what the shit is happening? I remember I said to not cause any commotion in front of the secret realm gate. He shouted out and his gaze locked at the phoenix. The old individuals floating around the phoenix didn't dare to do anything reckless in his presence and retreated backward with emotionless expressions. Stallion pinched his nose with a frustrated expression. Who is the owner of this beast? Or is it just a wild beast? His gaze swept around at the deadly silent crowd. He noticed the kids were sweating buckets because the moment he shouted, huge pressure descended on their bodies. He scoffed and lifted his pressure. The young individuals wiped their sweaty foreheads when the invisible pressure around their bodies vanished. While Stallion was looking around, a young cold voice sounded below the clear sky. Bia, come to me. Stallion eyes narrowed at the silver-haired boy standing in front of the realm gate. He didn't stop the firebird that dived downward toward the youth with astonishing speed. Instead, he watched the silver-haired boy who stood in front of the gate with an expression that showed he would fight to death if something happened to his bonded beast. Stallion raised his brow with a chuckle. So it's yours. The intense flames around Bia's body dimmed at the speed visible to one eye as she dived down and stopped above Kyle's head. A gorgeous scene reflected inside the crowd's stunned eyes. A cold, handsome figure stood firmly in front of the huge trembling realm gate. His features were sharp, and due to the bright flames around the phoenix's body, he looked imposing and majestic. However, just like a mirage, the image disappeared in the second. The remaining flames around Bia vanished. She cried out faintly and hurriedly controlled her mana to regain her former appearance. It was astonishing how such a large beast turned into a tiny bird and obediently landed on Kyle's head. Kyle's green eyes flashed with a brilliant light when Bia came closer to him. He sucked in a deep breath because he could feel it. His bond with Bia got stronger due to some reason. It was like a part of him recognized her as a true companion. Bia stayed silent because she knew she messed up. Kyle would probably beat her up once they were alone. She quietly made herself invisible by hiding herself in his hoodie. Kyle looked up at the floating navy-haired man who helped him out of nowhere. Now if he wanted, he could use instant teleportation and easily enter the realm gate without any difficulty, but he knew the man wasn't simple. That's why he waited. Hushed, curious murmurs echoed in the air with thousands of eyes staring at Kyle. Stallion's smile widened because Kyle didn't even flinch under his gaze. He is worthy of such a powerful beast. The moment the phoenix started flying, he sensed it immediately due to the flames around its body. They were too violent and destructive. Moreover, the young beast was already C+ rank, a testament to its future potential. Stallion would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted to just steal it away, but after thinking for a few seconds, he decided against it. Right now, it was impossible for him to make a bond with any type of beast because the shadow placed a mark on his body. The mark was too dangerous and could meddle with his strength. It would probably affect his bonded beast as well. Also, he knew if he forcefully broke their bond, it would do more bad than good. He scoffed at the old individuals who tried to harm the beast. If I can't get it, why should I give you all the permission to lay your hand on it? His expression was solemn as he looked around. It seems the matter is resolved. The beast went to its owner. Hurry up and gather the kids. There is no time to waste because with each passing second, many resources are being wasted to maintain the passage leading to the secret realm. The old individuals looked dumbfounded at his words, especially the ones from the central continent. They knew his Stalion personality. The man would never let go of anything precious, so why was he helping an unknown kid? Still, they held back their opinions and immediately went to do their jobs. Stallion gazed at Kyle with curious eyes. Strange, I can't sense his rank. He thought for a second and spoke inside Kyle's mind. I don't know if you will return alive or not, but remember you owe me one. Kyle took a deep breath and gave him a nod. As long as the navy-haired man didn't harm him, he would remember his help. Stallion clapped his hands and shouted once again. Hurry up, start with the group nearest to the realm gate and send the kids inside. Amidst all this, he didn't forget to remember the face of the old man who opened the secret realm gate and wasted a lot of his resources. Elder Hand shuddered when he sensed a dark gaze looming around his back. He snapped back to look around but found no culprit. Kyle gazed at the thousands of young individuals rushing toward the realm. He sighed inwardly. Wanted to meet my friends, but it is not possible anymore. He thanked the principal who was looking at him with conflicted emotions. Kyle's eyes trailed to Elder Han who was staring daggers at him. He chuckled and waved his hand at the old man. After another breath, he gazed at the crackling gate in front of him. Dark, ominous energy seeped out from the gate, and for some reason, Kyle felt sick just staring at it. He shook his head and grabbed the quite little troublemaker sitting on his head. Let's go. In the next second, under many eyes, he jumped into the circular opening present in the middle of the realm gate. After he disappeared, one after another, many batches of youngsters jumped into the realm gate, at a distance, where the people from the Mermaid Kingdom were standing. Nine let out a bitter chuckle. After seeing Kyle, he recalled the recent fragments of memories he saw. He sighed. Kyle is getting stronger. Also his hair. His thoughts were disturbed when a pale hand grabbed his shoulder. Nine's expression hardened. What is it, Seraphine? The owner of the hand giggled with a bright smile. A red-haired girl with deep golden eyes stared at him with an amused smile. Brother, why are you always so cold? Nine didn't reply and just scoffed in his mind. He was forced to enter the realm with them even when he rejected them. He didn't know the reason why Seraphine, the future queen, insisted that he should go with her. Just like Nine, she could foresee future events, but her ability was stronger. However, she always misused it. That's why Nine didn't feel comfortable around her. No matter what, I won't contact anyone after I entered the secret realm. If one looked closely, one would notice his shaking fingers. The damage caused by his last vision wasn't completely healed yet. The girl was persistent. She chuckled when Nine ignored her so bluntly. Do you know that silver-haired boy? I saw you smile after he entered the realm safely. Nine didn't even think twice and immediately lied with a serious face. I don't know. The girl hummed, and even though she knew Nine was lying, she questioned him for the time being. Anyway, she knew more than him. Her eyes sparkled when she thought about the silver-haired boy. It's him. I wonder if he can really achieve what I saw, or is it just an illusion? The future is indeed unpredictable. Seraphine watched the youths entering the secret realm with curiosity. At the same time, an old man from the kingdom Soltisha approached their group with a smile. He introduced himself as Gafir and brought a lot of young individuals with him. He was tasked by Estalion to make sure the kids from the Mermaid Kingdom got familiar with the youths from Kingdom Soltisha. After all of them had to work together in the realm. Seraphine smiled beautifully in front of everyone because she had to keep her image as the future queen of the Mermaid Kingdom, but her eyes reflected nothing but disdain. Weak. Pathetic. None of these people are in the future I saw. Tusk, why can't I find someone strong? Gafir gazed at the realm gate. He sighed and nodded at the guardians of the Mermaid Kingdom. It seems we don't have time. Let's move. Seraphine walked between the crowd elegantly. She gritted her teeth when she saw how Nine ignored her and left her behind. She wanted to catch up to him, but stopped when she saw a golden-haired boy walking behind the second prince of Kingdom Soltisha. The boy's body was packed with muscles, and he looked taller than his peers. Seraphine didn't think much and approached him with a smile. However, she was ignored again. Damn it, you shitty commoners. Instead of the golden-haired boy, the second prince of Kingdom Soltisha introduced himself to her with a bright smile. They chatted for a while and Seraphine found the identity of the golden-haired boy. Even after that, she didn't remember where she saw him. Sen Holton, don't let me see you again or else I am going to make sure you regret the moment you ignored me. A loud, pleasant laugh at the distance attracted her attention. A red-haired boy with sharp eyes jumped forward as the people from his kingdom made their way toward the realm gate. Giant, wait for me. Kelvin wanted to facepalm as he watched his excited friend. They trained 24/7 for the past few months just to get a chance to enter the secret realm because Kelvin's father, King Foron, was against their decision. Giant didn't look back and laughed out loud. Damn, I didn't even recognize the firebird that caused so much ruckus. I had a hunch I saw her somewhere. Who would have thought that she was Bia, Kyle's tiny little bird? He was too excited after seeing Kyle, even though he didn't recognize the latter when he saw his silver hair and green eyes, but after hearing the murmurs around himself, he confirmed his doubt. Now he wanted nothing but to find his lucky charm who brightened his life in the Tower of Opportunity. I am coming, secret realm. With another laugh, Giant jumped forward into the secret realm gate. However, his smile vanished when an old man with a furious expression grabbed his collar. Where do you think you're going after breaking the line? Giant's smile stiffened. Sir, please let me go. I need to find my lucky charm. The old man massaged his temples and just tossed him into the secret realm. After all, Giant was someone who gave him a lot of headaches for the past few months. Kelvin sighed and jumped after him with the other people from his kingdom. Mostly it was because of Bia's otherworldly appearance and Kyle's firm stance. Moreover, many of these youths had already faced many hardships in the Tower of Opportunity, so they thought entering the secret realm was similar as well. However, unbeknownst to them, this seemingly peaceful departure would be filled with nothing but agony. After all, it was a dangerous ancient realm that was sealed a long time ago. Alex staggered toward the secret realm gate with a blank expression. His mind was racing with many thoughts because he was too shocked after watching Bia's true appearance. Moreover, who was that silver-haired boy? Was it Kyle, the same Kyle he knew? Alec could not believe his eyes when he laid them on the handsome, yet cold youth surrounded by golden flames. The shocking part that made him rub his eyes again and again was the system appraisal panel. He mumbles under his breath with a sigh. He is already B+ rank. Even stronger than me. Name Kyle Ohen, race human, rank B+, talent, error, special, error, trying to find the cause, loading. Error, no more information provided. To know further information, host needs to be a whole rank higher than the target. He pinched his brows with frustration. They just got separated for a few months and Kyle was already so far. Did I slack too much? I should have trained more. Alec placed his hand on Carcel's shoulder with a distant expression. Bro, I am feeling a little jealous. I want a bonded beast as well. Carcel gazed at him with a complicated expression. He would be lying to Alec if he said he wasn't feeling jealous. He could sense Kyle was stronger than him, and with Bia, Kyle was probably the strongest in their generation. However, instead of feeling down, this revelation fueled Carcel's determination to work even harder. He removed Alec's hand from his shoulder and said with a numb expression, "Don't worry, I can feel your pain," after these words left his mouth. He couldn't help but think because he felt like he'd said this before. A rare smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Alec saw his smile with narrowed eyes and decided to ignore him. Instead, he turned around and expressed his grievance to Lara. "Did you watch how easily Bia left our side after seeing Kyle? She is too heartless. I fed her, you bathed her, Mia caressed her fur daily, but in the end she just left." Mia smiled and shook her head. "What are you doing, Alec? Are you gonna enter or should I push you inside?" Alec clicked his tongue and jumped in the realm gate, still aggrieved on the fact that Bia left him so easily. After them, one by one many more people entered the secret realm. The opening within the gate was not big, that's why it took some time for all the kids to enter inside. Estalion watched everything from above. His expression wasn't readable. No one knew what he was thinking. He narrowed his eyes at the mermaid princess who was talking with his son. "She is indeed useful, but I don't think she can come back alive because she is too weak." I'm unable to understand the reason behind the mermaid queen's decision. After 5 long hours, all the youths vanished within the realm gate. Their guardians stood in front of the gate with dread and anticipation. Dread because they knew how dangerous the secret realm was, and anticipation because the ones who could return alive would become stronger than before. Soon, the morning sun started rising at a distance with full vigor, sprinkling bright light everywhere. As the first ray of light sparkled on the realm gate, it trembled with dark clouds rising into the sky. After a few seconds, the opening within the gate closed with a resounding amidst the serious atmosphere. Elder Hand sucked in a deep breath and quietly slipped away from the crowd. He made his way toward the forest. However, a familiar tall man landed in front of him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Where do you think you're going? I believe you need to give me an explanation as to why the realm gate opened before the intended time." Elder Hand's expression stiffened, and before he could run away, a large hand grabbed his collar. Estalion called a guard and tossed him toward the guard. "It would be a pity if I cut the legs of a talented array master. Just count the losses I suffered due to his impudence, and make sure he pays for everything before he leaves my land." The guard bowed in front of Estalion and started dragging the panicked array master away. Elder Hand looked far at the principal with pleading eyes. But to his dismay, the principal looked away with an expression saying, "I don't know you." Elder Hand's eyes widened with shock. He cursed under his breath. This was all because of his one and only talented disciple. "You brat, I am going to suffer because of you. Just make sure to come back in one piece." After an hour, the area around the realm gate was divided into many camps because each kingdom decided to leave behind a strong individual to observe the realm gate. No one knew when the realm would open again because the knowledge was lost with time. They only knew that it would open by itself after some time, and the alive kids would be teleported in groups. Estalion observed the area for a whole day. After the camps were made, he ordered some of his guards to stay and watch the realm gate. After all, he had to note the identity of all those who returned alive. In the future, those individuals are going to be the strongest among their peers, so it was better to recruit them into his kingdom. The land was broken and pitch black with not even a hint of greenery in sight because the thousands of trees had long lost their luster. Almost everything present in the land gave off an ominous and dark feeling. The hundreds of mountain peaks were devoid of any color. The water within the rivers looked murky, mixed with an unpleasant odor. The monsters within the realm had dark veins bulging out in their whole bodies. All of a sudden a rumble echoed in the air. The monsters raised their heads to stare at the sky. The clouds trembled and a bright crack appeared in the darkness. After a minute, a ray of light flashed from the crack, landing at a distant mountain. The monsters glued their eyes to the sky because, after the first light, many more lights flashed from the crack. Soon the seemingly dark sky turned bright with hundreds of lights landing all around the secret realm. Above a large mountain, an illusionary white old man opened his eyes and peered at the vast sky. who opened the realm again. His voice drifted away with the air, and after a second he was already floating in the sky. His eyes reflected the many bright lights pouring out from the crack. So weak, how are they going to survive? His expression turned serious as he looked at a distance. Just like him, another old figure started floating in the sky. However, unlike the old man, the other figure's eyes shone brightly when he saw the crack in the sky. He laughed out loud with a twisted smile. After so many years, they stepped into this place again. A pair of beady charcoal eyes looked at a distance where one of the lights landed. He extended his pointy nails to claw at the small figure that emerged out from one of light, but his hand stopped midway when the illusionary old man grabbed his wrist. What do you think you are doing, Gil? As a pseudo-divine being, you are not allowed to kill mortals. The beady-eyed man's facial expression twisted, and he swung the hand, gripping his wrist away. Ha 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 ha. Who made this rule? This is the place me and my people had been sealed for the past so many years. You can stop me, but those weak, pathetic beings had to die. If not me, then my race will kill them just like last time. The illusionary old man figure flickered, and a cold expression appeared on his face. I don't care about others, but you are not allowed to touch anyone. Gil's expression turned ugly. He was strong enough to crush everything around him, but he was stopped by a tiny piece of soul. He gritted his teeth and left the illusionary old man alone. However, he didn't forget to inform his people to start the hunt again. After all, even though his soul is bound to this place, and he can't go outside, he can at least kill all those who stepped in this realm. The illusionary old man looked at his fading back. He gazed at the sky filled with bright lights for a second and vanished. In the end, he was just a small piece of soul left behind by the original body. It was not his job to save each person who had a death wish. He would look around for some promising youths and send them back. As for the remaining people, they can only blame themselves for entering this place, even after knowing about the danger. Meanwhile, Kyle felt a familiar dizzy sensation after he stepped into the realm gate. He opened his eyes and found himself above a dark rocky mountain. The sky was black and he could see a bright crack in the middle. Hundreds of bright lights flashed through the crack and landed far away from each other. Kyle's nose wrinkled when he sensed an unpleasant odor in the air. What is this smell? The air is not clean. He waved his hand and narrowed his eyes to look around. Bia peeked out her head from his hands and narrowed her eyes as well. Why is this place so dark? Also, the mana here is so thin. Kyle's ears twitched when he recalled what happened a minute ago. I believe you need to give me an explanation about what happened outside the realm. Bia shuddered when Kyle's grip around her body tightened. Would you believe me if I said I don't know anything? Kyle raised a brow and his eyes turned crescent. I will believe you if you let me beat you up a little, okay? Bia panicked and hurriedly opened her wings to fly, but Kyle's grip around her was too tight. Wait, how can you harm this majestic me? Did not you see how strong I am? Kyle didn't listen and grabbed her through her neck with an evil smile. Majestic, Bia blinked and immediately shook her tiny head. She didn't dare to provoke him because even if they fought, she knew there was no way she could win. After all, she was C+ rank while Kyle was B+ rank. Nope, not at all. Who is majestic? I am not. Kyle nodded with satisfaction. He patted her head and placed her on his shoulder. Good, Bia nodded like an obedient child. However, her inner thoughts said otherwise. I am majestic. No one can change this fact. Also, just wait, I am going to increase my strength, and then we are going to have a serious 1 versus 1. Amidst all this, she truly missed Kyle. Her small head snuggled inside his neck cozily with a pleasant expression. Kyle hummed and patted her head again. After all, he could sense her emotions. Let's go. He stepped forward and started descending the mountain. However, only after a few steps, Kyle's feet slipped and he fell into a dark hole. She blinked and gazed down at the narrow hole that engulfed Kyle. Hey, are you okay? Kyle looked up at the opening and cursed under his breath. He almost wanted to strangle that flying bird who was staring at him with smiling eyes. He hissed when he sensed a stinging pain in his palm. I am fine, just a scratch. Kyle closed his eyes to look around in his mind space. It was just as huge as he remembered. Within a second, he fished out a small vial of healing potion from the pile of glass vials stacked in a corner. He poured the potion on his palm. Anli and Ira had prepared a lot of things for all the kids to use in the secret realm before they left Kingdom Tertia. After all, no one knew how long the kids had to stay in this place. Kyle watched the wound on his palm. It was healing, but at a very slow speed. He clicked his tongue. They only gave away low-grade healing potions. So stingy. Anyway, what's in the pouch? Principal Ratrick threw at me. It was so hectic at that time, that's why he just simply tossed the pouch in his mind space. Kyle hurriedly took out the pouch and peeked inside. His eyes sparkled and he laughed out loud. Finally, I got my wealth back. Damn, being poor is so bad. He emptied the content of the rings in his mind space and hugged the S-rank sword clad in a silver scabbard with a satisfied smile. I missed you the most. Kyle's happiness doubled when he saw an unfamiliar low-rank storage ring within the pouch. It was filled with so many healing potions, and half of them were high-grade. "Master, you are the best," he smiled at the ordinary-looking brooch placed inside the pouch. It was similar to the life-saving artifact Elder Hand gave him in the past. He hurriedly tied the brooch on his shirt, and after he tossed everything in his mind space, he wore all the empty storage rings on his fingers. "They are empty, but they look pretty on my fingers." Bia, who had been watching him for the past 5 minutes, narrowed her eyes. "Are you gonna come out from the hole or not?" Kyle raised his crescent eyes. He snapped his finger and 3 floating fireballs appeared around him. "Nope, not coming out. There is a narrow tunnel here leading underground. Just follow me." Bia sighed and dived down into the hole. She gazed at the fireballs. "Don't waste your mana, I can illuminate the path." The moment her words fell, bright golden flames appeared around her whole body. The flames were brighter than Kyle's fireballs. Kyle shrugged and waved his hand. The fireballs around him vanished. They moved in a straight line, going deeper and deeper underground. The tunnel ground was dry and dark. Moreover, it contained nothing except uneven dark-colored rocks. However, Bia's expression was resolute because she knew Kyle had a long history of finding treasures just by walking. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the tunnel was heavy. An army of flying figures suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Their beady pitch-black eyes stared at the bright lights flashing from the crack present in the sky. The leader of the group let out a menacing laughter. An evil smile tucked at the corner of his dark lips. Indeed, the ancestor didn't lie. "Those living outside are here again." A tremendous pressure emerged from his body. The pressure scared the ones standing behind him. However, the pressure wasn't directed at them. It was aimed at one of the lights failing from the crack. A pained cry rang out in the sky, and the light vanished into darkness, leaving behind an injured floating figure. The young curly-hair elven girl opened her eyes and clenched her injured chest with a painful expression. Her mind was foggy. What happened? She just entered the gate, but in the next second, she felt like someone forcefully yanked her body out. She cried out when she saw how far she was from the ground. She struggled to move her floating body, but an invisible chain restrained her movement. "Oh, it's a woman." A scratchy, unpleasant voice sounded in her ears. She snapped up and her eyes contracted with dread. A pair of dark, beady eyes stared at her with an ominous glint. The man's skin was tanned, and a dark pair of bat-like wings extended from behind his back. Dark, long veins bulged out across his whole neck, and his long, pointy nails didn't look any weaker than a lethal weapon. The girl noticed his ugly smile and choked out, "What are you?" The man's eyes trailed down her body and stopped in her face. "Such a pleasant voice, but I don't like it." He smirked and tilted his head. "Still, I should introduce myself." "Right, well, I am Emian, the current leader of the dark race, Haya. I remember the people outside used to call as..." "What was it?" Emian looked back at his people with a frown because his memory was not good. The girl's expression turned deadly pale when she saw a whole army floating behind him. All of them look hideous just like Emian. A head peeked out from the crowd. "I remember. They used to call us demons even though we are from the dark race." The man tried to look hurt, but the evil smirk playing on his lips gave him away. Emian laughed out loud, showcasing a row of black razor-sharp teeth. "Yes, demons. Good job. Here, this thing is a gift for you." He grabbed the trembling girl's neck and tossed her toward the ones standing behind him. A loud cheer rang out behind his back, coupled with the girl's pleading cries. Emian fixed his gaze at the crack. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "All of you spread out everywhere. After the crack in the sky closed, the old treasure lands would open up again. All those outsiders are here for the treasures. Kill the males and take the females back for enjoyment." As if recalling something important, he clicked his tongue. "Make sure not to break the girls completely. They are useful." The ancestor is worried about the race population, and the girls' bodies are the perfect container to plant new seeds. With a loud exclamation, the hundreds of figures standing behind him scattered in different directions. On the other hand, Emian's gaze shifted, and he vanished behind another bright light that fell from the crack. After he stopped Gil, the people from the dark race spread out everywhere to kill all the young kids who arrived in the realm. This scene was very familiar because it has happened before. The old man thought he had long detached himself from the mortal world. However, he couldn't help but sigh at the cruel sight. Instead of getting stronger, the people outside had gotten weaker with time. He looked up at the crack, his senses spread out, heading toward a faraway place. James and Odiak hid the planet before they left. "So, why do I feel like the planet's core is getting weaker? Don't tell me an outsider found this place. I thought this planet would stay hidden for a long time because it was dear to them, but it seemed I was wrong. A few more years maybe." The old man shook his head. "Just a few more peaceful years, and then this hidden planet would lose its protective shield. Afterward, the future of the mortals residing on this planet was bleak. The fact that this place stayed hidden for so long is already a miracle." He stepped down from the mountain and disappeared into a dark cave. Meanwhile, the young individuals who arrived in the realm had long started roaming, but their experience wasn't good. After the first few peaceful minutes, hundreds of strange, ugly creatures with bat-like wings appeared everywhere and started hunting them like wild beasts. Moreover, the monsters within the realm were not weak at all. They were more violent and bloodthirsty than the ones outside. Also, to make matters worse, the weakest monster in the realm was C+ rank. That's why with each passing second, many youths died regretfully. At a distance, Nine opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of a lake that was surrounded by many large boulders. He frowned as he looked around. What the hell is wrong with this place? The lake water was smelly and dirty. Nine squinted his eyes and gazed into the water. He almost freaked out when he saw many huge brown worms sleeping in the water. The fuck? He took in a sharp breath and hurriedly distanced himself from the lake. No way in hell he could defeat those huge things. Moreover, they were so ugly. All of a sudden, a faint cry echoed behind one of the boulders. With a cautious expression, Nine tiptoed and peeked from behind the boulder. A demi-human with shoulder-length hair was fighting with a familiar brown worm. The fight was bloody and the demi-human looked badly injured. In the next second, Nine quietly left the area. It's not that he didn't want to help, it was just his condition wasn't good enough to help others. Also, the worm was B+ rank. As he passed through a few boulders, something within his storage ring buzzed. Nine clicked his tongue and ignored it. It was the device given to him by the queen. After everyone entered the secret realm, he and the others from his kingdom were ordered to find Seraphine immediately. Instead of finding her, I should find a good quiet place to recuperate, or else I don't think I will be able to survive in this place. His fingers trembled and a painful expression appeared on his face. He stopped abruptly atop a boulder. His eyes dilated at the sight in front of him. A few meters away from him, red blood dyed the pitch-black ground. A clawed hand held the heart of the lifeless body of a human lying on the ground. Nine stopped breathing for a second. He stared at the winged man who titled his head and crushed the thumping heart present within his hand. Those black beady eyes. Nine vision turned blank. He thought the beady-eyed man he saw in his vision was a demi-human, but right now in front of him, a familiar beady-eyed man was tearing the body of a young man. The moment the winged man snapped his head to look at the boulder where he was standing, Nine jumped down and grabbed his mouth to hold his breath. He stayed quiet and after a few seconds, slowly peeked out from behind the boulder. The dead body was still there, but the beady-eyed figure was nowhere to be seen. Nine took in a large breath, but then a scratchy voice sounded above him. "What are you looking at?" With a loud shout, Nine didn't even look up and jumped forward. He distanced himself from the boulder and stared back with sharp eyes. His sword appeared inside his hand. The beady-eyed man unfolded his wings and started flying. A burst of delightful laughter slipped out from his throat. "You want to fight me, are you sure?" With a mocking smile, he released his A-rank aura. Nine's expression hardened, but in the next second he looked up with a raised brow. "Who said I am going to fight you?" The man looked confused, but then under his eyes, Nine used all his skills on the lake behind him. A big worm emerged from the lake with a loud screeching sound. After the first worm, many more worms jumped out from the lake. The man was surprised. Nine took advantage of the few seconds he got and took out a white bead from his storage ring. He crushed the bead immediately and his vision blurred. In the next second, he was standing at a different place. Nine sighed and slumped down on the ground. "Now I only have 3 more teleportation beads." He looked around and after seeing no one, he started running toward a nearby mountain. "I don't think I can fight for a while. Also, the mana here is very thin. Let's just find a place to rest." After arriving below the mountain, he found a cave and hurriedly entered inside. He closed the cave entrance and moved deep into the cave to look for a good resting place. The sky trembled and hundreds of dark clouds gathered around the brightness. Wisps of black smoke puffed out from the crack, and with a loud, it vanished within the smoky clouds. Under the now clear sky, many loud cries echoed all around the realm, but those voices got muffled due to the heavy air. At that exact moment, the white illusionary old man appeared in the sky. His old thunderous voice sounded in the whole realm. "Welcome new arrivals to the lumber realm. The entry gate has closed, that's why the treasure lands would open up now." A heavy silence enveloped the whole realm. Unlike the panicked new arrivals, the people from the dark race stopped in their actions. They stared at the sky with thrill and anticipation. After all, they were the ones who would grab all those treasures. These pathetic outsiders were just here to open the lands again. The illusionary old man couldn't help but frown. If it was up to him, he would never open the treasure lands, but everything was automatic. That's why even if he tried, he couldn't stop the process. The realm was designed a long time ago just for the sake of nurturing young talents. He didn't feel anger, but frustration itched on his face as he spoke out loud and clear. "Be prepared because each treasure land will have its own rules and tests. You have to fight and win the treasures with your strength." After his voice drifted in the air, the The people from the dark race cheered loudly. The realm has long lost its luster as they destroyed everything. However, even after digging and destroying every nook and cranny, they were unable to locate those hidden treasure lands. The old man scoffed at their enthusiasm. So what if you all got stronger? In the end, you can never leave this place. On the other hand, the barren dark realm shook violently. The land trembled and thick clouds of smoke emerged out from the ground. Within a few seconds, a brilliant sun appeared in the sky and bright light spilled from the dark sky. The dry, dark trees regained their vigor, and lush green grass beds spread out everywhere. Nine opened his eyes abruptly. He was already shocked due to the thunderous old voice that sounded in his ears, but he lost his cool when half of the cave's ceiling tumbled down in a lightning-fast speed. He jumped and, after avoiding the large rocks pouring out from the ceiling, immediately rushed toward the exit. The fuck? I just closed my eyes for a second and someone destroyed the whole mountain. He cursed, and if not for his quick reflexes, he would have already perished under the pouring rocks. Why the hell did I go so deep inside the cave? Nine eyes reflected the cave entrance, and he lunged forward after gathering every bit of his energy. He covered his face when bright light pierced through his eyes. What the actual fuck? Nine mouth was hung open. The previous incident, where he saw the beady-eyed man, instantly disappeared from his mind. He took in the sight in front of him and mumbled under his breath, "Is this even the same place?" The previous dark sky was now clear and bright. The land was filled with greenery, but what truly astonished him the most were the countless floating islands beneath the clear sky. He released a large breath and looked at the nearest floating island. Similar to all the other floating islands, an old castle shimmered brightly atop the island. He slowly moved closer to the island, but then a very important question appeared in his mind. Wait, how am I going to fly up? The moment this question appeared in his mind, his expression turned solemn. He was practically standing underneath one of the treasure lands, but he couldn't reach it. As if sensing his predicament, the ground around him started trembling again. Nine already muddled heart almost leaped out from his chest. He looked up at the huge treasure land with horrid eyes and started running in the opposite direction. Please don't tell me it's going to fall. Nine halted his steps when he didn't sense anything behind him. He looked back and his eyes widened at the large stairway leading up toward the treasure land. Oh, it seemed I don't need to fly. He staggered forward and slowly started climbing. At that moment, a faint laugh sounded above the sky. The voice was unpleasant, that's why Nine looked up with narrow eyes. His eyes shook visibly when he saw hundreds of black figures flying toward the treasure lands. So many people. Also, they all looked similar to the man I saw a while ago. Nine closed his eyes for a second and made his way up toward the castle present atop the treasure land. Now is not the time to divulge in this matter. I can't fight with them. They are too strong. I just hope my friends stay safe. He sighed as Kyle's face appeared in his mind, and for some reason, his bad mood brightened a little. Well, I don't think I need to worry about him, because even if the sky fell, he would still survive. A few minutes ago, Kyle stared blankly in front of him. The deep tunnel ended, but he was met with nothing except a dead end. He coughed lightly and looked at Bia, who was wearing a deadpan expression. I think we should go back. His sentence was cut short when Bia shot him a glare. Kyle shut his mouth, and a frustrated expression appeared on his face. They had been moving underground for the past few hours, and he was sure right now they were almost at the bottom of the mountain. However, the problem was that they were surrounded by thick black walls. He narrowed his eyes at the wall in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Should I break it? Bia's eyes widened. Are you crazy? We are both gonna get buried underground forever, Kyle chuckled. Of course, he knew they would get buried if he did anything with the walls. I was joking. Bia sighed with relief. She flapped her wings and made her way back to the entrance of the tunnel. However, in the next second, a loud old voice resounded in their ears. Kyle blinked his eyes as he stared at the long, narrow passage. So the realm was empty, and the so-called treasure lands were closed all along. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Don't tell me I wasted so many hours in vain. Bia's eyes turned blank as she poured salt over his wounds. You did? Kyle took a large breath, but the moment he stepped forward, the whole tunnel shook violently. His eyes widened with shock. We need to leave this place. Bia flapped her wings and increased her speed, heading straight toward the exit. Kyle rushed behind her, however it was too late. Kyle cursed under his breath. They were too far from the exit. His pupils contracted when he sensed a part of the ceiling crashing on Bia. He gritted his teeth and jumped forward to grab Bia's body. A loud cry rang inside his head. What are you doing? The flames? Kyle ignored the struggling bird. He would be lying if he said he didn't feel pain when he grabbed Bia's body. However, the golden flames around her body didn't affect him much because his body was naturally too cold. It happened after he awakened his bloodline. He only felt an uncomfortable stinging sensation in his palms and nothing else. Kyle hugged her small body and rolled down to avoid another huge boulder crashing down from above. His green eyes brightened for a second as he looked at the large tunnel. He knew it was impossible for them to go out in such a small amount of time. He grabbed the brooch on his chest and hurriedly tossed it in his mind space. Damn it, I can't use instant teleportation. Beer is with me. He ranked his eyes to look around, but after finding nothing, he placed his hand on the ground and decided to transfer the whole mountain in his mind space, but it didn't work. Who was he kidding? Bia's struggling voice echoed in his head as she cried out again and again. Kyle, let me go. She flapped her wings and tried to free herself from his grip, but Kyle didn't let her go. Kyle watched the trembling ceiling. He used the ice armor skill and jumped back. Within a second, a thin, invisible layer of ice appeared around his whole body. Kyle's breath hitched when a large boulder crashed down on his back. It was painful, but due to the invisible armor around his body, he didn't bleed. Should I freeze everything? In an instant, bright blue flames appeared around him. The flames moved according to his will and enclosed everything. The trembling ceiling froze for a few seconds, but the layer of ice he created wasn't enough to hold the weight for a long time. Kyle clenched his fists, and once again the towering cold flames enveloped everything around him. He secured his head and got ready for the impact. However, at that moment, his eyes caught sight of a small light seeping from a distant corner. Kyle's eyes zoomed at the light as he made the flames wrap everything in his path. The icy boulders in front of him crumbled into bright particles, and he shouted out, "Ice spear." In an instant, 2 large spears appeared in front of him. One after another, they shot forward and crashed at the place where the light was spilling from. The space in front of him cleared up for a few seconds, and amidst the shaky ground, Kyle immediately propelled his body forward toward the source of light. Kyle's eyes narrowed at the light, and a sudden burst of flames emerged from his body. In an instant, the wall froze and turned into bright particles, and what appeared in front of him was a narrow hole. The bird in his hand was so anxious that she bit his palm. Bia, stay calm for a second. Kyle gazed inside the hole. It was going further underground, and at the end he saw something bright. With a large breath, he jumped into the hole and his body dived downward at a fast speed. Kyle cried out when hundreds of sharp rocks grazed his body. He hurriedly used mana to strengthen the ice armor around his body. However, it wasn't enough. The speed at which his body was going down made his head dizzy for a second. Still, he bore the pain and strongly protected the small body struggling in his grip. After a long torture, his half-closed eyes finally saw the source of light as he crashed into a large boulder. Kyle's body jerked up in pain. He groaned and finally released Bia from his grip. Bia cried out as she looked at him with moist eyes. "You fucker, I told you to let me go." Her breath caught in her throat when she saw Kyle's condition. His whole body was riddled with injuries and his clothes were wet with blood. Kyle sensed her worry and forced his eyes to stay focused. He gritted his teeth and moved his trembling hands to take out a mana potion from his mind space. It was painful, but he forced his hand to pour the potion in his mouth. One wasn't enough, that's why he gulped down 2 more. After 2 minutes of labored breathing, his hazy eyes finally regained some clarity as he looked at Bia, who was sitting beside him. "I am fine." Bia didn't say anything and quietly observed his injuries. They were healing with the speed visible to one eye. It was the effect of the high-grade healing potions Kyle just chugged down. After checking that he was fine, she hissed and pecked his hand with an angry expression. "You are crazy." Kyle grabbed her body, and he propelled himself up to look at his surroundings. He blinked at the sight in front of him. The place in front of him wasn't narrow at all. A rocky path and a white, beautiful lake surrounded by a batch of beautiful, glistening flowers. Above the calm lake, there was a floating piece of land, and atop that land stood an old castle. Kyle unconsciously looked up at the ceiling with astonishment. We are still inside the mountain. He sucked in a deep breath and tried to stand up but hissed with pain. I forget my injuries are healing." After thinking for a few seconds, Kyle's eyes sparkled and he looked at Bia with an innocent smile. Bia sensed his gaze and almost had the urge to slap him. Just a second ago, they passed through a life-and-death situation and he was already thinking about something evil. Her hunch was proven in the next second when Kyle patted her head and ordered her to increase her size. "I am injured. Now only you can take me to the castle." Bia grumbled but gave him a nod. In the next second, she opened her wings and started flying. Her size started increasing, and after a few seconds, a familiar sight appeared in front of Kyle, who stared at her huge, beautiful body in a daze. "I didn't look properly last time due to the thousands of eyes watching us, but your true form is truly awesome." He nodded with a satisfied expression and dragged his legs to stand up. Due to the high-grade healing potions, his injuries were almost healed. However, he was too excited to climb the back of a certain phoenix, that's why he made sure to wear a pained expression. "All right, come down." Bia gazed at him. She flapped her wings and dived downward. However, instead of letting him climb herself, she casually grabbed his arms with her paws and picked him up. Kyle was stunned for a second. His feet left the ground and his dreams of climbing the phoenix back were shattered just like that. The whole process was so smooth that Kyle had to double-check if he was imagining everything. He grumbled under his breath. You could have let me ride you. Bia scoffed and flew toward the castle gate. The moment they appeared above the lake, the air around the floating piece of land trembled. Kyle narrowed his eyes. What's happening? In the next second, a large stairway emerged from the floating land and descended toward the ground. Kyle blinked and let out a faint laugh. It seems we don't need to fly. Bia almost had the urge to throw him on the stairway, but she thought about his injuries and restrained her urge. She slowly placed him in front of the shut castle gate. Afterward, she decreased her size and sat down at a nearby boulder. I can't sense anything behind this gate. Is it safe to go inside? Kyle hummed, and instead of opening the gate, he actually descended the stairway. He stood beside the lake and cleaned his blood-filled body before changing into a clean set of clothes. He nodded at himself and again climbed the stairway. All this while, Bia stared at him with a speechless expression. I thought you were injured. Kyle ignored her piercing eyes and slowly pushed the gate open. I can't sense anything as well. Let's see what's inside then. His breathing was ragged, and if one looked closely, they would see a lot of wounds on his body. He felt dizzy due to the blood loss. He took out a healing potion from his storage ring and poured it on his wounds. After taking another breath to calm his wild heart, he stared at the winged man's body, lying a few meters away from him with anger and disgust. A bright sword was protruding out from the man's chest. Alex shut his eyes when he recalled how he almost died a minute ago if not for the strange chain Principal Ratrick gave him before they left the kingdom. The moment he appeared in the realm, he felt something amiss with this place. Also, the ground beneath his feet was dry and barren, so how was it possible for this place to have any treasures? Still, he started moving in a straight direction, but only after a few hours he encountered a cruel sight. Two strange-looking individuals with bat-like wings were toying with a girl. Alex's eyes chilled at the sight. Anger welled up inside his chest, and even though he clearly knew they were stronger, he attacked them with everything he got, but in the end, he was too weak. One of the two dark individuals easily overpowered him and mocked his bravery. At the same time, the other dark individual dragged the girl away under his red-rimmed eyes. Alec wanted to save the girls at all costs. He used everything at his disposal, but it didn't work. In the end, the dark individual who had been fighting with him for the past few minutes got bored. He wanted to finish him as soon as possible, so he could follow his friend who took the girl away. However, when the man's pointy nails neared his chest, a sudden force burst out from his chest. The man cried out in pain and immediately held his hand. Alex's mana was almost dry, but he gathered every bit of his strength and swung his sword desperately at the man. It was as if time stopped for a second. His old sword, which had not been much useful in the past, suddenly shone brightly, and before he could register what was happening, the sword was already embedded within the man's chest. Alec was bewildered at the sudden bright light that appeared out of nowhere. When he acquired the sword from the Tower of Opportunity, it was old and rusty, but now it was shimmering in a bright color. He opened his eyes and stared at the dark sky. His usual bright eyes were now filled with coldness, dark race. It was fortunate that he had the system appraisal skill, or else he would have never found out about this race. A chilling expression spread out on his face. He remembered the last time he felt so weak. It was the time when his friends were killed by the monsters. He was weak in the past, and even now he was still weak. Amidst his troubled thoughts, he swore to kill that man who dragged the girl away, even if it took him a lot of time. He would kill him no matter what. Alec punched his fist on the ground with a cold expression, and even though his wounds were still bleeding, he dragged his body to stand up. I am sorry. A sharp breath escaped from his lips as he stared at the sky. The girl's tragic cries still echoed in his mind. He knew it was not his fault, but he felt guilty because he wasn't able to save her. As he walked aimlessly above the dark ground, after a few minutes an old voice sounded inside his ears. He looked up at the sky when the ground started trembling. Under his blank gaze, hundreds of treasures' lands appeared above in the sky. They looked majestic. Alec looked at the nearest floating land and climbed the stairway that emerged from the land. He needed strength, and for it, he was willing to take any tests. Meanwhile, after Kyle pushed the gate open, he didn't see anything. He narrowed his eyes at the darkness spilling out from the open gate. I can't see anything. Bia, how about you go inside to check? Bia's round eyes widened as she stared at him with a deadpan expression. Just step inside. Why are you trying to make me a meat shield? Kyle clicked his tongue and gingerly peeked inside with a cautious expression. After careful consideration, he conjured a fireball and threw it inside. The fireball traveled in the darkness for a second but vanished in the next second. Kyle frowned. He grabbed a rock from nearby and threw it inside the gate. Again, the rock vanished within the darkness. It seems I have no choice but to step inside. With a sigh, he activated his skill Ice Armor and walked in the gate. A tremendous force coiled around his body and pushed him downward. Kyle's head buzzed and his vision changed abruptly. It was like he traveled from one place to another. Kyle's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. He was standing in a large, bright room, surrounded by nothing but white walls. Bia flapped her wings and flew around the room with an anxious expression. What is this place? Also, there is no exit. Kyle's eyes trailed at her figure for a second before he noticed the rock he had thrown a while ago. It was lying on the ground. While the dude was looking around the room, suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in the air. Welcome participants to the last treasure land. Kyle and Bia both abruptly turned around to find the source of the voice, but even after their eyes traveled everywhere, they didn't see anyone, counting the number of participants. Total participants 2, a C+ rank divine beast and a rank human. Loading. Unable to detect the rank of the human due to an unknown artifact. Automatic rank would be assigned. Conclusion, total participants 2, a C+ rank divine beast and a F rank human. Who was talking, however, even after ranking his eyes everywhere, he didn't see anything except white walls. He gazed at Bia. She wanted to attack a nearby wall with a fireball, but the moment she formed a fireball, it dissipated in the air with a sizzling sound. Her round eyes narrowed at the wall. I think the voice doesn't belong to a living person. Instead, it's more like a recording or a mechanical voice. Kyle's expression was grim. At first, he was worried about the sudden voice, but after listening to the voice, his worries changed instantly. Don't you think the automatic evaluation is a little too much? Me, F-rank human, it should give me a higher rank. Bia almost lost her balance and stared at Kyle with a speechless expression. There was silence for a few seconds before the voice sounded again. Participants, please do your best to reach the end. The entrance test will commence in a minute. 59, 58, 56. Kyle summoned his sword from the mind space. He wasn't sure what he would face after the countdown reached 0. Still, he felt excited, a little thrilled as well. The voice said this was a treasure land. That means if he passed all the tests, he would get the treasures. He stretched his body and did some push-ups as the countdown echoed in the enclosed white room. Soon, the countdown reached 0, and under the duo's eyes, a wooden door appeared in the white room. Kyle eyed the ordinary-looking door. He didn't even think twice and pushed the door open. As he stepped in the door, an area surrounded by big, dense trees appeared in his vision. Bia's flying figure appeared behind him after a second. The moment she left the door, it vanished. Kyle gazed at her, and even before he could say something, she flapped her wings and flew upward to see what was behind those trees. A vast expanse of greenery reflected in her eyes. It's too blurry, I can't see anything beyond the trees. Kyle hummed and gave her a nod. In the next second, his ears twitched when he heard a faint rustle behind him. The rustling sound increased with each passing second, but when he turned around, he found nothing. At that moment, the mechanical voice sounded again. Loading. The entrance test will begin now. Please kill 1,000 monsters each to clear this test. The monster's rank is adjusted according to the participant's strength. After passing the test, you will be eligible to fight for the vials of divine essence. Kyle's eyes widened when he heard the name Divine. He thought about the divine rank and immediately searched his memory to find something similar, but his knowledge was still lacking. Amidst all this, he knew this divine essence was something extraordinary. I have to get it no matter what. After the mechanical voice stopped, a group of two-headed trolls stepped out from the trees. They were ugly, with large eyes and noses. Kyle grabbed his sword tightly. He was ready to fight, but his enthusiasm plummeted when he sensed the trolls' ranks. He blinked and watched the trolls who slowly staggered toward him. They are only F rank. Suddenly, Bia's cry sounded in his mind and Kyle snapped his head to look up. She was surrounded by a group of flying monsters, and those monsters were stronger than the ones he was supposed to fight. Kyle's face showed a complicated expression. He was stronger, but his opponents were so weak. On the other hand, Bia was fighting a group of C+ rank monsters. He casually waved his hand. A burst of blue flames enveloped the trolls, but Kyle didn't even glance at them and shouted at Bia. Bia, come down. I don't like these ugly trolls. Let me fight with the other monsters. Bia was more than willing to change opponents. She dived downward and appeared beside Kyle. Don't worry, I will take care of the trolls. Bia flapped her wings and bright golden flames appeared in her surroundings. However, her flames seemed weaker in comparison to the cold blue flames that lingered around Kyle's body in a protective manner. The air was filled with blazing blue and golden flames, showcasing a mesmerizing sight. Moreover, Kyle was astonished at the fact that his flame didn't harm the golden flames, nor did the bone-chilling coldness seeping out from his flames affect Bia's body. He sighed and focused on the fight. One monster died after another. Amidst all this, their numbers never decreased. It was like the monsters were forming from thin air, just like an illusion. At first, the battle was one-sided because Kyle's mana stat was too high, even greater than Bia, a divine beast. Still, unlike the F-rank trolls, the C+ rank flying monsters were powerful. He didn't even notice how the mana within his body vanished. Kyle panted heavily as he killed the 600th monster. He clicked his tongue in irritation. After all, even though he could fight without mana, his body couldn't cope with it any longer. He looked at Bia with a tired expression. Hey, I want to rest for a minute. Stop them for a while. Bia hummed. Unlike Kyle, her condition was quite good, mainly because she didn't have to do much to kill the F-rank trolls. Also, the trolls were slow, that's why her kill count was lower than Kyle's. Just for a minute, after giving him a nod, she flapped her wings and started flying to distract the flying monsters. Kyle gazed at the trolls who were still pouring out from the tree and climbed one of the trees to rest for a minute. The entrance test was truly tiring. It was good the mechanical voice wasn't able to calculate his true strength, or else he would have never passed this test. Kyle's body started aching after he crossed the 800 kill mark. He was so tired that he wanted to sleep between the monsters, but he persevered and did his best to complete the goal.